destroyed. Didn't get a chance to shockwave or anything there. And it's the Unicorns of Love with a 3-0 domination. I, for one, would not want to pick the Unicorns of Love to face.
We sacrificed a lot of free time, we practiced a lot. And I think we are ready to win against Millennium.
I think we are stronger than them. We just have to do everything to stay in the LCS.
It's a best of 5 and everything can happen. Getting into LCS is a really huge step for our team.
Teammate, take home the Challenger Championship.
We have to come in it with a strong mentality, a strong game plan.
Now that we're the LCS team trying to retain the spot, there's a lot of pressure on us.
Our stakes is just our dream to stay alive. We just want to keep that, so we're gonna, fight for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 3 of the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament, coming to you live from our studios in Los Angeles, California. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined by Zion Spartan of Team Dignitas for today's action. Welcome to the desk.
Great to be here.
Of course it is, because we're going to have some fantastic matches today. And in the promotion tournament, LCS teams are literally fighting for their careers against the top challenger teams. If they lose today, they will surrender their spot in the 2015 spring split. Zion, you are a player who has been here before. What is it like playing in the promotion tournament?
Playing in the promotion tournament is definitely a lot of stress. You're here, your job's on the line, your life's on the line, your career is on the line. Everything for you is on the line. You don't know what's going to happen. And everything is decided in this one best of 5. So it's definitely, I've played in it twice. I was about to play in it 3 times in a row. And I'm definitely glad I dodged relegations because it's a lot of stress and huge decisions are about to be made.
Yeah, a scary prospect to think that your future rides on a singular best of 5. Now, here are the teams who have qualified for the 2015 LCS in this tournament so far. In Europe, the Copenhagen Wolves made short work of H2K, taking that series in 3 games. And despite getting off to a slow start, Gambit defeated SK Gaming Prime. While in North America, Counterlogic Gaming fell behind 2-0 against Curse Academy, they charged back with 3 straight wins to take the series. And Evil Geniuses will also return to the NALCS after a convincing sweep over Team Coast. Zion, none of these challenger teams so far have earned a spot in the LCS. Will that trend end today?
I think it is going to end today. I think Team 8 has a great chance out of all 3 of these NA challenger teams to make it. Also, Unicorns of Love against Millennium also think they have a great chance of making it. So I think two of the best challenger teams, I think, are going to have the chance of making it today. And I'm really looking forward to these games.
Unicorns of Love also have the best name ever in the history of ever. So here's a look at the remaining matches on the docket today. First up, it's the battle for the final spot in the European LCS as Millennium faces off against the surging Unicorns of Love. Directly after that best of 5, we'll switch continents to the North American LCS as Complexity defends its spot against the Summer Challenger champions, Team 8. For more info on our rising stars from the Challenger scene or to catch up with all of our veteran teams and players, head to lolesports.com for schedules, stats, VODs, and more. You can also vote for the teams you think will win today by clicking on schedule and giving them a thumbs up. Now we'd like to hear from you guys at home, so head over to Twitter and let us know which teams do you think will qualify for the LCS today and why. Send your answers to us at lolesports along with the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your responses on air later in the show. To get our first matchup underway, we're going to send it over to our battle-hardened challenger veterans, Freak and Zyrene.
Battle hardened, I like that very much, Dash. What's up, everybody? I am David Freak Turley. With me is, again, Aiden Zyrene Moon, also battle hardened. How's it going?
It's going all right, man. A little bittersweet, though, because this may be the last time we're sharing this desk this year.
This desk, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're going to get straight into our first match for the final guaranteed spot in the European LCS. It's Millennium take on Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and a lot of people wouldn't have expected Millennium to end up in this position. At the start of Week 11, they were the favorites to finish in 3rd and go to Worlds. But they had a disastrous Super Week, going 0-4, and then at Gamescom, they only won a single game, finishing the summer in 6th place and knocking them down here.
It's true. So we're gonna have to see what happens today here. While Millennium have been trending downward, their opponents today are actually enjoying an upswing. The Unicorns of Love looked great in the last month of the season, and as soon as they picked up Gilius in the jungle, they took down NIP and have been a top challenger contender ever since. They play a strong strategic game with strong control over objectives and vision.
Yeah, and as the 6th place European LCS team, Millennium had first pick of who they wanted to face in this tournament, and it's interesting that they chose the Unicorns of Love. Because Millennium, they struggled to get any wards on the map during the playoffs. They've usually played a pick comp style all season, and it's almost impossible to get picks if you can't see through the fog of war and deny that vision from your enemies, which is the big strength of Unicorns of Love, is their map play.
Right, so the map play mismatch is going to be a fun one to watch for here. However, Millennium's edge in this matchup is their individual skill in their lanes, because one of the big question marks for Unicorns of Love has actually been their bot lane of AD carry Vardogs and support Hylissang. They're going to need to do something to keep Creatine in check, because he's an amazing AD carry on Millennium's side. Creatine's a fan of his mid-game bully AD carries like Lucian and Corki, and he might just shut down the Unicorns early by himself.
Yeah, and in the mid lane, it's Kerp, who is perhaps the strongest laner for Millennium alongside Creatine. In fact, the 4 most banned champions against the team are targeted against Kerp. Ziggs, Fizz, Zillion, which is a flex pick, and Twisted Fate. On the flip side, mid laner Power of Evil, though, for Unicorns of Love, is the heart and soul of that team. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this game go where the mid lane takes it.
Yeah, that'll be a fun match to watch for in this best of 5. But despite having to fight for their jobs today, Millennium is still confident that they are the stronger team. However, UOL don't exactly agree with them.
I think we are stronger than Unicorns of Love in every aspect of the game. Maybe they're gonna try to pull out something special, and I think that's the only key for them to victory, because I feel really confident with my team right now.
I think they are good players, I respect them, but I think we can make it. Our synergy with Vardogs is better, I think.
I know they're really good players, but I'm really confident in myself and Hylissang as well in bot lane.
I think we're both pretty passive bot lanes that just want to farm and then just wait for the good engage to do something. Their support is basically the playmaker there, so you just have to watch out for him.
We should be stronger than them. We played a lot last half a year. They didn't have this chance to play in the LCS, and I feel like our macro level should be higher than theirs.
Well, certainly confidence on both sides, and I think there's nothing really out of the ordinary said in that video.
Yeah, they really are just... I'm glad that they're both thinking that they can walk away with a win here, because there's some teams that walk in demoralized, and then you just don't want to start off on that foot.
And the funny thing as well is it's like the top of the LCS teams here versus the sort of bottom of those challenger teams here. But I think it's actually the best chance for a challenger upset in this promo tournament, interestingly as that sounds. Just seems like UOL have been really good the last month, and everyone's respecting them a whole lot.
Yeah, we heard from Young Buck and Woolite from Copenhagen Wolves after their victory that they had been scrimming Unicorns of Love and actually think that they will take this series because they looked so good in their map play.
Right, they said they were the only team that was giving them any trouble at all, so UOL might just be the favorites here if you believe some of the scrim records. We're going to check out the starting lineups, though. On the blue side, we have Millennium, Kevin in the top lane, Cotton X in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creatine on AD carry, and J-Re on support.
And on the red side, it's the Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi at top, Gilius in the jungle, Power of Evil in the mid lane, Vardags on AD carry, and Hylissang on support.
And today's featured matchup is going to be in the mid lane. It's Millennium's Kerp against the Unicorns of Love's Power of Evil.
Yeah, Kerp is coming off a fantastic individual performance from last split. If you picked him up on Fantasy, you know what we're talking about here. He brought a lot of new followers to the cult of the trackball. Kerp is a high kill, high death mid laner, so he can be punished, but if left unchecked, he will rampage through his opponents.
He doesn't even need Hecarim to do it, but Power of Evil is no stranger to the big name mid lanes. He dispatched Alex each with relative ease when they played NIP about a month ago, and even picked up some one-on-one kills in that lane matchup. He's a brash young player, he's got a lot of energy, a lot of confidence, and a lot of people say he's the best player on that team.
Yeah, they picked him up after Summer Series 2. He played for them originally, dropped off the team, and then he came back, and then he had a huge showing in playoffs. His Syndra is something that you have to pay either a ban or respect to.
He's getting a lot of respect overall in the fan base in general, saying he's one of the best mid laners in Challenger overall. So going to see if he can make his mark here, but let's check in with LOLesports.com and see where the vote stands. Right now, seems like 53% of you think that Millennium will fight off the competition to keep their spot, but certainly a very close vote.
Yeah, just based on name, I would go with Unicorns of Love, though.
Sure.
Just if I didn't know these two teams, I'd be like, that one.
Well, but to be fair, though, this is a battle where you need to kill your opponents. How would Unicorns of Love dispatch people? Right? You feel like they'd just be friendly and hug them the whole time. and only one can play Arcade Hecarim.
But does the Unicorn have to survive a Millennium?
Unicorns actually, I believe, are timeless and immortal.
Boom.
So they just outlast them. We're going to have longer games than NALCS, guys. Complexity's playing later on. I mean, we might just have a 5-hour best of 5 and then another 5-hour best of 5.
Who loves League of Legends?
I love League of Legends. And Kyle loves orange soda. Let's get ourselves into the game. Millennium here on the blue side. Syndra already removed from Power of Evil. Nobody is surprised here.
Yeah, you have to pay respect to that. It's something you cannot put him on. And it means that Millennium, they're not going to first pick that for Kerp. They'll most likely try to just... I think there's going to be a lot of mid lane focus here in these bans. We said that this is going to be what dictates the match, and I really think both of these teams come in prepared for this.
So far, 2 bans for the mid lane from Millennium, 1 so far from UOL. They are moving Kevin's Alistair. The Jarvan goes away from Gilius, though. And now we got to see what else UOL decides to remove here.
So Gilius, he does have some fallbacks there. He was playing a ton of Jarvan, but he's also got the Rengar, which did take a nerf since last time we saw him. But he's also been playing a ton of Lee Sin. That is his go-to champion, and he's still able to make plays like he would in the early game on Jarvan.
Well, looks like Kha'Zix, though, is the big one there for Cotton. Seems very common that these teams are now first picking this champion. And of course, it is Europe, so Aurelia is a big deal, and that's going to go over to Vizicachi. Whereas Tristana is here for Vardogs.
Yeah, Water Donkey locking in his most played champion in solo queue. He loves duelists. He loves being able to win the lane, but still have something in the late game. So he likes to just be a little passive at the start, and then go further on later and be like, you have to shut me down, you have to pay respect to me, or I will duel you in the mid game and win.
Well, it's going to be something that Kevin will have to deal with, though Kevin, no stranger to duelists himself. Aatrox, Aurelia, and Jax thinks he's going to play a bunch of, but this time around it's going to be Mundo. So Millennium actually going stealth with all their picks, picking into the lanes they've already seen, and hiding their support as well as their mid laner here.
And here's the big thing, too, about picking that Lucian for Creatine. It's the most played champion of Vardags by about 70%. I'll say most of his games are on that champion with 263, and his next most played is only about 100.
Well, we'll have to see, though. Lee Sin does come through for Gilius. Right now, it's going to be a nice cover pick for himself. Thresh does come out blind for Hylissang, and J3 needs to consider what matchup he goes for. Now, I've seen a lot of supports now talk about Janna hype on Twitter. J3 still says that Blitzcrank destroys her, which is true. Blitzcrank loves fighting Janna as a matchup, but I got to talk to him very briefly backstage before he went onto the stage, and he said, he's like, so what's the deal with the Janna hype? What do you think about this? And he's like, well, Blitzcrank beats her. I'm like, yeah, I know that one, but come on. I know you love Blitzcrank for everything. He's like, well, Janna's really good if there's no sustain to fight against. Otherwise, you can just kind of poke out the Janna lane. Interestingly, though, without Thresh having sustain, he might go for Nami anyway. And it's going to be a blind pick Fizz and Nami for J3.
Yeah, no surprise there. Kerp, that is his most played champion during the regular season in summer. So he's perfectly fine with playing that. And we talked about how they love playing pick-oriented compositions. We're going to have that Fizz synergizing with the Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Yeah.
They're going to look for some mid-game, early-game picks here for Millennium.
The SS energy is going to be pretty strong with the jungle and mid laner looking for kills. Power of Evil did bring out Cassiopeia during the playoffs, I believe. I think it was with a Yorick as well, if I remember correctly. Didn't pay off for him, though.
He also brought out an AP Kog'Maw before. This guy is no stranger to pulling out new champions. He does favor wave clear-oriented champions as opposed to assassins. Oh, well, he's going to do both.
Yeah, exactly. Ari's going to come in here against Fizz. Now, the question is, can he dodge Sharks? Because Kerp is going to be very lethal on this Fizz. I also want to know how freed up these mid laners will be to roam around. But we do have our lineup secured on for this one. Millennium are going to go for some early game power in their lane. Unicorns of Love going to hope to scale up kind of in all these situations. A lot of damage threats in that team, though.
So this top lane matchup is something that Vizicachi he's going to be banging his head against this Mundo for a long time. They'll leave them up there. They'll join when team fights happen. With his mid lane, so it's going to dictate a lot of this game. It's that Fizz versus Ari. Who's got the pressure there? It's kind of on the junglers to show up and then apply it.
And you've got a Kha'Zix and a Lee Sin, both of whom don't have sort of guaranteed gank power. It's kind of all in their skill shot utilization, unless you like evolve Leap and attack someone afterwards, but that doesn't seem to be the common way to go about it. But yeah, I want to see how well these junglers can actually tilt that mid lane, because I think it is going to be a big deal how that 2-1-2 goes down. Now, guys, if these team comps made you want to switch your vote or vote even harder, you can tweet at LOL Esports and use hashtag MILWin or hashtag UOLWin, and we'll see in-game who has the crowd behind them. Because in the audience, the crowd's in front of them. But online, You're everywhere.
This has been.
You had nothing to say to that.
No, it's philosophical moments with FLICKR. I was just going to let that one sink in. Everybody appreciate it, and now we're back, and the game will be starting in just a second. But so it's Power of Evil. So this upstarting new mid laner that they brought back onto UOL has been impressing everybody up against Kerp.
Yeah. And this is the real test as well, is how do challenger players stack up against the LCS veterans?
Yeah, and one of the highest point scorers in Fantasy. He's a very bloody player, Kerp is.
Unfortunately, Fantasy doesn't work for the postseason.
No.
Otherwise, I've gotten so many games out of my CLG roster. And Doubleless Quadra would have gotten me so many points, but no. It stopped after week 11.
Yep.
Had to replace all those players.
Now, UOL, they're all grouped up on this right side, and actually it's being mirrored by Millennium, and they're going to the top side. They actually have no idea where the other team is.
Interesting. Yeah, Millennium have bypassed all the vision. A really late move in by Creatine. He actually...
They're going to be
he
spotted.
He triggered something.
UOL is going to be spotted here,
there it is.
Whereas UOL has no vision of Millennium. They went all the way around that one ward that was placed on that left side.
It's not too bad, though. They're going to go back into their own jungle. All they did get was the aggressive ward to spot if there's a red buff start.
Well, if he shows himself...
Oh, man. Yep, they saw it.
They saw it. Yep.
UOL knows that Millennium's right there. They could be in that brush. They saw Creatine, too, so they know the entire team is in that brush right there.
They have a Thresh.
Oh, man. They don't know they're spotted is the thing.
Blind hook. And there it goes.
They got Kevin. Good damage. The charm's going to hit him as well. Three-man bubble. In goes Gilius. Loses half his health for that, though. And out goes UOL. Money, actually, 15 gold for Day3. Millennium win that level 1.
At the same time, though, Gilius got chunked out. He's going to have to be very careful here.
He's got to stay.
It was on this side. Minions have spawned. It looks like the lane swap coming through.
Millennium do have better warding. Okay, so Vizichachi's already in lane. He can TP in. There's 2 trinket wards available on UOL. Vardog's around the wing. Nice trinket. And he sees Millennium's jungle start. Now, this is actually Millennium getting away with basically a buff steal. They can't guarantee, UOL cannot guarantee that Gilius gets the Southern Red buff.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't have their AD carrying support on that bot side of the map. So they don't have a stronger lane to actually back him up. So he's going to have to walk over to that red. It's very risky, because he can be collapsed on.
Well, we'll see. Kevin has burned his teleport. Vizichachi still has his. He walked to the lane first. Should be a very slight lead here for the Aurelia in this matchup. Kerp versus Power of Evil, level 2 first as well for the UOL mid laner. So far, these guys are holding pretty nice. And Gilius is not going to be contested here. It will be a 2-buff start for both teams. And all is well with basically Australian standard lanes.
Australian standard.
Yep.
Flip it around. That'll be later on in the day. But look at that. The level 1 aggression from UOL. They're actually on their back foot. And Millennium was just a little too far forward.
Well, that's the thing, though, is they hit level 2 first. It's a happy trade that Creatine and Day3 will take. Again, they have healing on their lineup as well.
Oh, Gilly with the wraparound behind Kevin.
Vizichachi cannot quite land a stun, though. I think he's a little bit too healthy. There's the flash early by Kevin, but good damage by Gilius all the same.
Gets the flash, which is pretty big because it means he can wrap around. Kevin's going to put down his trinket ward, so he may revisit this in a minute. But look at this caught to the mid lane.
That's going to do a whole bunch of damage. Nice jump in. They want that kill, and that will be first blood going over to Kerp. Now, is the ignite enough? It is not. Kotnex gets away.
First blood going over to Kerp, tilting that mid lane with that jungle pressure. Gilius made a visit bottom, so Kotnex knew that he could visit that mid lane. Also, he hit level 3 while Gilius was still 2 because he didn't clear an extra camp.
Well, level 3 finally with some counter jungling, but certainly a lead already for Millennium. The assassin synergy so far working great for Kerp and Kotnex.
Yeah, Kotnex getting that level 3 and getting the leap for himself to close the distance was a really big part of that play.
Absolutely was. Imagine if Gilius had the Tempest Grip or the slow, maybe to get Vizichachi into range. Might have made a difference against Kevin. Gilius still waiting in the wings. Now, he knows the Trinket Ward timing. It's still about 20 seconds away, but he can maybe slink in against Kevin. Just walks right by it anyway. Kevin knows to be safe here.
That's going to be Gilius going back up to his jungle. And there's still pressure on this top lane. Creatine is just shoving that lane in, having about a 7 CS advantage, 6.
Yeah, the top lane is going to keep going Millennium's way. What I do think is interesting, though, is Kerp here spent his first blood gold on double Doran's Ring, as well as getting a pink ward early in his southern jungle. So it's going to really hurt some of Gilius' gank paths and make it much harder for him to knock down Kevin.
Gilius didn't actually clear the red completely either. He left it up. So as soon as Cotnex makes a rotation around there and finds it, he'll be able to clear it out. But that means it's delayed for the second part, which may play a factor later on. There's a dragon play. Keep tabs on that.
Yeah, it depends how much Cotnex farms here, because the fact that he's only going to get 1 buff clear, he might not get level 6. But right now he's farming pretty well, and certainly out-farming Gilius. Vizichachi does have a stun available. He's injured enough that he would be able to get in on Kevin.
The wave pushing up, but that's going to allow Kevin to put that ward down. He thinks he might be safe.
Oh, Gilius! Oh, man. Kevin still had 1 minute left on his teleport. He had to stay in this lane for another couple of waves there.
And ganking the Mundo pre-6 would have been the best possible play he could have made there, and he had the opportunity to do it, but
oh my
instead,
God,
backs.
And now Cotnex is here. I'm sorry, but just like the rough timing of that one. Cotnex was not there for a counter gank nearly in time. That could have so easily been a kill for the against the flashless Dr. Mundo.
Cotton actually just shows himself, doesn't even show himself bot. He shows up and then he backs off, just thinking that would be the lane that's going to get ganked.
Right, he's like, okay, well, Kevin's flash is still down. Okay, he really had to push up this time. Again, a late instinct there, but he had the right idea. I was like, maybe I should counter gank this, so nothing happens, and backs right off. So smart stuff by Cotnex. Back to the farm game, level 5 on himself. Looks like he should be right en route to get level 6 on his blue buff respawn.
And there's already
about very far back.
A 700 gold lead here for Millennium just off that first blood and the way that they have been CSing in these lanes. But it's been back and forth because Vizichachi actually has a decent CS lead over Kevin.
Wow, yeah, that lane's going incredibly well, though Kerp does have a nice lead in the mid lane. In comes Cotnex over time. The Shark hits! Power of Evil, half health and Gilius. Maybe he didn't want to do that when he's got to flash away, and Kerp gets the double kill. Millennium's mid lane is gigantic.
Kerp hits level 6 first, Sharks. Gilius eats a huge chunk of damage off of it too. Being in base contact with him, it was the best 2-on-2 skirmish that Millennium could have hoped for.
Yeah, that's just really, really silly though by Gilius. He thinks a 40 hit point shield is worth risking, taking the Shark damage himself as well. And that is just gigantic. Millennium now getting ward control in the upper jungle. They're getting ready to steal away the red buff. They could even dive top.
Here's the thing too, is Fizz is a fantastic tower diver, so they can make this move very easily.
And Cotnex can get the reset and jump right out. If they do want to go top, it would likely work out. Not going to be the case. Cotton going to clear just the buff itself and leave the rest. Although Unicorns of Love will easily clear that one away. Gilius and Hillsong should drop those quickly.
And they're trying to collapse around it, but they didn't find anybody. Made it right out of there.
All right, well, Cotnex now level 6. Evolved Wings first, interestingly enough. So he will have the guaranteed sort of gank contribution, just getting into range and landing the passive slow, plus red buff.
3-kill lead already at the 8-minute mark for Millennium.
Yeah.
With 0 for Unicorns of Love. Their map movement been very uncharacteristic of the Unicorns of Love that we're used to. And with Gilius on the roster and his style of jungle, he's pretty close to the way that Kikis would play, the controlled style. But instead, being a little hesitant today, pulling that punch on the Dr. Mundo, who he saw was right next to him.
He could have been in the shop as he was recalling and just not noticed in time. And it's unfortunate. Sometimes it happens, though. You just miss the fact that you could have gotten away with something. Unfortunate there, but we could see an 18 minion lead, though. A good recall by Vardox. He's got BF Sword. Interesting choice that he actually walks back to the top lane. I feel like with Millennium's top lane, their dual lane rather, still top, that could have been a dragon for Unicorns of Love. Again, something that usually these guys pride themselves on is great objective play.
Yeah, the fact that he got the BF Sword back, back for the BF Sword, could have gone straight to the dragon. But look at this. Exactly. Millennium is going to do that move instead. They're going to pick up the BF Sword, which is what you typically do, is stay in the lane swap until you have the money for a BF Sword, back, then get dragon control again.
So Millennium about to be in a really good spot. They send Kevin top. He's got teleport, though, so it's not really that big of a loss for him to be on the sort of quote-unquote wrong side of the map. Vizichachi has already recalled for a Sheen Flask and a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, if Vizichachi gets ganked, it's going to be very difficult for the Unicorns of Love because he is the person that is keeping them in this game right now.
Ooh, good flash, and he dodges the W. Does not dodge the bubble, but you know what? He's going to be okay. Summoner Spell lost, though, and it is certainly map control now for Millennium. After they sweep out the bottom lane, they could easily go for something. Gilius walking through some wards. Wants vision on Dragon, but you know it's going to be still a fairly easy grab for Millennium here.
And they're going to start walking up to it. Mundo in the top lane versus Tristana. Vardag's spending a long time farming that top lane. And it's going to be a match that's in favor of Millennium at the moment.
The Unicorns of Love looking to stop this one. They do have a few members around. Hook comes out, not going to be the steal. Nice pickup there by Cottonex. Gilius kicks, gets away with the lantern, but here comes the team. Ignite is on Gilius. He goes down to Jay Reed. Power of Evil. Oh, misses his flash over the wall, and Kerp gets away with his 4th kill of the game.
Just solo kills him underneath the turret and the failed flash. It's a very thick wall. I don't think you can even flash that one.
Be a little bit farther north, you can make it over to the barrage. Now Cottonex forced to run away with Vizichachi, very close to killing him, but he's out of ult charges. Now Kerp has a lot of damage down on Vizichachi. Can he get stunned? Looks like the answer might be yes. The cooldown's there for a few more seconds, but they will not chase, and out goes Kerp.
Kerp on that Fizz, his most played champion of the regular split. He's showing up big here today, 4-0. High kill, high death mid laner. I think it's just going to be high kill this game for him.
Yeah, so far high death for his opponent, but certainly Kerp doing great. So 5-0, almost a 4,000 gold lead. Bottom lane out of turret also almost dead. And I don't know what Unicorns of Love has in them to win this game. There goes the turret. There's the 4,000 gold lead. There's not much that's going well right now for the Challenger team.
And they're bullying Kerp underneath the turret. They're getting some damage on this one, which is, I guess, the best possible situation they could be in, considering everything's been going sour for them. Kerp's going to be forced to back, and they have 4 men strong in the mid lane now against 2. Whereas Vardag's been pushing this top lane turret, so they're going to get some turret gold here out of this and try to close that gold lead that Millennium has over them. They'll make it about 3K if they get that top turret too.
Well, we'll see if they can close that gap, but right now, we're going to see what can happen. Unicorns of Love, their AD carry not too terribly far behind, and just the global goal, of course, makes a big difference.
There they go, the hook!
Day3 gets hooked, in comes Vizichachi, the charm as well! Finally, UOL with the ward control gets themselves a kill.
UOL is a team that prides themselves on their vision control, and if they're running a pick-oriented comp, it's exactly what they need to do. And they, right there, with a big outplay and see what they can get off of it. Because even if it's just back timers where they don't lose a middle turret, which is usually the counter move, then they're going to be just fine.
So I want to point out, you talked about the fact that UOL are all about their picks. Power of Evil is maxing Charm second. Now, some people do that as their default choice. I've still seen a lot of Foxfire max is second, but Power of Evil Q, then E max second, so it's going to increase his Charm duration.
Yes.
And that's going to help him out a little bit there with these pickoffs, but so far the hooks are working out.
That just shows that they're going for that pick-oriented.
Good damage, the culling as well. This could be enough to kill Power of Evil. Oh, this is one shot, 200 health left.
You never know, man.
Risky.
That one shot could have been... No, it couldn't.
It definitely couldn't have. You were wrong.
Yep. Anyway, clearing out the pink ward vision here. Millennium is now forming up around that mid lane. Oh boy.
I just realized something. You know how Unicorns of Love's icon is this pink unicorn?
Yep.
Because they have so many pink wards. It's a very obvious there. Ooh, Bubble, nice dodge there. Kerp in the mix though.
He's still going.
Taking a whole bunch of damage. The hook on the J-Re. They kill the minions off. The turret does one shot in, but the shark comes to Hillsong. He does not go down, but maybe no. He will survive. The kickback caught next. That's one. Out goes Bardock. Creaton also goes down. Power of Evil. More like power of an amazing Ari. A triple kill, and only 1 kill went to Kerp.
Millennium was ahead when that fight started, but the way they started off for UOL could not have been better. They're going to start pushing this middle turret.
Wow, what a battle. A triple kill now for Power of Evil, and they're going to get plenty of pressure there. Vizichachi going to hold the top lane against Kevin, though this turret might just die anyway. He's going to try, though. This is interesting, actually. The slowest in the hit 10 styles there. Kevin will take the turret down, but he's at 300 health. No chase left, no people coming up.
Vizichachi 1-0-3. He's going to be right on point, even ahead of when you would typically have your Trinity Force, which is really going to help him out. Vizichachi going with that most played earlier here. And you saw it, he dodged J-Re's bubble by using his Blade Surge to a minion. Perfect play here. Hillsang jumps out. Cottonex a little overcommitted there. The exhaust. And now Vardax goes so hard into this fight, but he gets the reset, and Kerp doesn't take him down. And meanwhile, Power of Evil, despite the fact that he's put a lot of points into his charm, his W is still hurting people. His Q is still doing massive amounts of damage, and the triple kill there is just going to get him back on track, despite being down 0-3 at the start of this game against Curve.
It's true, and the cool thing about Power of Evil here is that he's actually getting an Abyssal Scepter first, so interesting build, right? No CDR, not a lot of mana reach in, just triple Doran's Ring for that. But he's going to have extremely high damage against his opponents. Kerp is not someone who's going to be buying any magic resist. His MR is just the base per level you get from Fizz here.
The flank, though. The ward coverage from UOL allowed them to see that coming, and they aren't going to play into the hands of Kerp just yet.
And a quick chunk from Power of Evil puts Cotnex on a half HP. Just slow down a little bit. Mid lane, though, could be under fire. Wards for both teams. This choke point is going to be hard for UOL to get through.
Vizicachi has his Trinity Force Power Spike here on Aurelia. He wants to fight in this mid game.
Well, we'll see if they can survive everything. Not quite going to land. Wave clear still not quite there from the low AP so far of Power of Evil. You can see that's kind of hurting him. He can't one-shot casters.
I have to say, that's probably one of the easiest Trinity Forces that I've seen on an Aurelia. Usually they get bullied in the early game.
Yeah.
He had a CS lead over his lane opponent in Mundo, and he showed up to these early/mid-game fights and got himself large amounts of kill participation, 100% more.
Yeah, and the great thing is, how often do you see a top laner have the highest CS on his team or the second highest CS overall? Mid lane's been brawling all the time, and the AD carries have been, I mean, you're seeing it with Creatine here, of course, he's #1, but Vardog's having a hard time.
Kerp.
He's off in the flank, though. A little bit of damage coming out from the killing. Tidal Wave comes in. Gilius does get knocked up. Only person from the Tidal Wave, though. Of course, this Fizz still isolated, very far away.
Dragon is live, and UO are trying to starve the vision, but keep their mid lane turret alive at the same time. They zoned Kerp off from the flank with Vizicachi. And now, reestablishing mid control. They want the wards to expire on Dragon. They want to wait it out. Then they want to get complete possession of it and force Millennium to have to push mid, because otherwise they'll get picked off in this Fog of War.
No, Power of Evil still trying a couple of risky things there. Can't quite land that. And back they go. So interesting to note, remember how we were talking about Trinity Force plus Pickaxe Aurelias in Challenger way back when? So Vizicachi cannot quite one-shot cast him into this queue on Triforce. It actually might be a breakpoint thing for like getting the reset off those for free. Otherwise we'll have to activate Hiten style to get the reset on casters. So look for that with Vizicachi. Can he get the reset jumping to the back lines?
Some people will build the pickaxe just for that breakpoint on killing the minions with Blaze Surge.
That's my theory. I don't know if it's actually the reason.
I think it turns into Zephyr too.
It does do that too, yeah.
Which we haven't been seeing a lot of. I remember seeing a whole bunch of Aurelias building Zephyr second item as a split pusher. He wants to team fight Kevin into the charge.
Kevin in turret range as well. Half HP. Explosive shot on as well, but does not pop the ulti.
Explosive shot from Vardag's discouraging the ultimate. Meanwhile, Vizicachi, he goes to push that top lane, or at least hold it. And now Millennium has established control. The TP comes in. They're ready to fight.
All right, a little bit of a slow on to Tristana. Lantern going to reveal the brush, and in comes Unicorns of Love. Level 11 Aurelia, highest level on his team. And Dragon going to be started out by Unicorns of Love. Infinity Edge done for both AD carries. They're basically equal right now. Another culling comes out for Vizicachi. Half health, he just TP'd in. Under 1,000 health now. Aggroed once again down by Millennium. Kerp is still on a flank. He's trying to make plays. Oh, and bottom lane tier 2 has a giant wave. They're going to get a Dragon and maybe a turret for this.
Yeah, Millennium playing the map a little bit better here than UOL, because Kerp has this free lane to do damage to this turret.
Look at it going down. No one's even around. Lee Sin coming around maybe just now, but he can't really easily win the duel here. Kerp goes to the shark, kicked over the wall though. Nice escape there by Gilius, but problem is, it is still a lot of health lost. To jump in, they almost get Vardogs. Ooh, the charm dodged away from as well. Mid lane outer goes down, plus the Dragon. Good rotations by Millennium.
And Millennium back out to above a 3,000 gold lead for themselves, off of the play of the map. Unicorns of Love have been trying to match them. They just had a little bit of a window close on them, and then Millennium just went right in. Kerp with the flank, causing pressure, even though he didn't get anything out of it, was still able to zone them off. And then the culling from Creatine did enough damage to discourage the fight.
Yeah, so perfect stuff then by Millennium. Their poking is actually working quite well. Despite that they're the ones facing the pick comp who likes these long-range skill shots to start up kills, UOL just actually aren't finding those very often. They're not able to push people off the Dragon. They're going to find a push down to the bottom lane, getting some gold back here, but 2,300 gold, not the worst, just still, it was a rough start for them, and I want to know if they can actually keep up with Millennium here.
And UOL 4 men strong in the bottom. Gilius getting his red buff for himself. And look at their ward coverage all throughout the jungle. And here's the thing too, is that Unicorns of Love, we can't stop talking about how much they ward, but that's really effective against Kerp. He's looking for the flanks. If you see where he comes in, you're going to be golden. Speaking of being golden, he has Zhonya's now too, and here comes the fight.
Itachi hit up by the Shark, takes the lantern away. Ooh, nice charm, does some good damage to Kerp, half HP on him. Now Creaton in the mix, jumps on in. Ooh, he's got a flash away for this one. Boxes down though. Unicorns of Love lose a lot of cooldowns for Creaton's flash. Gilius on the flank though, found by Cotnex. Good ward hop away. Look at Millennium on the retreat right now. Unicorns of Love the same. All right, nothing gained just yet.
And to think that Unicorns of Love were down so much gold at the start of the game, and they're able to come back off of resilient play. They are up in turrets at the moment, and they're playing the map pretty much back and forth with Millennium.
Yeah.
That last dragon was a little bit of a flub, but at the same time, Unicorns of Love for a challenger team are definitely giving Millennium, which was the third place team for a little while,
right,
a run for their money. It's kind of funny because it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors sometimes with teams where it's like this team can beat this one beats this one, and this one beats that one. Unicorns of Love, I think they have the tools here in their playstyle to really give Millennium a hard game. Millennium's weakness is what UOL excels at.
That's true. And what's interesting about that as well is I think back to when Millennium played the promo tournament last split against Ninjas in Pajamas. And back then, NIP was all about very slow, methodical, late game play. Millennium looked at that and said, we're just going to out late game you. Hold up in the lanes, wait around. Every game took an hour. But Millennium won the 7-hour best of 5. Now in this one, Millennium has been able to do the same research, but they have not, I think, kept up that same level of ward pressure that Unicorns of Love has. So Millennium, they're not basically matching them, whereas they were 6 months ago when they pulled the challenger opponent.
Yeah, and even just look at the inventories of Unicorns of Love. Their top laner's buying pink wards, and he has, I think he did 3 green wards in his inventory on Vizicachi. He's looking to make sure that his team has this vision, and on top of all that, Gilius is on a Sightstone jungler, whereas Cotnex is not.
Right. And we're seeing that, you know, vision is good. Charm onto Kevin. Decent damage there, but he's still a tanky Dr. Mundo.
Kerp's in the top lane right now, and they're giving free farm to Vardags in the bottom lane. They're trying to get some of their carries fed here on both teams, just mirrored strategies with the Corpnet strong in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's actually working still just fine for Millennium, though. The problem is that Kerp is going to have a pretty good time dealing with Vardogs. It's actually, I found fairly... Wow, yeah, the fan vote going.
That 69 for UOL win. Damn.
Yeah. 68 now.
Here we go.
A couple more Millennium's fan tweeted. Let's see, Millennium, though, right here up the top lane, tier 2. They rejoin with Kerp. Unicorns of Love are there in time, though. And no big siege by Millennium. Just some poke out there from Cotnex.
The fact that they're able to pull Vardags all the way from the bot lane up here is very important because it would have given Millennium a big window of opportunity to exploit that.
Ward doesn't quite go down. Still the top laner and the jungler ready to flank, but not quite. Bubble misses. More poke from Cotnex. Josh is still waiting in the front lines, though. Still, Power Viva losing a lot of health through the culling. Yeah. But Creaton at least has ways of getting his health back up. J-Re can heal him, and this turret is slowly losing health, whereas Unicorns of Love have not found a way in yet.
It's the 2-item spike here for Creaton. He has the activatable Youmuu's Ghostblade. So this game is all about, because it's a lot of 5-on-5 fights happening here, who engages them, how you engage them, and the positioning off of it. Because if Hylissang gets a hook into a charm on a priority target, or even a squishy target, it's going to start the fight the right way.
Well, you're seeing, though, this health bar still going down. The right kind of fight might be found. J-Re, half health, has to flash away.
The evolution of the W from Cotnex is doing so much damage across this team, just spreading it out. A couple of them are going to back. Trying to make it back to this lane. The hook.
Hook into the brush. They find Cotnex again. They're getting some damage down, but this turret is still losing health. And now there's not 5 members of UOL. This is the push. The flash ship. Shark, rather.
Oh!
Wow, so much damage. Vardogs just dies.
He still had heal, too.
He didn't expect that damage to be enough. Wow. Zhonya's Hourglass, Double Doran's Ring, Sword Shoes, and a Sheen means Scary Shark.
It's a 6-1 Fizz.
Yeah.
Against an 80 carry. He's definitely going to blow you up.
So it seems like Kerp is doing some heavy lifting for the team right now. Unicorns of Love, they just cannot seem to find as many picks as they would hope for in this game. 4,000 gold deficit. The Q does not land into Creative. Vizicachi getting kited around, but man, can they blow people up sometimes. That is one kill back on the AD carry. Gilius, though, kicks back Kevin. He's got to be straighter. This one, though, it's not going to be enough to get away. In comes Cotnex for even more, and in comes Kerp for the other kills. Vizichachi flashes away and has nowhere to go now. Aggro's Baron, but he will die. Kevin will survive this, and out goes Millennium.
And it looked like Millennium actually wanted to start up the Dragon previously, and now they have 2-for-1 trade. They don't have vision of it. A couple of their members have a lot of gold.
That was a battle that Unicorns of Love started, and it ended up being a 1-for-2. A bad battle for them. They were desperate to find a kill, but they got answered back for it. So Millennium's still under control. Unicorns of Love, I mean, they're still able to ward brushes, hide in the fog of war, use these long-range hooks, these charms and whatnot. It is just, there's just so few opportunities to make anything happen.
They can get this Dragon. So once again, closer to about that 3,000 gold.
No jungler, though.
Anybody's right now who's going to get
Oh, okay, it does get picked up by Vardogs, but now in comes Kevin and everyone else. Flash out by Hillsong.
from the back.
In comes Vizichachi. Can he get much, though? Slowed down.
He's a little tankier.
Stunts up Kerp. Is this enough, though? There's the Zonias. Kevin in the front line, still tanking. Charm catches them. Kerp will go down as well. Double kill for Power of Evil plus the Dragon. The hook catches Creatine. There's the exhaust. Hillsong will go down, but they will pick up Lucian. He flashes, doesn't. Oh my god, the damage. He blows up Vardogs. Still a 3-for-2 UOL.
That IE crit took out Vardags there at the very end. And UOL, they closed the gold lead to about only 2,000.
Oh my god, like, I'm so surprised every time the gold is actually this close by Unicorns of Love, because it feels like Millennium is owning them on the map. But the problem is Vizichachi is heavily outfarming Kevin, and Power of Evil still holding up in minions against Kerp.
Here's the thing too, is you just said it feels like Millennium is owning them on the map, but when you have that presence of mind to say, we are still going to fight you guys because you're not that far ahead, is huge.
And there's a kill. They donate to Power of Evil. Oh, wow.
It was so close to dying.
That was good by Gilius, or Cotton all the same, though. By jumping away, he let the red buff tick of Gilius kill him and deny the gold.
Oh, man.
So many hilarious things there.
He almost got the turret, too.
He could have just gone for it from the start. He kept trying to kite away instead of going for it like, at the very beginning.
The Kha'Zix leaps at the turret, outstretched arm, and falls flat.
If only his W could hit turrets.
This was fantastic. Vardags, he picks up risky play because Cotnex was right over the wall and leaps in. Vizichachi comes in. He's a little tankier than the last time Millennium saw him. So he shows up, he soaks all this damage, and then the charm onto Kevin gets blown up. They immediately get Kerp after that. And then the hook onto Creatine here. Max range pulls Hillsong in. They get the exhaust down, so it takes a little bit longer for him to finish him off. And this right here. Flash forward, bam, 460 crit. He got crit back for only about 300.
Yep. 460 no-scope, dude. Took him out.
Stop it, Frank.
You know I will never do that.
I know you won't. I'll just tell you.
It's like, stop being awesome, Zyrene. It's like, it's not going to work.
Anyway, they're going to go ahead and start getting vision control of this Baron area. And like I was saying, when Cotnex was getting killed...
Well, speaking of getting killed, Vardogs 100 health, and the culling does exactly its job.
That does so much damage right now. Kerp level 14 has the Lich Bane in the Zonia, 7-2-1, and Vardags is not expecting that type of damage.
He needs a QSS as a third item to drop the Shark. It's like mandatory. As much as it's going to suck for your damage up, but he needs that item so badly. Hero's going to go down. Unicorns of Love still within 2,000 gold, but the picks that Millennium get, they have 12 seconds without an enemy AD carry. It could be enough for this turret. Looks like, though, they want to clear the wave and just back out.
Good thing to note, too, is Hillsong is very adept on that Thresh. He has about 400 games in solo queue this season, and his next most played is Morgana with just 100. So that is his baby. That is what he loves to play, and he's played it the most out of all the champions we've seen him on in summer.
Oh, here we go. The attempt in towards the mid lane tier 2. Unicorns of Love wave cleared pretty nicely. The Ahri really clutch for this because they have been sieged for so much. And Power of Evil just holding on against that. Turret, though, still loses a fair bit of health. Poke still comes out from Cotnex.
It helps their strategy, and Power of Evil is very adept on those wave clear type champions that I talked about. And he goes for the Ahri this game, which is still going to accomplish that. They get Kevin.
So Kevin, he is in turret range as well. 1,000 health left on him. There is the ulti popped in a second. I assume the bottom lane tier 2 turret goes down, thanks to some minions finally of Millennium.
20 HP doesn't hold up very long against Wave. Same time, though, Fish is back up for Kerp. Both teams so close in gold and resources, but who are they allocated on? It's the mid laners. Both. They are looking to use Wreck and destroy this enemy team. But whoever, and granted, they're both very squishy. If you can catch them, both teams have the tools to do so. You can swing the fight.
Yeah. 13 of the 21 kills this game are on the mid laners overall. More than half per team. You're seeing it's kind of about these guys. Hook again onto Kevin. He is back to full health though. Now down to half. Look at that burst damage. They one-shot a Mundo. But the fight begins and down goes Ari. Fizz another kill.
Talked about how squishy these mid laners are. Kerp ends up blowing up Power of Evil. Took him with the Shark.
And now this tier 2 turret will go down. Kevin is okay just being a tank. Power of Evil being dead means too much.
Yeah, when he's down, it means they have no wave clear. They can't defend these turrets. He's a huge priority target, and he overcommitted, and I believe he was... No, he overcommitted, and then he wasn't able to get out in time.
Interesting, actually. Power of Evil going for a Void Staff third, not Zhonya's. Now, I don't know with how much threat this Fizz has. I feel like if the priority targets can keep from dying to Fizz, there's no way for Millennium to win a fight. Like, sure, Creatin's farming, but like, I feel like Vizicsacsi holds up against him. This is interesting though. So neither Vardogs or Power of Evil are in any better shape against Kerp. I want to know if that backfires. Kerp now has a Void Staff as well, so even MR barely matters.
Creatin getting the Bloodthirster on top of his IE. And Youmuu's dragging in 20 seconds, so that spike is going to mean a good amount here. The ward control from UOL is very scarce at this moment. They haven't had time to set it up. And this dragon would get them back into that 3k gold difference that they really want to be inside that window because they keep picking fights.
Well, pink ward, and they hide over the wall. Hillsong's got to be careful.
Watch for the fish.
Good ward. Good sweep. Okay, they know Millennium's there. Unicorns of Love, though, they want to fight this 5-on-5. Vizicsacsi taking some poke. Hook's going to get Kevin again. Charm does not land, though, and the culling is dodged away from. Important cooldown missing. He's an MIL. Going to start up. Bam! That burst from Kerp, though. This dragon almost dead. Gilius, he wants to steal, though. There's the Q. Nah, picked up there by Cotton. Next, the battle begins. More poke. Kevin still in the front lines. The fish comes out. It finds Hillsong. Vizicsacsi in the wings. And actually, they picked up Cotton next so far. Hillsong is safe in the back line. So that is another ulti down. And out goes Unicorns of Love. They got a kill, but Dragon still went over to Millennium. Oh my god, Kerp goes in. Vizicsacsi goes down to Cretan, and the chase is on. Gilius bubbled beautifully. The knockback, yes, a kill picked up for Vardogs, but can he flash away? Looks like the answer is yes. Lantern can't quite be grabbed at the trees.
Just didn't throw it hard enough. Both these teams are very good at objective control, and you saw Gilius try to go for that Dragon Smite there. If he had pulled that off, it would have been UOL back in that 3k, almost 2k gold difference.
Oh sure, no, it would have been, yeah, you're right. 5,000 gold, we would have been about 2.5-ish.
So he goes for the hero play here. He actually goes in because all of MIL pulled off of it, and it's really up to Cottonex's smite there to pick it up. Gilius ended up not getting his own off, but then he gets the revenge kickback and then the kill Sonic Wave. Wow, at this point, Vardags, he's focusing down Kevin because he's the only target that he can really reach at this point. He needs to get more priorities down, and then they actually go off to the side to the right here. I don't know why Vizicsacsi is in that area. It's going straight back.
And then bait this team in too. They kind of went over to try to help him. A good escape then at the end by the 80 carry, but yeah. Ended up being a 2-for-2 overall, I believe.
I don't know if Vardags could have just given Kerp a little love shot on the way out. Hope for the crit.
I don't know. I didn't see actually.
The range seemed pretty close, but
I think he's afraid of getting one shot by a Lich Bane Q.
Yeah.
I know that feel where you're just like, I'm gonna die. YOLO, I'm out. Like that's like the reverse of YOLO. YOLO would be shoot the fish.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it the right way though, if you only really live once, you'd actually be really careful with everything you do.
That's not true. The way that I see YOLO, I'm gonna give some YOLO philosophy for a second.
YOLosophy?
Is not like do stupid things. It's embrace your life. Because that's like apply to Riot. YOLO. You only live once.
It's true.
And that's how I got here. So I said YOLO.
So if you were able to respawn, you wouldn't have applied?
I probably would have been like, you know what, I will use this lifetime drinking and partying or doing whatever, and then I can do it some other time. But no, embrace your life. Live it the way you want. Boom.
Well, Vardogs believes in respawns. He did not go for the kill on Curb. So we got to tell him #Yellow is the way to be. Let's go, Millennium heading towards the top lane right here. Now the thing is, sieging has been really, really slow work for Millennium. They've been ahead a little bit all game. The sieges are like really arduous, really slow for them. What's actually worked is controlling dragons and barons and kind of getting these random middle of the road fights.
Put a leash on that thing. I like how it goes right for the back of the neck too.
Yeah. He's back though.
Yep.
He will not be refrained.
Vizichachi farming that bottom lane. They sweep this vision out. Curb is on pick duty.
Oh, he's got to be careful though.
They need to get vision in there.
Okay, there's got a little bit of time. Unicorns of Love can get all the way around, and yeah, Millennium, they have to back out. There's no good positioning for them.
UOL.
This is good.
They're going to start
mid is
contesting
right.
the mid lane.
This is very good for Unicorns of Love. They're going to force Millennium to react to them, but they will not have good positioning. This could be an inhib turret.
They're zoning them off. UOL just has such great strategic play.
Smart.
But here comes Kurt from the backside. They're going to get flanked.
Hillsong can zone them out very easily though. The box, the flays, he'll be fine for this one. They don't stay too long. Good rotation in time by Millennium, but half health. There's a jump. Hillsong only though, not that important. He is a tanky man with the chalice there. Hooks in, gets caught next. That is big. Oh my god, the Athenes doesn't even matter. There's a kill picked up already, 1 for 0. Nice by Hillsong.
It was a bold move, Cotton, but it didn't pay off. And they get the hook onto him, and he gets completely obliterated. And Kurt couldn't do anything that fight. He threw the fish, but it hit the tanky member.
Yeah, that is like the one guy. Now, it's Choice and Rocktree. I've seen the fish go to Hillsong, and he's like, all right. And that's one of the good things about getting some money on your support, is you can survive some of these assassin all-ins. There was actually a fair bit of MR by getting that Mikhail's Crucible, plus the upgrade to Face the Mountain, so.
I think a lot of these players are actually eating the skill shots for their team. I think like Hill saying he wants to eat the fish, and every time the hook comes out, I feel like Kevin is jumping in front of it to make sure that his teammates don't eat it.
Yeah.
Because he eats a lot of hooks, and I saw him walk in front of a couple, which looked very intentional.
The difficult thing, though, is Kevin's so under-farmed that we've seen him get killed off the hook, off the charm, off everything else happening. So it's a bit of a risk there where, especially because he also went for a Sunfire Cape instead of a Warmogs or a Randuin's, he's squishier than you would expect to be, even for this gold level.
And at the same time, though, Creatine is out-farming Vardogs by about the same margin. At 80 CS.
Well, as soon as the Bloodthirster gets completed by Vardogs, he's going to eclipse Creatine in damage, as Creatine moves over towards a tankier build with the Banshee's Veil being the option. Also, Merc Treads on him, so he's really a fair bit defensive here, the Millennium AD carry.
Paranoid about the charms.
Yeah. And I mean, for good reason, he'll die if he gets hit by one, but it's interesting.
Both teams dragging in 5 seconds here. UOL and Millennium don't have control of it. Millennium has the inside route, so they'll get the time to set up their wards and actually take it. Look at that, the pings from UOL to go straight for the dragon. Or the Baron. But they don't make a move for it. Nope. It's a free dragon to Millennium. One of the first free dragons we've seen this game.
Yeah, the only uncontested dragon. I think there's only been 2 uncontested ones. But of the 5, yeah, most of them have been fought over. Vizichachi's still getting that farm up in the top lane. He is still the most farmed member of his team. A tanky, high, persistent damage dealer. Guardian Angel coming in soon for him as well. He's about 500 gold from the combined cost.
Kerp in that bot lane, trying to back right now. And the rest of the Unicorns of Love sitting around, figuring out what they want to do at this Baron pit. They missed that ward, though.
Yeah.
They sweeped kind of around it.
And the problem is, in general, for Unicorns of Love, the game is slowly slipping out of their control. That this gold lead, it stayed around 2,000 gold for a very, very, very long time, but now it's 6,000 to 7,000. Millennium, over the last 10 minutes, have grown a lead with 2 dragons in a row, a couple of team fight wins, and Unicorns of Love, even though they're getting picks, they have stopped getting turret kills. They had 4 turrets about 18, 20 minutes into the game, and have made 0 objective progress since.
UOL getting objectives off of good map movements right now. Millennium for the second half of the game have been having their number. Kerp still playing his style where he wants to flank around. He's getting himself the blue buff. And he's going to try to join these fights.
said Millennium has their number. Is that number 1,000? Because of Millennium is 1,000 years.
Yeah.
No one liked that one. That's fine. It was weak. Like Hillesong's throwing arm. Oh!
Talking smack, freak.
And the lantern was in the trees, man. I still remember. See? Didn't reach Cotton X. I'm right. Bardock has to jump away. Again, lantern doesn't help anyone.
That one was too far, though. Because Vardags just jumped over it.
Yeah.
Too critical. Too critical. Kerp at the same time, he's in the trees, in the bushes, waiting to flank, waiting to pick people off. Play a bursty style.
Yeah. Wow, those Qs, though, dealing good damage to Gilius, who does not have enough tank stats yet to withstand this damage from Creed and Kevin in the front lines. Nice cleaver slows down Vardox. He jumps away. Power of Evil now. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, good lantern. There you go. Practice makes perfect. Good job, Hillesong. They're actually not letting him use his Face the Mountain charges, though. He's had 4 stacks for a while. Unicorns of Love missing out on teamwork here.
And they have waves actually pushing against the base of Millennium in both top and bottom for Unicorns of Love.
But look at the fact that Millennium have only one strong lane for minions, and yet they're the ones going to dictate pace. UOL are unable to use these minion waves.
UOL, this is the perfect play. They see that huge wave top and bottom, and they say, go bottom. That's where the TP on Millennium is.
Wow. And they go for the turret as opposed to Kevin. They don't let him bait them around. Nice turret pickup. Finally, Unicorns of Love using minion waves to their favor. And now can they get something to happen? Flash forced away from Hillesong. He hooks in Kevin. There's the shard. It gets up to Gilius, and they picked up now the Thresh player. Kevin, half health, Ignite is on. He does just barely survive. Gilius finally gets him. In comes the Fizz. He knocks down the AD carry, and Zonius is on. Now a numbers lead, 4 versus 2. Unicorns of Love forced to run away, but Kerp, he's going to be enraged, dodges the charm. And Cretan on the chase as well. A bubble to haste him up. Oh, Cotton X, he's on the flank, slows down Power of Evil. More like Power of Evolved Void Spikes. He knows Cretan unstoppable now. 4 for 1 that fight.
Cotton X getting the
Make
slow.
it 5. There's a shot, he's going down.
UOL. They went for that turret, they got it, but they got collapsed on. That's going to be their jungle, falling over to Millennium, but no, they have more in mind than that. Nope, Created can pick it up in a little bit of a drive-by there.
Blue buff grab, and they're going to move all the way over to Baron buff. That should be a pretty easy grab for them here. Just a better team fight. I mean, it was just so long until Unicorns will have finally said, all right, let's battle 5-on-5. And the gold lead was just already so big at that point. It was a pretty straightforward battle for Millennium.
That's going to be them rushing down the Baron. It's a good move there. We saw actually them wanting to get there as fast as possible. Cotnex waited on his evolution until he was near the Baron so he could jump in. Also at the same time, they almost completely missed out on the blue. Creatine got it just barely, and then J-Re even used his bubble to give his passive and to give the movement speed increase.
Yep. Couple small plays was nice. Bardog's level 16 has a red buff again.
It's a little thing.
Not going tanky at all. Last Whisper now added as well. Bardog's just going full squishy build.
As soon as he gets that last Whisper, though, Kevin will be a little bit squishier for him, and he'll be able to burn through that front line and then focus on somebody else, because last time he spent so much of his time in his effective DPS, just slamming that into Kevin, and it didn't work.
Well, we'll see if it ends up big enough this time around, because he could just get one shot by Kerp. We're seeing that Fizz still scale up 10, 2, and 6. Death Cap now added. See what his last item ends up being. Could be QSS, could be GA. We'll see.
Creatin, full build. Very, very explosive Lucian at this point.
Yeah, and he's hard to kill with the Banshee's Veil, plus the Merc Treads, so difficult road ahead for Unicorns of Love. They're down 10,000 gold now, Millennium. Again, great Baron call after that last team fight. And they're looking to siege now the top lane inhibitor turret. Unicorns of Love have equalized turrets at this point. They've finally taken them down, but just the neutral objective control by Millennium. The major reason how people have health there pushed around. Great, a couple attacks down.
You will still have ways to make picks and then start the team fight on their turns. But look at this, the tankiness from Kevin. Soaking up the turret, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to keep doing this back and forth. He's barely taking any damage from it.
could be a very dead turret really soon there. One more shot, down it goes. Millennium are inside the base. Unicorns Love have healed. They need to fight for something, or they give up a lot of their base to the Baron buff. Still 2 minutes on that. The hook on Kerp, but they're not going to get Charm in time.
The way that Cotnex has been playing this Kha'Zix is absolutely perfect for the way that his composition is. He's setting people up squishy, making them squishier, just softening them, and then Kerp goes in, or it makes them get an objective off because everybody's poked out. This is big.
Ooh, all right.
But Kevin flashed.
Oh yeah, Kevin flashing away from some engage here of Unicorns of Love, but still the base is getting worn down. Kevin can easily regenerate up with his Baron buff and stay safe. There's Chachi with GA just unable to find his way in. Even still, Kevin is gigantically tanky here. And just more poke keeps landing. The culling as well. Hillsong actually going to almost go down, forced to Mikhail's and face himself. And there goes the top inhibitor.
Also the fact that Cotnex has the Black Cleaver, he's applying that to everybody he hits.
Yep.
With his W.
Just makes life easier. So still the methodical siege for Millennium. They go to the mid lane now. Gigantic wave bottom lane, but they don't seem to care very much about that. And now goes the damage towards the mid inhibitor turret. Half health already. Power Weevil has no way in just yet. And the wave clear just does not seem to be enough there. You're seeing this turret lose half its health every single wave. 30 seconds left on Baron. One more wave with that. And this should be a dead turret in this very next wave. Gilius Ward hops in, does not find anything. Shark finds power, he does Zonia's, and in comes Kerp though. Gilius is gonna go down, 1-for-0 Kerp Zonia's, and Hillsong also going to drop. Can they pick up the kill? Yes, but it's already 2-for-1. Creatine is tanking in the backlines. Cotnex does not go down. The Hextrigger keeps him alive thanks to that shield. And the 2-for-1 mid inhibitor now dead. Millennium 4v3. Can they do more here? In goes the Chachi, slows down Kevin, still in the front lines. Power People not gotta be afraid. Charms created, but there is the Mikhail's keeping him alive. The Chachi Vardogs again forced away. Millennium just tanking this. They've got a wave now coming in the top lane, and they're gonna go for Nexus turret number 1. Power People gonna get jumped on. He does heal with the charm. Gonna kill Cotnex, but the Chachi of course has the GA. He will be all right. Vardogs, can he get Kevin? Takes 2 turret shots. They're gonna wave clear for now. And now with a 3-on-3, not much else grabbed by Millennium. Some wave clear by Creative. He's got to respect Power People here. Charm Flash could get the kill, but he doesn't go for it.
The bot lane turret, inhibitor turret being destroyed.
Wow.
Here comes the TP with the home guards from Vizichachi.
Nice W. Creatin gonna slow him down, but he still runs faster. Flashes, Qs, gets the stun. Creatin though, the bubble comes in. Vizichachi is going to go down. Overextends. Power People unable to help.
Millennium completely collapsing on that and knowing what was going down. Having the presence of mind to reinforce Creatin.
So look at this. Now a 7-kill lead. Millennium up 10,000 still. Kerp, easy wave clear. No big deal.
And this game really kind of got out of hand from UOL. Thinking back to the point where Gilius went for the Dragon Steel, he did get it, and then that made about the 5k gold lead for Millennium. It's really these dragons that from both of these teams.
Yeah.
You can see there, only 2 have fallen into the hands of UOL. And they just got 1 back. So 9,000 between these 2. But the big thing is, after that, they kind of got to the point where they're picking team fights that they were still behind and they still had options.
Yeah.
Wait out dragons to not get poked down, and then it got out of hand. Also the way on the retreat. Wow, retweet, man.
Yep.
Brain. On the
the
retreat, Vizichachi picked the wrong way to go out of that fight and got that was a really big part because that gave them pressure, and then under the turret power of evil got picked off, which meant the wave clear was gone. So a lot of things in UOL, just tiny things that were taken advantage of by Millennium.
This is obviously a very close series and a very close game to start it out. You can't really count UOL out just yet, but certainly Millennium have shown very great play so far. Culling again, Creatin being amazing in this game, knocking people down 10, 3, and 5 on him. And now bot lane under siege.
You just called a player with Zephyr. Amazing.
This is the only Zephyr I will ever defend in an AD carry because he already wanted Merc Treads.
Yep.
This is an actual worthwhile upgrade. This one I will defend. And at least Lucian uses CDR. Like, of all the AD carries, he's like the most likely to care about that item.
UOL trying to make their last stand here. Gilius
goes in, but has to kick Creatine back. He did dash away. Bubble's not going to land. Now, no flash used by Gilius, but he is down an ultimate here. Millennium still on the siege. And you can see half health now on that third inhibitor turret. Wave of minions is up in the top lane, knocking down an already respawned inhib hook.
Oh, double bubble.
Double bubble going to knock down Hillsong pretty quick. In goes Kurt for Power of Evil. Shark and Spizachachi, and there's 2 kills already picked up. This will be game. Millennium now inside the base, going to knock down every single member here. UOL made their big stand as best they could, but this will be game 1 and the best of 5 going to Millennium.
A great play from both teams, but Millennium ending up with those little edges over and over again.
Yeah.
That's what sealed the victory for them.
Dragon control especially was huge for them. It finally tipped the gold lead high enough for them to just win team fights outright with the gold lead. Unicorns of Love used a big minion wave push in the bot lane, went down, took a turret for it, but by then it was too late. Millennium had the gold. They were just able to easily push in from there. At that point, it was controlled.
12, 3, and 7 for Kerp that game on Fizz.
If
Blind
he had one more
picked it.
kill.
13-37.
If only he had one more kill.
Still.
Scumbag, you all didn't give it to him. But think about the solo kills he got, though. Think about the fact that he started with 3 kills by like 6 minutes into that game. Like, that game was starting out as the Kerp show, and it ended still the Kerp show. Creatine was able to clean up fights afterwards because his team was winning in 5-on-5s, but that game was Kerp.
Yeah, Kerp was really just blowing people up, but also at the same time, his team was setting him up for that. Cottonex with the poke.
Sure.
Also Creatine with the poke. Creatine did have the most damage dealt that game, but that is to be expected in that type of situation when you're sieging with the culling. So I think that they really set Kerp up for success there in that game. And allowing him to blind pick the Fizz, it's just like Comfort Champion, a LAN event that has a lot at stake. Just go ahead, Kerp, go crazy.
And he did. He went crazy. He did absolutely amazingly. I do have to still give props to UOL. You start a game out with a triple kill in the enemy mid laner, and then Power of Evil was still like, I'm going to get my own triple kill in a team fight mid lane. Bring it, kids. Like, that's really impressive. Like,
I really like that.
I can't count out UOL here. It's still an incredibly close series. We heard when we had the Europeans on the desk yesterday talk about it, that it was going to be a close series the day before as well. It is a hard match to call. Millennium do seem the more controlled game. They do still seem to be better individually as well. And until Unicorns of Love can actually control these dragons away and use the vision lead that they have in these games to actually get control of neutrals, I don't think these games are going to change.
Yeah, there were a couple dragons that had questionable positioning there, and then Millennium got a lot off of it. And then there was some where it looked like they had the inside track to dragon and just gave it up.
Right.
So I really think that UOL has all the tools to make this a very interesting series, and they did in that game 1. They were down, and then the team fights erupted, and they ended up winning them when I was just going crazy. Like, how are they even winning these fights with these power spikes that they had? And a lot of that was Vizichachi's early game CS and not getting shut down.
And they had very good individual target calling as well. In team fights, they seemed to always get that one guy and take him down. Kevin was dying, Kotnex was dying. So the picks seemed to work out. But yeah, a little bit of execution on the strategic level, and Unicorns of Love bump up enough. I think that they can handle Millennium. Now, guys, for more of an in-depth look at that match, we're going to head over to Dash and Zion Spartan at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And you're very right about the fact that that was pretty much the Kerp show. Actually, in Champions League, we were talking about how we absolutely loved Unicorns of Love's team composition. That we felt like in Champions League, they had come out with a more decisive composition. They knew what they wanted to do. But then as soon as we got into those level 1s, there were some early misplays that made it very hard for them to execute on what they wanted to do.
Yeah, going into the game, we saw that Unicorns of Love actually had the better team comp because Millennium's team comp was all on whether Kerp got rolling on Fizz or not. And level 1, you saw that Lee Sin queued in, got chunked to like 20%, and then they saw that the Lucian Nami was going top. And Lucian Nami typically has a pretty good 2v2. Nami's basically makes any lane good, and Lucian's naturally a lane bully. So I was surprised that Unicorns of Love decided to send their 2 top when they could have just sent their 2 bottom. And having control of bottom side allows you to control that dragon and control the early game more. And even though it's an Irelia and Amundo, you saw that he didn't really get that far ahead early. So even though Lee Sin was going bottom, trying to like get him ahead, it didn't really matter. And I don't really think Unicorns of Love had that good of an early game plan. They should have realized mid lane is what matters. Fizz versus Ahri. Whoever gets ahead, it's an assassin versus assassin. Back to Season 3. Like, whoever gets ahead in that lane is going to snowball the game. One-shot the supports, one-shot everyone. And you saw Kerp doing that. He was going off after he got that. They got the 2 kills mid, and he just kept rolling further and further ahead.
Absolutely. We saw, as you said, Lee Sin go bottom after taking Millennium's red buff in an attempt to get his Aurelius, rolling in that 1v1, but Kha'Zix decided to counter that by going mid, getting that early first blood. At 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, you get a first blood onto your Fizz on top of blowing Ahri's flash. I mean, that was a huge play in terms of allowing for consecutive ganks afterwards.
Yeah, as soon as they got that flash and the kill, Fizz hit 6 before Ahri, ults him, another kill, double kill.
We actually have that replay. We're going to pull that up. It's about 6:40 into the game. It's perfectly timed because by securing that first blood, essentially you're giving Kerp not only more gold, you're giving him that experience advantage, knowing that he's going to hit 6 first. Kha'Zix timed it perfectly, comes back to the lane. We're going to roll the clip out now. Zion, if you could walk us through it.
Yeah, so knowing Ahri's flash is already down, Fizz hit 6 first, easy fish setup. Kha'Zix flashes to secure, to make sure the E lands, and then Ahri instantly just blows up, and then they clean up Lee Sin as well.
And there's even, the attempted counter gank. So, you have to, Lee Sin has the right idea. He knows that that's coming, but it doesn't matter at that point because the level 6 to the level 5 Ahri, it's just like you're not going to come back in that 2v2. And so, given that, now you have a Fizz 3-0. That gives you so much map control, especially on the bottom side, because your bot lanes have been sitting up top just farming away that whole time.
Yeah, you saw as soon as they got the advantage, immediately after that double kill, they go secure the red buff. They have complete control of the map. When you have an assassin that far ahead and you have that roaming Kha'Zix jungle, you can just group up together and control the rest of the map. And Millennium kind of had that early game plan. They knew what they wanted to do, get the Fizz rolling. Unicorns of Love, let's gank a Mundo, and that really didn't turn out that well. And I think Unicorns of Love just need to realize, okay, we had the better comp. Let's see what we can do early game to have a good plan going in with our comp so we can transition well, because I think they had the much better comp than Millennium. Millennium's like, Kerp, please get ahead on Fizz and get really fed. And you saw that. He got so fed, and he was just able to just take control of the game. And if Unicorns of Love can pick a decent comp again and then have a good early game plan, I think they can actually do pretty well. But they were also giving up a lot of dragons mid-game, but I think if they have a better advantage, they might be able to transition a lot better than they did this first game.
Yeah, I like the idea that they should have opted into the standard match, or into the 2v1s, saying that, hey, we have a hyper carry Tristana. Let's not let her get bullied around by Lucian, Nami. And Aurelia, she's going to be fine. She'll be able to 2v1, all right, Mundo, whatever, he's going to scale, but Tristana will scale right alongside that, and then let's put our jungler focus mid lane. If they had done that, not only would they have perhaps kept the Fizz down a bit more, they also would have had dragon control because their bot lane would have been on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't really react that well. They're like, oh, it's Lucian, Nami going top. Let's send our 2 tops so Irelia gets the 1v1 against Mundo. And instead they could have been like, hey, let's look at this from an objective standpoint. And if they send their 2 top, we send our 2 bottom. Our hyper carry, not only does our hyper carry get farmed, we can also secure the dragon and put more pressure mid with having our support roam mid as well. And they kind of just decided to match the lanes into what looked like was the worst lane for them.
One other quick thing that I want to touch on before we move into our next replay is the build coming out of Kerp, because it's interesting because it's very safe. And given the fact that he came out with so many kills early in the game, a lot of people are like, build damage, build damage, build damage. He built Sorkshoe's Sheen, and then after Sheen, he went straight into an Hourglass before going into a Lich Bane. So he chose to go for less damage, more security, almost in an attempt not to throw.
Yeah, exactly. Usually, typically on Assassin, you don't want to go a defensive item second. You usually want to go for Rabadons or even DFG, yeah. And he went an Hourglass because he was so fed that he could build a defensive item and still scale well and do a lot of damage. And that was kind of the anti-throw build there. And Kerp just was strong enough to do it. And it made it really hard for him to mess up in a team fight.
I do want to hop into our second replay, which is the point at which Millennium kind of secured their lead. It's in the bottom lane about 42 minutes into the game. If you can just walk us through this one, it's fairly straightforward, but just the play-by-play, if you will.
Yeah, so Unicorns of Love was just giving up a lot of objectives, and they finally decide to go for a push bottom, and then Mundo kind of just walks up, and at this point, he's just like an unkillable tank. They land the tidal wave, and Basically, Fizz just instantly pops Thresh. Now it's 5v4 already. Mundo's still like half health, and he's chugging along, so he can just step up. He gets actually really low. Lee Sin gets bait. Oh, Lee Sin trades his life for Mundo, but at the end, it doesn't really matter because Kerp just blows Tristana up immediately.
This also shows the ability of Millennium to chase. You know, you have the move speed buffs from Nami there, so when they did finally get that fight where they got the first kill pretty cleanly, Unicorns of Love just ended. They were on the run at this point. You've got Kha'Zix's resets plus his W, like the evolved. He finally evolved the W because he actually evolved Wings first, but he evolves that W. He gets the chase potential, and they just kind of run him down. They ended up securing Baron off that. And then pretty much, you know, as we were actually commenting, they didn't have much of a siege comp. But with that lead, they were able to effectively siege having the Baron buff.
Yeah.
I do want to jump into next game, though, because we only have a little bit more time. So I want to talk about what needs to be done in order to pull out a win here for Unicorns of Love, tie this series up. We've already touched a little bit, like coming in with a bit more of a game plan. Do you think it is, again, just like don't put too much stock into the fact that you lost this game? Let's pick another solid composition like we already did. Let's have confidence in our picks and bans, but then let's play out the early game smarter.
I typically think the second game in a best of 5 is the most important because the higher seed gets the blue side first game, and I kind of feel like blue side gives that slight advantage. And the second game is really where they can turn it around and bring the heat back on. And what Unicorns of Love had, they had the better draft phase, and I think they can get that again on blue side. And Millennium really likes to have those assassins mid, and they don't really have a lot of wave clear when they pick these assassins. So if Unicorns of Love can get a decent siege comp going, and they can have like a decent like idea of what they want to do going into the early game and where they want their jungler to be, I think they can transition well into like a mid game where they just siege down turrets. And Millennium has, if they have decent disengage, when Millennium engages on them with an assassin, then they can just constantly siege and constantly pick them apart. And I think a siege comp would work really well for Unicorns of Love right here.
All right, well, Millennium looked determined to stay in the LCS in Game 1, but Unicorns of Love may have something to say about that. It's Game 2, shortly after the break. Stay with us.
The Shark hits, Power of Evil, half health Achilles. Maybe didn't want to do that one. He's got to flash away, and Kerp gets the double kill. Can we finish it?
I can stun. Go!
Yeah, nice!
Got your belt. Good. I got him. No! Please. Push.
Is this enough, though? There's the Zonias. Kevin in the front line, still tanking. Sharp catches them. Kerp will go down as well. Double kill for Power of Evil. Oh my God, Kerp goes in. Vizichachi goes down to Cretan, and the chase is on. Gilius bubbled beautifully. Respawned in him hook. Oh, double bubble. Double bubble gonna knock down Hillsong pretty quick. In goes Kerp for Power of Evil. Shark gets Vizichachi, and there's 2 kills already picked up.
Okay, I'm fine.
Finish this game. Come on. Done.
Just close him.
Very nice. Beautiful game. And that's our first game. Would you believe it?
We took quite a lot because we played NIP, the best challenger team back then, and we were considered as the worst LCS team. I learned that we should never give up, even if the things are really bad, and just stay focused for the all 5 games and just put it all together, stay together. Don't rage or don't discuss too much stuff, just play with fresh mind and go to the game.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament, and now with 1 game down, Millennium have looked solid so far. They're up 1-0 in the best of 5. The road to the LCS looks pretty good for them, but of course there's still a lot of room to go, and Unicorns of Love could still bring it back. So of course, Kerp played pretty darn good, played Fizz, got a bunch of kills. What else can you say?
Blind picked the Fizz and had an amazing scoreline for his team. His flanks and the fact that he caused that kind of pressure against any other team would have been completely devastating. Against UOL, it was still devastating. It was still really good, but they were able to kind of play around the flank a little bit.
Yeah, their ward control was good enough to see him coming in, and they were able to get close battles for a while, but they couldn't quite keep up Unicorns of Love. However, one player we do want to talk about on that team is Gilius, the jungler there. Played Lee Sin last game, had an okay-ish scoreline, but his team got off to a really bad start, and I feel like maybe he could have helped that.
Yeah, he really could have helped that. His gank timings in the early game were a little off. He needs to reassess situations because he gave up that double kill in the mid lane against Kerp, which got him rolling, and also in the bot lane, he stuck around for the Mundo, but didn't stick around long enough.
Yeah, I agree, but maybe you can get something going now in the second game, though. Champ Select is just moments away, but before then, Nar made his competitive debut 2 days ago, and here's a closer look at the furry newcomer and how players feel about losing new champions.
Yes! Yep. All right, this is the first Nar we're going to be seeing competitive play.
In my opinion, he's really good, and I think he's the strongest top laner at the moment, and people seem to underrate him so hard.
I think Nar is adorable. His Dino Nar skin chucks houses at the enemy, which is great.
I feel like he's like a secret OP. I think Nar is more time. I think she's really OP, but the problem is build.
For sure the next split we're gonna see some Nar.
There's quite a few things you can look for to know when you can bring a champion into a scene.
There's a bit of a build-up going up to professional play because new champions aren't able to be played for up to 4 weeks. So by that time, you have a rough idea whether the new champion is going to be coming in immediately or not at all.
You just see the potential in solo queue. That's the first step. You always play the new champion in solo queue.
You can't cover every base competitively scrimming, but solo queue is that time when you can just kind of experiment and find stuff out on your own.
Often you just need to play the champion a lot. You need to figure out what kind of team comps you can work around with him. After a while, teams usually figure out like the strengths of the champion.
Braum was, everyone thought he was not that great at start, but the more the time goes on, people recognize that Braum is actually insanely good.
I don't think it's that hard to bring in a new champ. It's more like harder for the enemy if they're not prepared for what the champ actually can do.
A lot of picks you'll be doing in scrims and you'll have confidence in scrims, but then again, teams play different in scrims. Your off-meta innovative pick could be working only because of that. You kind of just have to have a lot of faith and be like, I know what I'm talking about here, and this is definitely a strong pick regardless of what happened in scrims.
I would say surprise picks would not be something we want to do unless we're on the ropes.
You can throw it out as kind of a curveball, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then just forget it. If I was the underdog, I would definitely just do the most random, ridiculous stuff and just try to win off that.
If you're gonna bring out your sneaky plays, you bring it out in Game 5. And Hecarim? Is that a mid Hecarim?
Playing Standard against a team that's better than you at Standard, that probably won't work out.
Yeah, well, we did see some sneaky stuff come out. The mid Hecarim almost worked.
Yeah, we saw the jungle Fizz work though for one game
once.
too. That was awesome. I love Atlas's just his inflection there. He's like, "Is that mid Hecarim?"
I like your Australian accent, by the way. That was good. I'm not going to try mine on air. I get made fun of enough by the Aussies backstage, and Atlas every single time she's like, "Could you not just?" And I just keep doing it anyway.
It's pretty glorious.
It's great.
It's pretty glorious.
Wonderful. Can I have a special guest cast by Pastry Time at some point during this game? It's going to be good. But we are getting ourselves into champion select here. Unfortunately, Nar as well didn't actually do very hot in the game he was played in. He had like an 0-6 scoreline. But we are here. Unicorns of Love, Millennium on the Rift. Best of 5. Millennium up 1-0 so far. One of these teams will be joining the LCS. Whoever wins this series will do so. Zillion and Alistair still banned away by Unicorns of Love, so Vizicachi not wanting to first pick that. Same exact bans as well by Millennium. Yep, there's the Fizz ban, smart choice. UOL realized that, and actually, wow, the Kha'Zix ban. And he hovered over Maokai anyway.
And
there it is.
It's going to be the Maokai first pick there for Vizicachi, giving him a top laner that he can thrive on. He was doing such a good job on that Aurelia previously, but he's going to go with the Maokai now, which is going to give him more team fight presence in terms of AoE and what they wanted to do and just full-on brawl Millennium.
It's true. What was the other ban that the Unicorns of Love dropped here to add Fizz in? I'm trying to remember. I remember they had Orianna was a ban that I think Millennium ran and put in Kha'Zix for it now. I don't remember what else UOL banned. I feel silly now. But I wonder what Millennium's going to pick up then with that ban dropped.
It means Nidalee is available.
True.
Don't know if that was banned in Game 1. I would assume it was, but regardless, there isn't a huge priority on that right now. And Kevin, he's just going to go with the tanky frontliner again.
Millennium going to play the same things over and over again. Mundo is one of those champions I see played into both Ryze and Maokai a lot. And Kevin's happy to keep playing that matchup here. So Unicorns of Love now have time to grab contested mid laners, grab supports away. Hillsong might just go back to his Thresh. They might still play a pick comp. We'll have to see what they go for.
Okay, so it was the Maokai that was banned away by
It was a
Unicorns of
Maokai
Love
ban, okay.
instead of Fizz, so they pick it up first rotation this time.
Yeah, it makes sense. First round draft pick, Maokai.
Yeah, first round.
No.
Is that rotation? There's no rotation in Champ Select.
Nope.
Look at
Nothing
that.
moves.
Picking down the line.
All right, and of course, Power of Evil does get the Orianna. That was banned away from the last time here, and I do like this because Unicorns of Love, thing is, they had played the game so smart, and they did show up for the Dragon fights. The problem is they couldn't quite win them. They now have an incredibly good team fight composition. They should look actually pretty good in those 5-on-5s.
Yeah, and UOL just picked up the two champions that were banned away previously and subbed out for bans this game. So the Fizz subbed out for the Maokai, picked it up for themselves. Kha'Zix subbed out for the Orianna. They get both of them. They're looking for this team fight composition for UOL instead of the pick comp.
Right,
So
that's the crazy thing as well, is the fact that like both champions, like both the new bans were Millennium champions, and both teams banned one champion, and then UOL got them. So I feel like just from the ban phase, like the has to have gone better. Creatin is going to lock in Elise now for Cottonex, no longer getting Kha'Zix. Still the Nami though for J-Re. Unicorns of Love now have to pick their entire bot lane here, and they might just repeat the same champions.
And they're picking in order too. Just straight down the line, UOL are just getting power picks for themselves and comfort picks too.
Yeah.
Because Gilius is Lee Sin, most played champion, and he's still going back to that. Played it last game, and see if he has more pressure in the lanes this time. And UOL, you're going to use Vardogs instead of matching aggression with something like a Corki against Creatine. He knows he's outmatched there. He's going to go with something that hyper carries so that if they lane swap, he has more options. He can get free farm. And I like this move by UOL because sometimes you just have to sit and go, I can't beat this guy at his own game. I have to go do something else.
Well, J-Re says, you know what, guys? I'm going to lock in for you, Kerp. Zed, Yasuo, all this other stuff on the table, wants to go for Talon. And I was wondering how long it would take for Talon to show up in the world. But you know what? And the crazy thing as well, I've heard so many comments about why Talon can't be good. Oh, he only can go in. Oh, you exhaust him and life is painful. Zed's more consistent. Zed's got more things to do. Kerp says no. Talon is the guy to go for here. Top dog mid laner for him with Fizz banned. And it's going to be fun to watch some more.
Yeah, even though Exhaust is pretty good against him, doesn't look like Unicorns of Love are investing in that. They want some Mundo control with their double ignite, and also they're going to have their Tristana on top of that. So big thing about Talon, though, is he has to get ahead early.
Yeah.
Because his mid game is completely reliant on how well you did in that early game, and then you just have to keep spiking it up. Because if you just plateau, at some point you like get Moby Boots and your first item, and then you do nothing with it,
right,
you're going to fall off completely.
Well, something that Kerp definitely has to keep under control. That is how much roaming he gets done, how many kills, how much farm he gets. Now, of course, last game he did just fine in the early laning. Started the game with 3 kills by like level 6 or something crazy like that. So maybe he gets that same kind of start. Maybe that was kind of a miracle start. I kind of lean towards the latter. It might be a bit of a slower early game for Millennium. We'll have to see what happens when they don't get those early kills in the mid laner.
I don't know if he's going to hit level 6 first this game.
Unlikely.
Yeah, there are a lot of options here, though, because he can go for the silence as the cocoon is coming in, and if it's right on target, then it'll most likely hit. He doesn't give your opponent any defensive options.
Right, so this is the thing to look for then, is how good are the ganks Elise and Lee Sin in there for Cottonex and Gilius respectively. Unicorns of Love need to start making a comeback sooner rather than later, whereas Millennium got to keep trucking ahead.
Right now, you're going to see the Flask start by the Talon in the mid lane for Kerp. Nobody swapped their summoner spells, so no exhausts. It's just going to be full-on brute force damage.
At the very least, they do have Vizichachi on this Maokai for the ulti. So if he can get the ulti on before Talon starts the engage, he can probably keep his squishies alive here. Power of Evil, Hylissang, and Gilius also have the potential to shield people. If they can do it in time, they can also protect people against Kerp.
UOL on this left side, Millennium just passed them like ships in the night. But there are 4 members of Millennium on this side and 5 members of UOL at the same part. Creatine is already in that top lane, walking around. UOL have the numbers advantage here, and if they, I mean, they have no idea this is going on.
30 seconds until
But they're going to go for the invade here.
And it's the same level 1 as well by Millennium. They send Creatine off on his side to basically trinket ward a side river. And then they all dive into the jungle.
They're all going to get spotted here, so more information once again in favor of MIL.
Vizichachi puts a trinket ward down, and out he goes. Now, there was a sweeper start for Cotton X. Made sure that they were safe in the brush they were in. Also, a full duration ward, I think.
Creatine peeked out.
Minions have spawned.
All right.
Oh, they're going to ping the blue. They saw Creatine there.
Right.
They immediately say, there's no reason for an AD carry to be top unless they're going to go for lane swap, and that means they're going to use that power of the numbers advantage on that buff. So good move here by UOL to go to the side that has no vision control by MIL.
The funny thing is, if Unicorns of Love were cheeky enough, they actually could have gone for a red buff steal and taken away a buff on the strong side of the map. That's a giant risk in the route out, but you can see with so little vision by Millennium that would have actually worked out despite it being a gigantic risk.
So here's the thing too, is they picked that Tristana on Unicorns of Love side, but Millennium lane swap on them.
Yeah.
So they put their lane bully Creatine Lucian in the top lane, and they're going to maybe treat him like a carry this game and try to get him a bunch of farm, because he does have carry potential, and Creatine is that guy on the team alongside Kerp who know how to carry games.
And so far, he has done really well. Creatine was a big force in their win in Game 1, that consistent damage that they needed. That worked out nicely. Unicorns of Love, meanwhile, is going to do the double jungle standard stuff. Mid lane should go pretty equal as well. So I want to see what happens as the lanes start breaking down a little bit more. But so far, a very, very standard early game.
Yeah, I actually like this, though, because we don't talk enough about how challenger teams don't always get the same type of matchup or experience in their opponents as LCS teams. So being able to handle a lane swap this calmly, know the routes, know the timings, is good on UOL's part. Because there are some teams that if you lane swap on them, they freak out. And look at this, they're going to go straight for this dragon at 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Well, they do have to be a bit careful, though, because Vizichachi did leech some of the experience there, so Gilius is not going to be level 3. It's actually some missed damage potential for Unicorns of Love, and actually, they're going to not get this dragon. Wow, yeah. Millennium just pull on down with Kerp and everyone else, and they're fine. Kerp, thing is, he was pushing Power of Evil around in the lane, higher CS, the wave push in his favor. UOL could not pull their mid laner down. Kerp basically secured the dragon.
Yeah, just by having presence. Having the presence and shoving it out and knowing the timing of that. Oh, and they're going to leave that Wraith. Gilius putting this Q in. It's going to aggro the dragon. Oh!
Nope. Nami hit it. Doesn't matter. So, Vizichachi is sent top lane. Maokai level 1, though, is going to be facing a level 3 or level 4 Lucian. Vizichachi's going to have a long road ahead scaling up, at least does leech up to level 2. But I think this might still be a very difficult matchup for Vizichachi. We'll see. 4 minions to 23 when the lane starts. We'll see if he can get up from a 20 minion deficit later on.
And this lane is just pushing up into Creatine at this moment. But he has the opportunity to freeze it. So he's just going to let the turret eat it up a tiny bit. It will get frozen a little further up. Thing here is that Maokai has really great gank assistance. But speaking of gank assistance, Cotton X is off on the side.
There's a silence, but the cocoon misses. Power of Evil walks away with 100 health. No ignite by Kerp. That could have maybe meant the kill.
And that's going to be Cotton X pushing this lane out. Cotton X is being a lot more aggressive than Gilius. I believe the first gank both games has been out from him in the mid lane.
Yeah, it has, and it's worked really well so far. Millennium are going to, again, get level 6 first in the mid lane. Kerp is going to easily shove into the turret whenever he feels like it. Gilius just leeching experience and trying to queue for some gold.
And Kerp is the type of player who knows how to push that lead. You give him a lead and get him level 6 early, he's definitely going to abuse that against his lane opponent.
Yeah, but so there's all the missed gold and experience by Power of Evil. Kerp already level 5. Power of Evil is not. Bot lane, though, Vardogs and Hylissang are in a pretty easy 2-on-2. Good hook onto Kevin. Decent damage pop there as well. Nice flay as well. 3 or 4 auto attacks plus the explosive shot. Very meaningful damage. So free farm for Trist, but I want to see how much gold Kevin can get out of this lane. Vizicsacsi is losing a little bit of gold in this matchup against Creatin.
Another thing about this Maokai, though, is it's very effective against Talon, against all assassins. You root them up, you have so much stacked CC.
Oh.
Look at this. The wave is there, Vizicsacsi top. He has his flash, but Elise can drop turret aggro so easily.
There's the root, kind of takes a whole bunch of damage. Good repel. Vizicsacsi was Creatin. Can he flash away? Doesn't need to. Summoner heals enough. First blood, Millennium.
Wow, both of them juggling the turret aggro perfectly, and Gilius not in the right spot at the right time could have taken such advantage of that.
And Kurt putting massive damage on Power of Evil. The rake slow into about 3 auto attacks afterwards. Look at those trades.
Kerp is very close to getting that level 6.
There it is. He still has Ignite as well. He saved the Ignite cooldown, even though he might have gotten the kill, the jungle gank earlier on. He saves the cooldown for the level 6 all-in instead.
This is going to be a giant minion wave. Pushing up here. He's got to clear a little bit of it out.
So Tyr is going to be the mana item of choice for Power of Evil. He should be getting a Seeker's Arm Guard soon afterwards. Seems to be the build. And maybe a Merlinomicon. Power of Evil kind of tempting Kerp to go for this fight, but staying at full health. He seems to be durable enough. So far, so good. Kevin now swapped to the top lane as well, so they're going to match up pretty equally. Kevin did have a better time in his sort of weird oblong matchup than Vizicsacsi did. A bit of a CS lead for the Mundo.
Yeah, and the big thing with just the lane swapping it back was they got their BF swords, and I've been noticing that more and more because I was always thinking about it, and I was like, what causes you to swap it back? Is it the fact that some team is like, all right, it's time to do Dragon? No, it's just you got enough gold for the BF sword, and I last hit more effectively.
Yeah, and at that point, you've got to be on the correct side of the map because Dragon can die so fast. If you're not there, you just give up Dragon.
Exactly. And the fact that the BF sword is such a early game spike for these champions, and the whole point is you don't want to be in a lane where you get bullied out and then buy a pickaxe to their BF sword.
Right,
so it
and
covers
it's even
you.
worse. At this point, yeah, they should be able to trade pretty equally in that duo lane down there. Power of Evil still staying alive. Did get his blue buff with no problems. Gilius got red, also no questions asked. Double longsword plus the machete seems to be the standard Lee Sin build. It will allow him to fight better, but if he doesn't actually get any ganks, those longswords don't matter. And Spirit Stone actually would have been faster clears.
Vizicsacsi, I think he should bully Kevin around right now because he has this level where Mundo doesn't have all the tools he needs. He also has more experience coming towards him right now. Mundo is not 6 just yet. Vizicsacsi has a window of opportunity here, but now it's gone because Cotnex is here. And here's the thing, is if Vizicsacsi was in the same mindset as I was a second ago, he goes for this. And it looks like he's not anymore. The 6 Mundo has now come out.
And it also looks like Gilius wants to be on this side of the map.
He's going to get spotted, though.
Yeah, he does walk by a ward. That was a very early pink ward, or sorry, green ward put down by Cotnex earlier on. Gilius actually saw it die and pinged that the ward was there. So he's like, guys, by the way, I got spotted up here. Cotnex will know that counter gank could be around that could make him hide. As Gilius says, all right, I'll just recall. Sapling does not spot the brush that Cotnex is in, though. Vizicsacsi might have to be careful on this one. If he doesn't check the middle brush, he could die here.
He does not have his flash, and that's huge at this point in the game.
Sapling should be up again soon.
He's so far forward right now. Cotnex.
Oh, he walks forward. There's the Q. Looks like the cleaver does land as well. Ulti popped. Cocoon is going to hit. This could be enough damage. He just goes in towards Kevin. Almost gets the kill. Forces the flash. But out goes Kevin. Good kill by Cotnex.
Both of them are so low right now. Gilius has missed so many opportunities this game.
Yeah, he has. Over and over and over again. Cotnex outganking him. Gilius shows up mid. He's like, yeah, I mean, I can try something. Q, not gonna land either. Nothing picked up.
The fact he's on Lee Sin and his lane pressure has been so low is not good for Unicorns of Love in this early game. They're down 900 gold. They're going to have to make a play for this dragon.
Well, they're going to try. Kevin does have teleport. Cotnex did finish healing, but looks like he might not make his way down in time. Vizicsacsi has teleport. Power of Evil is around, and he's trying to zone away with the ball. There's the TP in for Kevin. Double his Power of Evil, and in goes Curb. Big damage comes in. Somebody he'll already used to keep one alive. Two-man Shockwave doesn't mean much, though. Curb finally goes down. 1 for 0. Vizichachi is not that tanky in the front lines, so he's forced to run away. Cocoon's going to hit. Millennium will chase, but a good lantern keeps him safe. Bardock now jumps on, but wow, too far forward by Cotnex. He will go down. That is a 2 for 0, but Creedon fires back. Red buff now on, looks for Hylissang. Forces the flash away from the Thresh. Out goes Creatine. A kill on Vizichachi as well. Kevin drops, though. That is a 3 for 2 overall in UOL's favor.
Creatine's going to walk away with a bit of a red buff here, but Millennium still 400 gold up. After that, it's all said and done. Huge collapse by both top laners.
Ooh. Wow, split the minions too. That was sick.
Yeah, you get pretty familiar with Thresh when you play 400 games in solo queue with him. Oh!
Hylissang, one hit from dead, can't quite make it happen. The shield, the red buff, it times out. And just like Kobe, he misses out on the kill.
The burn. Walk away.
Yep. All right, Power of Evil is holding on though. Despite having a pretty rough matchup, despite the fact that Kerp stopped the very first structure of the game with his lane bullingness, Power of Evil has not died. He is 0-0-3. The teamfight contribution is working.
Power of Evil sets up a really good shockwave here off of the hook, and they get a two-man there.
Almost got create.
Gets shut down very early on, and now at this point, Kevin is walking around without his ultimate. They spent a lot of damage and time on him, and then his ultimate comes back up, so they have to reapply that damage. Cotnex goes too far forward, and now Kevin has his ultimate. He's able to pop it, but they baited this fight out. Because Creatine, he's low, he's off to the side, he's out of there. But now, back to this.
Another Dragon attempt. Shockwave is available. In goes with Vizichachi. Gets a nice little knockback onto Day3. That Nami is pretty hurt, but Gilius is at half. Vizichachi also very injured. Kerp on the wings does have the ulti. Low health bars on Unicorns of Love. And of course, there's sustain here from the Nami. This is a fight that looks like Millennium will win, but Unicorns kind of staying around. This is extremely risky, though.
For the hook, it's Kevin.
Good play, 300 health. In goes Kerp, the jump back from Vardox, though Kevin nearly dead. Shockwave gets 2. Creatine knockback does stay alive, though, but Cotnex goes down to the box. Kerp pulled in. Big ulti does get 1.
That Shadow Assault. Oh, man. That's so much damage at this point in the game, in that early game. Just hitting multiple targets with it. The Shockwave after the kick of Gilius was exactly what they needed for Unicorns of Love, because that fight was not going to go their way if the Shockwave only hit one person.
And Kerp just barely squeaking out enough damage to make that fight work. Power of Evil still has basically no ability power in his build. If he finally gets to power up, he's going to be a really big threat in these fights.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, is Unicorns of Love set themselves up for this type of situation. Despite being down in gold, they're still able to contest these objectives because their comp is so team fight oriented. Gilius went around the side because he was looking for Flanker. Gets the kickback, trying to hit Kevin for the kill, but instead hits him right into the Shockwave, which is absolutely perfect. They pick up Cotnex, but then boom, boom, so much damage to Vizichachi there. And Power of Evil and the rest of them have to back off. But look at this, back to the dragon, the scene of the crime.
Kevin does a whole bunch of damage. Hylissang's got to be careful. Gilius is in the mix. And Cleavers has backed the heck off into Chachi. He's going to show up though on the sides. Millennium forced to back away. They are split right now. Now Kerp has the ulti up. Power of Evil does not though, which is an important cooldown here. Millennium are going to get ward control off of this one. Vardox also forced to back. Does have eye edge though, and he has it before Creatine.
The thing is this dragon might get started up before he's back in his intended state.
Millennium are going to start it in face of a ward though. Yeah, mid's pushed out. EOL could honestly just trade mid lane turn with this dragon. It wouldn't be too bad. Gilius could get a lantern out if he wants to try for this one. Good Q over, is going to try. Doesn't get the smite, but out he goes. That's fine. Safe move, mid still under fire.
He smited it anyway. Didn't get it. Cotnex 2 for 2 on securing the dragon. Wow. Gilius right there.
Unicorns were honestly way too passive on the mid lane. They could see how many members of Millennium were still fighting dragon, and they refused to push that turret down.
Yeah, Kerp came up for the wave clear, and that's just about all he contributed to that. And so I'm looking at the score line here, and really just Vizichachi, 0-4.
Yeah.
80% of the deaths of his team. But he has 100% kill participation. He's showing up to these fights, but he's the one who's soaking all the damage and dying. Yeah. When he gets tanky, it's just going to go even further in Unicorns of Love's favor, but Millennium have to run away with the game before that.
Well, you talked about actually Challenger teams not getting the same practice as LCS teams in more odd situations like lane swaps, which of course you've never seen in solo queue. Vizichachi is not respecting his own durability limits in this sort of lane swap situation. So now he's getting kind of jumped on again, does not have the ward coverage again to spot Cotnex, nowhere for him to go, jumps into the brush, doesn't really have a chance of living though. And again, Vizichachi just not playing around the fact that he's so under-farmed and has no vision.
Yeah, the fact he has no vision is really, really bad. That's what's allowing him to just get collapsed on. Cotnex up every time. J-Re.
Oh, okay, good.
Turret kill.
And a good aim tidal wave. J-Re at half health. In goes Vardox. Does get him after the flash though. Ulti is him back. No, gets picked off. J-Re gets the kill and survives. And suddenly Kevin shows up. Hylissang is in a pretty bad spot. Box will slow him down though. Goes and ignites Kevin. In because of the Chachi as well. Slows down Creation. Good shockwave. Will not yet kill the AD carry. Oh, the sapling does though. Kevin knocked back, killed by Gilius, actually a 2-for-1 for Unicorns of Love.
The teleport from Vizichachi was what got him into that fight, and he threw a sapling down for good measure behind Creation in the escape route. Really well played there. Kerp, he's going to have to back instead of flanking.
What was crazy is despite Boots of Moby versus Boots 1, Power of Evil got to that fight way before Kerp, and Kerp couldn't even try for that one. So that means Unicorns of Love now on 2 turrets, and within 1,000 gold here, are right back in this. It's just like the first game.
Exactly. And Jerry, he barely got out off of Creatin's heal. And then Creatin didn't have that available for himself, went a little too far forward, and got punished for it because of the teleport collapse. We're going to see it here. They kill the turret, so the damage isn't coming out anymore. Vardax goes a little too hard, but he's not expecting this heal there, and has to flash forward to try to get the execute. Instead, gets picked off. But meanwhile, there's the TP to the minion wave that is already up there. The hook onto Kevin, but instead they focus down Creatin, blow him up with that little sapling. He got Pikmin right there.
1,300 gold game here. Unicorns of Love actually are there. Ooh, the hook! Nearly onto Kerp, but that is the Shadow Assault on cooldown now. And Unicorns of Love, look at this, back in this game. 3 turrets to 1. Only problem is they're losing in CS almost everywhere, and they're definitely down in Dragons.
Yeah, the big thing is that turret that's down for Unicorns of Love is actually that one in the mid lane, so Kerp has a little more freedom to roam around the map. But the fact that they have all these side lanes, they are able to get themselves vision control of the jungle, they're able to establish dominance of it, and right here, I mean, Gilius' impact this game, I have to think about it even more. Because as the jungler, he's still tied in kill participation with his AD carry and support, whereas the mid laner and top laner are higher than him, which basically means they didn't do anything until team fights.
Yeah.
Cotnex, on the other hand, has the highest kill participation on his team, higher than anybody else. Mid laner's been involved in 1, he's been involved in 5, which is indicative that he was making plays in the top lane. Right. He was pulling people around. And look at this Hylissang.
Speaking of bullied, Hylissang goes down. Shockwave, good flash by Kerp, gets away from the box as well. 2 ultis nullified by flash there. Gilius gets stunned up by Cotnex, lands the Q all the same. Backs right out.
Too many people, he can't continue that because J-Re right off on the side. That's Vardax Creatin bot lane, farming it up, trying to avoid as much turret damage as possible.
Looks like he's going to be okay with this one. Vardogs kills off the wave. Creatin does not risk his neck to go for a little bit of turret damage there. Means slower progress here for the AD carry of Millennium, but that's just fine. He's up a level here. He's going to go for the same build. Again, Yomu's Ghostblade in his sights later on. Vizichachi down a level against Kevin. That rank 11 ulti, or sorry, level 11 ultimate, should be pretty valuable for him just to have the lower cooldown and just to have the combat stats. Vizichachi's is so underleveled. He's actually the lower than everyone else on Millennium and like second lowest on his team behind Hylissang. He's got to catch up somehow.
Yeah, he's very close to level 10. He'll hit that Power of Evil, and the mid laners are all both level 12. Here's the thing though, is the top laners, we do have Kevin backing, so he's not going to have 11 for this dragon fight. So it's not going to mean a big difference between these top laners in terms of power disparity between them.
Interesting thing is both top laners actually have a 30-second window where Dragon's up but Teleport isn't. Actually more than that because it's a 5-minute quota they TP to wards.
Kevin's top. Vizichachi's going straight to this dragon.
This could bait Millennium in the wrong spot. They're going to have this really, really small window of no teleport. can Unicorns of Love use that? I'm not sure they can. But if they go fast, they will.
Got to Ricky Bobby this. Get straight to that dragon. 2 seconds on it. They've cleared the vision, for the most part, around the pit. They have a pink ward in the pit. And now Cotnex is there contesting. They're trying to buy time for Kevin.
And look at Kevin, he's walking down knowing TP isn't up. He doesn't want to risk that. They jump in. They try to push Cotnex around. Not enough done, though. A few more seconds of 5v4. They're going to ping that. They're going to start it up here.
They place the ball for zone.
Teleports up in about 8 seconds, though, and either way, Kevin is going to be in range. How much will the ball zone? Most of them can jump over the walls. Pulls him back in for command protect. Vizicachi half health gets cocooned as well. Here's the steal attempt. Elise is in range. Tenwave and Culling come across.
They're going after Gillian.
Cotnex jumps out and down goes the kill, and the dragon goes to Millennium as well. Beautiful play there by Kerp and Cotnex. Vizicachi stunned up. Flash of the wall. Cotton once more. The shield keeps him alive. Hook onto Kerp slows him down. 2-man shockwave, but they can't chase. Has to flash from the bubble. Cotnex low on health. Cocoon again onto Hillsong. Vardox knocks him back. Ignite might just get Cotnex, but it won't. Stays alive next to J-Ree's heal. And Millennium just gets the kill on the dragon.
So 1 for 0 in the dragon, exactly. And now they're pressuring this bot lane turret, but they don't really have the HP bars to do so. It's about a 4K gold lead now for Millennium. And what ended up making that happen was Kerp focused Gillies. He said, I'm not going to play this game where I'm attacking random people like Vizicachi. I can go straight for Gilius, go to the smite, blows it up, makes it so that Cotnex pretty much has a 100% chance if he's on his game with just the smite.
And you're seeing basically what happens when you pick champions that are a little bit better on the early game. There's so many fights for these dragons, and Millennium just having a little bit more to say in these battles. Again, Vizicachi also being held down, just really hurtful as the Rod of Ages keeps trying to stack up, and it's just not really working out for him. So Millennium, 4,000 up.
And speaking of being held down, they weren't able to hold down Kerp. He is 3-1 at this point in the game. He sees Gilius, jumps immediately on him as soon as he has the range, and blows him up with the Shadow Assault, bringing it back immediately. And then Cotnex bites it, smites it, and then gets a cocoon over the wall to stop Vizicachi for a second. Great shockwave here to disengage. Throws it into the bush and waits for Creatine and J-Ree to chunk them out, because he knows he's going to get the most bang for the buck out of that.
And also Gilly gets that kill.
Almost.
Cotnex. I mean, the Ignite timed out regardless at that point. But if Vardox got a crit, he would have gotten the kill before the heal came out.
It looks like this bottom turret is what Millennium are after at this moment. They're pulling Kerp down at the same time. This is going to drop Vardags.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
He's going to back off of this.
All right, so 4,000 gold lead now for Millennium. They are in control.
Hillsong sees this.
Sweeps it out, makes sure no one's seen. But you know what? Nothing picked up for Millennium. They just back right off of that wave. Don't want to risk walking into the fog of war. Vizicachi goes by a ward himself. Millennium keeping some vision up now in the enemy jungle. Doing a pretty good job of tracking movement so far. Power of Evil also is finally scaling up now. He's got the finished Zonias and the completed Seraph's Embrace. So no CDR, but actually a decent amount of ability power on him.
I wonder if they'll go for the Rabbidan's Death Cap next, because Rabbidan's plus Seraph's Embrace.
I think at this point you Void Staff. Once you have like enough ability power, you get actually a little bit more out of Void. It's okay to have a late Death Cap. Ooh, that hook. That was actually kind of poorly aimed there by Hillsong. Not a way he's probably going to juke. Bubble, nice one by J-Ree. Nope, no ward. He just kind of spotted you. Tristana still trying to scale up though. Vardox does have that as his sort of way in on this game, but Cotnex on the flank. Nice cocoon. J-Ree gonna bubble as well. Culling for damage. Hillsong half health here. Good damage coming through.
And also the fact that you talk about the CS, or you talk about Vardax.
Yeah.
CS is equal to Creatine's this game because of the lane swap, because he wasn't getting bullied. So he's actually in a really good spot here in terms of power scaling alongside Millennium's AD carry.
Problem is though is that Millennium have all this gold from places that aren't just minion kills. So you could see the pickaxe there versus the nothing there for Vardox. So like there's these little sort of pieces that are coming in because of dragon kills, because of 3 overall kills for the team, that it's a little bit hard for UOL to catch up. We're seeing Millennium. They're repeatedly going to the sort of siege, the 4 or 5 man siege. If Dragon's not on the table, they just group up and sort of say, all right, we're going to sit mid lane. We're going to try to wear you down with our heals.
it's kind of funny to think about too, because for all intents and purposes, Millennium has almost the same composition as last time, like mid lane assassin, top lane tank, and then they have Lucian, Nami. But they don't have the same poke constants this game.
Yeah.
So their sieging is drastically lowered, but their pick is a little higher.
But they also don't have like the crazy ham fizz either, right? Like Kerp has to commit himself and doesn't have the same kind of disengage. So yeah, it makes these kind of fights a little harder for Millennium. Vardog's gonna try to wave clear. TP comes in for Vizichachi. He was actually mid lane there, but they got the wave clear anyway. It's like a fairly useless teleport. He could have pushed mid.
Yeah, Millennium have so many wards all across this jungle. And the fact that it's pretty much blind for Unicorns of Love at the same time.
But the crazy thing is UOL are still keeping up with the rotations. They're there in time to defend the turrets. Problem is they get picked off.
Oh, Gilius.
Stays checks the team. There's the cleaver. Gets away from the bubble, but the cocoon throws him in the back. Gilius half health. Cooked. Again, does not quite land. Kevin happy to back off safely. Slow for Vizichachi doesn't mean much.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It should be a Void Staff for Orianna, because they have the Aegis of the Legion. They also have the Spirit Visage done. So he's going to need to be a heavy damage dealer, a heavy burst to that back line and the front line. So Vizichachi definitely having a bad game. He's staying up in CS versus Kevin.
Yeah.
In terms of compared to everybody else in the game, his AD carries are going to start shredding you. Look at that. Gilius caught out, getting chunked down.
Well, here's the weird thing as well, is that even though you're saying they're keeping up in CS, and he's kind of keeping up in like kill contribution in a way, right? Like 2 kills, 2 assists, 1.5 assists, not that far different in terms of gold income. The problem is though, the global gold puts Kevin 1,000 gold ahead, which is a massive deal when you've only got 6K. And so again, this objective control, the Dragons repeatedly going to Millennium, finally getting the bottom tier 2 turret as well. It means so much in this low income game.
Yeah, it's almost it's like 17% more gold.
Right.
Because if Vizichachi is not around this, hands it off to Vardags. Yeah, UOL do not have complete control of their jungle at this moment, but look at this. It's all about the dragon control now. And UOL are actually going to shove this mid lane down instead of the dragon.
I think this is a great choice. They finally learned they cannot contest these dragons and win the fights. Nice sapling over the wall to spot the flanks. Kevin comes in from the back. Minuets will spot that. But I think UOL can stay, kill the turret, and then battle afterwards. No, they flinch, they back off here, but Vizichachi is now alone under the turret. He's going to actually pull aggro in this fight. 1, 2 turret shots go through because of that miscommunication. Unicorns of Love now on the way out. Kerp slowed down. Gilius can maybe isolate him. Can he Q him? Can he kick him over the wall? He does! Kerp's in a bad spot! There's the kill for Unicorns of Love. Now can these guys fight a 4v5? They've got the health bars.
No chance to Shadow Assault there, and now UOL are going to try to push this. It might even just be a dragon for them, but that's exactly what they need. They're going to clear this minion wave out in the mid, they're going to start to zone them off the side, and they're going to give themselves options, because right now Hylissang, he's chunking that turret down very, very slowly.
With power people as well. Yep, pulls in the Orianna. Very nicely done. Unicorns of Love now can also get the dragon and pull themselves back in. The Kerp flank for once finally failed. He had done so well this series with these flanks, but he got picked off. Gilius made the play. Kevin in the wrong spot. Flashes out to stay safe. Play did not come in time to lock him into the box.
Go back and just clear that bottom wave, but that's exactly what Unicorns of Love needed. I talked about how Maokai is really good against assassins because he has multiple CCs that stop them from going anywhere. Gilius set that one up. Kerp kind of let it happen to him too.
Yeah.
After getting Sonic Wave resonating struck, he just stood there for a quarter second. And that was enough time for Gilius to reposition.
So here we go. Kerp gonna keep the clear going though. 230 CS, 241 now, highest in his team. Power people though, here for a flank. Pink Ward spots them. They're gonna go right past that. Can they lock down Kerp? He's got the ulti. He's got flash as well. Vizichachi, haste on in. There's the TP in for Kevin. They say no thank you, but Gilius is here. Can they bait this? They don't know that Gilius is in the brush. Kerp's got to be careful. Jumps on in. Nice cutthroat to the minions though, and they're going to jump for this fight. Kevin, half health, flayed in. Can they all in him? Looks like the answer is not quite yet, and he gets to safety. Shotgun gets 2 though. That's not good for the bot lane, but suddenly Power People dies. Greenland's actually safe. Kerp goes in for massive damage. That is 3 kills for Millennium. There's no AD carry in sight for Unicorns of Love. A 4-for-0 in that fight.
When that fight started, I said they don't have Vardags. He's not there. Millennium ended up in a fight that they wanted. Despite it looked like Kevin was going to go down, but they blew so much on the Unicorn's left side, and that might be Baron just falling into their hands. We saw Gilius after that play.
Yeah.
Put his hands on his face. He knows that that was just a big swing for Millennium there.
That could have easily been a 2-for-0 UOL into a top lane siege in a turret. Instead, 4-0 Millennium. Baron picked up their own top lane siege. This turret is not long for the world.
6K, 6.5 for Millennium. They're going to just get
7.
even more. Make it 7.
And a half. Ha! All right, a lot of cash money now for Millennium. And of course, they've got to go back. They got a whole bunch of dollars recently. More than 1,000 at every single member's pockets. So the funny thing was, knock as a Baron buff would have still been bad, but let's watch this fight again.
Yeah, this fight is a lot about the fact that Tristana's not there. Gilius, he looked for the kickback, but then this is what they do. They go so hard on Kevin. They blow a lot of summoner spells, and then Vizichachi goes too hard. He pops his ultimate off to try and get that last bit. Good shockwave there, but here's the thing. Tower of Evil locked up by J-Reed. Cotnex comes off on the side, and then everybody trickles in, and it's essentially a 4-on-5 without having the AD carry there from UOL, which was the resistant damage that they needed during that fight. This team from UOL is really Orianna Tristana focused. When you don't have those two champions in the fight, your damage output is so low. It's so hard to take out Mundo. You saw how long it took, but look at this. Cotnex caught.
Well, he's going to go down. Nice kick there by Gilius. One thing as well in that fight, you talked about Orianna, and we talked about Gold a second ago. I don't think Tower of Evil had bought just yet. He had over 2K in inventory by that point. And like Sword Shoes Blasting Wand would have been enough to guarantee the kill on a Kevin and maybe get that fight in a better spot, or maybe do enough damage to knock down Kerp if they kind of focused on him. And just little misses there by UOL. It's the case every single time. They show these moments of greatness and these moments of like, oh my god, he really just did that. They're so close to every single game. Millennium, though, consistently outperforming.
UOL are trying to get vision control back of this area. Even if there isn't a Baron, they're still saying we need to clear everything out of here. We have this opportunity to do so. That's how much Unicorns of Love prioritize vision as a team. And granted, to be honest, their vision control this game has not been completely on point.
No. They don't see Kerp on these wings. Kerp, though, has his own ward spotting with red buff. He's going to look for the play here.
They do see him now.
Ooh, that cleaver almost stole it. Blue Elixir on Kevin, by the way. He's going to go in. They look for this. Bubble onto Vizichachi, the tank, losing half his health. And the Unicorns top laner retreats with the Lantern. So Baron buff. Still 1 minute left here for Millennium. They're looking for this mid lane siege. They actually all bought elixirs off that Baron buff. Red Elixir is also on Kerp here. So really trying to push this with the all-in on the extra consumable purchases. Mid lane tier 2 under fire should be dying quickly. This will be the 6th inner turret going down.
Vizichachi with the home guards already back and at full HP to defend this turret. Like I said, they don't have the same poke on Millennium's side this time. It's really window cleavers and a little bit of wave clear from Creedson. They don't have that Kha'Zix.
And you can see how that manifests. They are winning most of their fights off of basically random battles and dragon fights.
It's so hard for Millennium to actually siege up an objective.
Yeah.
That it actually gives UOL an edge. They have the pick with Thresh, they have the pick with Maokai, and then they have the team fight right after with Orianna. And actually, they see Creech into the bot lane, and that says UOL go top, try to get something here.
Can they make the play? Hook is going to get a minion only, but he jumps in regardless. Still a 5-on-4 if they want to dive this. Baron buff times out in about 5 seconds. Top lane turret should die. Get the damage down, Fardog. There you go. Turret's going to fall. Nice play, Unicorns of Love. Tie the turret game one more time. 6,000 gold difference. Baron's off elixirs also time out. Vizichachi, though, cocooned up, gets hit up as well. Burns the shield from Thresh. Lantern comes out they go. Fardog's gotta be careful, loses the red buff to Kerp, I believe. I can't quite tell. Kevin, though, half health. Explosive shots on. Good tidal wave's gonna knock back Hylissang.
Vizichachi's alone.
And his ulti's gonna time out soon and be back on cooldown. UOL is gonna have to retreat from this fight.
Oh, they got caught.
Without the Maokai ulti, though, is gonna be a big risk, but they blow up Cotnex. Kevin's ulti is now being used. He's gonna heal right back up, dodge away from the hook. Kerp might look for the flank. Shockwave misses.
Ooh, he hula hooped that one. And that's going to be actually a dragon falling into their hands. They got the hook on the Cotnex, said go full force on him, and that's the smite down. So you will have multiple options here. But right now, it looks like they're going to have to just react to Millennium.
They're going to look for the 4v5. Can they force it, though? Without Shockwave, I don't really think so. Gilius does have it cooked, though. Not going to happen. Hylissang gets a minion, and this should now be the UOL Dragon.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to get themselves back into this game off of these picks that they've been creating. Look at Millennium just rotate right back to
They
that
can face
mid
tank
lane.
this turret. I think UOL just have to suck it up and lose that turret because they can't keep getting pulled back and forth while Cotnex revives. Mid tier 2 goes down. Unicorns of Love are going to get Dragon, though, all the same. Equal gold roughly for that.
It's really unfortunate, too, that he whiffed that Shockwave because the ball's been on Vizichachi for so long. It's so much more pressure when when the enemy team knows that Shockwave is available.
Yeah.
Even if it's about like a 3-on-4, that Shockwave could have turned it. So they could have had 2 people do the Dragon,
right,
and then 3 sit around and just wave clear.
Well, think about how relatively little magic resist is on this team. They've got the Locket, sure, but Kerp only has so much durability. Creatin has no MR items. Like, these guys are very killable in an Orianna combo. Bottom tier 2 gonna get knocked down. Both teams gonna be at 6 turret kills. Vardogs gets it. 3,000 gold game. Unicorns of Love on the retreat. They hook in Kevin, who bought a new elixir as well. Millennium really investing in consumables. Hylissang gonna get knocked up. 1,000 health left on him.
Power Evil doesn't have his Shockwave up just yet. They're buying some time for it.
Wow, the flash lever, but you know what? No one's around. Kerp's still looking to flank. Overextension a little bit by Millennium. Tidal Wave gonna go right down the uprights. Hylissang is gonna die, gets the box down. Now, can they do much else? Kerp knocked around, burned. Only his rank, and Vizichachi also gonna die. The ulti was on cooldown. 2 for 0. Great chase by Millennium.
Chase them down about 5.4k gold difference between these two teams, but Unicorns of Love, they're in full retreat there. Retreat. Can't say that word today.
It's okay, you got Twitter on the mind.
I know. Maybe I just say retweet more than retweet. I had to actually think about that one again. And
oh, man, the flash cocoon! Down goes Power of Evil to the power of Cotnex, and it's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. The inhib also likely to follow. 10 seconds of 5v2 down here.
The chase potential for Millennium is just so high. At least goes the distance multiple times. Kerp has the Moby boots and then the cleavers to lock people down. Millennium played that perfectly.
They played it absolutely amazing, and Unicorns of Love now far on the back foot. It just seems 35 minutes in, Millennium does something to get themselves really far into the game. And over and over and over again, Unicorns of Love just can't quite convert. So Baron's back up. Power of Evil's up in 7 seconds. I feel like this is the last chance Unicorns have to try to win this game. Problem is, dead inhibitor bottom lane.
Yeah. They have that dead inhibitor bottom lane. Vizichachi is going to be on clear duty. Good thing he has magic damage because it does a lot more to super minions, so he actually has a good chance of clearing them out. At the same time, though, you need to get your team up here. They have vision control, but they don't have Orianna there just yet. And Power of Evil is how they're going to swing this fight.
Sending everybody down. There's going to be, wow, the immediate drop on Lee Sin. Baron goes over as well. Very clean by Millennium. And this is looking grim for Unicorns of Love.
Gilius, once again, not proud of that.
Oh, what a tidal wave. Only gets one, thankfully for Unicorns. Hylissang forced a flash, but it might be enough. Anyway, Cocoon gets Vizichachi, and here comes Kerp.
He went back to the Lantern, and it was gone.
Gets over, 3-man Shockwave. UOL stay alive, but 20 seconds on Gilius. Baron buff on Millennium. Minions flooding in the bottom lane. This is grim.
Those minions funneling in. They're going to start threatening these Nexus turrets. At the same time, Millennium are going to threaten these inhibitor turrets. It's Hedge 22 at this point. But granted, Millennium Siege is not that great. They're just going to rely on Mundo to
Not, but they can brute force it. Gilius only now revives. In goes Kevin, and they're just going to shoot this thing in the face until it falls over. That worked for Millennium. Didn't even take him very long.
The brute force there from Mundo. Kevin can just tank that up. But look at that. They're going to lose a Nexus turret here on Unicorns of Love's side.
And they're not even defending it, really. The top inhibitor's going to go down anyway. Cotnex gets slowed down, but who even cares? Top inhib falls cleanly by Millennium. They can easily move down towards the next. Looks like they will. Cocoon onto Gilius. Lanterns there. Doesn't mean too much for him, though. They did pull a create. It doesn't matter. Down goes Power of Evil. Kerp in the back lines. Vardogs trying to kite him back. They do get the kill, but it's already a 2-for-1 so far. Vizichachi about to drop Cotnex in the air. 3-for-1 now. Vardogs and Hylissang try to keep the base alive. The flash tries to get Cotnex. One hit from the kill. Can't quite do it. And there's the double for Create. And this is going to be the game. The ace credit goes to Day3. And now Millennium are 1 game away from re-entering the European LCS.
Well earned there. Once again, Creatine and Kirk doing such a good job that game.
Yeah.
You also have to think, J-Reed, 2-0-17 on Nami.
Yeah.
Was in that two-on-one lane. So he had that early game buy, but then later on, just his tidal waves were good at splitting people. And the fact that even if they didn't hit anybody, zoned them to a place where they could catch them.
Yeah.
And I really, really liked his play this game. And I think everybody on Millennium stepped up.
I agree. I think every single person on that team did great individually. I got to personally hand it to Cotnex as well myself, because yet again, wins the lanes for his team, knocks people down, and just says deal with it. This game it was Vizichachi, who never, ever got rolling this game. They first picked the Maokai. He got ganked very efficiently and just taken down by Kevin. Never was tanky, never mattered. In game 1, it was him crushing for Kerp. Got Kerp 3 kills early on. No big surprise, Kerp won the game for them here.
Yeah, and it's 1-8-8 for Vizichachi in that top lane.
Yeah.
Gilius had a lot of opportunities to take advantage of these skirmishes that were happening. And you saw he actually was at these ganks before Cotnex, but he pulled off of them.
Right.
His gank timing, and I said it at the start, that he really needs to do situation assessment a little bit better.
Yeah.
And there were some signs of life in that near the end of the game, but it's that early game that really, like if they had just dominated that early game, Unicorns of Love, we haven't really seen them have an early game lead yet, coming into like the first or second dragon.
And that's the thing, actually, is I remember from casting Unicorns with you back in the Challenger series, we never saw them do much with deficits, but they were really good at closing out leads. And if they get that one good gank, like this could be a 3-0 back in for Unicorns. Absolutely a possibility. You're seeing these games are close. But those first 10 minutes have to finally go their way for once. If they do, they'll look so much better, but it's been hard because Cotnex has been amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So for more on that game, for game 2, let's send it over to Dash and Zion at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And I actually love the fact that you guys are calling out that Unicorns of Love, they could totally get back into the series, because I want to talk about a few things that we gave them flack for after the first game that they definitely improved on. Level 1s, we'll start there. They had more of a game plan here. The problem this time around was execution, and that it didn't actually materialize into anything.
Yeah, they had the better level 1 that time. They realized, okay, they're going to keep trying to send Lucian Nami top, because I think they really want to match the 2v2, so they're like sending their 2 top, or they kind of want the 2v1 for Mundo, and then allow Lucian to get the 1v1 on a Maokai so he can get really far ahead as kind of like a duelist. But after that, they didn't really capitalize on the dragon. You saw them try to go for that early dragon, but Millennium did a good job of realizing, hey, they're going to go for an early dragon, so let's just walk in. But Millennium had no vision, so if Unicorns of Love had just gotten vision, and then when they face checked in without like warding, they could have taken advantage of that instead of going straight for the dragon. Because when you have bottom side advantage of the map, it's really easy to gain control of the dragon side. You don't have to immediately rush the dragon, you have to kind of set up for it, and Unicorns of Love didn't really do that. And then when they went later on to put a lot of pressure top, like Elise was ganking top for Mundo, they didn't really capitalize and go for the dragons there.
Yeah, exactly. So they've fixed part 1. Now, hopefully they can fix part 2 before game 3, because then we might see them in that situation that Zyrene was talking about and we're talking about, where they have an early lead, they are able to close them out because they're still playing from behind. And then it's this issue of dragon dancing and indecisiveness. So I want to immediately jump into our first replay, which is 20 minutes into the game, where we do see a bit of a dragon dance that results in a fight. I'll let you walk us through this one.
Yeah, so the way Unicorns of Love have been playing these dragon fights is they just start it. They get the vision out, and then they don't try to go on them. They just kind of start it and wait for them to walk in. So then it turns into like these crazy dragon smite fights instead of getting the picks that they should be, and then it just turns into a bunch of chaos. Like Lee Sin just gets picked, they get the dragon, and then they just end up walking out. And you see this happening time and time again. Unicorns of Love just starting the dragon and not being properly set up for it and getting hugely punished for it.
Yeah, with a Maokai, a Thresh, and a Lee Sin on the team, even Orianna as well with that Shockwave, if they were able to look at the vision that they have, if you look at the minimap right now, the vision they have is really deep. When Millennium's coming in to contest these dragons, I agree 100% that they should be looking for picks rather than, no, we're going to start this dragon, get it down into smite range, and then half of us are going to engage and half of us are going to stay on the dragon. You know, they could absolutely have turned a lot of these early dragon fights if they were more decisive in their shot calling.
Yeah, the number one thing you want to do when you have all this vision around an objective is they're going to come for it. So then just set up for them and kill them.
Right.
They're going to walk right into you. And they have their vision is so good. They just need to take advantage of it. And we've yet to see that from them. And I'm really hoping they can turn it around.
We did see, though, maybe a moment of realization for them. About 7 minutes later into the game, we're just going to go right into our second replay because it illustrates it. Unicorns of Love, I think for the first time, realized, well, let's stop trying to contest these dragon fights that we're not necessarily going to win, and instead we'll opt in for that trade because we are going to scale well, and ultimately we can actually just roll this out because what you'll see is Millennium is moving towards the dragon at this point, and Unicorns of Love says, you know what, we're just going to go mid lane. It's the best idea for us to go mid lane. Millennium now is forced into a moment of indecision, and they feel like they need to contest their mid turrets. It's going to pull Millennium up. Unicorns of Love is going to pull off to the side, and they actually get a fantastic pick off on Kerp, who's trying to flank them. It's going to result in a kill over here. And then off the back of this, they're going to end up taking the turret and the dragon.
Yeah, they have such a good comp for dealing with Talon. Maokai can just position himself so he can easily zone Talon. Whenever Talon walks up, just root him for 2 seconds, and then you can easily just pick him off and kill him. They have a Thresh, they have a Maokai, they have a Lee Sin, and they're getting the wards out. They just need to take advantage of it.
Exactly, yeah. They have the Lee Sin to give vision on him, too. As if he lands the Q or the E, then Talon's not going to be able to stealth away, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, that was fantastic. They get 2 global objectives and a kill, got them right back into the game. There was just some more questionable decision-making that followed up, which Millennium did a fantastic job of capitalizing on. They had a great fight and chase bot lane, and then they had another fight up near Baron. They go 4-0, pick that Baron up, and at that point, again, with not the best siege comp in the world, they were able to take down, those Nexus, those inhib turrets.
Yeah, time and time again, Millennium showing, hey, we're just gonna pick an assassin every game for mid. Our wave clear is gonna be that good. We're gonna look to put pressure mid to get Talon ahead. You always see the early games coming out from Elise, and then Unicorns of Love has the better draft again, and then they can just go for the siege because Talon wave clear isn't going to be enough to deal with an Ori sieging and a Tristana who has all that range when she levels up, and then a Maokai who can be the front line, and they're not really taking advantage of the fact that they have a better comp.
Yeah, now looking at the next game, I'm not sure you can do much about the fact that Millennium is going to play Assassins because there's simply too many Assassins to ban them all out and pick them away, right? And so I think what needs to be done perhaps is we got to look to the jungler, right? We've got to get the jungler in there, especially against a champion like Talon, to get him pressure that mid lane and keep him down because it's the snowballing of the mid lane for Millennium that's allowing them the ability to push down these turrets without a siege comp.
Yeah, exactly. Unicorns of Love need to realize that, hey, Kerp, everything's going off the assassin mid. If he gets rolling, then they can get the pressure. They can push up. They can get the map control. So if Unicorns of Love gets all the vision mid, gets the pinks out, controls the early game from the assassin, doesn't allow him to get ahead, you have a ranged mid that you can just walk up with. You can literally Lee Sin Ori lane mid, force the other jungler to come mid because it's a Talon. He's not going to be able to defend the tower by himself.
All right. Well, we'll see if they make those changes because I really do feel that Unicorns of Love stands to win. As Freak said, they could entirely go 3-0 in the next 3 games and pull out the victory. We are going to jump over to Twitter real quick and check in with what you guys have been saying as we asked you, which teams do you think will qualify for the LCS today and why? And here's what you had to say. At Lol Yamazuya said, I believe that Unicorns of Love can beat Millennium because love conquers all.
Well, it hasn't really been conquering all yet, but I really think it still can, and I think they can still turn it around. We saw CLG do it, down 0-2. I think Unicorns of Love can do it as well.
The power, it all rests right here. Our next tweet comes from @SSuppress. As much as I love the name Unicorns of Love, this will be the year that no challenger team makes it. So they're not only saying in this series, but the next series as well.
I actually think Team A, out of all the challenger teams, has the best chance to make it. So I'm actually pretty surprised that they said this. And I still think Unicorns of Love can make it back.
Well, you're not alone because at Regilix, that's a tough one to say, Regilix, Team 8 will join the LCS because Cali Trolls will prove that top lane can carry an entire team.
I don't really think one person can carry an entire team, but I definitely think Cali Trolls is a pretty good player, and I heard he does a lot of shot calling for the team, and I think if they come to play as a team, they'll do great, and I think Cali Trolls can do great things for them, so we'll see what happens.
I don't know. I've seen you do a pretty damn good job of split pushing your way to victory in the top lane.
Yeah, but I don't think he plays Nasus.
That's true. He'd have to pull the Nasus out. Well, we always appreciate your tweets, and remember, you can stay in the discussion all day by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS. Now with Millennium up 2-0, can they knock out the Unicorns and in a clean sweep, or will the Challenger squad hold on? Find out after this short break.
Freak was like, what do you think about Janna? I was like, Blitzcrank is better than Janna. And he was like, for real, what do you think about Janna? I'm like, Blitzcrank is better than Janna.
Nice. So proud of himself.
Good play, 300 health. In goes Kirp, the jump back from Vardox, though Kevin nearly dead.
Oh!
Shockwave gets 2! In goes the Chachi as well, slows down Creation. Good Shockwave, will not yet kill the AD carry. Oh, the sapling does though. Kevin knocked back, killed by Gilead. Looks like the answer is not quite yet as he gets to safety. Shockwave gets 2 though. That's not good for the bot lane, but suddenly Power People dies. Creation's actually safe. Kirp goes in for massive damage. Lanterns there doesn't mean too much for him though. They did pull the Creation, it doesn't matter. Down goes Power of Evil. Kirp in the back lines. Vardox trying to kite him back. They do get the kill, but it's already a 2-for-1 so far. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. We've got a great series right now. Millennium is up 2-0, but the games have been really close.
Yeah, they've been extremely close. UOL could have won both of those games. You know, just need a little bit of a tweaking there. But
Right.
2-0 for Millennium off usually the back of Kerp, and Continex has had some good showings himself. Creatine and everybody else on that team.
Yeah,
Really
it's
shown
been. I think it's really been about the early game though. Overall, like everyone does show up. Millennium is playing pretty well as a unit, but Gilius is guy I want to talk about. The jungler here for Unicorns of Love has just not had good early games so far. His ganks have been off by about 30 seconds, and they never quite pan out, and that's been an issue here for Unicorns who can't get an early game lead.
Well, here's the thing: is he shows up about 10 seconds early, and then he bails on the gank, and then Continex's gank comes 30 seconds later. So I do want to flip over to the other side and talk about Continex here for a second, who's just been showing up in these lanes. He's got Kerp ahead. He went and got Creatine ahead. And last game, he went top and just picked on Vizicachi over and over again, making him go 1-8-8 on Maokai.
And that's the kind of thing that's kind of happening here is basically the early game is putting Millennium ahead. And Unicorns, they're just not basically playing decisively enough. Like you heard Zion talk about in the analyst task. They're getting these wards up. And then we saw, for example, they had this 30-second timing window where Mundo wasn't going to make it down to the Dragon. And they're like, okay, we're on Dragon, but kind of. We have wards, but oh, Mundo's in the fight. We lose the team fight.
Yeah, and Power of Evil put his ball off to the side for some zoning and then retracted it.
And then he command protects, and then like they lose all zone control entirely. And it's like you either rush down the Dragon and just kill it, or you actually set up a pick, and they're just going back and forth doing nothing useful. And they don't need an early game lead if they can just actually make the right shot calls and push the turrets down or kill the dragons in time and use these windows. That's been missing for Unicorns of Love. I think if they fix that, or just pick some early game champions, like hop up the Tristana, play some Lucian, play some Corki, play something like that, maybe even Caitlyn, Unicorns can just have a different type of game come out for them.
And Millennium going back to the ban of the Orianna over the Kazakhs, so they're going to first pick it themselves. And they have their red and blue side bans just hashed out already.
Yep. Always removing the Syndra, always removing the Jarvan. They let Orianna go through once, said, you know what, that was pretty scary from Power of Evil. But Unicorns of Love have just gone for these same 3 bans this time around. They could still get the Maokai, they could still get Gilius Lee Sin. But I think here you actually grab the Lucian away from Creatine, and you give Vardogs a champion he can win lane with.
I don't think that you pick the Lee Sin here because it's not contested because Kazakh's already on the field. You go with the Lucian, which is highly contested. Creatine has played that both games, and it is Vardag's most comfortable champion for him. At the same time, though, do you want something for Hillsang? Do you want to secure that Thresh? I don't think so. I think you go with the Lucian here.
There's nowhere for the Thresh there. J-Reed doesn't... Okay, J-Reed does play Thresh, to be fair, but like... He surely doesn't care about it, right? The Nami's not that important. Thank you for clicking Lucian. That is, I think, the correct lock-in here for Unicorns of Love.
Okay. They're going to leave Maokai up.
They'll leave Maokai up. Interesting.
Instead, they're going to wait to see what happens up in the top lane.
Well, you remember, they hovered on Maokai as a bait, I think. Remember, this is the guy who played Swain top into Maokai.
Yep.
So there's always the chance. So Nami does get picked up for what it's worth. Okay, showing that it is... Yeah, the same thing, right? Over and over and over again. J-Reed is going to play that some more. Creatine is going to go back to his token Ezreal, though, when he doesn't get Lucian.
Just another lane bully for him. Of course, Lucian excels a little bit more in that regard.
Yeah.
With the Nami by his side, Ezreal is extremely potent for all-ins.
Well, the thing is, Ezreal is... He can all-in. I don't think he's... I wouldn't classify him personally as a lane bully. I would classify him as a champion where he's just very unique in team fights, right? He's the best poking AD carry, and that was actually a difficulty for Millennium. It was closing games out with the Siege. They've got a good AD carry for that. And the fact that Kerp can actually help these sort of mid-game team fight all-ins by putting True Shot Barrage through, I'd consider more like sort of like a Graves or something where like he's there for the mid-game caster potential and then his safety overall in team fight, more than the laning phase.
I understand that.
Yeah, I don't think you classify champions as like hyper carries and lane bullies. There's a lot
There's
more
a little
like
gray
the
area.
Ashe, the Ezreals, right?
Yeah. We're just like lane bullies. It's like, Lucian, Caitlyn, and then you go down Corki. And then
right. And that's fine to play those.
Eventually you get to Ezreal, because he's not a hyper carry, but he has this place where he fits in, which is like caster AD.
He's very mid-gaming. And yeah, he's a very big caster AD carry. So Ahri does come back through Power of Evil, did not get the Orianna, just picks something that sounds very similar. Give me Ahri. Ariana? Ahri? What? Good enough. We're good. We're good. First 2 syllables the same. We're going to move forward. Thresh grab here for Hillsong, and the top laner still preserved here for Unicorns of Love. Vizicachi wants a counter pick here. Will it be 3x Mundo for Kevin, first of all?
I think so. That's usually what he's comfortable on. And when you're going for this closing out game and you want to do it in style, you just go back to that Mundo. It hasn't not worked out for him.
Yeah, it's worked just fine. Even on low farm, he's been tanky and gotten away. Mid lane Rise the hover, though.
It works well
All right.
against Ahri. You have good ranges. You just harass her during the early game a tiny bit. And then when she uses, you want to lock her down, you just have point and click during her ultimate.
Okay,
No skill shots, the big thing.
Yeah. So the thing is, Rise is a little susceptible to getting ganked. He can only be at the 600 range mark to last hit. And of course, yes, he's going to run probably Ghost Flash
Whoa,
here.
what?
Okay! Vizichachi locks in Poppy top.
So it was really funny yesterday when Atlas was going, they locked in this for themselves, but that does leave Xin Zhao and Poppy up. But I guess it does leave Poppy up for Unicorns of Love in this case.
So here's the cool thing. Unicorns of Love's older jungler, Sheepy, yeah. He is now the coach of Unicorns of Love. And I got to run into him. You and I both ran into him earlier today. And it's like, so what's the deal with like your guys' strategy? You guys are playing really smart with wards and everything. And he's like, actually, it's mostly the players. I'm helping, but my players are all really smart actually overall. I'm like, so what's the deal with all these weird picks like Swain top? He's like, actually, Vizichachi comes up with those. I do a lot of 1v1 lane tests with him. We test a lot of 1v1 matchups. And I tell him, no, this is working, go play it. But he's the guy who comes up with these. So I assume Sheepy signed off and said, yep, Poppy's the thing now. So guys, if you saw something that made you want to change your vote, might be Poppy, maybe. Send your tweet to @LOEsports, use the hashtag MILWin, or, come on, hashtag UOLWin. We'll see if you guys think Poppy's going to take the victory here in Game 3.
I was just told that this is the first time that Poppy has ever been played on the LCS stage competitively, ever.
Yep. Has been played during rehearsals, I'm pretty sure.
So here's the thing, is we did that feature on new champions. Poppy is definitely not a new champion, but you heard Trashy talk about it's more on the other people who don't know how to play against it. How do you react to that type of champion? You have to know what its damage output is and do damage assessment on something that you haven't played against before.
And the cool thing as well is whenever I see a Poppy, I always think, who is your best ult target? Because Diplomatic Immunity makes you immune to literally everything that any champion can do to you except the guy you target here. Mundo only has cleavers. Cotnex would not be able to kill him. And I mean, he has a slow, I guess. Creatin has no CC at all, and probably couldn't kill him either. And J-Re, maybe you don't ult him because he has that CC sort of potential. So I want to see who Vizichachi targets and see how much he can sort of ignore and who he can kill.
You go man mode and you just slam Creatin out of the fight. And then it's over.
Yeah.
Boop. Going after the Poppy.
Scarlet Hammer.
He's already has movement speed as his first.
W at level 1. It's fine. I think... I don't know if he actually, like, Twitch leveled it because he was getting hit or what, but... So, fun fact. Scarlet Hammer Poppy is 100% play rate of all Poppy players on this stage.
It must be an extremely popular skin.
Yeah.
That or your sample size is way too small. It's got to be the former.
Hey, it's how you use the sample size, not how big it is.
Oh. I know exactly what's going on in this jungle here. In Vizichachi, the fact that he's not going to have anything for that level 1 except for some movement speed, and I guess some extra
armor and AD.
Armor. Doesn't have any hitting ability, so they're going to try to go for a lane swap here.
Poppy not exactly the best 1v2 also.
No.
We'll see how these lanes match up. So Millennium have a lot of trinket wards down in the northern jungle. They could re-invade. They see that no one is around to contest though, so Millennium could get a very safe buff steal. And the thing is, this is supposed to be UOL's strong side of the map, and that trinket ward timed out. Wow. Millennium are going to get this completely clean.
And the question is, does Unicorns of Love figure out what's going on in time that Gilius can go over to the enemy red buff and take it for himself and get a 2-buff start?
We got to see. Poppy walks to the bottom lane, sees no one is there, realizes 2v2 top. I think they can, at this point, assume bot lane is where you go next.
Oh, the W start for Power of Evil.
Yeah. Probably he's not getting much damage out of that, actually. He's also getting no push at all. So Kerper's being, honestly, untouched as he kind of shoves minions down. All right, Gilius does choose it right. Kevin does not try to stop that. It's fine. He's going to sit there in the 1v1. And I think actually Poppy can handle Mundo 1v1. I think he'll get licensed to farm.
He has a ton of consumables right now. He's looking to just consume out of this lane and try to bully Kevin as much as he can. As crazy as it sounds, this Poppy is going to be slamming this Mundo a tiny bit.
So what's cool about this as well, Vizicachi literally can never take full damage from one of Kevin's cleavers. It's actually impossible.
Ooh. Creating on that Ezreal. Comfort picks coming out here for a lot of these players. Bardag's on his. Hylissang. Gilius. And then Creatine, J-Re, and Kevin. Cotnex as well. He's wrapping around. He avoided all wards in this duo lane in the top.
Well, we got to see, though. Nami's going to have to land some CC here. I don't think Kha'Zix can do it by himself. Vardox is injured. He doesn't chug his potion, though. He has no reason to not eat that thing. Get some health back, bro. That actually could really burn him here. 400 health is very killable. Even without Bubble. Bubble, ooh, gets Hylissang. Vardox says, yeah, I'll summoner heal you. Hook, nice by Hylissang to try to get away, but he might still go down. They trade blows, Ignite on Cotnex. But that is 3 summoners down for UOL.
The hook saving Hylissang there, and then the flash afterwards. Good play by him to make the best of a bad situation. And now Gilius is going to try to go bully Cotnex in his jungle.
What a good trinket war to look at that by Cotnex to realize what was going on. Watches the root in. Gilius going to say, hey, you were here. And says, you know, you're actually at Tribrush right now. You have to be because of how the Wraith moved.
He's going to go take the Wolves now in return and do a little bit of counter jungling. At the same time, though,
he could actually sneak in. Oh, no, we saw him. Cotnex waited long enough, said, you might come by here. Kerp is there for the flank. He's going to get the Rune Prison. Good damage in. The Lantern's there. Hops to it. He's going to be safe, but good damage from Nami. Ignite is on. And Gilius gives up first blood and double buffs to Kerp.
The roam from Kerp, the Ghost, the Flash, using everything to secure double buffs for himself. And now J-Re taking a little bit of a hook there.
Really good flay. The heal bounces around. Good dodge on the bubble as well. Creatine says, back off my support.
Cotnex wrapping around top.
30 to 18 in CS, by the way. Millennium are absolutely dominating his bottom lane.
You know the Cotnex is here, but look at this. So much for the Unicorns love. People want the Poppy to work. They believe. But is it false hope? Oh, look at that. Beating up the Mundo. Counter pick confirmed. There's going to be a lot more Poppies today.
I believe it. Jungle Fizz, Poppy top, mid lane Talon.
Oh, Hylissang.
Gotta be careful.
Not
good damage there. He's definitely going to die here. Great bubble out of Vardox. Caught getting some good damage down. 100 health. Gilius comes in. Summoner heal. Keeps them alive though. And here comes the Poppy. Can he get the slam? Yes, he gets the first kill. And wow, a double kill for Vizicachi on Poppy. Doesn't get any more.
He just space jammed him. That was awesome. Oh, Kerp. After Power of Evil.
Good charm, though, dude. Power of Evil wins that trade pretty heavily.
But here comes Gilius.
And suddenly Elise in. Rune Prison doesn't matter. Ignite is on. That's a kill. Unicorns of Love finally get a good early game. 3-2 and kill.
They are back into this game. They don't have a lead, though. They equalized it off of what ended up happening top. They're down in summoner spells. But then, good play there, but a little over-aggression from Cotnex for Hylissang.
All right, suddenly Unicorns of Love, they can breathe a little bit, and maybe they can make this work. Also, by the way, Poppy is a crazy late-game terror. So I feel like any of the squishes on Millennium going to have some nightmares because fed Poppies are ludicrous.
I'm just glad it's not Lollipoppy, because that's even scarier for nightmares.
No, we've already established you have to play Scarlet Hammer.
It's the only way to go, I guess.
Yep. Cool. Statistically true. Man, look how fast he kills that golem. Jeez.
He's almost 6. He's so... Oh, this is gonna
He's ready. He's got a Sheen.
We ready for this? He's gotten back into this lane. Oh, wow. The 6 coming out here. The TP from Vizicachi. Not being shut down this game. Not being camped by Cotnex. And it's working out great for him. This new pick.
You know, picking Poppy's illegal in some countries, but Vizicachi's got diplomatic immunity. He's in a foreign country, it works, guys.
He is actually. That's right. Welcome to LA.
It's not a country.
It's the city that we're in, Freak.
Actually, we're not.
That's true. It's the county.
Okay. We finally got there. It's like a country. Gilius comes in though. Nice Q, gonna land that nice slows. Almost gets the wall slam. And Kevin will get to safety.
The level 6 came out for Kevin, so the gank is a little bit late there by Gilius. If he had gotten there when he was level 5, there was no chance he was making it out of that. He didn't even have to blow his flash there.
It's true, though. It's a little bit of wasted time. Gilius, though, sending a message, certainly. Cotton X, ooh, look at this with the blue buff crap. He's only level 4, but is scaling up rather nicely off these buff steals.
And Gilius at the same time still has those double buffs swinging on him. Doesn't go for his red first. Instead,
he thinks he can get blue.
He's making a dip towards this blue. It's going to waste some of his time.
I think he saw Cotton X on the ward.
He just saw Cotton X walk back, so he knows exactly what's going on. They know that Power of Evil. They want to get him a blue, so they're going to go after the enemy blue now. And Kerp,
they have a ward, but Kerp goes around the ward. He's not going to get spotted.
Kerp's not going to go for this at all.
Okay.
His jungler, Cotton X, is doing the red, so there's no way that he's going to be around.
This is looking a lot better. Unicorns of Love making much better choices. Gold lead, very slight for them. Cotton X, red buff, level 6. Okay.
Here's the thing, though, is that Millennium, they have always had this early game lead, but we'll talk about that
hold on,
second
Creator taking a whole bunch of damage to the lane in. There's the True Shot Rush, dodged away by Hylissang, and there's the kill for Vardox. Now on a J-Re, 400 health, forcing the flash. And here comes Cotton X, though. Goes in. Double kill, though. It's going to be Cotton X trying to pick this up. He gets one. He goes in towards Hylissang. Takes a bunch of damage from the box, though. TP not up for Vizicachi, and Kevin's looks like his got canceled. And Hylissang's not going to win that fight. Kerp will get this kill, though. But here comes Power of Evil. Not going to be enough.
They get the flash out of Kerp. Power of Evil pops his ultimate. And that teleport from Kevin was actually interrupted by Vizicachi.
Yep. So both bot lanes die, but a double kill all the same, I believe, for Vardox himself. If I got my counting right. Kerp now taking some decent damage.
So here's the thing I wanted to talk about was Millennium. They've always had an early game lead versus Unicorns of Love based off of kills and Cotton X's map movements. But here's the thing. They've always managed to somehow let UOL get back into the game, which is huge. They just had an advantage there. They tried to push it too hard and in the incorrect way without proper vision, and they got collapsed on. And now Unicorns of Love are actually in the lead by like a tiny bit of gold.
And they're going to play Dragon for this one, actually.
And TP advantage is in favor of Vizicachi's.
Kevin and Kerp can't get there. This has got to be Unicorns of Love's Dragon, unless there's a Miracle Steal from Cotton X.
He's not going to make it in time. Even if he leaps right now, no.
All right, there you go. One of the first Dragons ever. I think this is like the second or third total Dragon for Unicorns of Love in this series. But it puts them 1,000 gold up. And they've still got that late game insurance policy of the highest CS in the game, Poppy. How?
I don't even know, man. I don't even know why Poppy's picked right now.
Because she's awesome. What do you mean, why was Poppy picked?
Just don't do this to me.
She even uses Trinity Force. How could you not like this champion?
Whoa. I thought she's not going to get an Infinity Edge, though.
Actually, some do. I've seen a lot of Poppy builds.
You've seen a lot of Poppy in your days. Freak has seen some stuff.
There's a couple of low D1 Poppy mains. They are terrifying.
You run into them all the time?
A couple. This dude named Opened. He kills me a lot.
Yeah, I saw you play Aurelian in Italy. You do get killed a lot.
Yeah, I do. This is why I'm casting. I'm like double lift.
Whoa. Anyway. Oh, he can't even defend himself right now.
Sounds like his in-game play. Oh! Vizicachi, though, man. 83 CS on a Poppy. Kevin's got to be afraid of him.
And this minion wave is somehow pushing towards him, too. And he's just like, yes. All this farm. Even more. Remaining the highest CS member in the game.
This is something I'd always wondered when it was going to happen. You have champions like Dr. Mundo who are not bully laners, right? They sit there and farm. Why not play the worst laners in the world against him and just scale? Vizicachi's like, guys, it's a license to play Poppy. I can't lose lane. It's impossible.
Yeah, that is really true. And the fact that they got him that counter pick on red side.
Bam! Oh! Half health on Kevin from one combo.
So my green ward.
Yep. So by the way, Poppy build, max Q, maxing W second. Only 1 point in the charge. Is going for Triforce first, Sheen then Phage. For what it's worth, actually, I think Poppy's really heavily magic damage dependent until she gets more items. Because while she actually has decent auto attacks later on in the game, her Q converts her entire damage into magic damage, even if it's like a Triforce where it's normally physical damage proc. So you're very magic damage heavy. You often see Deathfire Grasp and Sork Shoes on Poppy because of that.
What?
You sometimes see DFG, Sork Shoes, Triforce, or Lichbane.
Please no. This just sounds like a nightmare.
It exists. You like one-shot people with magic damage.
You often see this build on Poppy. And
relative to seeing Poppy.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. If I see one Poppy player do it, it's got to be the most popular Poppy
It's like
build.
Scarlet Hammer Poppy, dude, 100%.
He hasn't done it just yet.
He's clearly very good at killing golems.
Yeah. The fact that his Q has so many things that go into it, it's got like an AP and AD ratio, a flat health portion of, or flat damage portion of it. Then it has a % HP damage portion on it on top of it.
Yep.
So it's like 4 sources all just like whoop into one skill.
It's a lot of damage.
Especially against a Mundo. I'd be very interested to see what his damage is like at the end of this game.
You know what's ironic, actually? Because of her passive being, like, if you take more than 10% of your current health and damage, it gets cut by half. Talon's Q is actually really effective against her, because it's like a long bleed, which is Noxian Diplomacy. So apparently her diplomatic immunity doesn't work against Noxian Diplomacy. The more you know. Ability puns I've never had the chance to use before. All right. 1,700 gold lead. Millennium are trying to squeak back in. Of course, they're up 2-0 in this best of 5. Unicorns of Love maybe making their comeback here. If they finally got that early game lead, they're actually stretching that gold lead as well. They are up a turret kill. Their bot lane made it happen. Creatin's early game CS lead that was 31-18. That's been closed now. Vardox is equal again in CS. iEdge and Trinity Force both done. Kerp hooked in. Charm lands into the box. Nice ignite as well. Do they have the damage though? He's going to walk back. Just going to survive.
UOL, Power of Evil, did not use his ignite or his ultimate there.
Oh man. If Kerp stays.
They had kill potential on Kerp.
Well, Hillsong used his ignite though. Yeah, the ulti chase might have worked.
Yes.
To be completely fair. Ult in, flash away with ignite on. I think you're totally right about that one. Mid lane turret is going to go down though. The pressure they put in was enough. Good rotation by UOL. And now looks like top lane going to be the focus of attention.
Kevin's going to have to book it out of there because he's going to have to sacrifice that turret. The rest of Millennium are not even close. They're going to cut him off in the lane.
All right, Hillsong flays him in. Hook. Oh! He just mad life that poor guy. Kevin's going to go down. The ulti that Power of Evil saved. Ha! Zyrene is going to let them get the kill, and down goes top lane outer turret.
Why'd you just laugh at me?
Because you're like, oh, if he ulted, he would have killed Kurt, bro.
Oh.
I'm just messing with you. I'm sorry. Poppy's got me all like hyped up about making fun of things now. I just can't help it.
Yeah, he's actually running hybrid penetration in his reds. And he's running HP regen in his wins, so that he can stay in the lane.
Makes sense.
Started with Flask and 3 potions, so that regardless of what lane he got, he's going to be pretty decent at staying alive and getting the CS that he needs to be in that late game.
All right, yeah, he just sucks it up and kills minions no matter what damage it deals to him.
Man, this is so good. The play into the hook after the flash. So good.
So good. And Power of Evil got the kill. Deathfire, Grasp, Void Staff going to be his build here.
Here's the ward control from UOL and the positional advantage on this dragon. They don't even have a mid turret tier 1 to give up at this point, so this dragon is practically theirs. They just need Vizichachi to show up. Yeah.
Thanks, Santorin. It's like listen to the cast, bro. Kevin charmed up, though. This is not good for him. A lot of damage, and there comes Poppy. He ults Kevin, doesn't care. Goes for J-Ree, half health on the Nami. 1 for 0 so far. Nice knockback. J-Ree in the air,
what are you
and
doing?
down he goes. Vizichachi gets a double kill. Down goes Cotton X, but Kerp is on a rampage. Finds one. Goes for Gilius. Bit of damage there. He's cut off. Oh, Creatin flashes in. The Q hit. Nice pick up there. A 3 for 2 so far in Unicorn's favor. Kerp could maybe get out. Vizichachi.
I don't know. Swiggity swooty, Vizichachi's coming for it.
Oh, flat on the wall. Kerp does not have flash. That's going to be the kill. Gilius steals it from Vizichachi.
Vizichachi was known as the Swain player. He's pretty much the Poppy player now, because he was the oldie Poppy player in the LCS.
Yep. 4-0-1 on Poppy. So they did fight. They turned off Dragon.
TP.
Kevin wants to contest this. Of course, there's low health bars in Unicorn.
Tons of pink wards here from Unicorns of Love. Low health bars, like you said, they haven't been back to buy.
1,400 gold on Poppy. She has teleport. So we'll see what the build ends up being. I have no idea.
Oh, to the face.
Could be Cutlass.
Boots Cutlass.
Yes! All right. Sorry, I feel really excited that I knew that. So the thing is, I don't know if it's Gunblade or Blade of the Rune King. Both are totally viable on Poppy. The more you know.
Talking about viable Poppy builds. 2014. How is this 2014?
Almost every item in the game is viable on Poppy.
Sure this isn't like 2010?
Whatever, dude. That's great. Name an item. I'll bet you it works on Poppy.
Ohm Wrecker.
Execution, Calling, Ohm Wrecker, both viable. Because her passive doesn't work on turrets, so Ohm Wrecker makes sure she can turret dive.
Frost Queen's Claim.
Extra slow, 4 CC.
You're just naming what the items do.
Great.
Vizicachi 4-0-1 on this Poppy, and you can't help but think, you know, it's probably not going to be banned next game. Because because it's red side, it was red side counter pick.
Oh, true. Kevin just won't pick Mundo.
Yeah. He would stray away from that into something else.
So yeah, if he knew like Darius or Aurelia would do great there in that matchup, I think Aatrox as well, all things in his pool. So yeah, things to keep in mind. Vizicachi going to make his way back up. He's looking for the flank play. This is good. And Unicorns of Love.
Waddling through.
3,000 gold down. Vizicachi goes in. Kerp though gets exploded. Vardogs gets the kill. Kevin also in a really bad spot. Millennium not playing with a deficit well at all.
Unicorns of Love play much better with a deficit than Millennium do. And now the Unicorns of Love have an advantage. They are pushing it so hard against Millennium. Back when Unicorns of Love was down about 5k, it looked like they were even.
Yeah.
Now when they're up 5k, it looks like they're up 10.
And they're just massively pulling people out. Vizicachi zoning people out with his body. Mid lane turret goes down. 4-2 in turrets, 12-6 in kills. Unicorns of Love just turned it on this game, finally.
And they're going to go straight for this dragon after that play, and they're going to pick up even more gold for themselves. Their vision control is impeccable across the map around the objectives that they set up for, and it's really funny because when we...
Oh, God. Oh, he's been revealed by that little lizard guy. Cretan knows. He has to know. Steal it.
Surprise!
Oh, into the wall. Oh, my God, Cretan. Jeez. Why'd you stand by a wall? You know someone's there. Dragon goes to Unicorns of Love. They are up 6,000 gold 20 minutes in. Krip's got a blue buff. He's going for, yeah, some early magic resist, yeah.
They'll help against the Poppy a tiny bit. That Poppy, he's even with highest CS in the game right now.
Dude.
Too good.
Props.
Too good. Ghost Poppy. He's
So
just going
many
to run
props.
it. It's funny, too, because Poppy's this champion that people make like highlight reels of, where it's Poppy like 1v5ing because of the passive.
Right.
But you never see it in competitive play because its laning phase is just so hard to get through. But if you pick it into something like a Mundo, you have no problem there. So UOL, like every time they're up against a wall, Vizicachi's like, I got this pocket pick. It's like people are like, Maokai. He's like, pick it. I got Swain. And then Kevin's like, okay, we ditched the Maokai, Mundo. And he counter picks with the Poppy. Because he hovered over the Maokai at the start, and he was like, I kind of want... No, scratch that. I'm pretty sure that champion select took so long because he's sitting there going, no, I'm going to pick Poppy this game. His team's like, no, it's game 3. We could lose. No, he's like,
yeah, it's the point.
Trust me, Poppy.
Play Poppy.
What do we have to lose? We lose the game? Okay.
Yeah, standard wasn't working. You heard the video about it, right? Double have said it. If you're gonna get outplayed in a standard play something different. Yeah. That's the case. So furthering the point, all 6 boot options are good on Poppy. Vizicachi goes for swiftest boots. They all have a place. I'm not even kidding. Also distortion boots for the extra TP power, so he's going to be all over the place.
And Ghost.
Yeah, his Ghost is going to be faster and on a really short cooldown.
He's so fast.
Zoom.
He's going bottom lane. The split push Poppy Terror, 2 levels up over Kevin.
Look at that.
What?
Yeah, that's how much health he deals.
He crit him.
I don't even know if he did.
He crit him.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he crit him there.
Did you see the text? I did.
Yeah, I think it was a small text, but he crit him.
All right, I trust you.
I'm happy.
Was it Scarlet text? Were there Scarlet letters?
He's not committing adultery, please.
Also, their numbers, duh. Siege top lane, Unicorns of Love, 6,000 gold lead. And of course, they have Lucian Ari here. This actually is a decent Siege team.
This is way too funny. Vizicachi's just like, I'm going to split push bottom.
Oh, contact in the box, the charm! Down he goes! Kerp now to fire back. Vardogs loses a whole bunch of health, but he's going to stay alive. Gilius taking some damage. Kerp is still pretty farmed. But he gets hooked in. The charm as well.
There's the TP!
And here comes Poppy. Down goes Kerp. And there's the knockback. Goodbye, Creatine. Double kill for Vardogs.
Look at how fast he is. He's still... Oh, he goes straight for the turret.
Doesn't even take damage, dude.
Vroom.
Baron in the sights of Poppy.
Why does Poppy just look so scary right now? Usually you're just like,
She always does.
No, she doesn't usually look scary.
does.
No, she does not usually look scary.
You
usually you're just like, this Poppy is, man. But then,
no.
I haven't played against Poppy Terrors.
Pop, like, you know how everyone thinks like Teemo is Satan, even though Teemo's amazing? Poppy is actual Satan.
You're an 80 carry main, so I'm pretty sure you know the wrath of any Poppy.
I'd rather play against Zed.
Oh man, Vardax just gets so many shields and lives through the burst. He heals himself too. And then the hook onto Kerp.
God, so good.
And then he starts walking forward because of the charm, and he's just completely blown up here. The kickback from Gilius onto Creatine sets up Vizichachi's heroic charge.
That was pretty glorious. Arcane Shift didn't save him. Brush didn't matter. Kill picked up. Now, good split by Kevin does take down bottom outer turret. Millennium are only down one turret here. They're actually keeping the objectives somewhat in control, much like Unicorns was when they were behind. The problem is Unicorns are just winning fights so strongly. We've never seen a kill disparity this big before.
I don't think we've seen a lead this big at this point in the game, 24-minute mark, because the games have been going around 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Both game 1 and 2 were around that mark. And the team didn't start to pull away. It was back and forth until about 30 minutes, and then team was just like, okay, we're busting out of the gate here, because the other team UOL just kept making bad moves or slightly bad mistakes. And now UOL are like, all right, we're going to cover ourselves, we're going to keep pushing turrets, we're going to use this Poppy. Vizichachi had a level advantage in that he was pushing it, and they played it perfectly. And it is Blade of the Ruined King is what it looks like.
All right, yep. Attack speed added to the build. And here we go. Kerp gonna take a cue to the face. Vizichachi goes in for it.
Time.
Looks at Creatine. Creatine's like, I'm sorry, please.
And he smacks him.
Out he goes. Turret goes down. Kevin gets flayed in. Gilius, though, is going to die. 1 for 0, but they trade back onto Rise. That is a big loss. That Kerp is dead. In they go for Kevin. He's going to lose some health. Crew, man. Cotnex goes down. 2 for 1. Unicorns of Love now inside the base.
They get that turret, and they're going to get this inhibitor off the back of it. And we might be looking at 100% win rate Poppy in the LCS.
In competitive play, certainly. Does Promotion count as in the LCS? I actually don't know.
The LCS
it's part of the
promotion tournament.
Yeah.
If you look behind the players, there's things that would say European Championship Series.
No.
Between the games.
Oh, okay. Between the games. Because I see there's like monoliths with champions on them.
Yeah, no, those are really cool too.
Yeah, that's true.
It's pretty sure this is brought to you by the LCS.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we have to get this studio back.
Well, Kevin, ooh, good enough flash by Day3, stays safe. Gets away with the Chachi's in the mix, and they're saying, you know what, that's our red buff, no big deal. Grabs that, goes to Vardox here.
Yeah, they just don't let up. Unicorns of Love were pretty good at getting objectives when behind. When they are ahead, getting objectives is just that much easier for a team in general, and they do it so well.
Absolutely they do. And with the gold lead, they manage to make the right choices here. It's just when they're behind, they seem...
Stop them.
Zoom! Well, 3 correct answers. Alright, so just farm for Millennium. All they can do is sit in the base, hope to defend, and do what they can to farm back up. But they are down 10,000 gold. They've got a dead inhibitor as well. Now, they have a whole bunch of late game, though, right?
Yes.
They've got this Kha'Zix jungle, they've got a Mundo who will get tanky forever, and a Rise who has still got room to scale. The problem is they're just being pressed so hard into their base. 26 minutes in. Dead Baron, dead inhibitor.
Is he going to get red?
Yep.
He's going to get red. Blade of the Ruined King completed. Smack, 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 smack. And it's gone.
Hexbreaker's next.
That's what it looks like.
Viable item. I was going to say that no matter what he does. It doesn't even matter at this point. I'm just trolling you with it.
Everything he buys is a viable item. Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
His Q's going to slow. And his charge will too. More AP for his Q damage.
Isn't that what the item just does in general?
Yeah.
You're just going to name what the item does because Poppy does everything.
However, our...
he's going ham.
Oh, God, and he goes! And goodbye, Day3! You are a dead Na'Vi. Vardox gets the kill. Andrew's caught next, and down he goes as well. 2 for 0. Creatine forced to run. Good flash away. But Vizichachi, the Terror, Blade of the Ruined King used. Creatine, health summoner heals. He's going to get away. But by the way, a kill did come through for Kevin. 3 for 1 in this battle. Power people now stuck in the base.
They're going to go straight for the turret.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. They've got some minions. It's only 2 members alive for Millennium. Gilius Isolated by Kurt. Vizicachi goes in, gets the shield. There's the slow. There's the jump. Gets him on the turret residue. Just barely. And Vizicachi 6-0-6 is dominating. This could be the game. Unicorns of Love going to take their second inhibitor kill.
They're low on their HP bars. We're about to have Cotnex back up alongside Kevin. They're going to have to back off of this. But they have 2 inhibitors down. And they actually ping towards the Baron. It's not up for another 2 minutes. They're clearing the ward. Somebody's on ward duty.
Well, Millennium just back on the same place over and over again. I mean, Millennium was always a team that in this series was winning off of their great early games, good individual skill, and just setting up for Dragons.
Yeah, and Cotnex 2-5-5. You know, he has great kill participation. Really, really high, 7 out of the 8. But at the same time, didn't set up the right lanes. And look at Vizicachi. Like, we can't talk about this game without talking about Vizicachi. 6-0-6, slams Day3 against the inhibitor, takes him out, doesn't get knocked up, and then goes straight after Cotnex, and then he chases Creatine out of the fight. Vardags is left by himself here to deal with Kevin and Kerp.
Rune Prison in turret range.
So everybody was tunneling the back line. Because that's the thing with Poppy, is you just don't give a damn about the front line.
Well, that's the cool thing as well, is that she's such a good siege breaker. Because you ult someone and then dive the AD carry, he has to leave turret range. Suddenly your team can push without their damage threat around.
Yeah. And a big part of this comp from Millennium is Creatine at the moment. Because Kerp, he's 3-6-2. His CS is okay, but it's about 100 less than where it should be at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
If he was actually on a farming champion. But he's been shut down. You can almost ignore him. He's going to go after somebody else. He's not going to try to chase the Poppy. The Poppy will be immune anyway. They're going to go!
Day3 gets hit up and down he goes. 1-0. Gilius is stuck. Finally gets the Lantern after a kick onto the Mundo.
Where's the
Vizicachi goes in, finds Kerp. Kerp did get the kill of Power of Evil. But by the way, Poppy is going to kill you. But they might trade back on the AD carry. Vardox, no, he stays alive. Creatine Vizicachi again in the mix, and down he goes! Wow, the Poppy damage is massive. Takes the Lantern in. Kevin, now the only guy alive. He is going to fall down. The ace for Unicorns of Love. The 8-0-7 Poppy from Vizicachi, undefeated. Unicorns of Love pull it into Game 4, and they keep their hopes of the LCS alive.
Off the back of a champion that has not seen competitive play, Vizicachi's Poppy. I don't even know what to say about that. That was a turret diving monster. The rest of the team had such a great game too off the back of it. They got the objectives that they needed in the early game. They got the lead when it looked like it was going to be a devastating early game in favor of Millennium once again. They got those early kills, and then it was just that turnaround at the top turret. And then he TP'd bot, set themselves up. First Dragon of the game fell over to UOL, and they didn't let up the aggression.
Yeah, a great top lane teleport again by the top laner. Vizicachi made it happen. Poppy, you know, part of that, of course, but just in general, being there and getting that turnaround was so big, and they never let up. And that's the Unicorns of Love that we know from the Challenger scene. They win when they get an early game lead. And the weird thing is I'm going to kind of harp on it a little bit, it wasn't even that much Gilius.
No, it wasn't.
It was someone else taking up the reins of, I'm going to turn these ganks around. Vizicachi showed up and said, I'm going to turn these kills back, get that double kill top lane in there, make that happen.
Well, a big thing about that top lane was that they lane swapped it, right? So there was 2-on-2 in the top lane, and they left it the Mundo to duel the Poppy. So Poppy's completely fine there. Then in the top lane, they had this dive onto Hylissang after they got some kills for themselves, and that was where it went really awry for them. It was really strange to watch, because then you had Gilius show up. He did participate a little bit in that, but like you said, it wasn't all him. Highest kill participation in the game was the AD carry with 10, 3, and 11. He was involved in 21 out of the 26 kills. So Vardogs on the Lucian, the comfort champion that we were talking about. When we saw the first pick Kha'Zix, we were like, you should pick Lucian here. Like 100% pick Lucian here. They thought about it, they debated it for a long time, and then they locked it in for him, which I thought was the best possible choice they could have made.
And that's the interesting thing about this game is in best of 5, sometimes teams just don't adapt in time. Now, there were no adaptations in Game 2 by Unicorns of Love. Finally, in the third game, they adapt. An early game AD carry, suddenly a much better job there. Going for some counter picks in the top lane, pulling out the unique picks, the surprise picks to turn that around. Like, I understand why you don't change it around because Game 1 was so close, but I'm glad they said in Game 3, guys, it's not working. Let's just find something new. I wonder if it's going to be too little or too late, because if the only trick they have is Poppy, that gets banned out, series is over.
Well, at the same time, it was red side, so they had the counter pick there.
Right.
And also, just to tag this on at the end, Wrecker is a bad item on her because diplomatic immunity ignores turret shots.
Well, true.
Gotcha.
Whatever. For an expert take on the first Poppy win on the LCS stage, let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. And I guess, yes, the story of that game has to be the Poppy pick. We heard Doublelift say it in one of the features earlier that if he was an underdog in a matchup or was in a tough spot down in a series, he would start pulling out that cheese and try and win off the back of something that people don't predict.
Yeah, when's the last time you've seen a Poppy in solo queue anywhere? Like, nobody plays Poppy in Challenger solo queue or high-level solo queue. So to pull something out like that, and if you know how to play a champion like Poppy well and they have no idea what to do against it, then they're just going to get completely destroyed. And you saw that. Poppy got the 2 kills off that teleport, and she just got so strong. Ezreal couldn't do anything. He just had to like pray that the ulti duration would run out before he died. And in a lot of circumstances, his whole team died or he ended up dying.
And then we have to talk about the fact, though, that on top of the pick, it was a great pick, it was a great surprise pick, Unicorns of Love, they played their level 1 the best. Their level 1 has gotten better each game, right? This time they got Poppy into the 1v1, so she was getting that free farm against the Mundo. They had now Lucian, who's a better early game AD carry, in the 2v2 on the top lane, and they capitalized, like you said, on that teleport. So the whole first 8 minutes of the game, they played that pretty fantastically compared to the prior 2 games, and that shows what they can do when they get to that point.
Yeah, they drafted way better. They got the Lucian instead of the Trist when they matched the lane, so they actually had a better laning phase, and then they picked the Poppy for the counter pick. They had a plan. They knew they want to match the lanes, and they got it going. Even though Lee Sin died and gave Ryze that first blood, which was kind of bad, Poppy got a great teleport and then countered the gank, got a double kill off that, and then...
Let's take a look at that replay. We'll pull it up, and I'll let you explain how this really was at 5.5 minutes into the game, the play that made the game.
Yeah, when a hyper carry like Poppy gets a double kill that early, you know things are going to be bad. And Millennium's trying to look for the pick off on Thresh. They thought it's a 3v2. And then they get the kill on Thresh. That's great. But Poppy, Mundo can't do anything to stop Poppy from teleporting in. He just gets the flank off, pops the ghost. Boom. 1 kill. Kha'Zix's instantly dead. Gets the love tap on Nami for the double kill. And then she just...
What's interesting here, too, though, is the fact that Mundo didn't have a TP to match, because he TP'd to the bot lane to take that 1v1 early in the game. So it was early enough in the game. And we see where we fast forward here to the kill in the mid lane, because then Lee Sin, great roam down by Gilius to secure yet another kill.
Yeah, this also allows Ahri to have the pressure mid. And yeah, you're right. Mundo didn't have his TP because he TP'd down, so that was actually really good for Unicorns of Love, and Millennium should have realized, hey, we're overextending and Poppy has teleport. Mundo can't stop that, and Mundo doesn't have teleport. So they kind of just got a little over-aggressive there, and then Unicorns of Love capitalized on it, and that's where they really started snowballing the game.
I think they also made a smart decision. As soon as that play was over, they recalled, and they ended up sending their duo back bot lane. And they established dragon control for the first time in this series by putting their duo lane back bottom and then actually acting on that dragon control that they had.
Yeah, they got the early game advantage for the first time, and they realized, hey, we've got the stronger top and we got the stronger 2v2. Let's set up for dragon, get the pressure down there. Ahri and Lee Sin, kind of that 2-man roam, and they can just get deep wards in the red side and just get picks. And they didn't get the best vision they could, but they definitely got a lot of picks with the Ahri and the Thresh, and they just kept getting objectives after objectives off of all these picks.
So the real question here, though, is there's still 2 more games to go in this series, or a possible 2 more games to go in this series. You have a great showing like that on Poppy. Can you do that over and over again, or does the ban come through this next time around and they shut, the Millennium shuts you back down?
I think there's no doubt that the Poppy ban will go through unless he decides not to play Mundo, because he goes from 1-7 on Maokai to like 9-0 on Poppy, and he does a great job on Poppy. And that's one of those picks that you kind of pull out, where counter picks you pull out that people don't ever expect. And I actually kind of like messed around with Poppy, and Poppy only really works into champions like Mundo, where they can't really deal with you early game, and then Poppy just gets the free farm and gets strong.
So then you have to wonder then what Unicorns of Love has left up their sleeves, because I would imagine they have that same assumption then, that they're probably not going to get Poppy this next time around. So although this is a great momentum shift, they definitely, they've got some life back in them. What do you expect to see them do in game 4?
I think I expect them to realize, hey, when we get their early game advantage, we really run with it. So I think they're not gonna want to go for the Tristana pick. They want to go for the Lucian pick again. Get those early game lanes going. Get the counter picks where they can, and really drive their early game lead home because they seem to work with that really well. I'm sure they're gonna keep running that shell of Lee Sin and Thresh. Gives them a lot of early game pressure and a lot of pick potential because Thresh is just all around like great for just like having pick, disengage, and just like team fight potential all in one, really.
And then if we hop over to Millennium, of course, as you said, we're probably going to see the Poppy ban come through just to make sure that that's not on the table anymore. What else, though, can they do to make sure they secure this victory?
I think they're definitely going to look for an assassin pick, especially because they got purple side this time, so they have the counter pick for mid. So Kevin's just been playing Mundo every game, so I think they're going to want to toss out the Poppy ban so they can get him back on Mundo. So they're going to probably just run the same thing they did this time, but ban Poppy, I think, is the biggest thing. And basically, in a best of 5, what you want to do is run the same strategy if you keep winning with it and force the team to pull something out to deal with it. And Millennium won the first 2 games, and then boom, Poppy came out of nowhere, and they dealt with Millennium's strategy. And now Millennium has to deal with what Unicorns of Love did, and they're probably going to go for the Poppy ban and see if they have anything else that can deal with the strategy that they won 2 games with.
I definitely like the idea, too, though, that you kind of threw in there of getting Kurt back on an assassin because he pulled out the Rise in this game, and I feel like he was so much more effective when they did carry from the mid lane in the past 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. When he's on that assassin and he gets rolling, the game is like in his hands. On Rise, you kind of just sit back, you kind of farm. You can definitely gank for Rise, but it's not as rewarding as if you ganked for like a Fizz or a Talon.
Exactly. Well, Unicorns of Love pulled off an impressive win in Game 3, but can they come all the way back to take this best of 5? It's Game 4 when we return. Don't go anywhere.
The rest of Millennium are not even close. They're going to cut him off in the lane.
All right, Hillsong plays him in. Hook. Oh! He just mad life that poor guy. Kevin's got to go down. He ults Kevin, doesn't care. Goes for J-Ree. Half health on the Nami. 1 for 0 so far. Nice knockback. J-Ree in the air.
What are you doing?
Down he goes. Vizichachi gets a double kill.
I'm coming from behind. Kill them all, kill them all.
Go, guys. Something's coming. Stop the dragon, stop the dragon, stop the dragon.
Nice.
Can we get a shot?
I got a shot.
Rise!
Rise, finish it. Mundo, burst him. Burst the Mundo. Nice. Nice. Push now, push.
The charm as well.
There's the TP.
And here comes Poppy. Down goes Kerp. And then the knockback. Goodbye, Creatine. Kerp did get the kill on Power of Evil. But by the way, Poppy is going to kill you. But they might trade back on the AD carry. Vardox, no, he stays alive. Creatine, Vizichachi again in the mix. And down he goes.
How was I supposed to know? Everyone will
LCS and Challenger fans to the Spring Promotion Tournament. We've made it now to Game 4 as Millenniums and Unicorns of Love compete for the 8th spot in the 2015 European LCS Spring Split. So Millennium started out 2-0, close games, but they were winning early game every time. Unicorns of Love finally, they find a way to fire back. They played Poppy, that was part of it, but they finally got some good counter games going on. They finally got the early game going their way, and suddenly Unicorns, it's the team we actually remember casting in the Challenger Series.
I never thought I'd hear that. And they picked Poppy, and they won.
Yep.
That was the deciding factor in that game. And even just that matchup, Poppy into Mundo, Poppy does % HP magic damage.
Yep.
And then you buy a Blade of the Ruined King, you build AD. It's really hard to itemize against that because you're doing % HP of both magic and physical damage. So he's able to split push against him, and then he's able to show up and be like, oh, we can team fight here too.
Yeah, and what was cool about that is, so one, Poppy had the highest damage to champions in the game. Also, despite building 2 AD items in Triforce and Ruin King, still more magic than physical damage to champions. Yeah. And that is still while facing a Visage first Mundo, who's going to have extra MR there. So a magic damage threat champion, for what it's worth. You're trying to itemize against Poppy, even on that kind of build, magic damage dealer. But, of course, a great game. So let's start talking about the players on this team. Unicorns of Love have been great. Hylissang. Under the radar, honestly, but Thresh, 3 games in a row, honestly, doing pretty darn well.
Yeah, and I remember in the feature that we had before the game started, he believed that his synergy with Vardogs is what was going to carry him through against Creatine and Day3. He thought they were more on the same page than that duo. So I believe that he's been showing that today with his Thresh play. Even in the games they've lost, he has been the sole picker of the team. Sometimes they pick the Ahri alongside it, but it's usually we set up the hook, and then we will charm off of that. And the times that they were keeping themselves in the game were usually off of a pick on him on like Cotton X or something. And it's like, okay, we can finally get a dragon or we can finally make a play.
Yeah.
So.
And it's interesting to see because we see all these different pick and ban trends. I know throughout all the North American playoffs, I've seen all this like community sentiment like, oh my God, pick Tristana or you're retarded. Like you're just going to be stupid about this. Sorry. And all this like hype around late game hyper carries. But we're seeing teams like this where it's all about getting a good early game going out here and seeing the lane bullies come out, seeing the Namis and Thresh try to win the lanes, the Lucians come out and do the same thing.
Oh.
And the Poppy band comes out.
Do you see that shaking his head? He's like, no. They just freed up a ban there.
Yeah.
The huge thing coming into this.
Orianna and Jarvan.
It's one of those two that's going to be left open here for Unicorns of Love, or they will leave both open.
Wow. They're so afraid of the Kha'Zix that Millennium first picks it or bans it every single game.
Here's the thing, though. If Unicorns of Love, like, first pick an Orianna for themselves.
No, it's Lucian, of
It's
course.
going to be Lucian. Okay, so they're going to pick the Lucian.
Absolutely the right choice.
That's exactly right, because it's contested. And now, you put Millennium in the pickle of, do we take Orianna, do we take Jarvan, do we just go with our thing?
Kerp hasn't played Orianna the entire split.
Exactly. He's more of that assassin, wave clear type player. Like, he'll play the Ziggs if he's going to do any wave clearing.
But even Ziggs can one-shot people, right? Like, at least that fits the mold. So Millennium just go for the bottom lane. They're looking for counter picks here. The Nami, no surprise there. Not even going for an early jungle pick, interestingly enough. Not thinking that's contested. So Gilius,
Jarvan
no
Ahri.
Kha'Zix, gets his Jarvan, exactly.
Yeah, they could go Jarvan, Orianna here, and have that ball delivery system into the Cataclysm.
So I think Millennium has to last pick their top lane. Because I don't think Pop is the only hidden pick here for Vizicachi.
No,
I think that pool goes really deep. So you gotta give Kerp a blind pick, and then hope he doesn't get outplayed by power people.
I really like this playstyle from Vizicachi. I want to talk about him for just a second here, because your top laner's like, okay, I know these matchups. Vizicachi is going to test you in a competitive match with something you haven't played against before in that matchup. He's like, I'm going to play Swain into Maokai. He's like, I know it's a counter pick, or I know at least works in this way. How are you going to react to it mid-game?
Right.
Like, by the time you react to it, you're already like, oh my god, I'm getting chunked. We should have lane swapped, or we should have done this.
Right. Well, red side OP, Millennium is not going to allow the counter pick top lane matchup here. Vizicachi might just go back to the Maokai up there, hoping that Jarvan the 4th now for Gilius can be enough to keep that matchup decent.
They go Maokai, Orianna here.
Then power play Yasuo? He doesn't, does he? Nope, Orianna comes through.
Power Evil is pretty much exclusively wave clear type champion player, wave clear caster. He will play the Ahri sometimes, and we'll just have to see.
Is it? I don't know. Jay rehovers Blitzcrank every game.
Yeah,
Mundo 4 times in a row here for Kevin. Of course, realizes what matchup's up there. Says, yep, I can handle the Maokai up there. So, great team fighting team for Unicorns of Love. Millennium pretty scattered in what they're looking for here, but Kerp could one-shot an important target in the backline, and they can kind of just drag out the fight with a Mundo front line, Tristana backline.
Yeah, they won with this combination between Cotnex and Kerp in game 2 with the Elise and the Talon off the early game ganks in the mid lane.
Right.
So they might be looking for more of that type of aggression. Cotnex, he could set up the top lane as well. We'll have to see what he ends up doing, because a lot of Millennium's success over Unicorns of Love is on Cotnex's back. Can he get that early game advantage? Can he set up his team and be a facilitator so that they can take those early objectives and then get ahead? So, I mean, I feel like every time that Millennium gets objectives, they're just giving themselves a buffer. So it's like, UOL is going to catch up a bit, but how much can we stay ahead of them until eventually it's just like that. But when Unicorn of Love get a lead, they're like, okay, see you guys. We're over here. We're gone.
Yeah, because they just strangle vision so darn well. I do think that the first 10 minutes, as with every single game so far in this series, those first 10 minutes mean a whole heck of a lot here. So, Unicorns of Love back on basically, I think the same. 9 of 10 champions are the exact same from game 2 here. The only difference being that you've got Jarvan instead of Lee Sin. The AD carry swap positions, and otherwise, I think we have identical team comps.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
So we're going to see now, early game AD carry, is that going to keep working then? Can Vardogs actually get out of the lane successfully and win some earlier team fights on? Can Gilius, who's had his Jarvan banned every single game until now, how good's that going to be?
The name of the game is comfort for Unicorns of Love in this match. These are comfort champions for them all across the board, and I love the fact that they're coming into these matches with just something they're comfortable with, because you'll have land jitters, you'll have all the stress on you when you're down 2-0 or whatever, and you whip out the Poppy pick. That's freaking incredible, and huge props to them for that. But can they even up 2-0? Is Millennium going to get back into the LCS 3-1?
We're going to find out. Mid laners squaring off. So far, the point defense for Unicorns of Love, while Millennium head to the bottom side. Kevin's going to spot out Vardogs. Nice dodge in the briefcase, but he can still win the second one. Oh, guess is wrong. And actually, Vardogs, they're not going to dive this. They could try.
This is the first level 1, I believe, in this series that Unicorns of Love had more information about Millennium than Millennium has had about Unicorns.
It's true. We heard them say in the analyst desk, every level 1's getting progressively better for UOL. I know their coach is here with them talking about, what they can do better between each game.
Yeah, Shapey's actually a really cool dude. Like, that brief chat we had with him, he seems really loose, really easygoing, and very intelligent. So I imagine that when you're down 2-0, he's not going to be a guy who's ragging on you. He's going to be a guy encouraging you.
Well, Unicorns of Love,
Bowl of
best
whipped cream.
game. Yep, bowl of whipped cream probably to every player on that team. Unicorns of Love, I mean, their best game was once they were down 0-2. They clearly did not tilt in this matchup at all. We're going to see what they can do. So, duo lane going to go bot for UOL. Same for Millennium here. So 2-on-2, 1-on-1 matchups. Gilly's going to start blue buff. And we are going to see actually, oh no, a late invade by Millennium. And I think they didn't get spotted.
Nope, that ward expired. That's over at the red buff.
Wow.
So they'll know this based on how late Creatine and J-Re show up this lane and from what angle they show up. So if they go all the way up the bush and then come down,
yeah, they know.
Yeah, they know.
So red buff stolen. TP once again used by Kevin to get top lane. He's been doing that often throughout this match. Buys 2 more health potions. Looks like that's 3 pots plus the Doran's shield. And Gilius does rightly choose the correct way to go here. And he will grab the enemy red buff, so this will be an equal buff trade.
Here's the thing though is Cotnex, he's clearing an extra camp. This is actually how it goes between these two junglers. Is Cotnex, he'll go get the enemy buff, he'll go clear out some of the wraiths or whatever is nearby, it could be wolves, and then he'll go to the next one, so he'll hit level 3. Gilius goes 1 buff to the next one, and then he's still level 2. And sometimes he ganks off that level 2. He doesn't go for the wraiths every time.
So far he's safe with his own ward coverage here. He does not go for any counter jungling, so that is an extra counter jungle camp that Cotnex got here. And it will slow down Gilius ever so slightly. Level 3 Elise clears the camps. Another trinket ward to stay safe. Power People knows to sit on the top side of the lane to hug his ward. They also know Cotnex must be bottom side because of the buffs.
Oh, but at the same time, Power of Evil, he's playing to the side that has his wards, but at the same time, that's not going to tip him off Cotnex is over here.
Has gotten to the same gank every single game. I feel like I keep seeing him double buff gank mid.
It's pretty damn close to it every game.
No.
But look at this. He made a route.
Wow.
All the way across.
That's impressive. He's counter-jungling very heavily. And the thing is, if the bot lane were winning right now, he would potentially get in a very abrupt kill on Vardox and Hylissang.
They are going to see him right now, though. He's walking across the ward. They ping him out.
And they can guess that he counter-jungled the double golems here as well. But nothing doing here for Gilius. He's not finding anything to do. And even though the CS looks equal 9-9, Cotnex is getting way more valuable monster kills here.
And Gilius still sitting at just barely level 3. Cotnex will hit 4.
Like 3.5, almost 4, yeah.
He'll hit 4 fairly shortly. He's already in on those camps.
Alright, Gilius finds there's a counter jungle. He will take away one of the big wraiths. Still one large monster ahead right now still for Cotnex here in the jungle path.
Creatine holding parity in this bottom lane in terms of CS. Has the sustain from Nami, so he can trade with the Lucian.
But every lane's actually winning.
Oh,
slightly
trading.
Good damage on the Cretan. Actually misses one passive charge. Vardox forced to flash away. And here's the TP in for Vizicachi. Can they reach it though? Cretan, ooh, a nice lantern. They go for the Tristana who jumps away. I think they should have saved that for Maokai though to lock down J-Reed. No, the flash play gonna happen. Flash in Vizicachi not gonna be in range. A wasted flash and a wasted teleport.
I don't know if it's completely wasted, though. They're setting up for this dragon for Unicorns of Love.
Well, it is going to send Cretan back, and J-Reed has very little to say for himself as well, but it does mean some free farm time for Kevin. Kurt, zone back a little bit of Power of Evil. Level 5, Orianna. This will be a very outnumbered fight. They're not going to look for the steal. Nice zoning by Vizicachi, who's out of mana, though. Good pickup there. All right, Unicorns of Love, first dragon. So far, so good for them.
They got both flashes down bottom. Gilius, he still is just level 3 to Cotnex's level 4, but they picked up that dragon for the team and got themselves a bigger lead than what they would have had if they just picked up 1 kill.
So basically, Vizicachi burned 2 summoner spells for a dragon is the overall trade. The bot lane otherwise traded 3 summoners each. CS still pretty equal. Cotnex though still going to counter jungle for a bit though. He is playing as aggressively as he can, and he's actually getting some advantages over Gilius because of this.
He's trying to just shut Gilius down, make sure that he can't get into this game, because as soon as that Jarvan hits level 6, you know he's going to go for the lanes that don't have flash, and he's going to cause a lot of pressure. So Cotnex is handling this situation perfectly. And even if he runs into Gilius, at least is a little bit of a better dueler at the start of the game through these early levels.
Sure. The long sword that he has not going to mean too much there for Gilius. Should still be in a rough spot in this matchup. Let's see what else happens here. So just the very small 500 gold lead. The lane's actually going much better now for Millennium because of the people leaving their lanes here. Cretan back to a lead. Kevin the same, actually. So when the first recalls come out for the other lanes. Catalyst not done for the Maokai, so he's not going to be able to sustain all that well in this lane for a while.
And now Gilius looking to get some deeper wards and get information about the jungle of Cotnex. But Cotnex isn't really spending a lot of time in his own jungle. He's spending it in lanes. He's spending it in the enemy jungle.
And we'll see how useful those wards end up even being here. Looks like the recall is going to come in for Cretan soon. He should have nearly enough money to get himself some good items. We'll see, though. The recall timing should be pretty similar, though. The Dragon Gold going to make up for that 6 CS difference.
Yeah.
Not the next near the top lane, but does not want to gank here just yet. Kevin does have the level lead, though. They could theoretically force the flashless Vizicachi down. He doesn't even have wards, as far as I know.
And both AD carries are sitting at BF sword gold, but of course, Vardax is a little bit higher in gold because of the fact he has the dragon.
Ooh, nice jump in. Actually dodges the cleaver. Nice play, Vizicachi. But I don't think he has any hope of actually pushing Kevin out of lane when he's got the Negatron Cloak plus his ulti there.
No, this ain't no Poppy.
Nope.
Never thought I'd say that in my life. It's happened, though.
Alright. So Power of Evil is building a small lead here. 15 minions up against Kerp. Kerp, the first recall off of Brutalizer and his Flask. And so far, that is a lead that Power can take in and actually maybe continue to bully. One last wave to push, and he's going to get his own recall with 20 CS and a Dragon's worth of gold extra. This mid lane might even get worse for Kerp now.
Here's the thing, though, is Cotnex didn't get any ganks off. There's about 1,000 gold lead now for Unicorns of Love. Just kind of making itself very present in this mid lane. And the fact that Cotnex hit 6 and Gilius is about to hit 6, Jarvan's power spike at 6 is much higher than Elise's. Elise is just going to get some extra damage and Spiderling. Jarvan's going to get himself the Cataclysm, and he's going to be able to lock up targets that don't have Flash. This is going to be a really big boon for him and his ganking, especially since none of these lanes gave up first blood yet.
True. It's been a pretty slow game. Cotnex is getting some extra gold from the counter jungle, but otherwise nothing really emphasized, and I can't help but think that's a good thing for Unicorns of Love, who, once their early game stopped being bad, just won very convincingly against Millennium here.
That's going to be Gilius with the back. Didn't have enough mana for a full combo, so even if he had engaged there for a gank.
Also, interestingly, really late recalls from the AD carries. The mid laners have been pretty good about coming in when they have important items to go through. Right, Brutalizer versus the extra Doran's Boots and Seekers on one side, but...
So here's the thing, is that the bottom lane, nobody's really bullied the other one out of this lane. They're just sitting there, gentleman's agreement, we're just going to keep farming.
Yeah.
They both are sitting on about 2,500 gold, and Dragon is up in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
So no matter what, you're not going to be able to recall and get more than, I think, BF Sword Pickaxe. So very smart recall right now by Creatine should be able to get that item. Oh, he can't afford it, gets Boots instead. That's actually a bit of a lull here. And now the dive top lane, Kevin. 600 health is healing. The flash doesn't mean too much, but Zachachi pulls aggro. He's going to dance back. There we go. First blood to Gilius, and he will be able to walk away safely. Great first blood, Unicorns of Love.
Good job by Vizichachi to tank the turret as long as he possibly could. Also, the flash from Kevin was to dodge the knockup instead of dodging the Cataclysm. And that cost
he
him.
couldn't kite away anymore. And now we're going to see Cotnex just sit there in the top lane. Of course, we are still going to see Kevin back in lane in time with teleport to contest the dragon, but Unicorns of Love are going to be stronger everywhere.
Yeah, Bardags gets the pickaxe instead of boots.
Yep.
Pickaxe pickaxe BF sword.
Yeah.
Beats pickaxe boots.
I mean, he was already going to be stronger at level 8 regardless, but this is going to be an even bigger spike.
Shockwave.
Nice Shockwave! Curb has to... Oh, Hillesong!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Hillesong! What else can you say?
He hooks him during the Shadow Assault, and it's completely blind. And there was a flash on top of it.
Nothing else to say.
Yeah. That's... You can put your hands down now, Freak.
Nope. I can't. I can't put my hands down. I'm still in disbelief. That was sick.
That was awesome. So I'm glad we highlighted him before the game. He's gotten Thresh every game, and he's been a big facilitator with his hooks. We had the highest kill participation last game, and now Unicorns of Love are out to a 2.2k gold start.
You got to realize Unicorns have so much momentum right now. Millennium have to be a little bit shattered. I feel like they've got to be somewhat quiet, got to be a little bit lost here. They're going to try to make the play mid lane. Not going to happen. Unicorns of Love are already grouped up. And they are on fire right now.
Ooh, there's teleport advantage for Vizichachi, or for Kevin in the top lane. Vizichachi does not have his.
Ooh. Bring it double.
Apparently he can defend himself during broadcast. Gilius, he's going to try to go in for this.
Oh, wow, they got the steal.
Bardags.
Didn't even get the smite. Vardags with the W. Does like 60 damage.
They're going to get a turret for this too. There's so much going in favor of the Unicorns of Love at this moment. The momentum, you said. Yeah. The gold lead that they have for themselves.
4.3 thousand this early on. This is grim for Millennium. It's Kerp going in, tries to make the play, can't do enough damage. Vizichachi, though, burning down.
Gillian?
And it's going to be the jump in towards Kevin. Cotton gets one kill. They trade back, though. Top laner and jungler dead now on one side and the other. Kerp forced back. 1-for-1 trade, though. Not too bad for Millennium.
Not too bad for either side at all. But these items, Orianna sitting on 2,400 gold. Power of Evil.
That's his Zonias.
Is about to get his Zonias. It's going to allow him to have a much easier time against Kerp, who he's already beating by about 30 CS. And the thing with Talon, I talked about it before when Kerp played it. If you get down in the mid game, because your early game wasn't this huge, I'm roaming everywhere, ganking every lane, and keeping them down, you're going to have a terrible time against this much CC on this team. You eat a hook, you eat a flay, you eat a Maokai point and click twisted advance. Kerp is going to get shut down this game pretty hard. I can say that with full confidence on this Talon. The fact he didn't get snowballing.
Yeah, honestly, it might be very grim for the player who's been kind of putting Millennium on his back for a lot of these games. Kerp's been a huge player, both in this series and the LCS itself.
And here's the fun thing, too, in this matchup, is Millennium was the 6th seeded team coming into this.
Yeah.
They picked Unicorns of Love, thinking they are the weakest team. And it was funny because in the roll-in, you heard D-Man saying, I would not pick Unicorns of Love right now.
Yeah.
Because they look like such a fantastic team in terms of their map play. And actually, fun thing there, Hylissang threw his lantern backwards just to feign that there was a gank.
Nope. Not even Vardogs was there.
Back up.
Yeah, Unicorns, honestly, the best performing challenger team, at least from Europe, we've seen so far.
In terms of map movement, overall, like their individual play is good, but their team fight is better.
But on J-Re, a great tidal wave, but Gilius gets through it, and J-Re very close to dead. Nice pickup by Power of Evil. And now Created forced to run, loses some health, good flash. Off the good shockwave. Hylissang looking for the hook, not gonna find it. Cooldown boots on Thresh, by the way. He wants a lot of hooks here.
Yeah, he throws them out rapid fire. He wants to get that as low as possible. If he lands one, he's going to land another. Maxes it first, of course. And now they have damage on this turret at 14 minutes, 40 seconds. They're about to lose a tier 2 inhibitor here. A tier 2 turret, sorry, for Millennium.
Damage.
The Infinity Edge completed. The item spikes here for UOL. They are pushing them. They're like, I got Zhonya's. I got Infinity Edge. Fight
Look
them.
how early these spikes are, though. Like, you've got a bunch of CDR and Thresh. You've got iEdge done before 15. Zhonya's done before 15. Lizard Elder done. Like, those are all not completed items on Millennium right here.
And they're going for the same things.
Wow! Gilius picks up Cotton next. Kevin low on health. He will fall, but Gilius will trade his life. 2 for 1 into the mid turret. That's going to drop as well. Kerp does not find a way in. The hook onto J-Re. They root him up, and down he goes. A 3 for 1. Kerp tries to make the play. He does get a kill back. But they destroy Creatine. And now the inhibitor turret is dying at 15 minutes.
It's a 7k gold advantage for Unicorns of Love at 15 minutes and 30 seconds. They're about to get this blue buff for themselves too. You basically give them a finger, they're gonna take your whole arm, and it looks like they're just taking the whole body. They just blow up Cotnex in the back. Gilius, complete forward motion call there. Goes for the dive. This team is well equipped to deal with that, and Hylissang all series long has been getting the picks for his team. Kerp makes it happen there with the end of the Shadow Assault. But Creatine just gets blown up by Power of Evil, and these item spikes are so early that you don't even have levels to deal with them or soak the damage that you're going to be taking.
No. Even though you're not seeing the standard death cap stuff coming out, no voice death yet for Power of Evil, he's destroying people, right? He's got so much damage in this build because it's so darn early on. Vardogs as well, I don't think he's even that afraid of Kerp. Like,
no.
Until Last Whisper, I don't think Kerp can 1v1 him. Or, like, burst him, rather. He might be win the duel, but...
Kerp doesn't have a completed item. He's like, I got Brutalizer, Moby Boots. I'm trying to move around this map. I'm trying to get some gold for my team, but it's not working out. Infinity Edge isn't even completed on Creatine.
Still.
There is a lot going in favor of Unicorns of Love right now. And the Dragon is in 1 minute, and they're going to be in a better position to fight this team fight, to start this team fight, to dive a turret before the team fight even starts. But look at that. Millennium just going to have to back off of this objective and give it up. They don't have the numbers. They don't have anybody to defend this.
It is good to Millennium's credit, though. They actually have a nice line of defensive wards here. Their warding's actually picked up throughout this series, and Millennium are not going to get caught off guard too much here. The difficulty is that they might just not win fights regardless, but at least they're not going to get picked off nearly as much. Unicorns of Love, though, still pushing in, looking for their 4th turret to 0 in this game. They've not given up any objectives this time around. Nice jump away. Cotton gets hooked in. Out he goes.
This looks like the Unicorns of Love.
Ooh, requiring another flash. The hook onto Kerp as well.
This looks like the Unicorns of Love that the Copenhagen Wolves were talking about.
Yep.
That gives you trouble in scrims. First 2 games, you could see signs of that. Now you're seeing it full force since game 3.
It took nearly a millennium, but Unicorns of Love have finally showed up. There's the tidal wave. There's the engagement. Kerp gets hooked. Doesn't find too much damage, but Hylissang gets locked up. They're going to trade 1 for 1, and the battle has begun. The TP in for Vizicachi. Who can he find?
Oh, he got him.
It's going to be Tristana, but is it enough? Oh! Yes, it is. A double kill for Power of Evil. 2 for 1 so far. This should be a turret kill as well. Gilius, yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Looks for Connex. Gets the knockup, actually, and gets the duel. Vizicachi shows up to make sure. Tag teams in. This is going to be a turret kill.
UOL has such great team fighting on top of their objective control, and that was a great display of power by them, flexing their items, flexing their advantage, and now they're going to go straight for this dragon and just make that gold gap even larger. The thing here to look at between the two games, or at least the two victories for these teams, is when Millennium wins, it's a 40-minute game. When UOL is winning, first game in game 3 was a 30-minute win. This is 19 minutes in, and they're already at about a 10k gold advantage, even more than that. The amount of damage that just gets pulled out here, and the fact that that's a TP to a minion, so that the turret just keeps hitting that minion, trying to kill it, not switching off of it, is really big, and Vizicsacsi played that fantastically, getting the Twisted Advance all the way back to Creatine, and picking up that kill.
So marvelous here. Basically, Unicorns of Love are up, I think 1,800 gold per member right here. Like, it's a massive lead in general. You can see down the line, just brutal stuff here. 2,000 on one side, maybe 1,000 on the other, but Unicorns of Love just so far ahead. Finally, one turret goes down. Kerp is trying. He's got a kill. He's got 2 assists. He got the top lane turret. But there's so few advantages coming in Millennium's way right now.
So we're about to hit the 20-minute mark, and it's a 10k gold advantage. And a lot of that is just spread out. Power of Evil is about 2.3k above Kerp at this point. Actually, scratch that. He's 3,200 above Kerp.
Jeez.
It was such a big number that I just stinted on the math.
Lost track of math.
Yeah. 3,200 gold advantage.
Ooh, Cocoon Gillius, though, taking a whole bunch of pain. The picks work. The defensive wards from Millennium are showing up.
The wards that they place down to guard themselves and having the base collapse on them, but they're still going to get an objective here. Unicorns of Love are unrelenting in their pursuit, getting that Nexus and evening up the series.
I find it very interesting, actually, that there's so much emphasis on Mercury treads. I think it makes sense for Power of Evil, just because he can break the silence and Zhonya's away from Kerp. But for Gillius, I feel like you just want the Ninja Tabby to survive turrets and Creatine and Kerp here. He's invested really, really heavily on MR, but Kerp is still the scary one. And a slight misbuild that I think could have helped Gillius survive these fights before.
I think they're just worried about the Cocoon lockup and then the chase potential afterwards. Because when they've played this composition before, because they played the exact same comp.
Sure.
Right? They were getting chased down. They were getting hit by things and going, okay, you guys have to leave me because I'm dead. Because Mundo's just going to keep cleavering me, and then I'm going to eat another Cocoon, and it just keeps happening like that. So I think the Mercury Treads are just to play safe in this, because they have such an advantage now that it would be really hard for them. They would have to basically dive and mess it up multiple times for Millennium to get back in this game, or give up some dragons off of bad team fights.
Well, let's see. Hook is gonna hit Kevin. Boxes down. Ignite there as well. Flayed back in. Such a long lockup means a kill for Vardogs.
He got culled on that one.
He did.
You can see the amount of damage that Vardogs is doing at this point in the game.
Ooh. Nice try. Does not quite catch up to him, but this is going to be a mid lane siege now. Vizicsacsi has to survive with no armor items up against this Tristana.
Kerp's flanking, like he does on Fizz. He's doing it on Talon as well. But he's trying to clear the wave so that they can't get to this turret.
Very nicely done. That's going to buy a lot of time, and it's going to make sure that Kevin revives. But Kerp's got to be careful. His Boots of Moby are on cooldown, and another minion shot slowed him down again. Vizicsacsi, though, not going to find the rest of the chase.
Kerp going to try to head him off.
Vardogs, W does not hit, and Kerp's out.
Not completely, though. There's a red buff here on Vardags. There's no Shadow Assault either, so a large part of Kerp's DPS is gone.
He needs to dash to get in range. Boots are back up. Ooh, Summer heals to catch up. Kerp is going to land the slow, but has almost nowhere else to go. No ulti, gets a little bit of damage down, but that won't happen. Power of Evil gets the kill. Buys some time for his team, but Creatine is in turret range. That's not where he wanted to be. One hit from dead. Can they find him? Yes. Hillsong and Vizicsacsi get the kill.
Oh, he dodges
Cocoon. And J-Re is also screwed. 3 kills picked up for UOL.
This is most surely a Baron for the Unicorns of Love if they opt to start it.
Well, Kevin's bottom lane, he's got teleport, but you know what? Doesn't even matter. Here comes the team. There's Gillies as well. This is going to be a pretty swift Baron here. Only 23 minutes in, but you know it's a good way to cement a 10,000 gold lead.
Give yourself some temporary combat stats and just push down those inhibitor turrets. This composition that Unicorns of Love set up for themselves, they got the Jarvan, they got the Orianna, and then they got the comfort picks for Vardags. They got champions that were banned against them throughout this series, and they've taken every objective. All 3 dragons, first Baron, and they are about to close this game out. Pretty much sub 30 minutes. they're looking very poised to do so.
They absolutely could. So, 12,000 gold lead, 23 minutes in, still. They're basically keeping a 500 gold per minute lead in this game. A ludicrously high number. And UOL have not flinched so far. Now with Baron buff, looking for the siege. Mid lane inhibitor turret should still be injured somewhat. Dragon's up in a minute, but I feel like sieging is a smarter choice when you've got Baron buff than just taking neutrals for 10 minutes. We know Millennium had problems sieging in their earlier 2 wins. They did close it out, though. Unicorns of Love, though, have been much more decisive in closing games.
Unicorns of Love have all the tools to dive as well. Gilius will force a fight, and it's the Shockwave combo on top of him. Watch for that, watch for Vizichachi, and watch for the hooks from Hylissang. There's so many things to keep your eyes peeled for that Millennium, they don't have enough eyeballs for it.
Kevin gets pulled in again. He is still not tanky enough. He's going to get just bursted down, and there is the kill on Dr. Mundo.
Oh, the hook again!
0-5-1. Kevin Kerp just gets out, but by the way, everyone else is dead. There goes Created. Double kill for Power of Evil. J-Re flashes away, does stay alive, but right now UOL are inside the base. They have a minion wave coming. This will be an inhibitor.
They're going to go straight for this inhibitor turret, and the amazing dive there. The hooks from Hylissang, hooking Kevin, then hooking Kerp, and getting completely out of the fight while the rest of them dive the backline. They have so much gold in terms of an advantage here that they are ready to close this game out, and they're just going to pick Millennium apart and play it systematically.
And look at this. They could Dragon, they could steal red buff. Instead, they're going to go for the top lane and try to get more. And Baron buff keeping the health bars up. Unicorns of Love, though, not going to overstay. And they will use some time to clear away buffs. Maybe regroup and grab Dragon, but they still have 2 minutes on Baron buff to push a lot more down.
And pings onto the Dragon. They don't want to give these Dragons up to Millennium or give them any type of gold to get back into this game or even signs of life. It's a stranglehold here. You let them get their hands around your neck, they're going to choke you until you asphyxiate.
Yep.
That usually ends in a Nexus explosion.
True.
I was like, I'm actually going to choke him.
Hopefully not. That's against the rules.
Yeah. I assume it's the law, too?
I mean, yes.
Unicorns Love are going to secure themselves a dragon at the same time and make this about a 15,000 gold lead. They almost have 150% of the gold of Millennium.
Rather significant margin. I would say that's a bit of a useful lead here. Hylissang gets his charges spent, and they're going to go down for the bottom lane here.
That's more like 130, but still.
Huh?
I was just talking about 130% of their gold.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
No.
We're not prone to exaggeration.
Never. Poppy is the best champion in the game.
Not an exaggeration.
Teemo is the best champion in the game.
All the good crowd showed up today.
Think what you wish. Here we go, guys. Bottom lane under fire. Baron buff on for 30 seconds more. And they got 1 wave left with Baron buff. Kerp holding the mid lane pretty safely. Looks for the flank. Not going to find it easily. Hylissang sweeps away some wards. Not much vision for Millennium. And here they go, looking for inhibitor number 2, 27 minutes in. Gilius knocked up, though, good damage.
Onto the minion.
Will they even go for this? Kerp is still behind the team, looking for the flank. This is Millennium's last stand right here. Gilius loses a lot of health. In goes Kerp. So does Power of Evil. There's the front line, and down goes Kerp. Down goes Kevin. The knock-up and caught next. Gilius still alive, 3 for 0. This is going to be the game. J-Re going to fall as well. And the hook gets created. 5 for nothing. Up, make that 5 for 1. Bardox goes down, but that will be the game. Unicorns of Love tie it up 2-2. Next winner is in the LCS.
A 28-minute game from the Unicorns of Love. Their average game time in their victories, about 29 minutes. Look at Millennium, it's about 40. Big disparity in terms of how these teams play when they have a lead over their opponents. The Unicorns of Love, frankly, just look like a better objective team. Yeah, and the picks and bans, if they get champions that can contest these objectives at any point in the game, they stand a chance. And if they get an early game lead off of Cotnex not pushing an advantage,
right,
and off of Gilius just sitting around, you know, like that game, they did nothing in the jungle. It was First Blood came out very late. But that was in favor of Unicorns of Love.
Exactly.
Because they're like, let's just wait until around first dragon, and they got the first dragon for themselves.
Right.
They got a tiny gold lead, and it just got even bigger off of that.
Yep. Unicorns of Love, they play the map better. They are close enough in individual skill that holding onto a laning phase is fine. So the only disparity, again, I think, that Millennium can use is Cotton-X. He's such a good jungler, and he made so many good plays early game. And counter jungler was not nearly as effective as Ganks were. He didn't hold Gilius down nearly enough. And so I need to see him make some plays in Game 5 of Millennium and want to stay in the LCS. Otherwise, I think Unicorns of Love are just the favorites at this point.
Yeah. A lot of them were just grouping up 23 to 6 in kills.
Yeah.
It's just a huge margin there. And a lot of them had 20 out of those 23 kills that they participated in.
Right. It's all team fights.
Yeah, and they set it up for themselves too. Jarvan, Orianna, there's a reason those champions were being banned away from them.
Right.
And coming into this next game, they're going to be on red side again. They have a counter pick opportunity.
Right.
I think the Jarvan's going to go back on the ban list. Don't know so much about the Poppy, though.
It does mean that Lucian can't be secured anymore.
Exactly.
And the bottom lane has been dictating a little bit of this because just they get into the fights and a better bottom laner tends to be winning those battles when that happens. So something to watch for.
Also, when he's not on Lucian, he's giving up a large CS lead to Creatine.
Right. So something to watch for. Certainly, we're going to have a very interesting Game 5. But with a climactic Game 5 imminent, let's go over to the Analyst Desk to walk us through Unicorn's win.
Thank you, Freak. And a very decisive win at that. Another quick one. As both Zyrene and Freak stated, when Unicorns of Love have a lead, they are quick to close it out in comparison to Millennium, who seem to have extended games that they'll close more methodically.
Yeah, definitely. When they get that lead, they start going for the more aggressive picks. They start getting in the jungle, and they just start sieging. And Millennium's team comp is so bad against sieging. They have an assassin. They don't have the wave clear necessary to defend from a siege. So as soon as Unicorns of Love get that advantage and get on the siege, they just start getting into Millennium's base, and there's not much they can do.
I want to take a look at the picks and bans, because as we expected, the Poppy did come through as a ban, but that meant they had to replace it with something, right? So they ended up leaving up J4. And I had questioned, all right, leaving up the J4, can he use it to the extent where he can have some early pressure? And are they going to properly combo it with the Orianna to get some dives and again, early objective control? And it seemed to work. So now that they're moving back on, to they're switching sides yet again, the question is Millennium normally banning Syndra, Ori, and Jarvan. They ban that both in games 1 and 3. If they have to throw the Poppy ban back up, which one of those 3 do you get rid of?
I think they're probably going to get rid of the Ori ban and go Syndra, Poppy, Jarvan. I think you still have to ban that Poppy. It looks like Kevin's played Mundo all 4 games. It seems like that's his comfort pick, and that's what he really wants to be on, and he's not comfortable on much else. But I think it's really important that Millennium gets the early game lead, because Millennium's running these assassin comps where they have to get Kerp ahead. Their win condition is basically Kerp right now. It's like, Kerp, get ahead on this assassin and give us all the map pressure we need to make these plays to get the Dragons to be ahead. And that didn't happen Game 4. That didn't happen Game 3. And is it going to happen Game 5? I think that's the big question.
100% I agree that they should replace the Ori, because the Jarvan is what allowed them that hard initiate under the turrets. It's what it gave them the option to dive, whereas Lee Sin is going to require a little bit more mechanics there if you really want to go and get the perfect pick off and the kick out back into the team. I want to jump into a replay here. We're going to go 11 minutes into the game, because we talked about how Millennium's win condition is their mid lane, and we wanted somebody to extend pressure to the mid lane. Interestingly enough, though, it's Thresh who does it in this game.
Finally, Thresh goes for the mid lane play, and so many Mad Lifes have been happening recently. This is like the second one this series. Saw one a couple days back, and he gets the ulti off. Thresh just walks up, beautiful flash hook right into the flash, and Kerp's dead. And they basically get the mid tower for that. It gets down to like 5%. And that's the kind of plays you need to be making on these melee mid assassins who are very, very vulnerable to getting ganked and are very hard to farm effectively when you don't have the vision to play up. And as soon as they got that mid pick, they went over. They actually didn't set up well for the dragon, but Lucian got a nice steal on it, which even sealed Millennium's fate even more, because they lost the dragon and they lost the mid turret, and then they just kept pressuring mid. They pressured bottom, and you could see Millennium couldn't do anything. Talon wasn't strong enough to split push. He wasn't strong enough to burst anyone, and their team fight just fell completely apart.
That's a lot of gold into Unicorn's hands at that point too. And I want to point out that in the mid lane, we saw a very similar build to Kerp's Fizz in the first game, where having a massive gold lead, they went for the defensive item first, choosing to go for that Hourglass as a safe way to make sure that they could close out the game quickly and efficiently, but while still having a fair amount of AP to support their aggression.
Yeah, Hourglass is definitely like one of the biggest anti-throw capabilities for like a mid against any like assassin, especially like a Talon. And once he gets that Hourglass and he's ahead, he can just, you saw how far up he was playing in those sieges, and even if they went on him, he always had his Hourglass. He had a Maokai and a Thresh to peel for him as he played up his Orianna. So it was really hard, especially with the Hourglass, to die for him. Like he basically couldn't die unless he like walked into 5 of them under the tower. So their siege was just so strong and so hard to deal with.
You mentioned the Maokai. In the first couple games, I was a little underwhelmed by Vizicachi's Maokai play, but I have to say in this game he played it much more fluidly. He used his engages properly. I felt like he mispositioned a few times in the earlier games with his Twisted Advance. This time, though, maybe it's just a factor of having that gold lead, that he felt confident in diving, but it was much better use of Engage that allowed them to, again, go under those turrets at 20 minutes into the game and just completely take fights.
Yeah, when you're that far ahead, all you need is Maokai. Maokai, please just root somebody, and then they just pop because they got a fed Ori, they got a fed Lucian, and Lucian seems like he's been a pretty big factor in these series too. They picked up the Lucian, they picked up the stronger lanes, and it seems like it's been working out very well for him as opposed to the Tristana pick.
Yeah, the importance of the early game really showing for Unicorns here. I do want to hop into the second replay because all of this early game pressure that we talk about and the lead that they're securing factors into what they're able to do 15 minutes into the game under a turret.
Yeah, this just leads into Unicorn of Love's win condition against Millennium's specific comp. Millennium's comp, again, has really poor wave clear, so they're really bad at dealing with the onslaught of the siege, and you just see the hooks go out, Jarvan just jumps in, pops Celise, and there's chaos everywhere, but to top it all off, Unicorn of Love is just way stronger than Millennium right now, and they can't do anything about that siege, so they just basically just run them over at this point.
There's another great hook here, too.
Yeah, this guy has just been landing so many great hooks on Thresh. I think he's had 2 Mad Lives this series already, and I've been really impressed by his Thresh play.
Both Freak and Zyrene have mentioned Hylissang's ability to play Thresh. He's been on it throughout the entire series, and it's fine. He's finally able to, like, in this win, it was really showcased his ability to make plays on that champion. But now, of course, we're at the all-important Game 5, where everything's up in the air. There's no question Unicorns have momentum in their favor. So let's look at Millennium, because they played the first 2 games very well. However, is it time for them to get away from that assassin-reliant composition, where if it doesn't work out, they have no other options? I feel like they have to give themselves more outs as it goes later into the game.
Yeah, the first time they had Poppy that kind of dealt with like what Millennium was running. This time they kind of had the Jarvan, and they just got those advantages. And the Game 5, the deciding game, they were Unicorns of Love were down 2-0, and they came back 2 games. And it's when you're at that 5th game and you're up 2-0 like that, it's so hard for any team to come back and be like, are we going to run Assassins again? What are we going to do? And what's worked for them twice is the Assassin, so they're probably going to go for that for the 5th deciding game. But they might try to shake it up. It's the 5th game. The number one thing you want to do is realize, okay, it's a best of 1 now. Like, clear your mind, realize that this is the all-important game. What happened in the last 4 games don't matter. The mistakes don't matter. Just focus on this one game. And, yeah, don't let the other games get you down. And it might be hard for Millennium after those 2 games.
Just to follow up on that, I feel like the period of time in which is going to be the most important, I mean, we've said it this whole time, is that first 10 minutes of the game. Because it's so important actually for both teams. For Unicorns, they need that lead in the first 10 minutes because it seems like if they don't have it, they will get beat out by decision-making and solid team fighting on the side of Millennium. However, if Millennium hands over that lead, right? If they don't play their kind of safe, steady, take objective, good vision control early game, then Unicorns will steamroll them once they have a couple thousand gold in their pockets.
Yeah, I definitely think the Lucian pick is going to be pretty big in this 5th game, whoever gets the Lucian. I think it's worked very well for whichever teams had Lucian because it's put so much pressure on the bot lane, and both AD carries seem to have done really well with Lucian, so I think that's going to be huge to determine who gets ahead in the early game, and the Dragon control is also going to be very important.
Well, picks, bans, early game vision, dragon control, all of those things are going to be very interesting to keep an eye on in this next game because we do have a spot in the 2015 LCS that comes down to a single game. Unicorns of Love and Millennium throw everything they have at each other after the break. Don't go anywhere.
FLICKR.
But this is going to be an even bigger spike.
Shockwave.
Nice shockwave. Curb has to. Oh, Hillesong!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Hillesong! What else can you say?
Nice. Alice still on the side. Push.
They should back out.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, no. Go. Okay, I'm Nami. Nice! Tell him! Where is he? Okay, then.
Nice! One hit from Dead. Can they find him? Yes. Hillesong and Vizicachi get the kill.
Oh, he dodges
Cocoon. And J-Re is also screwed. He is still not tanky enough. He's going to get just bursted down, and there is the kill on Dr. Mundo.
Oh, the hook again!
0-5-1. Kevin Curb just gets out, but by the way, everyone else is dead.
Go Taylor! I'm on nice! Mundo's dead! Nice! Tristana! Nami! I got him! I'm coming! Coming for Nami! Nice! Oh, the gosh!
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. We're now moments away from the 5th and final game between Millennium and Unicorns of Love. Now, whoever smashes the next Nexus will earn a spot in the 2015 European LCS. Millennium started that series 2-0, very close games. Unicorns finally get some early game out of themselves, and they smashed the next two.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a 3-0, and then the Unicorns came up and said, nay, and then took it back. It's 2-2. We got to talk about the members of the Unicorns of Love, though. Vizichachi. In games 3 and 4, he was on Poppy and then Maokai. First Poppy we've seen, and he's only died once in their 2 victories here. Vizichachi in the top lane has been such a boon for the team. He shows up with his TPs, and he's making a lot of those calls, if you heard those voice communications, that when he's diving, he's very vocal about what he's doing.
Yeah, also Unicorns of Love in general as a team, we said their big strength is their teamwork, their vision control, their objective control. They are uncontested in Dragons in their wins. One, to be fair, was a steal by Lucian up in there. That was pretty awesome. But overall, UOL do not let up on objectives. You have these interesting sort of stat lines where it's like, if you can actually shut down individual members, and that's on Cotton X, you actually stop Unicorns of Love. If you can contest the objectives, you can stop Unicorns of Love. And Millennium have ceased doing that in the last 2 games. And I felt like they're the team that gets to dictate the pace because they were winning the early game. Cotton X was crushing people. The lanes were winning. And if Millennium can get back to that, what they had in the first 2 games, they've got this game 5.
Yeah, it pretty much seems to be, if Unicorns of Love get the first dragon, then they know what to do with that lead. They turn that dragon into more wards while keeping their combat stats, instead of what they were doing before was buying a bunch of wards, sacrificing some combat stats, and then the next fight, it's like back and forth. So they put such a priority on vision control, but they do that so much easier when they have dragons.
Yeah, they do. It funds it, exactly as you said, and it lets them kind of keep up with the rest of their items here. Interesting to note as well is Unicorns are back on red team, which means they can guarantee a counter pick in one of those solo lanes, and that might require, some special ban work here by Millennium. Syndra still removed, Zillion still removed. A lot of these guys not changing half their bans.
Yeah, and we have Optimus Tom here doing some stats for us, so pretty sure that Poppy game was absolute hell on him.
Yeah. Didn't expect that one out. Millennium still, I found this very odd. They are tunneling so hard on the value of Kha'Zix here. They're going to ban that one away to make sure it doesn't go to Unicorns of Love. Yep, they'll first pick the Lucian. No surprise there. Then Creatine finally gets his Lucian back. I think that's been a big deal.
It was a really big deal for Vardags, but that means that you're going to be able to pick the Jarvan once again, the Unicorns of Love, because they weren't putting that prioritization on the Kha'Zix, and Millennium banned it for themselves to first pick the Lucian.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. I suppose Gilius might just have this legendarily good Kha'Zix that requires all this effort. But look at this. I like the Aurelia grab. It blocks the Poppy pick because Aurelia will win the 1v1. The true damage cuts through the passive. And Lee Sin now for Cotton X.
Well, definitely blocks it because he already picked the Maokai for the top.
Oh, sure.
Vizichachi.
Right. I mean, that makes
just to
sense.
get that pick for himself.
All right, so Aurelios Maokai top lane. Either way, Thresh, Corki, great bot lane. Twisted Fate now in for Kerp, and J-Re gets his Blitzcrank.
So first off, I love the Corki pick here for Vardags. We were talking between the games that Tristana, he kept playing that over and over again. It's just not working out for him. You need him on that, not hyper carry, but the lane blitz. That's more his style. He loves the Lucian. Take the Lucian away, that's fine. Just play Corki. Don't try to match that aggression with a hyper carry, because Creatine will push that and get about 100 CS advantage over you. Here's the big thing too, is Kerp, he's kind of on a roaming game changer. Like, he's been trying to do that all series long. He's like, I'm gonna play Fizz, try to influence the lanes. Try to play Talon, influence the lanes. Twisted Fate has a much easier time doing that, and that's built into his kit a lot more.
But here's the difficulty. He's up against one of the best mid-lane bullies here. Power of Evil has locked in Cassiopeia. Now, this is 4.14. This is not rework 4.16 Cassiopeia. This is, your Q is crazy, your poke is really good. Your Twin Fang's still very strong, of course. But this is old Cassiopeia.
Yeah, he's played it once before in the Challenger Series. I believe it didn't work out for him in that game. But now they're going to have a lot of AoE Wombo combo. You're going to have the Jarvan diving in, the Cassiopeia ultimate on top of it, and then you're also going to be able to have the Maokai, keeping people locked up in there. And if all of your allies are around, you're still going to be doing a lot of damage as well with the the Maelstrom. There you go.
Yep. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a very mid-game focused team here for Unicorns, which I think makes a whole bunch of sense. We'll see if they can handle all this and the pressure from Twisted Fate. Now that the teams are all tied up, who do you guys think is going to win the LCS spot? Tweet hashtag MILWin or hashtag UOLWin to @LOL Esports on Twitter, and we'll check the results during the game.
Yeah, looking at these two team compositions, you will once again get a team fighting team for themselves, and then MIL, Millennium, they go once again with the pick comp, but here's the thing. They have the Blitzcrank on J-Re.
Yeah.
He says, if I'm going to play this final game, this 5th game for my career,
right?
You're sure as hell I'm going to do it on Blitzcrank.
And that's the cool thing, right, is now both times when the team's back's against the wall, it says, okay, we just lost the last 2 games straight, they pull out something sweet. Vizichachi pulled out the Poppy, and his counter ganks were great. J-Re says, all right, guys, it's time for Put Customs Blitzcrank. Let's go.
J-Re, favorite champion is Blitzcrank. Even when you ask him about any other support, he's like, Blitzcrank is super good.
Yep.
Like, it's not even a topic of conversation. It's how good is Janna? Blitzcrank is better.
At least that one's a counter pick.
Yeah. This one, though, he's going to go try to match Hylissang and Hook City. These are both the support's favorite champions. It's going to give Millennium a great start if they can get the momentum in their favor off of an invade.
The mayor of Hook City is up for grabs this game.
And a spot in the LCS.
Yes, it is.
Who will take it?
No one laughed at that one.
It wasn't funny. It wasn't even close to funny.
Wow.
Now you're just setting the stage.
It is. But it's also a pun. It's what makes it so good.
How is that a pun?
Up for grabs?
Oh. See? That
Did you just get it now?
That was just over everybody's heads. That was too cerebral, Freak. You got to dumb it down for me.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, there is a trinket ward in the river that reveals things around it so that Millennium can see people move in that area of the map.
Thanks, Coach.
You're welcome.
Now I know what trinket wards do for my solo queue games. Be bronze 4 in no time.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, Millennium, very defensive in their level 1. No antics with the Blitzcrank, actually. They could have snagged a buff, hopped it over the wall. Not going to happen. Instead, Millennium, their antics are going to be in the bottom lane here. You're seeing J-Re and Creatine actually slink into the brush. They get some very early damage in that 2-on-2. Safe starts, otherwise top side starts for both junglers.
These bottom lanes have a lot of gank assistance off of the support landing a skill shot. So if they can go from their top buff to their bottom buff to that lane, it's going to be really big. And look at that, just 1 Q. Kerp, where's your HP?
And interestingly, he actually didn't start boots on Twisted Fate. We often see that from TFs, especially if you're against a very skill shot reliant lane, like against Syndra, for example. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to dodge away from Power of Evil. So far, though, doing a good job of it.
Yep. At the same time, though, he's throwing out the wild cards, and those are going to push the wave towards Power of Evil just slightly.
And he's level 2 first, so there's the Twin Fang leveled up. Kurt pushed pretty far back, but he's holding on. 1 potion down, he's got 1 left. Bot lane, level 2 first for Bardock and Hylissang. J-Re has it too, though. Hook's going to miss. Nice dodge by J-Re. Hooks him in. Nicely done. Hylissang, 200 health, blaze back out of Creatine, but so low right now.
He's got a lot of potions, so he's going to be okay in staying in the lane. At the same time, though, Gilius already completed his jungle route. Looking for a wraparound here.
Can he contest the Lee Sin also, though? He's going to do this right in front of his face. Oh, the Trinket Ward's going to keep him safe. Smite is down, though. Cotton X the same. And he goes towards double golems. Ooh, wow. That could have been a lot of damage out with Gilius there.
He's going to leave that last one for him there. Right under his nose.
Wow. Cotton X predicted the Trinket Ward, but not the counter jungle. He bypassed that Ward and Wraith Brush. They don't know that Cotton X is top side right now.
They're actually going to meet each other. Gilius.
I don't know if you saw him.
No, I don't think so. They're stalking each other, though. They don't know it.
Wow.
Vizichachi. Ooh. Going for the top lane gank onto Vizichachi.
And he assumes he's safe. Based on vision, I think he can assume he's safe. He actually spent his Trinket Ward in the brush on the top of the lane. Oh, that hook on a Bardock. Good jump back. He's going to stay safe, but still takes damage from J-Re.
Has his potion. Hook on a Creatine.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Creatine now 300 health. He jumps back. J-Re gonna zone back Bardock's. Good damage there. No potions, the AD carries. Slightly higher health for the Unicorns of low bot lane, though.
The tension is so high. If somebody ends up getting a duo kill in this lane without any jungle assistance, you know that these players, there's so much at stake. It just gets to you. It can tilt very easily.
One thing that has tilted, though, is this mid lane matchup. The Cassiopeia bully. 33 to 15 CS. Kerp gets part of an Athene's, like a fairy charm, and next to Doran's ring. That's all he can afford right now versus a full chalice here for Cassio. She's going to be very good at bullying.
You usually don't hear that. A full chalice. Oh my lord, a full chalice.
Wow.
So much gold.
880.
Such gold. Gilius is in this bot lane. He doesn't have his red buff anymore. But here's the thing, he can go in on this.
Oh my, he's like in range right now. Greeting could just get knocked in the air, take some damage. J-Reed does not want to fight though. This is too aggressive by UOL, they give it away.
Yeah, Hillsing was looking for, no, I don't think so, because they've been playing like this all game.
That's true.
I don't think it's giving it away.
But look how far back he's playing now.
They want to trinket ward it, but nope.
Spots himself out.
Oh,
the counter kick in the top lane though. Vizichachi level 5 though, and a giant minion wave says no thank you. Kevin gets nothing done for that.
Vizichachi applying pressure. They know exactly where that jungler is. So that gives Gilius the opportunity to pick his next fight.
Problem is they know he's bottom side, and so you can see how safe Kerp is playing, hugging the left side. The fan vote. Hashtag Poppy. Unicorns of Love doing good. Nice try on the prediction there, Hillsong. Again, outguessed by J-Reed. Gilius with another steal on the big rate. He's level 4. Kerp doesn't quite see him.
Kerp doesn't see him yet. Kerp placed his trinket ward over that wall. Nope, he's not going to get anything for it. So Gilius heading down bottom. He does know that there is a ward here. They pinged it out.
Gonna walk by it anyway. He's got to force this. Where's the lantern? Where's the jump in? The flash play! They cut up to J-Reed. Now can they predict the flash away? Where's the hook? Oh, they get him! No summons for J-Reed. This could be first blood. Ignited Hillsong. They don't trade back in time. First blood goes to UOL Gilius.
They had the information that Cotnex was top. Gilius said it's go time bottom. They blow the flashes, and it's a great play there. Even the heal and exhaust were used.
So only Creatin's flash is up, every other summoner lost, and still first blood goes over to UOL. Mid lane still being bullied, 54 to 40 in CS here. He's going to start farming out the Wraith camp.
Only flashes in that bot lane left for AD carries. Everything else was blown on that gank. And UOL, every time we've seen them get an early game lead, every time we've seen them get the first lead of the game, they have closed the game out off of that. They get these tiny advantages, they know what to do with them, and then they get the objectives off of it. And good team fighting prowess.
And we'll see when they go for the first one. I actually also want to see what kind of build Power goes for. I know we saw it before, and I think it was like Athene's like high AP. But one thing I have seen from a couple of mid laners is you do Spectral Wraith, Cassio, and then you just destroy the crap out of Baron. I don't think we're going to see it, but we were talking about pot builds earlier.
Ooh, Vizichachi wrapping around here. Kerp, it's time for his blue buff, and they're going to go for
the
him.
Flash ulti, and Kerp is rooted in place. He is so incredibly dead. Vizichachi with a nice roam.
The roam from Vizichachi that also frees them up to do the dragon. At the same time, Cotnex, he's getting the blue right now.
Oh my gosh, wrong to the map for everybody. This is going to be, I believe, an uncontested dragon now. Cotnex close to 6, but nowhere near the right side of the map. Pink ward there to make sure there's no wards. Unicorns of Love. Up 2 kills, up 1,000 gold, and now up a dragon to make it more like 2,000 gold.
Power of Evil's the guy who was solo killing Alex Each in lane. At a, I believe it was at a LAN too.
Uh-oh, Hillsong caught up. Perfect combo so far. 100 health left, shields himself, but he's gonna be going down. Creatin burns his flash for it. Vardox chases him with Valkyrie. There's Destiny though. Suddenly a Twisted Fate shows up. Vardox gonna die. Kevin shows up as well. Maybe some overkill, but still a good kill back.
A TP from Kevin. He does end up getting the kill on it, and the Destiny Gate from Kerp. He hit level 6 and he wasn't able to do anything with it right away because of the gank down bottom, and then he got ganked himself. So this is the first time we're seeing that spell come out from him, and it is successful in securing a kill.
Well, it brings the gold back about 1/4, 1,500 instead of 2K. And Kerp getting a little bit of time to farm by himself in his mid lane. Maybe he can stack on up. It is going to be Athene's first so far for Power of Evil.
He also has a blue buff on himself, whereas Kerp's was picked up by Cotnex just to catch up in levels.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Kerp was
died when it respawned
right before. Exactly.
So the Power of Evil wave is going to get a little bit better now. He's got a second point in his Noxious Blast, that Q. He is maxing Twin Fang first. That is the best duelist ability you can buy. And he's going to start chain farming the Wraiths here for a bunch of money. Vizichachi not getting a lot of pressure in the top lane. Kevin is farming in this lane.
Cotnex is sitting right off on the wings there. He was hoping that Vizichachi would stick around, but he didn't. So no play coming off of that from Millennium. And this is the thing, Cotnex 0-0-0 across the board in this jungler that has been required to make early game moves. And Hillsong, he's going for one himself. He gets
And
J-Ree.
he finally guesses J-Ree's movement, but not going to go for the jump on in.
And Gilius at the same time going for some invades here. He likes to place these wards down very deep so that he can get the knowledge of what Cotnex is doing. And that's going to allow him to make educated decisions. Look at that. They know where Cotnex is now.
In towards top lane, Vizichachi pops the ulti. Now how far away can he get? Kicked into the wall, down to 800 health, and the battle still rages on. Cues them back, but still taking even more damage. That is the kill for Kevin. Nicely ganked by Cotnex.
But that means that they're going to get a hook on Creatine down bottom.
There's the box, and Creatine has no way out. His flash is down. Hillsong just taking the damage. There is one. J-Ree's flash is still down. Can he hook someone into turret range? Looks like not just yet. Mid lane turret goes down. Top lane turret answered for it.
They saw, J-Ree.
Risky, but they're gonna go for it. Vardog pulled aggro, and so Hillsong is safe. Beautiful by the UOL bot lane.
This bot lane is just outplaying one of the most scary bot lanes in the European LCS at the time. But look at this, they're gonna force it on Kerp.
EQ, Kerp has flash. He gets ulted though. He might have to burn that, and he will.
This forcefulness from Gilius is something that they've been looking for, and the fact that Jarvan has gone unbanned in these last couple of games is showing that he can apply this early game pressure that he wasn't able to before.
It's working so far. Unicorns of Love now 2.4 thousand gold up. The reverse sweep might just happen. Millennium started at 2-0. Unicorns of Love found it within themselves to start coming back here, and they are winning in the decisive game 5.
We've yet to see them throw a lead.
Yep.
On the Unicorns of Love side. That may spell disaster for Millennium. Looking at this right now, the fact that Creatine is down in CS, Vardags is up 3-1-1. They're both lane bullies. They're both trying to accomplish the same thing and scale alongside each other. But Vardags is just ahead of the curve now. Ooh, and at the same time, just the CS in the mid too.
Yep.
Being up 30 CS. Or, yeah, 30 CS for Power of Evil.
Now, some of that is Wraiths, to be fair, but it is still a gold lead all the same. Actually, wow. Kerp not getting any MR. He's not worried about the 1v1s. He just rushes the Morellonomicon to get the cooldown reduction and the ability power in quicker and kind of push his build forward. We'll see if that pays off for him. He's going to lack 25 magic resist from the Athenes and some mana regen.
Here's the thing. Unicorns of Love, as soon as they get a gold advantage and turn it into item spikes, like, even if it's just the sheen on Vardags.
Hold on, Vizichachi, though, pulled in. Lantern's right back out. He's going to be safe. And a good gold card. Actually, maybe some risk for Cassio. Actually flashes over. This could be an engage, and the TP comes in. It's going to be a 5-on-5. No teleport for Kerp. The flash hook! All right. Couple flashes burned at all sides.
Like I was saying, Millennium, as soon as they get item spikes, they push it. Rod of Ages completed it for Vizichachi. They also have parts of the Trinity Force for Vardags minus the Zeal.
The weird thing about a Rod of Ages item spike is it's not even all that good on completion because you got to wait the 10 minutes anyway.
But compared to what Kevin has.
Oh, no, I'm not even disagreeing with you. Yeah. It's just like, you know what's weird though? It's not even that great of an item spike.
It gets better. Stand around for a minute and he's a little more powerful than he was a second ago. Doesn't even have to back for it.
Great. All right, so there we go. Blue buff, first one of the game goes to Kerp. He's got plenty of CDR now. He should have at least one ulti left in him with low CD.
Speaking of backing for it, we just saw Vardags back and he got himself the Trinity Force. 30 seconds on Dragon.
Perfect for Unicorns of Love then. They've got Sorceries as well for Power of Evil. He can blow squishies up.
Pink wards across the board for this team. They are ready to take these objectives. That's what they do. They will buy lots of pink wards for these dragons. They will establish dominance of it and take it for themselves. And they're like, yeah, that's a boost to gold. Regardless of if we spend 300 gold, 400 gold on this objective, we're still going to get more out of it because they know the cost of Dragon at all stages of the game.
Worth more. The only guy who couldn't buy a pink ward was Vardags, who was better suited finishing Triforce. Super worth it. I agree with that decision. Unicorns of Love, definitely a good spot.
They're going to force it.
And they force on the Kerp. Yes, he has no flash. He has no ulti. He's got nowhere to go. But J-Ree finds Hillsong, and that is a kill for Kevin. The ulti disengaged, but they have picked up Kerp. But here is Creatine. This is risky for Power of Evil, who's already burned his ulti. There's the kick. Gets 3. Gillian's forced to run. Cotnex, though, blows up. It is a 2-for-1 so far for Unicorns. The Power Spike Corki goes in, finds Kevin. Out the team goes.
At the same time, You will well, they have these members of the team still up, and they can rush down this dragon. No smite chance from Millennium, but you have to watch out for the hook from Blitzcrank. There's always that potential threat.
Honestly, Unicorns of Love, they could go.
Oh, they're gonna go.
Oh, it's gotta be risky though.
He got in the team.
Kerp can show up though. Vizicachi in the team. Ulti not up, but they get the kill on J-Ree. There's the Kerp ult. It's 1Q.
Doesn't have the range for the auto attack. Big part of that, the flash backwards, is what pulled Vizicachi all the way into the team, and he locked up Kevin.
Yeah, early smite by Gilius not gonna matter though. Red team picks up Dragon, and we have a 4.5 to 5,000 gold lead now for Unicorns of Love. In this game 5, Hillsong looking again for a play. Might find it on Kevin. Lands the hook. There's the Q. Twin Fang is on, but Cotnex in the mix. This is a bit of a risk. 1 kill, 2 kills for Cotnex.
The bloodthirstiness there from the Unicorns of Love did not pay off at all, and Kevin gets away with a sliver of HP, and they're going to get this turret.
Wow, dangerous game that Unicorns of Love is playing because Kevin survives the all-in. 2 kills and a turret go back in, and Millennium, 3,000 gold now.
Vizicachi answers with the turret down bottom, the correct move for him in that situation. Millennium are going to have to back off of this, but it's still about a 3,500 gold lead for the Unicorns of Love.
And there's also a long road ahead for Creatine. Right now, he's on Brutalizer Pickaxe. He's got enough for a BF Sword, but he's still trying to claw up against a finished Trinity Force Corki who's going to be able to start his next big item.
And here's the thing, too, is that even though Creatine's behind, we do have Kevin, who has his Trinity Force. He's scaling up, and Cotnex has been doing pretty well for himself. But that's the thing. This Maokai, where the gold is allocated on Unicorns of Love, is better than if you have it on that jungler early on. You really want them on people who have the potential to carry. You know, you can carry with the Lee Sin. You know, it does happen. But in competitive play like this, he's just looking for the kickback. Cotnex is looking for that early damage, and he'll eventually just spike off. They're going for a play here, though.
Can they get it? Kerp not going to get that hook. He flashes anyway. Wow, he was afraid of Vizicachi there. Loses the summoner spell.
Gilius shows up at the same time. Hex Drinker immediately after his Elder Lizard instead of getting boots. And another thing, too, speaking, if we're on the topic of items, Vizicachi, he's on his way to the Frozen Heart, which is going to hurt Kevin. It's going to hurt Creatine even more.
Yeah. It even hurts Kerp a little bit. There's actually a fair bit of persistent damage from auto attacks thanks to stacked deck. We'll see if that comes into play much for Kerp anyway, though. Also strange that he even went for Hex Drinker, though, when only one person even deals magic damage in Kerp here. J-Ree goes for the hook, does not get it. Out goes the team. Top lane outer, though, under siege. Unicorns still hold a bit of a lead here.
It's so frustrating. It must be so frustrating to play against Hylissang's Thresh. His lanterns, his hooks, his flays, his boxes are all really good, and he knows when to position himself for a lantern. A lot of Threshes have trouble being like, when do I go aggressive and when do I become passive and save my team with a lantern? So you can't always be in the front line.
Yeah, but here's the one thing that Millennium has done right this game. Kerp has such good wave clear now in Twisted Fate. It is so hard for sieges to work for Unicorns.
Unicorns are going to have a bigger minion wave in that bot lane, which will eventually stack up. Right now, they're just sieging this top. Kerp can clear. Bardags can poke, and Power Beetle can make a little bit of a zoning area. But yeah, they're not going to get to this turret. They're sieging. Their anti-siege is better now.
Yep.
Than the Millennium.
Not much really gained here. Unicorns of Love.
And you can't
I'm not sure what they're buying time for.
You can't really walk too far forward either, because J-Ree's just going to hook you.
Yep. 2 up respawns. Kerp gets that cleanly. Minion wave's still not there, so he gets here right in time. And even though you think, oh, maybe he can run out of mana, Blue Buff says no. He's going to be able to wild card forever. Hook not going to mean much.
They're waiting on these minion waves. They have a minion wave pushing mid, minion wave pushing bottom.
And they go to all in for the turret. Anyway, Vizicachi takes some damage there. In goes Cotnex, but he blows up right away. Gilius retreats back safely 1 for 0.
He couldn't get the kickback. The Twisted Advance made Vizicachi invulnerable, and Cotnex just stood there. Couldn't even get his ultimate off or his flash.
Wow. Misplay then by Cotnex, and this might be finally a turret for Unicorns. Minion wave's going to crash into the turret soon. Looks like no one there to defend it.
Every wave has minions crashing against it. Every lane.
Well, Millennium going to lose a lot of health in their mid and bottom lanes now. Cotton will not get to bottom in time to get much of the farm here. He'll get some of it, I think. Mid has already succumbed.
They have to concede this top turret. Very hard to defend it. They would have to get a hook in.
So Millennium are going to send Kevin bot lane. He has teleport up. Recall comes in. J-Reed gets found. That's not good. He goes down. Another kill for Unicorns. Now they have a 5v3 on this side of the map. Do they force the teleport? The flash hook not going to land. Kerp ghosts away. And there's the outer turret picked up for Unicorns. 5,000 gold up.
And immediately they back off after securing that objective. There's a minute on Dragon. Back, get your items, go back to where your pink wards are. But look at this, Gilius. He's going to get interrupted.
They're still trying, but the thing is, Millennium are outnumbered here.
Yua want to back. They want to make it in time for that Dragon and protect their wards. Kevin, he's just going to push this bottom lane out, and I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love would be okay with giving that little bit of a turret gold up.
Vizichachi won't TP for it, even though he'd be on the correct side of the map for Dragon. Not the case. Not something he cares about. Now Kevin's going to run down the mid lane. Kevin does get bottom turret here.
And here comes the item spikes. Look at that. The Hextech Revolver for Power of Evil. The Spell Vamp on the Cassiopeia.
Yep. It's also about 1,500 gold right now on Corki, so he can grab VF Sword if he wants. Or the rest of Cutlass. We're going to see Unicorns definitely in position for Dragon, though they spent so long top lane, all the wards have died, and Millennium are first to get a bit of ward control down here.
This Dragon is going to be worth a lot of gold at this point in the game between these two teams. It could be Millennium getting back in, it could be Unicorns of Love just extending their lead to a point where they are very comfortable with capitalizing on top of that lead and forcing it even harder.
J-Reed on the wings. Cotnex wants it, doesn't get it. Hook Vardogs has to flash away. Cotton kicks the back though. Out goes Vardogs one more time, but that's the shutdown kill. Nicely done. The fight continues anyway. Gilius trades back in the jungler. Kevin is going to go down. Power of Evil putting up so much damage. It's a 4-for-1, and Kerp gets caught. Make that an ace for one.
It's a 5-for-1 plus Dragon. 7,000 gold lead for Unicorns of Love.
Gilius, unfortunately for them, too injured to go for Baron, but you know what? Turrets are fine too. 3 casters, all they need. It's going to be a turret picked up.
Tries to go for it. Gilius comes up big with the smite there. Cotton even used his own. Vardax flashes over, kicked back. Valkyrie over, eventually killed. Back and forth. He just got ping-pong balled around. They left him in the pit. Gilius ends up killing him, and the fight just trails off. And it was just split into these little skirmishes, which Unicorns of Love are actually better at because they have the CC on one side and they split it up. Vizichachi's like, I'm going to root this guy and you guys can kill him. And then on the other side, it's like, I'm going to hook this guy from Hylissang and that's going to kill him.
And the crazy thing is the high damage Jarvan actually just destroyed poor Creation there. He and Vizichachi just mauled 3 people by themselves, basically. That was like the Q flash from Vizichachi.
The gap got the kill. Just the gap closers and dive from the initiators of Unicorns of Love. Millennium, they don't have a lot of escapes here. The team is highly immobile. You just have the AD carry and the jungler. Really doesn't have a lot of options of getting out. And Twisted Fate definitely doesn't.
That's been a problem for Millennium so far. Kerp is actually itemizing still for damage. You got the Ether Wisp, but a Vizichachi hooked into the turret.
Got Kevin.
They got Kevin. You are right, and down he goes. There's just so much damage for the mid-game Corki. They're blowing up everybody.
Turned that one right around. It's a 4-on-5 at this turret, and it's an 8k gold advantage for Unicorns of Love. They just snowball it off of early game leads. These guys know their item spikes better than any challenger team I've ever seen.
And they're doing such a good job of it. Unicorns of Love, as long as they get that early game the way they want it, they just seem so unstoppable here. Millennium unable to cope with the team fights and the objective control. Power people got to be careful. Go back out.
God, just thinking about where Unicorns of Love were a while ago. They were a team that got 0-2'd by Ninjas in Pajamas twice. They are the team that got knocked out in the round of 8 both times in the Summer Challenger Series. They made it to playoffs off of those points alone. And then they made some changes, got Power of Evil back on the roster, Sheepy moved to coach, picked up Gilius instead of Dan's. Gilius was almost back off the team. and they said we're going to play with Dance. They made the decision to put Gilius back in and keep him in, and it is coming up huge. His performance in games 1 and 2, very questionable, but when he's on that Jarvan, you cannot question how good of a player he is at keeping his team alive, getting them the objectives, and setting up his lanes for success. I think the Unicorns of Love, once they're at this 8.5k gold mark, they just start picking you apart. They have basically a flow chart for what they're going to do next.
You and your flow charts.
I love flow charts. Basically, Freak has a flow chart too. Is this pun good? Tell it. Is this pun bad? Tell it.
True.
It's the same thing.
That's really a flow chart though.
Oh.
All right, Unicorns of Love don't quite find the pick, nor does Day3. His hook's not quite landing. 0-5 and 4 on Blitz. The comfort pick not working for him. But here we go. Unicorns up 9 kills here. And almost 9,000 gold as well. They're pinging on Baron. There's still some wards. Wow. That pink ward doesn't see that one, but Hylissang will with the Oracles. And here comes the Baron attempt. Power People does have blue buff, so his mana pool is going to be fine for this Baron. It's going down so fast. Half health already, but here comes Millennium. This is the comeback. Can they make it happen? Cotnex forced a little bit around. Can he get the steal? Wards are gone. It's dark. They're going to disengage. They find Kevin. Kevin's going to go down. Now can Millennium re-engage? Kerp flashes and goes the way. He will stay safe. And UOL goes back in. Baron still at half health. They've got mana. They've got health themselves. Gilius
looking for picks.
Re-engages Olsen. They find Jair, but Gilius about to die. Has to take shields and get out. And he will. Hook doesn't catch caught.
Power is going on Creatine.
Doing some good damage. In comes Bardock. Nice hook in from Day3, but it's not enough. 2 kills go in. Power will die, but you know what? So will Kerp. That is 4 for 1.
And that's going to be Unicorns of Love just abandoning the Baron, and they're going to go straight down this mid lane, possibly get themselves an inhibitor turret, maybe an inhibitor.
Well, we'll see. Gilius is injured, making it almost a 3v2. Cotnex and Kevin are alive right now. In they go for the inhibitor turret. Taking damage now. There's the flag for some attack speed. You see Gilius playing safe, letting Vardogs deal the damage, along with Hylissang. Down it goes. Creed's back alive. Out they go. This could be a stun. It is. Hylissang in a bad spot here. Half health. They Valkyrie away. The box is on. The TP comes in. They want this fight. Kevin about to be locked up. He dodges the knockup. Goes in for Hylissang, but he stays alive. And no, not going to get the kill. Out goes Creedon. Out goes everyone. Cotnex locked up, but Vizichachi losing a lot of health, but it's still enough so far. Hook not going to land. Only kill some minions. Another 2 for 0. He's trying. The culling is there. The lantern, though. Hylissang with no health makes it happen. Kerp can't land the chase. Out go the Unicorn.
These team fights are just utter brilliance from Unicorns of Love. The shot calling of this team is fantastic, especially when they're ahead. When they're behind, it's still extremely sound. Unicorns of Love, they may have to give up a dragon here, though, because they overstayed. They got themselves a turret, though. That middle inhibitor turret worth a little bit more.
Well, wards see him. Here he gets a ward down. Power Hero still trying to zone out with Miasma. Alright. Now Gilius is still incredibly injured, though he hasn't backed yet. And that means Millennium does have a bit of map control back for themselves. They're down 12k. That'll go down to about 10 with this dragon kill.
Millennium. They picked this team. They picked Unicorns of Love, thinking that they could beat them. The 6th-seeded team, they got their choice. They picked the 3rd-place team. Unicorns of Love showing that they have these strengths that are Millennium's biggest weakness. You have the vision game. Millennium had terrible vision in playoffs. That's why they're here. Unicorns of Love, able to overcome the individual skill of the mid laner, the AD carry, and Millennium. Their boons, their big strengths. It's just amazing to watch this unfold for Unicorns of Love, the 3rd-place team.
And they're on the brink of qualifying now for the LCS. Players you would not have heard of 6 months ago.
Power of Evil. I believe he was trying out. Whoa!
Nice.
Extendo arm.
Yep. Look at this, the 2-man Baron. Not even using the jungler. They don't need it. People visit Chachi.
Yeah, just spamming it. Oh, Kerp's gonna try.
Oh no.
They don't have a smite.
Oh, this is a big risk. Oh my God, Kerp got it. Bad smite. And Gilius gives away Baron to Millennium.
And Power of Evil just face-palmed right there. Kerp getting the ghost and walking straight out. Now, gives him some temporary combat stats. It's gonna put him about 4.6k, so it's only about a 6k difference if they just full-on fight each other, minus like activatables and things along those lines. So right now, Unicorns of Love, they're still in a good spot to push this, but man, that's exactly what Millennium needed.
Could this be the comeback then? There's no turret inhibitor that will be going down. J-Re gets ripped apart, and down he goes. 1 for 0, caught next to the back lines. Power People still alive. Hillesong will drop for this. Visit Chachi in the front though. 2 for 1 so far. This is Kevin trying to rip it apart, can't do it. Gilius takes him down, and only Kerp is alive.
They have the damage to take these turrets. Unicorns of Love might be in the LCS.
30-minute wins, the name of the game for this team. Next is turret number 1 going to fall. Kerp trying to keep his team alive. He stole Baron. He's dealing damage. Vardogs can't quite reach him. The burn is not enough, and actually the turret doing so much, but there is the ace. There's the Nexus. Unicorns of Love. Welcome to the LCS, but J-Re says no. He's trying to stop them. Can he do it? The Cassiopeia can't get back.
He gets it.
Connex is alive. Is it enough? He's trying. He kicked him. The Q missed it. Power of Evil. Oh my God. They got it. Welcome, Unicorns of Love, to the LCS.
The third place team, Millennium chose these guys, had the side that they could pick 2-0 first 2 games. Comeback, clean sweep on the return. Comfort pick after comfort pick played to their style, and they're in the LCS.
How many times are we going to see 2-0 into 2-3?
It's the curse.
It apparently is. Unicorns of Love, the best team name in all of Challenger, is now one of the top 2 best team names in all of LCS. I don't know if they can rival Super Hot Crew. But we are going to see Super Hot Crew versus Unicorns of Love next year. That's going to be great.
This team made a bunch of roster swaps back and forth. Power of Evil was on Summer Series 1, off Summer Series 2 for a Nikki. They bring him back in playoffs. He shows up huge. They take out the team, NIP, that 0-2'd them twice. They'll get that 3rd place spot here today. Take out Millennium after going 0-2.
They can barely believe it. I mean, both Millennium and Unicorns of Love there. There's still gigantic smiles on their faces. They're not ready to give this moment up. I mean, what a well-deserved victory there.
There's their former jungler, Sheepy. Coach. The prep talk. The pep talk. They don't even need one right now. Just good job. Bowl of whipped creams all around.
Oh, man. What a good team, too. I want to see...
His heart's going crazy right now.
I mean, it's got to be... Think about this, right? Just down 0-2, close games. Like, we know we can do this. Game 3, okay, you went off a good counter gank. Game 4, okay, that's looking really good. Game 5, all right, guys, we're winning. We're winning. The Baron sneak, oh my God, I got stolen. Oh my God. Okay, well, you know what? Push mid, YOLO, let's do this.
That
fight, they were all on top. I couldn't tell who was killing whom.
Yeah.
And it comes out and it's like, okay, no, we did win the fight. It's a 4v1 now. But they're so low, they're like backdooring turrets, and Kerp kills 2 of them.
Yep. J-Re jumps forward.
Their whole team was dead when the Nexus blew up.
Ultimate kills, I think, 1 person, almost gets the other. Then he gets killed. He gets sold by Power of Evil.
Yep.
And then Cotnex came up, tried to make the hero play.
He missed the Q.
And I actually learned something today from watching Vizichachi. Aside that Poppy is the best champion in the game, is that you can arcane smash flash.
Yeah. Actually, every skill in the game, unless it's coded to not allow you to, you can queue up the
So
flash.
he like hit his Q and then he flashed and he hit 3 people with the knockup. It was awesome.
It's been pretty great. So these guys, Unicorns of Love, a hard-fought season through Challenger. Enough points to squeak into the playoffs. Taking out a few favorites along the way there. Man, they had the hardest road.
Yes.
The hardest road. NIP like 3 times was in front of them. Then Millennium. And they made it.
Yeah, apparently they were winning in scrims, giving Copenhagen Wolves a really hard time. Roulite and Youngbuck both called it. This was the team that was going to make it in.
Yeah.
It was really surprising. If you had started this week off and it's, H2K, very dominant team.
Nope.
SKP, very early game aggression oriented, but it's the map control and objectives that win you games against LCS teams, which are so focused on those.
Yeah. And it's great. We talked to Sheepy a little bit and said, I really like your team. You guys are really smart. You play Vision really well. Like, good job coaching. He's like, I mean, I'd help, but like, it's my players. Like, they're the smart ones. They're the ones making these choices. Like, I do what I can. And he says he loves coaching them as well. He says he really enjoys the role more than
being
playing.
a player.
Right, more than playing. Watching on the sidelines, nerve-wracking series. Unicorns of Love, man. It was awesome. It was great. Took it in 5 games. Congratulations. But now we're going to head over to Dash, who is there with 2 of the newest members of the European LCS.
Thank you, Freak. I'm here with Vardogs and Vizicachi, as you said, our newest members of the EU LCS. So, Vardogs, let's start with you. How does it feel to have qualified finally for the EU LCS?
It's pretty unbelievable. Like, it's a dream come true, so.
And Vizicachi, aside from that, you guys are actually the first challenger team so far in this promotion tournament to qualify. So that's got to add to the win a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And we actually have a replay because I just have to rewatch the ending of this Game 5. So we're going to pull it up on the screen right now. And Vardogs, if you don't mind, just walk me through what's going on in your head. What is the team talking about through this whole ending process here? So we're going to roll it out and you just talk over it.
All right. So at this point, we were pretty much BS1 to finish the game. I got a bit greedy for Curb right there. And at this point, everyone is getting so low, so we're kind of crazy for the turret. We eventually get it down, and at this point, I'm like screaming so much because we felt like we had the game. And then this just happens. And I felt like I've never been so nervous in my life when this happened.
What about you, Vizicachi? Because you were down at this point, so you can only watch and hope that it succeeds.
Well, I was like, we won't be able to finish now, so we will have to come later and finish. Like, we were so far ahead, we could finish anytime we wanted.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such an amazing way for a series to end that way when it comes down to the wire. Both teams fighting, grasping for straws, things like that. So the next question will be, Vizicachi, starting down 0-2, that's never tough. But what were you guys talking and discussing about after that second game to kind of reorient yourselves and move forward with the series?
We agreed that we were a bit too greedy for objectives. Like, we went for Dragon when we couldn't, and instead of fighting them. So we said that if we fight next time instead that, then we will win the games because we felt like we were capable of winning even in the previous games.
And then, of course, in Game 3, you pulled out the Poppy, and everyone just went nuts for it. So explain to me a little bit about that pick, why you chose it in that matchup specifically, things like that.
Yeah, I've been practicing it a lot of times against Mundo, so I put it out specifically to that pick. We needed some impactful picks after the 2 losses, I felt like, and picking Poppy gets a really huge moral boost for the team as well.
I was about to say, what exactly does that do for you? Knowing that you kind of have this pocket pick in the top lane, and then when it comes out and it performs that well, that's got to be really exciting for
Yeah, it's really amazing. We did the same actually when we played against NIP with the Swain. So we have this kind of weird pickup sometimes, and it really worked out well with the Poppy. So.
You guys also pulled out Swain in the last game too. So that shows that you have a very unconventional champion pool on the team that you guys can pull from. So if we look forward to the EU LCS in 2015, do you guys feel, one, how do you feel you're going to stack up to the teams, but do you feel like that gives you a very specific advantage given the fact that you can kind of go in these different directions?
Oh yeah, I can take this. Yeah, I definitely feel like playing these kind of weird picks sometimes can actually really help you against some really good teams because they can never expect what you can play. So you can actually do some really...
And of course, I want to take one moment, Vizicachi, give you a second to thank your fans, talk to the viewers at home, because that was such an exciting matchup. I'm sure they're going to hear a couple final words.
Yeah, thank you very much for cheering for us, and especially that Hungarian group that watched us from the cinema as well. Thank you, guys.
That's great. Well, again, congratulations on your victory. I can't say enough how exciting that match was to watch, and I'm excited to see you guys continue to play in the EU LCS. And so now we're going to head over to Freak and Zyrene to close out this series.
Thank you very much, Dash. Guys, of course, congratulations once more, Unicorns of Love. We now know all of the teams returning to the European LCS And 7 of these teams are going to look familiar, but now there's a little bit of a dash of love here. So Copenhagen Wolves, Gambit Gaming, and Unicorns of Love have all earned the right to join the pro ranks once again or for the first time. The newest member certainly is exciting to watch. So how do you think they're going to perform in 2015, Zyrene?
I think their vision control is impeccable. They understand the game and their game sense is fantastic. But on top of all that, they have these esoteric picks that make them very interesting to watch. So I think regardless of where they place, they're always going to be fun to watch.
They're going to be really enjoyable. It's going to be a good series, guys. So 1 series down, but we are just getting started. After the break, Complexity, and you can hear the crowd for them, defends its North American LCS spot against Team 8 in another high-stakes best-of-5 series. You do not want to miss it.
Forgot that. I said this in 3 best-of-5s, and now it's time.
Yeah.
This is our game, boys.
It's time for his blue buff, and they're going to go
the
for him.
Flash ulti, and Kerp is rooted in place. He is so incredibly dead. Might find it on Kevin. Lands the hook. There's the Q. Twin Fang is on, but Cottonex in the mix. This is a bit of a risk. 1 kill, 2 kills for Cottonex. Doesn't get it. Hook Vardogs has to flash away. Cotton kicks the back, though. Out goes Vardogs 1 more time, but that's the shutdown kill.
Stay with power, stay with power, stay with power.
No!
Go, 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 go! That's it!
Good job,
Oh, Kerp's gonna try.
Oh no.
They don't have a smite.
Oh, this is a big risk! Oh my god! Kerp got it! And down he goes, 1 for 0. Cottonex in the back line. Power Beetle still alive. Hillesong will drop for this. Mizuchachi in the front though. 2 for 1 so far. This is Kevin trying to rip it apart. Can't do it.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. I'm Max Atlas Anderson along with Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we'll be your host for this all-important best-of-5 series between Complexity and Team 8. Despite finishing the summer split in 8th place, Complexity has been looking very good recently.
Yeah, a lot of people thought Complexity wouldn't be a contender, but they had improved throughout the season. After Kez replaced Broken Shard in the jungle, Complexity went from a 1-5 team to 9-13. They have the ability to take down the top LCS teams, such as Cloud9 and Curse, and even though they ended up in last place.
Yeah, Team 8, on the other side, have finally lived up to their tremendous hype leading into summer. They are the most feared team coming out of Challenger, and the only reason Complexity is facing them is because they had no other choice.
This summer, Team 8 upset the top 2 Challenger teams in North America, Team Coast and Curse Academy. They had a very well-coordinated team fights and engages, especially for a Challenger team. All the credit there goes to the teammates shot caller and top laner, Cali Trolls. This is a true single-voice team. As soon as they hear go, they all move as one.
Yeah, and one of Team 8's most recognizable players is their AD carry Maple Street, a former LCS player for Velocity who's been in the Challenger scene with Team 8 for quite a while.
Exactly right, Atlas. Maple hasn't needed to be the one carrying his team this summer. He's played calmly and at times passively and let the team carry him. He favors sustain over damage, even on champions like Kog'Maw, to keep his opponents from snowballing. However, he may have a tough time against Robert X. Lee, who has looked like the shining star on Complexity right now. Robert is 4-2 on his Tristana, and he drew 8 Tristana bans throughout the season. That's even before Trist became a popular pick.
Yeah, exactly. And even though Complexity are LCS veterans, they have a lot of respect for Team 8's top laner, Cali Trolls. And on the other side of the map, Maple Street understands just how dangerous Complexity's bot lane duo can be.
We're playing Team 8, and probably the biggest characteristic of the team is their top laner, Cali Trolls. He's kind of known to play these off-meta top laners or kind of like pocket picks, but for us, that's not going to be a really big deal.
All of our lanes have carry potential. We all have good champion pools, and if you let us get fed, we're going to carry the game.
I would say their biggest weakness is their bot lane. They're definitely good individually, but their synergy together seems to be very off.
Well, we just need to avoid getting killed, obviously. Babadub plays very aggressive laners. That means they're definitely looking to get Robert fed.
To beat them, I think we just need to make sure that Cali Trolls doesn't get ahead during late phase. As long as that happens, I think we'll be in a good spot to win.
And it really looks like Team 8 are focusing on this top lane as well. So Cali Trolls really wanting to get his team ahead early on.
Yeah, we saw Cali Trolls on camera. He was looking nice and dapper in his shirt, and he really is the leader of this lineup. As soon as he gets on a carry top laner, we've seen his Fizz, we were seeing his Kha'Zix when that was a strong pick, and he just loves to play these fight-heavy champions and be the first person in for his team.
Yeah. And do you think that that Westrise can really stand up to that?
I think Westrise, as a veteran of the of the NA scene, will be able to stand up against him because he has a wide diversity of picks that he can play. He can play very aggressive top laners. He's very famous for his Akali. And then, of course, he goes back to default picks like the Mundo, Shyvana, and he can play tanky top laners as well and allow himself to just get through the laning phase and become this big tank late game.
Yeah, we won't mention the Garen. So let's take a look at the starting rosters. On the blue side, it's Complexity, with Westrise in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prolly in the mid lane, Robert X. Lee as AD carry, and Babadub on support.
And on the red side, it's Team 8. Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise Pops in the jungle, Slushie in mid, Maple Street is their AD carry, and of course in support, it's Dodo.
Yeah, and so let's go back to that top lane. Our featured matchup is, of course, these two players who love to fight. Complexity's Westrise versus Cali Trolls.
Yeah, as I said, Westrise is a member of the old guard of the pro scene. He went to the Season 1 World Championships, that was with Epic Gamer, and he's been fighting for a spot in the LCS since it began. Now that he finally has it, he won't want to give it up easily. Westrise improved massively from a very rough start in the split, and he's not a player that lets the stress get to him. He withstands all the outside criticism from the community, and he doesn't give up in lane. Even if he gets a few kills against him, he doesn't let him go and tilt.
Cali Trolls, on the other hand, is one of the most exciting young players to watch.
Absolutely. He's aggressive and not afraid to innovate. He had the most kills in the Challenger series with 88, and he makes the plays all over the map with his teleport. He had 9 different champions in 19 games during the Challenger Series, and he is totally unafraid to counterpick a meta champion with whatever he thinks has an edge. And a good example is that, as we brought up, was the first pick into Amundo.
Yeah, well, exactly. And of course, these mid lanes are another place that we can have a look at. There's a lot of contested picks there as well. Slushie and Prolly both favoring these Orianna and Ziggs pickups. Do we think that they're going to be ban-worthy, or do you just think that it's going to go to a Farm Fest in that mid lane?
I think it could go to the Farm Fest. Especially for Complexity, they're looking to push this to the late game. They will feel, with their experience, being able to scale up and have some coordinated movement around the map, get some nice ward control out. We saw in the LCS, they always took it to the late game. It wasn't a deliberate thing. Sometimes it just falls that way. And I think with the early aggression from Cali Trolls, it will need to go for quite a long time if Complexity are to fight their way through this series.
Yeah, we should probably have a touch on the junglers as well. Of course, Kez coming in the middle of the LCS split as well, and Porpoise Pops playing that Nocturne to such great effect.
Yeah, well, he says he loves the Nocturne because as soon as Kelly says go, he can get on top of the team fight from wherever he is on the map. Kez, on the other hand, favors some early game junglers, so it might be a bit interesting. He goes for Elise and Eve, generally above anything else, and of course was famous for his Lee Sin before he made any of these teams a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, his Lee Sin coming in and warding up so much. I think he had the record for most wards put down in a game at 50-something. Just absolutely ridiculous, and really making sure that they can get the vision that they need early on in these games. And do you think the Complexity is going to be able to play with enough control to stand up against the team potential of Team 8?
I actually think Complexity plays with great control. As we said, they're good at turtling, they have a lot of wave clear and sustain, and they play quite balanced team comps, generally with a tank in the top lane, and then Robert on something like a Corki, although he is 0-7 at this point, that has some mid-game potential.
Yeah, we'll see whether that does work out. But let's check in with LOLesports.com and see where your votes stand. Right now, it looks like 56% of you think that Complexity will earn the right to keep their spot. And that's one of the closest that we've seen.
Yeah, once again, a very close matchup. And if there was a team that was going to challenge to get into the LCS, it was Team 8. They've looked phenomenal in the last month.
They certainly have, coming out on top of the Challenger Series. And of course, Complexity being in the lowest rung, of course, they're 8th place. So you'd think that if Team 8 were going to win, they'd be taking the right spot in the LCS, wouldn't they?
It's definitely one of the spots that were up for grab. However, I don't think the end results were really indicative of how well some of the games went for Complexity. When they had good games, they were definitely on point. So it's not like they can't play the game.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
just get lost sometimes towards that early mid game.
Yeah, and their late game prowess was incredible. Taking games from the top teams at 50-odd minutes into these games, when these are veterans. These are teams that are up at the very top of the standing, and Complexity able to hold themselves together. Has that got to do with those veteran players?
Yeah, it definitely does. I think it has a lot to do with West Rice and Prolly, of course.
Yeah.
Prolly in that mid lane keeps everyone's spirits up. Quite a nice, funny guy. And he plays a lot of control around the map, and he tries to help his team out as much as possible.
Yeah.
So a lot of that has to go to the mid laner. Slushie will match up against Prolly very well, however. They play very similar champions, and Slushie's early game is fantastic.
And do we think that Lucian's going to be a potential pickup here as well? Because I know Slushie's been playing it a lot recently, and Prolly's picked that one up. Hasn't had that much success, but they have won a few games. Do you think that's going to be one of the pickups? Because I personally love watching.
I think we're seeing less and less of AD comps, particularly with the short-range carries like Lucian and Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They definitely have their place. They can fast push extremely well. However, with Assassins coming back in the metagame, it's just so risky to run 2 AD carries.
Yeah, we'll see whether that does work out. Of course, it has happened sometimes. There has been actually a little bit of talk that I've heard, around the water cooler. The Tristana mid is a possibility here for Team 8, but we shall see whether it does come to fruition. Because then you can bring that early game AD carry, and you can get that Tristana really scaling up. Of course, one of those only AD carries that does scale with levels incredibly well. So we'll see whether that does work out. One thing that's really interesting to note, actually, in that bottom lane especially, is the fact that Maple Street has been favoring this Cogmore even after the nerf. And on the other side of things, Robert X. Lee has never played it. He hasn't played it in the LCS yet.
Yeah, so Robert, of course, loves Tristana above anything else. Then he kind of defaults back to the Corki. Maple plays a lot of Cogmore and goes an interesting build that not many other people do. He rushes the Blade of the Ruined King. He thinks it gives him more early game damage consistently without the burst potential, and it also allows him to sustain through lane. We've seen that a lot of times coupled with the Nami,
Yeah.
and it's extremely difficult to bully that lane around just because of the amount of sustain that can come out of that duo.
Not to mention the fact that Bioarcane Barrage does give you so much extra range, and with Tidecaller's Blessing as well, giving the slow and the extra damage just means the kiting potential is ridiculous on that champion. So in the late game, it's still very, very effective.
And with Nami, it makes up for the other strong points of Trinity Force as well, of course. You said augmenting that auto attack for a little bit more burst. The movement speed that you would normally get from Phage, you get from all of her abilities, as well as the potential to peel with the bubble and, of course, the ultimate. Just a great duo in that bottom lane. However, Bubadub's one of his favorite champions at the moment is Braum. And we've seen that Braum can be that counter to Nami. With the Unbreakable, the shield can block the bubble as well as a tidal wave. So look for him to pick that up or for it to be banned away because he loves to go aggressive early.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does decide to do that one. I'm not entirely sure whether that's going to work out necessarily just because, of course, Unbreakable, you often save it for when that tidal wave happens. And so other poke can come through. And when there are champions like Ziggs that are going to be favored in that mid lane, may not necessarily work out as well.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday. It kind of becomes that Mexican standoff where you don't want to use the shield until the waves come out, and then you can just hold the wave forever and hope that you can get picks from other champions. So if that is the case and they do get something like an Orianna, like a Ziggs, there is that burst potential that can come out at the start of the team fight, as well as all the poke that can be potentially blocked by a Braum.
Yep, and we're having some slight delays getting into this game, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to head back over to the analyst desk for some predictions for this first matchup.
Thank you, Atlas and Spawn. We get a chance to preface this entire series, which I actually really enjoy that opportunity because they're both very interesting teams. Complexity is a team that has surprised people throughout the LCS, and before this summer, they were a challenger team, so they are familiar with this environment and should be able to perform well. Team 8, though, was the most feared challenger team and were not chosen by the first two, so it should be a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Complexity's always been that blue shell team to me. Even Westrice, like the matchup between Cali Trolls and Westrice, I feel is really interesting because I think Cali Trolls has the upper hand, but Westrice has been improving a lot over the beginning of the split. Like from the beginning of the split to like before, like I've thought like in most matchups against other top laners, they'd 9 times out of 10 they do better than him, but towards the end of the split, he was doing better against other top laners. He was winning more against other top laners, and he's gotten a lot better not only out of lane but using his teleport and all that. I saw him on that Shyvana like towards the end of the season, and he had some really great engages, and he was just getting better and better. But Cali Trolls is that kind of player where he comes out with those unconventional picks, and you're not really sure what he's going to play. So if Westrice can keep him in check, that's going to be huge because when you're playing something you usually don't see, and you get ahead on that, you can really snowball the game because Cali plays those carry tops. You saw Fizz in some of the challenger games.
There's definitely an element of how will he react to those unconventional picks because we saw it in this last series. We saw Millennium unable to deal with those kind of pocket picks that they're not used to playing against, and it can really factor into it. On top of the fact that Cali Trolls is actually in the shot calling position from the top lane, which I think is a really interesting dynamic for a team to have.
Yeah, I definitely haven't. I don't know exactly how it works on his team, but I think that's very interesting when you're making a lot of the calls from top lane because how strong you are can be very different depending on whether you get 2v1, whether or not you win your lane, and him getting ahead will definitely be huge for a teammate, I feel. A lot of it will rest on him. We're kind of going in dark because we haven't seen either of these teams like play off against each other. But I've heard Teammate has been doing pretty well in scrims, and I think this is going to be one of the closest matchups. And we've had 2 3-2s already this week, so I'm really looking forward to these games.
I think the other big lane to keep an eye on has to be the bottom lane because Robert and Bubadub are very aggressive players when it comes to the bot lane. Even playing Tristana, considered a hyper carry and wanting to hold off till late, Bubadub will play aggressive support champions, whereas Maple Street is touted as this more supportive AD carry. He'll farm up and he'll let his solo laners kind of carry him through the game while he just provides this consistent damage from the backline. So having those two different types of play style in the bot lane is going to be really interesting to watch them play out.
Yeah, I think the mid lane's kind of just going to be like this farm fest, and then bottom lane, I think with Bubadub and Robert, they're going to play really. I've seen them play more and more aggressive towards the end of the season. I think they're going to continue with that play, and I think a lot of it's going to be, is bottom lane going to snowball for Complexity? Is top lane going to snowball for Team 8? And I think the picks and the compositions that Team 8 is going to have are going to be very interesting.
And then, of course, we'll look at the one final matchup, which would be the junglers, right? Normally kind of left out of equations. Something that I find very interesting about Porpoise Pops is he actually has a pretty big priority placed on Nocturne, right? He's one of the few Nocturne players that we see, as we don't see it very often in the LCS. Sometimes teams will reach to it if they really need to go that deep into their champion pool, but that's also something that could catch Complexity off guard if they're not used to playing against a Nocturne from the jungle.
Yeah, I've seen Cortez. He's kind of more like a gank-heavy jungler. Like, he focuses a lot on lanes. Especially, like, he knows, like, when I was playing Nidalee against Complexity, he knows, okay, Nidalee, if Nidalee gets ahead, that's really bad. He ganked me multiple times to make sure I didn't get ahead, and that was one of the reasons they won the game. And I think Cortez is going to realize, okay, these are the lanes I need to gank, and he's going to spend a lot of time ganking. Porpoise Pops, on the other hand, you said he plays Nocturne. Nocturne's a lot more farmy, so he might be going more for the farm, but I also think he'll probably go for ganks. Not as much as Kez, but especially if he's on something on Nocturne, them farming, that could be an issue for the early game for Complexity. I mean, for Teammate.
And then, of course, the other big thing about Kez is that he really emphasizes vision control. That's something that I noticed changed once he came into the summer split. The vision control for Complexity went through the roof. He's generally a Sightstone, jungler, things like that. And it's something that we've noticed a lot of challenger teams have struggled with, right? They're all fantastic individual players. When you get to that vision control, map movements, rotations, they seem to struggle a bit more. So there could be a pretty big edge there given to Complexity just based on the fact that they have that experience with the vision control.
Yeah, nowadays on junglers, you're just seeing Sightstone on every jungler. Sightstone Elise, Sightstone Lee Sin, Sightstone Kha'Zix even. And everyone's just trying to get as many wards as they can, especially from the jungle and support positions. You're seeing buying most of the wards, but it's definitely a team effort in getting those pinks out and getting the vision in a specific area, setting up for those dragons, setting up for those buffs, and knowing which part of the map you want to take control of. And I think it's really important that these junglers are on top of the vision game.
And then, of course, there's always the element of a game being able to go to 80 minutes when you have Complexity in the equation. And that, that begs the question is, could Teammate even sustain, a best of 5 series that goes that late? I mean, there's definitely there's a test of strength and endurance, mental fortitude and emotional fortitude when you get, late into these series.
Yeah, there's teams that are good at early game. There's teams that are good at mid game. There's teams that are good at late game, but nobody beats Complexity at super late game. That's the 80+ minutes. That's the dead zone. Yep. And Complexity definitely knows that time the best, so you don't want to mess with them if you get to those late games.
So I have to assume when we look at picks and bans, Tristana is obviously high up on the priority charts when it comes to Complexity. Over on the side of Teammate, though, like I said, there's the Nocturne, but I'm more concerned with how Complexity approaches the top lane, because there is that possibility of having an unconventional pick come through. I imagine it's very hard, and you as a top laner can probably speak to this, to find a matchup that you want in Champion Select. Also, because they have to play blue side 3 times, which means that if Team 8 wants, they can counterpick their top lane on red side for games 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah, I definitely think that top lane is going to be really important. Not only the matchup, but not only the player matchup, but the champion matchup. What counterpick is Calitroll going to use? And he has been that top lane player, kind of like how we saw in the earlier set with Unicorns of Love, the Poppy coming out. He's the kind of player who'll bring that stuff out. He's not scared, even if it's a relegation best of 5. He will bring something new out, and what he's going to bring out and how well he's going to play it, that's going to be huge for Teammate.
We saw him get a solo kill on a Nidalee in their last series as Malphite. I mean,
I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was talking to Crumbs the other day, or yesterday rather, and he was saying, Nidalee, that champion is just so strong, things like that he can't imagine, what would be the right champion to pick into that. Well, Calitroll says it's Malphite. We just got word that apparently the players are ready to get into the game, so we're gonna send it right back over to Atlas and Spawn to get us into it.
Thanks very much, Dash. And yes, we are about to get into Champion Select. And do we think that Tristana is definitely going to be a ban?
I don't know whether it will be a ban, just because there are some mid-game carries that can deal with her, and we've seen that so far today. However, Robert is very, very scary on it. So I would not be surprised if they let it through once, see if they can deal with it, and then if not, just take it off the board completely.
Yeah, and he does build that static shift early as well, so has a little bit more of a shot towards that mid-game, but of course we are into Champion Select. Gragas going to be taken off the board very early on by Complexity, and teammate bending away the Ziggs, of course.
And Nami being taken off the board. Don't want to let that sustained bottom lane go through. Looking to pick on Dodo and Maple, and there's a Triss ban.
Yeah, and Nami's banned away because Dodo favors that champion almost exclusively. He loves playing that Nami, and we did read that Complexity just don't want him to have that comfort pick.
And the Nidalee ban, I find that so smart. Don't want to leave Westrice on this island top lane by himself.
Yep.
Also,
oh my goodness, the how he got through.
Yeah, so Aurelia taken off as the last ban. Alistair picked up first pick.
Yep, and this is 4.14 as well. He can headbutt auto attack, so that those Trinity Force Alistairs in the top lane could be a thing. Of course, we have only seen Alistair in the support role so far.
But it's very...
What is this? Kha'Zix?
So the ambiguous pick is Alistair. It can go support, it can go top. You don't know what you're dealing with. We've both seen AP and AD Alistair as well in the top lane. Kha'Zix being hovered at the moment. That is the generic go-to jungle pick at the moment.
But Calitrolls has also played it in the top lane, so who knows what could happen.
Yeah, but
actually, he could play anything in the top lane. We might have another Poppy.
When he did play a top lane, he used to go that R evolution and use that to take less damage and get around the top lane and find favorable trades. And they're also just locked in the Maokai. So
I have a feeling the tree is probably what's going to go up there, and leaving that tree open does mean that most of the time it is going to be picked up. And cow versus tree in the top lane. That could be the thing.
Yeah, and it could definitely turn into a slugfest if that is the case. Yeah. Both of them have so much inbuilt sustain in their kit. Of course, Alistair with his E and then Maokai with his passive.
Yeah.
And they both turn into this mid-game tank that takes no damage with their ultimates, but then dish out so much to the enemy.
That's exactly right, and they're both massive CC bots as well, so you can imagine you can build real teamfight comps around these guys. And Prolly and Kez looking for their champions. Do you think Orianna could be a possibility here? No, it's actually going to be Lucian picked up here by Robert Exley, favoring that one over the Corky, not wanting to go for that with his current record of 0-7.
Yeah, I don't think
for the easy mid-range AD carry.
I don't think you can put too much into that record. I actually think he plays a very good Corky, and Maple Street looks like he will pick up a mid-game carry to try and match forces with this Lucian. And Slushie, Orianna, plays it so well.
Yeah, and it's his most played champion as well. Played it 6 times throughout the Challenger Series. So more than comfortable to sit on that one. Plus, we all know Twisted Advance plus that Shockwave, really, really strong. And Corky picked into Lucian. It's pretty standard. We saw this come out of the Unicorns of Love as well.
Yeah, and this matches teammates' playstyle to the T. Calitrolls going in, looking for the flank from Kha'Zix at the same time. Slushie can add all of the area effect with Maple Street there. In the mid-game, around dragon fights, this team is terrifying.
Well, we'll see what Complexity can do. They do have the Pulverized Yasuo combination available, but it's going to be Syndra picked up. And Prolly has been going nuts on this champion recently.
Yeah, Prolly can play a fantastic Syndra, hitting those long-range scatter the weak, setting up picks for his team. With Bubadub on Thresh, that means if anyone is by themselves and they lose a little bit of vision control, with Lee Sin, with Syndra, there is so much individual damage in that combo that with just the 3 of them, they can pick off anyone.
Yep, scatter the weak and sentence them to death is basically what they're going to be doing. Last pick going to come through. That's going to be the Braum picked up. So Maple Street going to be joined by that big shielded man, that bottom lane.
And after talking how passive the bottom lane from Team A can be, we see a very aggressive combo coming out. Of course, Braum bringing a lot of early game utility into the lane. If he does hit that Winter's Bite, setting up the stun, as well as the amount of burst damage that comes out of the Phosphorus Bomb.
Yeah, Phosphorus Bomb plus Sheen auto attack. If Maple Street does get that one early on, just means almost half Lucian's health in that early game. So see whether they do manage to get those combinations down. But as far as these team fights are concerned, Team 8's team comp is ridiculous.
Yeah, Team 8's team fighting comp is very good, which means that vision across this map is going to be key the whole game. They need to ensure that they stick as 5, don't get picked off, and always have vision of that Syndra.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very scary. But if these team comps made you rethink your vote, you can always tweet at LOL Esports using the hashtag COLWin or T8win, and we'll see in-game who you think will walk away with the series. And honestly, looking at the team comps already, Team 8's Siege isn't that strong. Is that going to be an issue?
Braum makes Team Siege
of course,
so much
the
better
Unbreakable.
already. He can just stand in front of your team with Unbreakable off. If he's a little bit tanky, get a little bit ahead. With the Sheen procs as well, they will be able to rip through turrets. I don't think that will be the issue at all. I think it will be more how the teams decide to play out this game. Will it be a heavy team fight comp versus a pick comp?
Yeah.
Or will they decide that the Alistair needs to group up early, start initiations with that headbutt pulverize combo, and really just turn this into a slugfest?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's going to be riding on these teleports as well in the top lane. Of course, Calitrolls gets a lot of his kills using that summoner spell. But we are onto the Rift, everyone, with Complexity on our blue side and Team 8 on our red side, wanting to be the second challenger team to make it into the LCS. Of course, Unicorns of Love with a 3-0 after that 0-2 start. So fantastic work. 3-0, like 3 wins in a row has got every team to the LCS so far.
Yeah, it just depends how you do it, I guess.
Exactly.
Of course, going down 0-2 definitely wasn't a tactic that they took into it, but managing to get the win in the end. So we can see that the teams are just fanning out at level 1, looking to get some deep wards.
And this is exactly what we've been seeing from game 1 here as well. It's just a lot of testing the water, a lot of seeing whether anyone wants to make any false moves, and a little bit safe play.
And both teams are petrifying to face check into. Braum, of course, with that passive can set up a stun level 1, and then you have the hook and the pulverize on the side of Complexity. So if they were grouped to 5, you definitely do not want to walk into either side. So just spread out, get some wards down, ensure that you know where the jungler is going to start. Not as deep as we have been seeing. These are just all throughout the river. And it looks like both junglers will be starting on the top side, although a late invade might be coming down.
Yep, Dodo looking to potentially get some warding in that Tri-Brush. Robert is going to be able to spot that one out. Nice deep ward around the blue buff. So far, junglers looking to be both starting up the north. So do you think that could mean some level 3 action in the bottom lane?
I think that both junglers will look to get their first gank off in the mid lane.
Yep.
Kez, of course, to just try and get Proly ahead so he can become this lane bully. And then on the side as Porpoise pops, he just wants to ensure that Slushy can get to that level 5, level 6, where he can clear out waves nice and quickly, and he's not in as much danger. So I look for them both to join up at the mid lane, one looking to gank, one for the counter gank, and see how that works out.
Of course, Proly on this Syndra, very, very scary when it comes to setting up those ganks. That Scatter the Weak combo with the Dark Sphere, just so much range in that situation. We saw it happening yesterday. It's very, very scary. But both of these blue buffs are going to be started off. It's actually going to be Porpoise Pops heading down to his blue buff, so what's hanging around his red? Not going to be the case. So opposite sides, but if they meet in the mid, it's all going to be fine.
Yeah, and this gives him the potential to gank top lane. Of course, Maokai, with that level 2, has so much CC. All 3 of his abilities at the moment add some form of CC, and probably going aggressive, although taking some nice damage back from Slushy.
Yeah, Slushy's saying, nah, stop doing that. Of course, Orianna very, very strong, especially level 1, but now level 2 has been hit by both of these mid laners. Probably will be able to answer back. That Clockwork wind-up is just pretty frightening. Slushy doing a good job pushing this wave in as well and sort of forcing Proly to focus on CS rather than harassment.
Yeah, trying to ensure that Proly is extending mana to try and get the lane pushed back out and equalize, as opposed to doing CS. Doing a good job of being outside of his minion wave, so it's not getting back. And we can see that the first gank is towards the top side. However, a nice ward going out from Westeros. Porpoise Pops trying to come through the...
Westeros telling Calitrolls to get out of his lane. Westeros hanging back. Does have that flask, so he's going to be able to get a lot of that mana back. One of Alistair's issues is the fact that his abilities do use a lot of mana.
And the way Westeros plays the lane, it's just good to be able to sustain through. Alistair's not looking for solo kills early game. He's just like, guys, leave me up here. I've got enough sustain. I'll be fine. Just want to farm myself into that mid-game powerhouse, as Alistair can be.
Exactly right. Do you think that he is going to be going for this Triforce build, or do you think that something else may have developed here? As a nice play does land, there's the Death Sentence as well. Close range. Barbadov taking not very much damage at all from this early game Phosphorus Bomb, so nice trade here from Complexity.
And already the exhaust burnt. That will be key for this matchup as it gets closer to level 4 and 5, as Lucian really starts scaling up with that Piercing Light. And that just means that Maple Street and Dodo need to play so much more carefully. Wow, nearly another Death Sentence coming through.
Yeah, that Death Sentence onto the minion, but it did die, so we can't say that he was wrong. Porpoise Pop's coming in for another gank. The headbutt going to be real. There is the twisted advance onto Westeros. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, only level 4. There's a brilliant pulverized flash. Is it going to be enough? The triumphant roar. Porpoise Pop dives. picks up the kill, but a valiant effort from Westeros.
And it's not over yet. Broly, as well as Kez, heading up the river, trying to get something back in return.
Does have that flash. No mana on the Cali Trolls. Oh, there's the flash coming through as well. The Ignite's there. Porpoise buffs. Is he going to go down? Double buff. No, just the red buff for Broly, and Cali Trolls can't do anything. No mana. Red buff onto Syndra. That is so scary.
And great coordination on the side. As we have some more action in the bottom lane, nothing happened there, but complexity. Showing that they're behind their top laner, rotating up, giving up some farm in the mid lane, but making sure that they're there to support Westeros and not allow him to be picked on like that.
Look at the Lucian stats, 28, 28, 31, making sure that he's very even across the board. Not bad at all. And Westeros making his way back up to this lane, not going to use that teleport, going to make sure that he has that for a potential dragon fight, but Cali Trolls, he used his.
Yeah, looking to get back in lane as soon as possible. Quite an equal top lane still. However, Cali Trolls is closer to that Catalyst or his big first item. Westeros has picked up a Duran's ring, so maybe we'll be looking for an AP build.
I've seen that one working, of course. A lot of people deciding to go with the Rod of Ages into Lichbane for a lot of extra damage. A bit of tankiness too.
And this bottom lane is starting to go heavily in the favor of complexity. Robert has already built a 17 CS advantage, and it's only 6 minutes through the game.
And we were talking about Maple Street, the fact that he likes to sit back, play passively in this lane, but Robert, he just wants to fight all the time, and Maple Street's really struggling just to play this farm style.
Yeah, and I think it's more that the supports love to fight. As we see Porpoise Pop stepping over a ward, we'll be able to get out of here nice and easily, just making sure there's some presence in the bottom side of the map. Now he knows that bush is definitely warded because he walked back over it.
Yeah, he's going to ward that one in return. Of course, that one's going to die very, very soon on the side of complexity, but not going to get swept out there. Not going to really know what's going on. Of course, nice piercing light over the top of Dodo 8.
And another ward being placed in that brush, looking to stay aggressive. As I was saying, it's more that Bubadub just loves to go aggressive, and then Robert can follow up at will. He can pick when he wants to trade. If there's CS there, he can just leave it. If it's a good trade, he can go in and take it. And it looks like Westeros now is pushing up this lane and doing fine against Cali Trolls on a tanky champion.
Yeah, and that Maokai not picking up the kill as well, meaning that the deficit in that top lane not quite as bad for Westeros, and very deep pink ward being put down here in the red side jungle.
And a very rare brush to walk through.
Yeah.
When you walk around that side of the map, you generally come from the tower, so you miss that brush. So it gives a lot of deep information as we see the first blue buff being handed over to Slushi.
Kez will be picking that one up fairly soon as another headbutt auto attack going to come down onto Cali Trolls.
And these guys are at the stage of the game, level 6, they're just so beefy.
Yeah, and they don't care. It's just a wet noodle fight, isn't it?
They just can hit each other as much as they want.
Hilarious. Kez is going to be handing over this blue buff to Prolly as well. The drive-by pickup there with the Dark Sphere. Probably going to just loop-de-loop and head around here as well. So checking that brush, making sure there's no sneaky pinks. And there isn't. Chalices all around in that mid lane. We'll see where the first action does come from. Westeros again. Oh, there's a reason why that headbutt auto attack was taken out of the game.
It's just such an obnoxious, harassing ability to be able to headbutt someone and punch them at the same time. And look at this, perfect vision of the red buff being picked up by Porpoise Pop. So once again, they'll have the timer on that.
Excellently placed pink ward as well, right on the edge of that brush to maximize the vision. Oh, Porpoise Pops, he's... he spotted it.
So that's why you A-move through brushes, so you get that. Oh, as Dodo...
nice playback here onto Dodo. Oh, not quite managing to get the Relentless Pursuit out of that Phosphorus Bomb, but nice work by Robert Exley nonetheless.
And Westeros going Sheen first, so maybe it still will.
Yeah, it might be that Trinity Force.
Although he might just be looking for that for the headbutt auto attack combination.
Yep.
Look to chunk people even further down. And at this point, he's hard to gank 2v1 with that ultimate and the lack of CC coming out of Porpoise Pop. Once he gets tangled up with that entangling roots, he's just going to be able to ult, walk away. Probably impossible to kill, and will be lending so much to this early dragon fight.
Yeah, now of course both of these top laners adding a fair bit to that early dragon fight. Of course that Maelstrom being fantastic on the side of Cali Trolls as well. See whether it's going to be the coordinated team fight around that area that's going to really do it for these teams. You can see there's really deep vision around the bottom side of the map for Complexity. Their vision game has been fantastic. As a nice hook does land onto Maple Street. Double play with the box there as well. There's the Glacial Fissure. Bubbit Up going down low. There's a brilliant exhauster on Robert Exley to make sure that he doesn't pick up a kill. But Westrice is here. The teleports come through. Porpoise Pops is around. They ran out of minions.
Yeah, unfortunately missed
Sonic
the
Wave by
pulverize
Kez.
there. Not going to follow up on that one. Cali Trolls didn't teleport in there, so if they do look to fight this, he will be full health, but he's just roaming back towards top lane, so nothing coming from the first teleport. Potentially a dragon, but there's a ward right there. That's been spotted.
Yeah, the teleport is, of course, available by Cali Trolls. He's walking down. Might need to get there earlier. There he is, right in the middle of this fight, exactly where Maokai potentially wants to be. Twisted advance onto Westrice. Does have that ultimate if he needs it. It's going to come through. There's the headbutt onto Maple Street. Gets him way out of this fight. That's going to be Porpoise Pops going down straight away. Robin, no, Broly picking up that kill. Nice three-man shockwave. So much damage on Complexity, but the double kill coming through from Broly. Robin Exley takes a cog to the head, but there's the stun. Little bit late onto Slushy. Ridiculous from Team 8. They come back in this fight 3-2.
And they're also low. The chase is on from Proly. No boots, unfortunately, so won't be able to pick that one up. And such a well-coordinated team fight from Team 8. You can see exactly how they like to brawl.
Yeah.
And that shockwave that came out from Slushy was enormous.
And he waited so patiently to get exactly the right one.
All right, let's take another look at this. So Cole start up the dragon, and straight away Kelly just teleports in. He's in the thick of it, and now Complexity, unfortunately, is split. They look like they're starting to get the better of the fight, but then Slushy comes in, lands a beautiful three-man shockwave, and then just uses his passive Clockwork Wind-Up to pick up a kill onto Robert here. And unfortunately, there's nothing they can do to chase. 3 members escape on low health, but a one-team fight on the side of Team 8. They now have positional advantage. They're looking to pick themselves up a dragon.
Yep, Kez nowhere near this one, and Team 8 are going to be able to extend this lead from 400 to about 1,400. We shall see. Westrice does manage to get herded out of here. And Team 8 with a very strong early game play with a lot of scaling champions on this team as well.
And because of the way the team fights are going, Porpoise Pops is elected to go with his W evolution first for that poke, looking to get people low. As we see, this bottom turret is under heavy fire. This might go down this wave, and hook just missing. Porpoise Pops is bottom lane.
Porpoise Pops coming through, does walk through a ward. Nice auto attack from a caster minion, going to finish off the turret. So 1 turret for a dragon, theoretically, from that one. Kez behind Porpoise Pops here does pop a void spike to the face and decides he's going to walk the heck out of that.
And the team focus for Complexity right now looks to be around the middle lane, although now we see Westrice going to head back top, turn into more of a farm fest once again. Both of these teams want to group over objectives. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all game we saw these lulls, although Westrice is going in for another game.
See whether he can land the combo onto Slushy here. Does have the command protect. He's walking pretty quick too. That dissonance is going to help him out with that one. He's going to be able to try and pick up his red buff. Ooh, blue buff in fact manages to steal, does Kez.
Ooh, and dodge out of the shockwave. Well played from the jungler on the side of Complexity. Able to deny that from Slushy, who now is low on mana, just means that this turret may fall in the next couple of waves, although it looks like everyone's rotating over to it.
Right, Slushy still has his Athenes, so sitting on low mana isn't going to bother him too much, of course, with the scaling and mana regen on that one. Probably be able to steal this one away. Blue buffs apiece. Jungler in mid lane for Complexity. Still, 1,000 gold in the lead. That dragon doing work for Team 8. Trample by Westrice, helping him get these minions down to auto attack range. Look at that, perfect. Oh, done. So easy.
Great last hitting under the turret there from Westrice. Just making sure he was away.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, I would not be surprised with how much these teams both look to teamfight if they don't just control vision and wait for objectives to be up. Be that a blue buff as we just saw, or a dragon, or these turrets that they're looking to fight over. And otherwise, just go back to lane and farm up because both teams scale quite equally into the late game.
Oh, Dodo does get caught by that death sense here as well. There's the stun coming down. The box by Bubbit Up. He might have gotten a little bit overexcited. The culling coming through. Nice stand behind me. Does come out from Dodo to save his life. Slushy there for his team.
And with Dodo and Maple being slow low, that means that this might be the mid turret.
Oh, there's the death sense under Slushy. He does manage to protect himself, but the ultimate's there. Robert Exley with the light slinger passive. That's going to be Bubbit Up trading though. A nice Glacial Fissure going to pick up that kill. Look at this turret, so low on health.
Yeah, next wave, that one will be going down. The wave clear from Slushy is so much more important than the support in Bubba. So advantage Complexity on that fight, and they'll be able to pick themselves up another objective.
Nicely played. Controlling the map rather than controlling the money is the trade-off that you do get for taking these turrets instead of the dragons. Another bit of a battle in the top lane. Maelstrom gets popped, and Westerice doesn't really care. Calitrolls doesn't care either. My goodness.
Just punching each other in the head.
Yeah, they certainly are. Hooves and branches flying everywhere. MK's going to be picking up his blue buff here. Decides to finish off that Sightstone before his Spirit Stone.
Yeah, and this is just the emphasis that Kaz puts on vision around the map. Of course, playing with the Syndra, it becomes even more important to be able to do this. And as you said, able to get wards out everywhere. And as you can see, there is a lack of wards around the lower and top ends of the map. But around the mid lane, look at the vision control from both teams, just ensuring that they're not getting flanked.
Yeah, Teammate really knows that they have to stay on top of this vision, because if they start getting picked off, Complexity can turn this game around very, very quickly. Calitroll's going to face check the cow. Oh, the Pulverize going to come through. The headbutt as well, but Bubba here. Twisted Advance coming down. Maelstrom, is he going to have enough tankiness? He's a bit of a beast. There's the death sentence, though, coming from Bubba. Westerice just wandering next to him. There's the headbutt. Robert's here as well. Westerice punts him in the head. Nice play here, and it's going to be the last outer turret going down for Complexity.
Yeah, the map control by Complexity at the moment. We just mentioned how the top and bottom were lacking wards. It will mean that they're able to push the bottom lane in, but taking the last outer ring of the turrets for a pick comp like this is so important. It just opens up the whole map and means that their mid-game now can start rolling.
Yeah, although Trinity Force Power Spike has been hit here by Maple Street. Do have the Avarice Blade being picked up before the Infinity Edge is finished off here for a little bit more money on Robert X. Lee.
And he's still pushing in this top lane. Porpoise Pops looks to head him off, but some nice damage done there. And Maple Street, in the meanwhile, was able to pick up the bottom turret.
And this is something that we've really got to look at. 155 CS to 122 there in that mid lane. 25 CS up, 3-0 and 1 now on Parali. Has his Void Staff already. This next fight is going to be so difficult for Team 8, because I think it probably could just take someone off the map instantly, and it doesn't matter who.
Yeah, and with the gold being, they're equal in gold across the board, 25,000 gold each. However, a lot of that is focused onto the mid laner for Complexity, and what a better champion to get there.
Oh, yeah.
Syndra does so much damage, especially at this point in the game, once she has that second rank into her ultimate and not that much MR has been built up as of yet.
Yep.
She's just looking to delete someone.
Oh, Porpoise Pops has found Kaz. Of course, not very tanky at this stage. Teleport actually coming through here from Calitrolls. Nice stun onto the Dodo to make sure that nothing else could come of it. Teammate posturing around this dragon. It's going to be up in 2 seconds.
And they've managed to secure themselves control of this area. There is a ward behind them, so look for Westerice to go to that one if they want to engage this. However, they are nervous and looks like they're going to push mid lane instead, maybe giving up this dragon for an objective.
Oh, Kez is going to try and come in, but he doesn't manage to get it. Kez takes the Dark Lantern out of there.
Has to blow Flash on the outside as well. What a great ult coming out of Dodo, ensuring that that was locked up straight away with as much CC as possible.
There's a Twisted Advance. Calitrolls immediately getting caught up, and what I was saying about Syndra almost didn't apply, but he does get out of there. Ultimate was popped in order to make sure that he had as much damage reduction as possible.
And a massive wave in the bottom that needs to be dealt with. Pelling coming through just to apply even more pressure.
Robert X. Lee just wanting to fight all over the place. Does cop a rocket to the head. Slushy picks up his blue buff as well in the meantime.
But not able to get into that bottom lane, so a whole minion wave has crashed into that turret, denying experience and gold to a member of Team 8. However, they've got another dragon. They're 1,000 gold in the lead, and Calitrolls, now with that Rod of Ages and a Chain Vest, is starting to ramp up.
He certainly is. Complexity still playing as if they've got a real lead in this game, though. Just always confronting teammate whenever they can. Probably picking up his blue buff as well. And I think he's really going to have to step up this game because he's got the money at this point.
Yeah, and importantly, Infinity Edge has been finished now by Robert, so he's going to be looking to do even more damage, moving into that Static Shiv or potentially the Ghost Blade.
Oh, is the steal going to come through? Kaz manages to pick up the red buff here as well, proving the fact that he can actually steal things away.
And look at the wave control from Complexity, ensuring all waves are pushing at the same time, just putting global map pressure everywhere, and they're doing it through minion advantage.
Yep, there's the Vorpal Spike's going to come through. Pinkord going to be taken off the map, and Kez flying to Bubba for a big hug. Maple Street now hanging around this mid lane, probably wanting to try and get a stun on someone. See whether they manage to land anything. There it is, Porpoise Pops getting caught up. Phosphorus Bomb going to land on a Kez.
And the hook goes in.
There's a Death Sentence on Maple Street. That's the target that they want. A lot of damage coming down. Shockwave used on Bubba. He's going to get taken for free. Brilliant pick from teammate.
And a little bit of over-aggression from the support player on the side of Complexity there, looking to create a pick for his team. In response, gets absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, that is going to be an ultimate down, though. Nice stun getting come down from Prolly. Slushie not going to have that Shockwave for the next few seconds. Maybe a minute or so.
The Culling not hitting anyone. So they've done a great job of securing this middle turret, and Westrise starting to lose out on a couple of these trades. Still don't think they can kill each other whatsoever, although the wave is now on teammate's side of the map, and Calitrolls may be face-checking a Prolly.
Yeah, Prolly might be face-checking a Calitrolls as well. Who knows? Who knows who's face-checking who at this stage? Tree is going to walk back in there, does have that ward, so knows that nothing's going on.
Oh, and they're collapsing. Looks like they're all out safely. So once again, going back to this Farm Fest, and so far, the gold lead is extending in teammates' favor.
Yeah, this push not quite working out here for Complexity. I think losing Bubba wasn't part of their plan. That being said, his death sentences have been pretty good this game. We'll see whether teammates put the pressure on themselves now, sort of their turn to make a play.
And the CS discrepancies are starting to come out in the areas we expected. Calitrolls nearly 30 CS up, and you can see how much healthier he is just because he's passive is what gives him sustain without having to use anything. Looking for a dive on Westrise with Maple Street here.
Oh, Bubba coming up here as well, though. Complexity have got here first. Maple Street tries to come through. There's the flash box as well. Calitrolls so slow. Sonic Wave lands. Kez wants to be able to resonating strike him out of here, but Westrise picks up the kill. Good teammates going to give the cow another one.
And once again, the rotation into the top lane by Complexity has been what has secured them 2 good kills so far, ensuring they're up there helping Westrise out. They will lose a turret for this, but Robert will take one in return, and it's the tier 2.
Yeah,
no response coming
Dodo
through.
down here as well to try and stop him from taking this one. Does have the red buff, might actually be able to just kill him after taking it. So Maple Street going to take the top outer. The bottom inner going to be traded for on the side of Complexity. Now 4 turrets to 2. The map control from Complexity is fantastic.
And the next big fight will be in about a minute and a half. Dragon about to respawn.
Yep.
No vision control for either team around this area, so look for Kez to get down there and start trying to assert some control over the general area again.
And teammate Porpoise Pops, 2-2 and 4 now in comparison to 0-0-2 from Kez. 20 CS up as well, has a lot more money than this Lee Sin. Will we be seeing Porpoise Pops trying to make these plays coming through into this next Dragon fight? Because he's honestly stronger.
Yeah, at this point he is stronger, but Kez is just using his gold to help his team out. He's trying to get that control that we keep speaking about to ensure that their rotations around their map are getting them objectives. So maybe in the 1v1, Porpoise Pops will be stronger, but Kez is using his money to try and allow this split push top lane to happen and different things around the map to keep on occurring so that, honestly, Complexity haven't had to fight a 5v5 yet. Last Dragon, they just pushed mid. When the gank came in top, they just went to the bottom lane. Now that they're trying to repel the mid lane, they're just going to the top lane. Fantastic movements around the map to ensure that these teams never have to meet head on.
Exactly right, and Westrise, now that he has that Trinity Force finished off as well, does do a lot of work to these turrets, has taken out the inner turret in the top lane. And that inner turret in the mid lane was very, very low as well, and of course, being an inner turret, that's not going to regen.
Yeah, and they can send Westrise now into the bottom lane to deal with Calitrolls. Of course, being the AP, not going to be able to take the turrets as quickly. Picking themselves up a blue buff as well. However, Cali has a flank here. If they go too deep into Dragon, they might be in trouble.
Yeah, a lot of vision coming down.
Nicely recognizing that Cali had disappeared from the bottom lane, so just getting out of there. And it looks like teammate will be starting up another Dragon. And once again, Complexity just don't want to fight. They're just going to give it for free, push mid.
Yeah, they know the fact that teammate has this fantastic comp. Be able to take those Dragons. Calitrol's going to tank up the Sonic Wave, and Kez not wanting to go in without the resonating strike. Ooh, Dodo with positional advantage, but Robert X Lee just going to take the inner turret on this one. Their map movements are fantastic, and knowing their comp's capabilities is brilliant out of Complexity.
The protection of the map that's coming out of Crowley and
Dodo
West
got caught here. Unbreakable, but that's not going to stop the death sentence. No, it is going to stop a lot of the damage. Maelstrom going to be popped by Calitrolls just to protect his support.
Just using Syndra to block up all these chokes back towards the mid lane is so smart. It just means that they can't get around and get into a good position to flank because of how strong Crowley is. Now with that needlessly large rod, can pretty much blow up anyone on the side of Team 8 and just ensuring his team gets objective after objective. That's now all the second ring of turrets out, so the map's even more open now. They can get some Baron control and start looking for some picks.
And it's exactly what Complexity want as well. They want control over this map, control over the vision so they can set up, get a pick, and then get another objective. And that's going to be their ticket into the base. Nice stun onto Calitrolls, not necessarily the target that they want. Still asserting their dominance. Choking them out of their own jungle as well does give Complexity a bit more money, because they can take those camps over and over again while they're putting this pressure down in these lanes. But slow push in the top lane might mean Complexity has to rein it back a little.
Yeah, definitely sending up Westrice up there to deal with that. He's going for his Frozen Heart next, looking to get even tankier, and that will cap him out on CDR as well. Just using his abilities for so much CC, as we see him completely destroy a minion wave.
Yep, trampling that one through with his passive.
And 2-2-2 versus 0-2-4. Both top laners trying to play the same role for their team.
Yeah.
And Calitrolls hasn't been able to get that far ahead. He's only 5 CS now. Westrice has really done a good job of equalizing that top lane.
Not to mention the fact that Complexity know that Team 8 revolve around Calitrolls. They revolve around his calls, and they've been focusing this top lane so well. Every time Westrice seems to be in trouble, his team's there to help out. But this outer turret in the mid lane is going to be going down. Death Sentence does land onto Dodo, but manages to stand behind Prolly's the in minion. trouble. Poor Prolly's in a lot of trouble. That's a lot of money off the board here as well. Calitrolls right in the middle of this fight. The Maelstrom protecting his team, but Robert X Lee managing to get auto attack after auto attack down. The flash being forced here, but amazing dissonance. Gonna stop Kez from living anymore. And another twisted advance. This is Team 8's team fight prowess coming through huge. Robert X Lee though picks up Maple Street, maybe a little bit aggressive, and he wants these kills so much. Just that Ardent Blaze would have taken care of Porpoise Pops. He wants it. Robert X Lee, are you gonna be able to do it? But no, he's not. The A's coming through. Calitrolls with a brilliant bait for that twisted advance.
1 for 5. The aggression that comes out of Team 8 as soon as Calitrolls has position, he's going to go for the... Dude! Another replay to potentially throw over to the analyst. The coordination that comes out of Team 8 when Calitrolls gets a flank.
Well, when they're together, when they're on their own.
Let's have another look at it. Probably out of position here, and Kez tries to protect him, but the Wombo combo comes out, picks up the mid laner, and then here, Westrice pops his ult, and the perfect response. They just kite back. They're like, okay, let's not fight while Westrice's ult is up. Kez unfortunately tries to re-engage and does get pecked up. And now the ult's down. Once again, Calitrolls, let's go guys. Everyone straight back in. Juggling turret aggro. Maple Street goes a little bit aggressive and gets some unlucky crits right there. The last one, 436. He's able to be taken down, but just a well-fought team fight on the side of Team 8 will get a 5 for 1.
Fantastically well played.
And the TP's coming in from behind. This could be another team fight.
Yep, Calitrolls making another play around this map in Complexity. They've got nowhere to go here. Nice stun on a Porpoise Pops, but there's the Maelstromed up tree in the middle of this fight. Probably forced to use that flash now. Dodo is coming through here as well.
He's gone too deep. He's in trouble now.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can make this one work. Robert X Lee, though, gets taken down so incredibly low. Look at how tanky this tree is. The ultimate being used on Dodo, but they traded their top laner. Bubba dead as well. Robert X Lee on such low health. And Kez is out of this one. This could mean a Baron for Team 8.
It looks like they're certainly setting up for it, although Westrice is only 20 seconds away and he does have his teleport. Maybe we'll be able to stall this one out, but they have started up.
See whether this is the right decision. Of course, Barons have been misplays in the past. 5,000 gold is the lead for Team 8, though. They do have the advantage in this game.
And they are starting to chunk it down as well. This Baron's getting low. If they don't make a move quite soon, this is going to go down uncontested.
Probably wants to come around. He's got his eyes on Maple Street.
And
There's the stun of Cali Trolls, but that is going to be Bob Spock picking that one up. Robert Exley, what are you doing? The double shockwave. Actually, no. He's going to be dead already. Westrice in the middle of everything, but he doesn't want to be here. Team 8, such coordination.
And we said that Complexity would be the more coordinated team towards the mid and late game, but look how well Team 8 fight. Able to pick up the Baron, another 2 kills, make that 3. They're really rolling now. 9,000 gold in the advantage.
Yeah, and they've got that Baron buff as well, and there's still turrets on this map. They can push this gold advantage even further as we do see the replay coming through.
Okay, so this is the flank from the teleport for Cali Trolls. He jumps into the middle of the fight, and no one wants to hit him just because of how tanky he is. Here, I thought they'd actually overcommitted because I thought Dodo would go down much quicker. However, a few skill shots missing, he finally does fall, but by this time, Cali Trolls is still full health.
Oh yeah.
He's taken nothing, just CCing everyone with the cooldown reduction, gets it into a Baron for his team. They're going to be able to pick up another Dragon. 10,000 gold at 30 minutes when we were even at 24. This is just out of nowhere, a huge lead.
Gigantic turnaround, 2 back-to-back team fights of Baron. Another Dragon coming down for Team 8, and this is where they've been really making sure that they control the map, picking up these Dragons whenever they can. Westrice now caught out. There's the Void Spike's going to do a lot of damage as well. Unbreakable Will needing to be popped before any potential fight, so that's a big cooldown off the board.
Yeah, and a necessary one for turret dives, because that's one of the main things that they can't dive against, because Westrice can cause so much disruption under a turret, but now without that ultimate, they might just be able to blow him up and march on through.
Yeah, Prolly now does have that trinity of mid laner items in comparison to Slushy, who does have the Sonya's Hourglass. Westrice just telling Cali Trolls to get the heck out of his base. It's going to be fine, but look at that gold difference.
4 minutes.
Smashing it, team.
Up to an 8,000 gold lead.
Just insane, spiking so much, and Team 8 now trying to put the pressure on themselves. Inhibitor turret going down solo. Look at it getting chunked by those Sheen procs. It's going to fall down. Cali Trolls trying to engage. Gets booted out of there though. Bubbled up now. So low. Westrice slowed down to high heaven. That's going to be a bit of a hula hoop for Slushy. Just saying, yep, going to take your inhibitor. Have a look at how pretty I am.
Just like the ballerina he is.
Oh yeah.
They will be able to rotate into this top lane, however, pick up another turret for their trouble. And as I said, this is the benefit of Corki. When you're in front, you can just bully your way onto turrets, but with those Trinity Force procs, you just make such short work of them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the 2 tanky frontliners with an Orianna just forces you back off a turret. You can't stand there unless you want to engage, because they're more than happy to jump on top of you.
And now, out of nowhere, we have an 11,000 gold lead here for Team 8. Now, double the kills of Complexity, and they've evened up the turrets. Fantastically well played, and with these super creeps streaming into Complexity's base as well, it's now up to Team 8 to finish out this game if they can. Or is it going to be Complexity putting on their stall shoes, getting to that super mega late game where anything can go anyway?
Well, Team 8's done exactly the right thing. They've ensured that they have deep wards. That means that if there's any bad rotations on the side of Complexity, they can pick off a person, and then they'll be in a position to just push through with how tanky their members are and clean up the inhibitor. They also have nearly got the teleport back up, meaning if they get wards inside the base, Cali Trolls, we've already seen him flank very deep once. He's even tankier now. He'll be able to teleport to something in the base, home guard up to someone, and absolutely crush them with his CC.
Yeah, and there's going to be so many twisted advances as well in the next fight, because of course, ooh, Dodo getting caught up by a few skill shots from Complexity, but they do not want to get outside of their base.
He is such a tanky man for a support. He's picked up the full locket as well as his face from the mountain and the side zone. Another chain vest for good measure. He's the top laner nearly at this.
Yeah, he's the frontline tank. No worries at all. Of course, Infinity Edge being finished up by Maple Street after that Trinity Force. And a Vamp Scepter as well. Opting to go for those Sorcerer Shoes as well to make sure that he optimizes his poke with that magic damage.
And once again, Cali Trolls nice and aggressive, looking for a flank.
Probably on half health.
Looking to get it started for his team, and they just can't deal with him. Westrice just keeps trying to push him back.
Yeah, trying to kick him out of this one. Actually, Dodo getting caught up, but Bubba didn't want to do that one. He just gets immediately removed. Nice flash twisted advance onto Robert Exley. That's the AD carry. He's trying to come back into this one. Brilliant exhaust. Dodo getting that one out. Twisted advance again from Cali Trolls. That elixir of brilliance giving him all of that cooldown reduction, but he may have gone too deep. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Is he going to fall down? Kez takes up the kill. Dodo now in a lot of trouble, but Slushy, they managed to pick up the tower in the bottom lane. Decent stun. This could be Complexity's chances. Low health bars on teammate, but Westrice is going to fall. Maple Street picks up that kill. That is a 1 for 2, and Cali Trolls took on the entire team by himself.
And they got exactly what they needed. They got the bottom lane turret. That means 2 exposed inhibitors now when the middle one respawns. And Bob it up. We'll see it here. He tries to fend off the turret, and they just don't care. They're willing to dive with the Orianna. Look at the amount of CC that comes through, and he just gets crushed. Cali Trolls come through. CC's up Robert. Unfortunately gets booted into the turrets after this by Westrice, who turns around and does a good job healing for his team. However, at this stage, they just collapse in and destroy the turret, and that's all they wanted. The objective into the middle of the base. Only giving up 1 death for it.
Yeah, and that's 4 people focusing down at Maokai for, I don't even know, that was about 2.5 minutes. Just would not die. Now with the captain boots, Cali Trolls definitely is the playmaker for his team, making sure that everyone can get into these fights after him. Does definitely attest to his playstyle. Now 13,000 gold, sorry, is the lead for teammates. Still double the kills. It's getting a little bit more difficult as the game goes on.
And even though the CS discrepancy in the bottom lane is still profound, about 70 minions at this point, look at the items. Maple just allows himself to go even in lane, not give away any kills, not feed, not allow Robert to get really ahead. And even though he has all these farms, Maple is completely comfortable with his build. He's even gone a 3rd item defensive on Corki just because he doesn't want to get blown up in these fights. He understands it's his job to take down the structures and allow his team to engage and be the team fighters.
Yeah, but of course it's going to be so much harder for Prolly to be able to get rid of Maple Street as well. But teammate coming around for the flank, making the plays. There's the Glacial Fissure. Kez takes half of his health. Slushy, so much damage. The 2-man shockwave. Robert Exley, he's the next target. That's going to be the support. The bottom lane has been removed on the side of Complexity. And now teammate easily going to be able to take 2 inhibitors. I have a feeling this could be very close to the end of the game. Dodo chasing down the jungler here. And that's when you know you've got a problem.
And both inhibitors will fall. After getting bullied in the early game, Slushy has come up massive. His Orianna ults have been completely on point. The speed up to get people into the team fights just augment the flank so well. I do not think this champion will be seen for the rest of the series. He just plays Orianna terrifically. 8, 1, and 11. 19 kill participation in a 20 kill side.
That is absolutely ridiculous. And of course, it is his most played champion. That's what he was playing throughout the entire Challenger series, and he's demonstrated exactly why that is. Playing incredibly well. Now taking a dragon for his team, and Command Protect is definitely going to help him out on that front. Just getting as much money as they can. So, teammate just going to head back to base, purchase up some items, 16,000 gold in the lead. You can imagine that they could actually buy a fair few more.
And it looks like Complexity are looking at Baron, trying to get some control around that side of the map, although the teleport for Cali. Teleport is up in the bottom lane. He can just get that one pushing, although Super Creeps will do the job for him. He just needs to be with his team at the moment, because eventually these Super Creeps in the bottom lane are going to start crashing into the base. And at that point, I don't think Complexity can defend this anymore.
Yeah, teammate has a gigantic wave in the top lane as well. The last remaining turret they have, the last remaining inhibitor turret anyway. Complexity actually their way outside of their base here with 2 inhibitors down. They will have to start getting down to that bottom lane and fixing that one up, because there are super minions coming through. Cali Trolls flanking around the side, might meet Kez, but you can see Complexity just really want to try and hold on to this game, and it's getting harder and harder.
And as the team fight gets longer, they're starting to channel even more farm into Robert now. He's got 100 CS lead, but the Baron has been started up. There's wards everywhere. They don't even care. They just think they can burst this one down. And why not? Kez is in the bottom lane.
Yeah, no one from Complexity thinks that they can take this one. They're just going to give up the Baron, and now it's going to be even harder to turtle this one out. Trolls. There's a bit of troll. Having a bit of an animator giggle. Yeah, a bit of a giggle.
As we see the whole of Team 8 now in the top lane, they're looking to take the last remaining turret, playing it extremely textbook. And at the moment, Complexity, super minions are inside their base. They can't defend this one. They might be looking towards the next game at this point.
Yeah, I think they might be concentrating on what the heck they can get rid of. And I think that, of course, that Orianna, nice double stun. Robert Exley going to try and cull out this way, but you can see this turret just needs to be sneezed on. It's going to be taken down.
And look at this. As all this is going on, and inhibitor turrets are under fire, so they have to send Robert back. That's all 3 inhibitors now. So many creeps. It's just a battle against the odds.
Yeah, that's going to be Super Creeps taking down the Nexus turret as well there. And here's the last fight. Complexity's health bars are melting. Look at the damage coming out from Team 8. There's going to be the shockwave just below. Westrice now is going to fall down as well. Team 8 with such a decisive win towards the end of this game, especially knowing exactly where they're strong. Teleport going to be used right in front of the Nexus. And congratulations, Team 8 take down game 1.
Wow, what a good team fighting comp they put together, and just able to crush in the mid-game fights. Complexity doing their best to rotate around the map and take objectives, but then Team 8 just got 2-3 fights in a row that they won extremely decisively, were able to push through with a sheer item advantage.
That's exactly right, and of course it didn't even matter the fact that Westrice was even in that lane. It was the fact that Calitrolls had such good late-game calls, and he could make those team fights out of nowhere. That teleport into the mid lane, that was ridiculous. Came through and got exactly the fight that they needed.
They're just so decisive as a team. That's what makes it super special. If he had have done that and got collapsed on, with his team miscommunicating, that could have been disastrous. But the whole team follows his calls, go in, some beautiful Orianna shockwaves. They were on point from Slushy in the mid lane. And in the end, just too much AoE potential and way too much CC coming out of Calitrolls.
Yeah, and that being said, I mean, Complexity had a good showing in the early game. They managed to take all 6 outer turrets, or well, outer turrets and inner turrets by very, very early on. They just couldn't manage to keep that stranglehold happening and lost control, lost a few team fights, and then it was all over from there.
Yeah, well, once it got to that point and the gold was still relatively even, with the team fight comp that had come out of Team 8, Complexity weren't able to get any picks. Members went tanky just so they could avoid Syndra.
Yep.
And then from there, it just became a brawl, and Team 8 excelled in that kind of a match.
Do you think the Dragons are going to be something that Complexity is going to have to look at contesting in the next matchup?
I think that if they want to play that way, they need a better split pusher top lane.
Yep.
They need something that can completely ignore team fighting and just keep pushing, and then get something in the mid lane, maybe the Orianna pickup, or just ban that one away, that can stall. Because the way that they were playing looked like they had a semi-team fight comp with Alistair, and then maybe a pick comp with the Thresh and the Syndra coming out. So I think they just needed a more decisive identity to their team fight.
Yeah, we'll see whether they managed to find that one. And it's going to be difficult for Complexity, because when you get taken control of that much towards the later stages of the game, when you're this team known for late-game prowess, that could throw you off. But Dash, Zion, and Zyrene are standing by to take us through to Team 8's win. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Atlas. As you mentioned, we've got Zyrene joining us now to break down these matches in an exciting best-of-5 series against Complexity and Team 8. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, man. I had to come in here and just break up that bromance. You guys are getting a little too lovey-dovey over here.
Don't hate, don't hate. Anyway, it was a fantastic win there by Team 8. And I have to say, Complexity did look really strong early, right? They were making some great movements around the map. They were taking plenty of turrets, but losing out in other global objectives.
Yeah, they're pretty much bleeding Dragons out to Team 8, and Team 8 was picking the fights, but the split push is what was really going well for Complexity.
Yeah, it's definitely all about that split push. That is what Team 8 doesn't really seem to react to very well. I think one thing Complexity can continue to do is continue to split push. And if they're going to be bleeding out these Dragons, then they need to have some sort of strategy, have a better late game, or have taking towers while they're leaving these Dragons, because bleeding all these Dragons against a team fight comp is really bad. Like, the Maokai pick was huge. As soon as they got ahead off the Dragons, they were just forcing these engages. Calitrolls was teleporting behind them, Flash, engaging. He was forcing the fights when they had the advantage, and they were able to capitalize off that.
Definitely, I feel like Team 8 struggled a bit with indecision when it came to that split push, but as soon as the team fight started up, they were in their comfort zone. They were ready to go, and they were team fighting pretty superbly.
Yeah, that's definitely the forte there for Teammate. They love to team fight. Calitrolls is the shot caller, and he loves to come down. And every time that he teleports, it's one of the best teleports I've seen. His teleport usage is fantastic, regardless of the champion he's on. We've seen him play Fizz, and he still knows how to position with that and know what to do. And he really does dictate the composition and the style of the team based on his pick. If he's got a Maokai, they're going to be team fighting always. If he's got the Fizz, he's going to split push, try to duel the top laner, then he'll TP in.
Sometimes he goes a little too far with his engages, but he will go in, and that's something I really respect. He does not waste time. He does not wait around. He'll go for that engage. He'll force the next fight so that they can get an objective.
Yeah, and a big thing about that is even when teammate is behind, he still has that play style. He's not the type of guy who sits around and lets the game just fall apart around him. He's always forcing a fight, even if they're 8K down. He's got to do something. He's like the now or never type of person.
And what I love about that, we're gonna layer it on here.
Yeah.
What I love about that is that when he goes in though, and sometimes he does go too deep, the rest of the team follows. There is no questioning the call that is being made. And so, Zyrene, I know you have a little bit of insight into why that is.
So Calitroll's logic as the shot caller is, I'm going in when I say go. If nobody's following me, it's all you guys' fault. If it's a bad call, you still follow it. You have to follow his call. He's the utmost authority in there, and everybody else just trolls him if he goes in.
Exactly. So anyway, I do want to jump into the team fight that kind of turned things around, and it's kind of a big tell right there, the fact that it was a team fight. We're going to go 26 minutes into the game, going to the mid lane around the inner or the mid turrets here. So Zion, go ahead and walk us through this one.
Yeah, so this is when Teammate was grouping up. They'd got the couple free dragons. They actually had a sizable gold lead now, and they're pushing down mid. They got the Braum in front. Maokai just comes in from the side, lands a nice root onto Prolly into the shockwave, instantly gets blown up. Kez gets out a little bit, and then he decides to safeguard back in right when the teammate backs up and dies to a dissonance, surprisingly. And then at this point, this is where Calitrolls flashes in so they can pick up the last 2 kills. And so far it's a 4 for 0. Everything's looking great. And then Maple Street flashes in, and then he's like, oh, whoops, I can't fight that Fed Lucian.
But as we said, Maokai actually engaged twice there. He engaged onto the Syndra, and then, as you said, later in the fight, Flash re-engaged. And so that's just, again, the idea that once we take 1 kill, we're going for more. We're going to push this advantage to its end.
Yeah, and Porpoise Pops with the shout-out to Broken Shard there after the team fight.
Oh, you had to bring that up, although it was pretty hilarious,
It was great.
I must say. So now we get into, like, all right, what's the solution here? We already talked about a little bit that complexity with the split push, they did well with that. They were also funneling a ton of farm onto the Lucian. It's very clear that the Robert Bubba lane is the stronger of the 2 bot lanes, but is that lane alone enough to carry them through?
I think they should definitely tailor more towards their bot lane. You saw that they were getting a 20-30 CS lead at like 6 minutes into the game. So they definitely have an edge there. They can, from the bottom lane, you can easily control dragon areas. So if their bottom lane's getting that far ahead, maybe they can force a good back timing where they can just set up for a free dragon. If you have that kind of advantage in bot lane, you should take advantage of it. But there's also Calitrolls that you have to watch out for. What's he going to be playing? Is he going to have his teleport up? Because when you look for those plays bottom, there's always the threat of a teleport.
All right, so then let's go to the top lane, Zyrene. What does Complexity do in that situation? Because we saw Maokai, it's not even one of his unconventional picks, and he's getting ahead in farm. He's getting to that state where he can fearlessly engage. And to be honest, the Alistair pick was a little underwhelming there.
Well, yeah, they first picked it because it was left unbanned, and Westrice didn't have the same type of impact in the team fights. He's CC. I think the first time I saw him hit 3 people with a Pulverize was near that last fight. Like, his impact was not very high, and he wasn't creating this zoning potential. He wasn't getting a carry completely out of the fight when it would go down. And it was really difficult. But Westrice, he needs to be better with his TPs. He needs to match Calitroll's aggression and also be very aware of what's going on the map. That's a huge thing for Westrice. And Calitrolls, he can throw curveballs at you because he might not play a team fighter again.
I would be curious to see whether or not Complexity decides to shift a little bit more focus to the top lane. We did see them rotate up a few times, but it was in response to Team 8 moving up into the top lane and trying to get Calitrolls ahead. So I would rather see Complexity be proactive in keeping Calitrolls down and let Robert and Bubba do their thing. Let them take care of themselves in the bot lane. And then meanwhile in the mid lane, it is a farm fest, but I'm pretty confident in Prolly's ability to farm on a champion like Syndra and be relevant later in the game.
I actually think Complexity's better strategy is to help snowball their bot lane, because it's kind of like the mentality in solo queue. When your top lane's feeding like they're 0-10, you don't want to go up there against the 10-0 person and then try to kill them, because you're just going to die too. Instead, I think it's better to go to their strengths, go to their bot lane, help them snowball, get the vision control from them, and control the bottom and mid side instead of trying to constantly look top.
And here's the thing, too, that you have to consider with all of this is the teams that I've watched actually be successful against Teammate have focused the top lane, because Calitrolls is the shot caller, and he's very kind of emotional and takes the game the way that he is in it. So if he's behind, his calls are going to be a little more reserved, but he's still going to go hard, but not as hard as TPs. He'll try to make something happen, but he might overestimate himself and go too hard, and that'll cost Teammate.
Well,
so I think the top lane might be the way in.
So it seems like there might be a few options there then to deal with them, but I feel like either way they have to make a decision one way or the other and fully dedicate their team or their game plan to that. But with that game, the Teammate hype train is on track after game 1, but can they keep the momentum up against Complexity? It's game 2 when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
No, Broly picking up that kill. Nice 3-man shockwave. So much damage on Complexity, but the double kill coming through from Broly. Robert Exley takes a cock to the head. Gonna stop Kez from living anymore. And another twisted advance. This is Teammates' team fight prowess coming through huge.
Nice. Watch for Alistar.
Nice. Dragon 52. Let's go, baby! Westrice now is gonna fall down as well. Teammate with such a decisive win towards the end of this game, especially knowing exactly where they're strong.
felt like there was a lot more pressure as a challenger team trying to play. Basically, you'd be changing your lifestyle to be doing this if you got in, and then you're going into a foreign neighborhood, basically. As an LCS team, this is a place we come to every weekend. This is a very comfortable home for us. We know how to practice here, and we're not traveling at all to get to this event, so it's going to be really nice for us.
Welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. Complexity is battling to keep their LCS spot against Team 8 in this best-of-5 match, but Team 8 leads it 1-0. And my goodness, Slushy was a monster in that last game.
Yeah, he had the double-double, 10, 1, and 11.
The binary double-double,
as well as an 88% kill participation. So he was involved in 21 of the 24 overall kills. And what did that mean for Team 8? It meant they control every dragon, every baron. Once Cali Trolls went in, Slushy's ball was just always on top of him, ready to blow up whoever he got on top of. And just a great 1-2 combo coming out of Team 8 in the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And every one of those ultimates he held on to as well. He had the shockwave ready for when he needed it most and didn't just throw it out when he thought he'd be able to get a kill. They got that one pick on Bubadub because he knew that that was what he was going to be able to use it for. They'd be able to transition that away from all of this pressure that they were taking in the mid lane, and it really alleviated a lot for those guys.
Yeah, and he used it in a way that controlled team fights as well. It was moving the priority targets as well. It was getting on top of that Syndra as we do jump into Champion Select. Look for that to be one of the bans that needs to be taken off the board, I believe, because if you get Cali Trolls on a strong initiator, Orianna is just such a good pick.
And we do have Aurelia, Nidalee, Syndra, and Alistair being taken off the board here. Complexity don't want to see Cali Trolls on that one. And Syndra was a problem in that early game. Probably played that really, really well. Just unable to really make it count towards the later stages. This one getting a little bit more thought, though, on the side of Team 8. Of course, now they are blue side, do have that first pick potential.
And they may be looking to use it. They ban out the Ziggs, which is a smart move. So this isn't Orianna or a Tristana, because we have said that they can take it mid or bottom on the side of Team 8.
Yep.
And you don't want to let through a late game hyper carry on a team that already team fights that well. We saw that once they got to the mid game and they all had 2 or 3 items, they were just so coordinated in their team fights that there's no opportunity to dive their carries. And Maokai's been taken off the board. Tristana looking at for first pick.
Yeah, and getting that away from Robert Exley is exactly what you need to do. That being said, this has left up that Orianna. So Prolly will be able to take that one, and of course we all know that Prolly plays a lot of Orianna. That's one of his main champions, and Ziggs not on the board. So we'll see what they do decide to do. Kha'Zix is also still available, and Nami's there as well, so taking that away from Dodo.
Yeah, and playing a team fight that has a lot of speed ups and augmentations for their AD, so maybe looking to put even more on emphasis on the bottom lane, get Robert in a position where once again he's ahead by the 20-30 CS, but then be able to push this advantage this time, and that's why they've taken away a lot of the tanky champions as well as a split pusher in Nidalee.
That's exactly right. Do you think that they might look to go for potentially that Kog'Maw, even though Robert Exley hasn't necessarily played it in the LCS?
I think they will go back to the Lucian just because he can position himself around the map, and you don't want to be able to be dove on by Porpoise Pops as well as Cali Trolls because they're just so good at controlling the carry. So look for something that's a little bit more mobile, maybe even a Corki because of how dominant his laning phase is. Really push that advantage home. But as I said, it would be between Corki as well as Lucian for me.
Yep, Kez going to be back on that Lee Sin. Very good vision game that he played last time. Robert Exley still thinking about this Lucian pick. Bubadub going to be switching over to the Nami here instead of the Thresh that he played fantastically last game. Got himself caught out a couple of times, but those death sentences were really, really on point. So we'll see whether Dodo can do the same thing.
And Complexity can run the same control-focused early mid-game that they did with an Orianna.
Oh, it's happened.
He's gone for Kog'Maw.
So this is going to be the first time we've seen an LCS Kog'Maw coming out of Robert Exley, and they've had a month off, of course. We haven't seen Complexity for quite a long time. And of course, Robert Exley, he's an AD carry player. He would have played Kog'Maw. It's just not one of his favored champions. We'll see what he does do against that one. Of course, Gragas, which was the first ban to come out of Complexity as well. Nara is going to be looked at as well. This is going to be Cali Troll's pickup. The Poppy is available. Oh my goodness. The flashbacks.
This is a blind pick top lane. So whatever he takes here needs to be a champion that is versatile. So I'm not looking for a pocket pick necessarily in this top lane. Although if anyone would pull one out, it would be Cali Trolls.
That's definitely true. He's hovering the Fizz, but I think it's just to remind us how fantastically he did do on that champion. And it's going to be the lock-in of the Gragas here, so see what he's going to be answered with here in the top lane.
Yeah, we saw Gragas fall out of favor when he did receive those nerfs, and of course he was just outclassed by Alistair and Maokai. However, we saw him come back in the LPL as those characters started getting banned, and the most important thing is he still has that displacement. And people like Kelly Trolls that play Gragas so well can knock away 2 or 3 members and bring 1 member into their team, and then with the Flay, with the hook, they're just going to have so much control over these team fights. And it's also important at this stage to point out that that is a mid Tristana, and they are running a double AP comp.
Double AD comp, yeah.
Double AD comp.
And we just got so distracted by the cycling of poppies and fizzes that we just completely didn't notice. Oh my! No. Oh dear. Crikey.
Crikey.
I think we owed that to everyone.
As we see that Renekton has been picked up, so Westrice going for a lane bully early to match the sustain that
and this is one of his most played champions as well. Of course, Renekton fell out of favor, but still one of the champions that Westrice feels very, very comfortable on. We'll see whether he does make it work. Now, probably against Slushie here. We'll see. This is probably not going to be that AP Tristana. It's going to be more like the Voyboy approach here, where you just go that double AD, make sure that you get this Tristana scaling as much as possible. And we did warn everyone that Slushie has been playing this one a little bit. So, see whether they do manage to make it work. And Maple Street on the corker yet again.
Yeah, so going for these mid-game oriented carries, he wants to be able to go toe-to-toe in his lane, and not give it up, give his lane away for free. However, we saw that even with an early mid-game champion, he still fell behind in the champion in the early part of the game. So hopefully with a Thresh on his team this time, we'll be able to do a little bit better, look for those picks, look for some early game bursts to try and upset the bottom lane of Complexity.
Yeah, and we'll see how the jungle matchup does go this time as well. Of course, exactly the same champions coming out of these guys, just a little bit of a switch up on which side of the map they're going to be on. And we shall see whether Kez can make it work this time. Of course, went for a very early Sightstone, so lacked a little bit of that damage and I guess clear of his jungle as well, because he didn't even get that Spirit Stone.
Well, they played a very objective-focused game.
Yeah.
They didn't want to fight. They wanted to kite around the map and pick up objectives for free, and a lot of that did come from Kez. What that meant, however, was that he was just in a weaker state all game from Porpoise Pops, as we are about to jump onto the Rift, and just could not duel and couldn't utilize Lee Sin's kit to its fullest potential because he was just getting blown up every time he tried to dive in.
That's exactly right. But we are, of course, into Game 2 between Team 8 and Complexity. Team 8 now on our blue side, Complexity on our red side, and Westrice on the Renekton. See whether he can get that early lane dominance that Renekton's known for. Of course, level 3, one of the most powerful level 3s in the game. But Kelly Trolls, very, very good player himself. And this was our featured matchup, and we'll see how it goes. Oh, that being said, Dodo spotted out 4 members of Complexity, probably lagging behind just a little bit.
So nice wards going out on the side of Team 8, completely scouting that invade. And it looks like they're just looking for some deep wards and potentially a ward to spot the lane swap. So maybe Complexity looking to change this up, put even more focus on the top laner in Kelly Trolls, and try and force a lane swap in this game too.
Yep, or they're making sure that Westrice doesn't get lane swapped on because of his early game power. We shall see what does happen. Everyone going to be heading back, potentially. Robert X. Lee just going to hang out. Skeleton Cogmore, of course, Jurassic Cogmore being picked up there.
And both buffs on the side of Complexity have been warded. It does look like they are keeping 2 people in the bottom lane, although Bubba going back, so
minions have spawned.
Maybe even a solo lane in the bottom lane. No, they're both staying now.
Lots of pings going out into that bottom side of the map. Now, finally, we do have some of those trinket wards wearing thin, but so far, not too much action. We're just going to have the bottom lane in the bottom lane, top lane in the top lane.
And waiting for the ward to expire before they walk to lane, so it will be standard lanes as we get in here. Blue buff starts for both junglers, so opposite sides of the map for level 3, and looks like we're going back standard.
Yeah, and we'll see whether this combination of Kez and Westrice in this top lane will be able to get a kill on Kelly Trolls early. Do you think that's going to be really, really important, getting this Renekton snowballing?
Yeah, it would be definitely helpful if they could get him ahead to put some emphasis on that top lane. However, I think that I agree that they just need to try and push bottom lane as fast as possible, get this Cogmore massive, because if you look at the composition, wow, there's a lot of damage goes out level 1.
Oh, and that Flay augmenting the auto attack there of Dodo. Really doing a lot of chunking. We've got a Robert X Lee, but Bubba does have that ebb and flow.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So if they get the bottom lane ahead, Kog'Maw is in a position this game with the Orianna ball as well as Nami to dish out so much damage in a late game. Picking up that Trinity Force, I assume first, will give him enough movement speed to be able to kite backwards. And with the Gragas this time instead of the Maokai, may be able to live through these team fights.
Yeah, we have it confirmed that Robert X Lee hasn't played one game of Kog'Maw in the Summer Split, so interesting work. Slushie now going to take a attack dissonance combo to the face, probably going to try and protect himself from the auto attacks. They're going to go back to whacking on creeps. And do you think that there's going to be any time when Tristana has kill potential here on this Orianna?
Yeah, definitely. As soon as level 6 is hit, Tristana does a surprisingly amount of magic damage and is able to duel a lot of mid laners, particularly with the auto attack harass that does come out. Looks like Kez is going for an early gank, but spotted straight away by a ward.
Yeah, I'm just going to hit it in the head because he's a bit angry at it. But 59% of you do think that Team 8 are going to be able to take this one, so it swung around just a little bit. Slushie taking the attack dissonance combo, not as well as he would have liked, but managing to get an explosive shot onto Prolly's head as well.
Yeah, and the shield coming out of Prolly, blocking so much damage. Slushie playing that smart, waiting for... Sorry, Prolly playing that smart, waiting for the debuff to be off before he pops his potion. He's back up to full health here. However, he has used both, so both mid laners, no consumable. Wow, and more action in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the bubble actually landing on a Maple Street, but Robert X Lee going down very, very low. Has to be careful because, of course, Kog'Maw doesn't have a lot of mobility. And so far, Team 8 with a lot of pressure. Nice double phosphorus bomb as well here in this bottom lane. And it's going very differently now that we have this late game focused AD carry out of complexity.
Yeah, and you can see that Maple Street is able to bully. He's got a 6 CS advantage, so completely turning this lane around. Dodo looks great, and another Phosphorus Bomb misses this time, just on the
Did that
edge.
miss, or was it Ebb and Flow coming in at exactly the same time that it came down? Oh, Descends lands onto Robert X Lee here. He goes right in, gets the play as well. There's the Ignite coming down. We'll see whether it's enough. The Ebb and Flow did manage to bounce onto Robert, but the pressure is definitely on here in the bottom.
And both summoners down on the side of the AD carry from Complexity, so even more pressure in this bottom lane now, and that's a complete 180 from where we were seeing it last game. Maybe get Kez down there and help out in that bottom lane. He's been sitting top, but not much is coming of it yet.
That's exactly right. Now 22 to 36 in that bottom lane. It was so much of a deficit I couldn't even say it. And forcing Robert X Lee to go back to base as well. So wanted to finish off that phage early on. Got a little bit more health there. Pop's hanging around in this mid lane. Just level 4 and probably happy to wander up to him. But this bottom lane is exactly where the focus has been. And it's going to be scary for Complexity because that was definitely a linchpin in their early game success last time.
Yeah, and great move from the jungler there, pushing out the lane to get a free back before level 6 just because of the surprising amount of burst that comes out of Orianna. Rocket Jump, of course, has that wind up, so if you get a nice shockwave in there, it can pull Trist out of mid Rocket Jump with the Ignite. Definitely kill potential there. So Porpoise Pops leashing some experience at the same time. That gets him ahead, so good trade-off as a jungler, but allowing a free back to come through on the side of Slushie. He picks up the Avarice Blade first item.
Yeah, interesting. Not giving him too many attacking stats here in the mid lane, so wanted to play it pretty passively, I guess.
Yeah, just looking to farm up with the double AD. We can see that the back was stopped on the side of Prolly as well, and Robert's been caught again. He has no summoners.
That is so much damage coming down to Robert X Lee. There's a nice Valkyrie trying to get the extra damage, but Evanflow going to help keep Robert X Lee up, and Dodo taking a lot of auto attacks in response. There were a lot of creeps there, which I feel like was really the downfall of teammates' attack there, because it just looked like Robert was going to die.
So in the end, a lot of damage traded and pretty much equalizing in the end, although it was on the side of the AD carry and Complexity, so teammate will be happy with that. Porpoise Pot in this bottom lane looking to get a successful gank on there.
Oh, the flash play is going to come through. Porpoise Pot's flashing as well. There's the leap. Robert's going to be dead. That is going to be first blood over to Porpoise Pops, getting their Kazakhs going. Kathy and Surprise not going to be enough either.
And a complete turnaround on this map. In the top lane, Westrice having a great game. He's up 15 CS, has it back, and he's going to be able to pick up his first buy and potentially catch that wave. And in the bottom lane, a 20 CS at 7 minutes, and Robert's just being picked on by this Corki.
really is. 20 CS, 31 to 51 as well. That is just such a percentage difference as well, as Prolly does pick up his blue buff. He's going to have a lot more mana here in this mid lane. And our Spirit Stone has been picked up first here by Kez, so not wanting to necessarily play this vision game quite as much, wanting to try and get a little bit more that attacking statistics. So, do you think that Complexity are going to more focus on trying to win these team fights this game, or is it going to still be trying to get the picks, trying to get the strength and dominance?
The advantage for Complexity is the weakness they have in the bottom lane is completely mirrored in the mid lane for Team 8. At this point, Tristana, only with the Avarice Blade, isn't going to be lending much to the team fight apart from the Displacement ultimate. And West Rice is having a good top lane experience. He's up nearly 20 CS. However, with how far Robert's falling behind and the power that comes out of Corki, unless they land a good Shockwave, this could quickly go in the favor of Team 8 once again.
Yeah, as we can see, it's only 200 gold the difference. Nice dissonance going to catch Slushy right on the edge. And I think that Calitrolls just doesn't really mind that he's a little bit behind in the farm here in the top lane, because he just knows that he has to wait. He's going to have so much more utility and usefulness in the later ends of the game in comparison to this Renekton. And that could be something to do with it. Oh my goodness.
The damage that's coming out of Prolly is so scary at this point in the game, and we see that once again in the bottom lane, Porpoise Pop's waiting for another gank. He's evolved the wings.
Yeah,
So,
we've been seeing
a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, a bit of a mix-up.
Maybe recognizing that the Dragon fight is a little bit further away this game. And once again, we see Cali cheating towards the mid lane, recognizing that he's at a farm disadvantage in the top lane, so looking to make some action around the map.
Yep, just getting a pink ward there in that little brush beneath Baron. But Complexity now with defensive wards along the river. They know exactly that the dragon is still there, as Kez has found this pink ward. Westeros hanging around just so that he can protect it. So far, nothing going to be going on. 200 gold is the difference.
And Porpoise Pop's been spotted in the river, so not much will come of his movements at the moment. Great vision control once again from Complexity in this early game. Even though they're the kill behind, purely by farm, they're actually equal. And wow!
Oh, immediately getting the flash out of that Shockwave as well. Not sure why Slushy came in there. Of course, Porpoise Pops was available.
Yeah, definitely wasn't in vision range at that point, and with the Kha'Zix coming through, wanted to get the slowdown to make something happen, and the damage coming out of Prolly at the moment is just bullying around Slushy, and 30 CS the difference. There's some nice CSing comes through from Prolly.
Yeah, pretty nice 30 CS, and it's going to mean that I think that Slushy might need to rethink the fact that Dill's an Avarice Blade first up, because it just gave him no attacking stats in any of these trades.
Yeah, maybe that's all he had the gold for. He is going for Static Shift to try and get rid of some of the mid-game lag that we see does come out of Tristana. And it looks like they are setting up for a potential dragon in the next couple of minutes. Look at the ward control on the side of mid for Complexity. They know every single time Porpoise Pops is coming near it. And with 40 CS, that's the lane they're looking to win.
Oh, Robert Exley walks out of the way of that death sentence. Aqua Prison not quite going to land. Robert trying to get that one down. And do you think they've got deep wards around the blue buff here on the side of Complexity, so they're going to know when this third one's going to be coming through, when it might be handed over here to Slushy. Do you think that's going to give them the opportunity to Dragon? As Maple Street gets hit by this bubble, and Living Artillery going to come down on top of his head as well. Now finally Robert Exley able to answer back, and look, this Phage, or the beginnings of said Phage, giving him a fair bit of tankiness here in this bottom lane as well.
Yeah, level 6 just means you can trade with Cogmore so much easier with the Living Artillery coming out. As we see some wards being cleared out by the junglers.
Well, Porpoise Pop's going to be deterred from taking away that pink ward. He's going to come back and get rid of it. Living Artillery, I'll just take him in, don't worry.
And as we keep saying, it's a map turned on its head. Maple Street 30 CS ahead. And in the top lane, West Rice seems to be completely unperturbed. I actually think that he can go pretty much full armor after this.
Yep.
And actually still cause some trouble on the side of Team 8. If he does pick up that Thornmail, of course, with AA AD, it will be hard to deal with him, although Maple will do some damage as the barrel hits, and Calitrolls keeping his sense of humor about him.
Yep, Westeros doing a nice little pirouette as he comes out of there as well. Showing Calitrolls that he's still pretty. And bottom lane, yep, definitely in control of Team 8. They're just going to freely farm this one. Robert Exley forced to wait until his support gets back. All the way and hits the turret. Porpoise Pops wanting to make a play here in the mid lane. Kez is there. It's a decent dissonance to make sure. Oh, and command attack. That is doing a lot of damage now as well, of course. Maxing them both at the same time so that he has equal amounts of extra burst from both of those abilities.
And we can see they're really starting to get nervous about Prolly. They've brought Cali Trolls down once again to cheat completely towards this lane. They are looking to kill him because, quite frankly, 40 CS on an Orianna that we saw can control teamfight so well.
Oh, yeah.
At some point, they need to be able to force some action onto her because at this rate, he's farming at 10 CS a minute, not cheating off or taking any of the race at the moment. So he's just having a great controlled game in the mid lane.
Certainly is. He's probably going to be able to pick up that Athene's on Holy Grail fairly shortly. Of course, didn't really need to... Oh, Slushy actually, there's the Shockwave, there's the Ignite as well. Going to completely cancel out that heal. And fantastic 1v1 kill. And Slushy, he was probably in the shop then.
And this could be the dragon that they're looking for. It is 13 minutes in, both teleports are up, so they're... Prolly's pretty much full health. After this wave, they can just walk straight down there. They've got good vision control of the area. Nothing on the side of teammate, but no, just looking to continue to stay in lane, not wanting to give them a team fight. They recognize how good at team fighting they are, so trying to keep them in lane for as long as possible, make up the CS deficit on the side of bottom lane, and continue to bully around Slushy in this mid lane.
But do you think that teamfight prowess was a lot to do with the fact that they had this Orianna in the mid lane on the side of Slushy?
I just think Team 8 are a fantastic team fighting team. Honestly, I think they could team fight with any champions. I think a lot of it was to do with their champion.
Yep.
They had Maokai and they had Orianna that just made it so easy to be able to go in and get their damage in the correct place. But all of their games, when they win, their team fights are just on point.
Yeah. Alright, Death Sentence not going to land. Nice use of passive with Nami in order to get the speed up. Maple Street still just happy to farm. Happy to farm. And that lead is extending ever further, just over 40 CS now. Cali Trolls has spotted out Kez here. Nice brush, going to hit him with a barrel.
And the top lane has kind of equalized here. It's stayed at a 20 CS advantage. It looks like Westeros is looking to pick up potentially a Randuin or a Sunfire, and this has been spotted. This is dangerous on the side of teammate.
Porpoise Pop's already down very low, but Complexity didn't manage to get there in time. Porpoise Pops does have that evolution of his wing and also get out of there, but wow, I feel like that was a little bit of a misstep by Complexity.
Yeah, that was very anticlimactic to say the least, with so much damage going through as Cali Trolls comes face to face with Kez.
Yep, starting to do a fair bit of damage with those barrels as well. Westeros going to trade that dragon for a top lane.
Okay, so once again, Complexity are going towards the objective focus game. They're ignoring neutral camps like Baron, like Dragon, and they're looking to pick up map control through turrets. They'll pick up the mid one off this nearly as well. Probably, of course, having a fantastic game in the mid lane, and they've already picked up top turret, and that means they can bring more people to this bottom lane, look to give Robert a bit of a helping hand.
Yep, as Maple Street does take a living artillery to the face, and in fact is at lower health than Robert. Of course, does have the extra sustain of that Nami in that lane, and he is still keeping that lead that Maple Street has at a stagnant point, so that can be said for the bottom lane.
And look how scared Slushy is of Prolly. As soon as that ball comes out, just opts to rocket jump away. And he has gone for that Sunfire cape in the top lane, so looking to bully during this mid game even further.
Porpoise Pops might get collapsed on here. Ooh, the dissonance going to get him in the air. Kez does miss that Sonic Wave. Ooh, the battle for the big raid. This is the big deal move. But it went to Porpoise Pops via a red buff stick. Not bad. Definitely winning that battle.
And we can see the amount of pressure that winning mid lane like this puts on the rest of the map, particularly the bottom half. He's 60 CS up now, and that means that they can't stay in the bottom lane even to farm, because if there's any rotation through the bottom half of the jungle, which there is superb ward control over on the side of Complexity, they're just going to get dove. We saw how potent 4-man collapses can be.
And in fact, probably had one of the highest CSs at 10 minutes out of any mid laner in the North American LCS, so does know how to farm, that man.
And he's just continuing looking to stay in his lane and push this advantage. Now at the tier 2 turrets, calling the mid laner Kez in to give him a hand. 17 minutes in, looking to push a tier 2 turret.
See whether they can manage to get that one through, of course. I think the bottom lane might be the focus next. They do have a lot of wards. Red side jungle of Team 8. As probably just continues to farm. And farm. And farm.
And Trinity Force has been picked up now from Kog'Maw, so he's looking much more comfortable in the lane. Tier 2 boots is the difference, and Saw Shoes does add so much damage on Corky, but you can see with the Sheen procs, able to trade back quite successfully now.
Yeah, Robert actually needs to try and dodge these skill shots. Oh, doesn't manage to get out of that one. Tycole's Blessing is on Robert. Not anymore. So, Corky able to keep farming this one up, but not up by quite as much as before. So Robert's still hanging in this game. It's definitely not over for the bot lane of Complexity here, and you can see it's Complexity now with a slight gold lead.
Looking to set up another gank in the bottom side of the map. The vision has equalized on the side of these teams in the bottom half of the jungle, so they have pretty much mirrored wards across the area. They know exactly where Slushy is. He's even falling lower on health as well. He's definitely struggling in this mid lane. He's picking up jungle camps and is still nearly 60 CS behind.
Well, that big Wraith almost took him down, so you can imagine an actual human player could be quite difficult to kill. Porpoise Pops has found that new ward. Kez decided not to clear out the pink. They're waiting for a potential dragon that isn't here.
No, they're looking to 4-man this bottom lane. They recognize with the advantage that Prolly has, they need to force something somewhere. They'll clear out this pink ward, and they're hoping for a contest, but in the end it looks like they just will disperse. And it looks like a farm fest over the whole map.
It's very true. Maple Street able to clear out these waves here in the bottom lane as well, so noticing the fact that Prolly and Kez were moving down, just big rocketed the entire wave, and there was no dive potential there either.
And Westrise looking to pick up a blue buff for himself, knows all the focus is in the bottom lane at the moment. Prolly's come over to assist with that, so if Kelly Trolls tries to interrupt this, he might be in some trouble. He is looking to double barrel it, and picked up by Prolly. Was it? No, Kelly Trolls did get it.
Manages to pick it up. That's why they call him that prodigy top laner. Manages to steal away blue buffs. And all of the caster creeps. A decent maneuver. And I think that Complexity thought that they'd be able to pull it out of the way of that explosion, but Kelly Trolls too good.
Okay, so once again, at 20 minutes, completely equal game here. 200 gold the difference, that's nothing. Dragon up in a minute. Vision control does look better on the side of Complexity. That's due to the dominance of their mid laner. However, Porpoise Pops has hit level 11 now. He's got both evolutions. And the poke that can come out of Team 8 leading into a team fight with Kelly Trolls' barrels, as well as the rockets coming out, and that Kha'Zix just means that leading into a team fight, they can just wait and stall out and poke and wait for positional advantage before they actually go in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And also, you look at a team comp that has a Renekton and a Lee Sin, you have to think that that late game's not going to quite be as strong as a Gragas and a Kha'Zix, who actually scale fantastically into that late game.
Yeah, Gragas brings utility, which is always useful in late game. As we see, just a little bit of a farm fest. Wow.
Yeah,
Robert getting chunked.
If he had taken that Phosphorus bomb as well, it would have been a lot of extra damage. Look at these rockets. Now that Maple Street has hit that level 11 mark, has that extra point in his ultimate, it's just doing so much damage.
Yeah, and Kez and Porpoise Pops mirroring each other around the map, sorry. As we see, trying to get positional advantage around this dragon. And another Chain Vest picked up by Westrise. He's just looking to get as tanky as possible against this double AD composition coming out of Team 8.
Yep. Full mega tank mode engaged by this Renekton. Looks like Kez is trying to pick up that Ninja Tabi next item, and Haunting Guy's being picked up and Distortion Boots on Prolly.
Yeah, so looking for that mid-game power spike. He recognizes that he's the one ahead, and he needs to make something of this mid-game. Gank coming through from Kelly Troll as he's picked up his Lich Bane now, as well as we take stock of some more of the items coming through.
Oh, wow. Flashed out of by Robert Exley. That would have been his death right there.
And that's why walking towards a wall is so dangerous when you have a Thresh on the other team. And we see Team 8 once again looking to continue their dominance of these neutral objectives. And once again, Westrise still in the top lane looking to push a turret. He's not in there whatsoever, or there are some wards around. He might be looking for the TP. There it is.
Yeah, there's the teleport coming through. Nice Dark Passage is going to stop this one. Oh, they managed to steal away the Dragon there. Poppers Pop's now in an awkward position, but Westrice is in the middle of the fight. Dominus is active, and it looks like Complexity, they're going to be able to disengage from this one.
Yeah, they're content with the Dragon. That does give them 1,000 gold lead, and the flay that came out of Dodo there absolutely saved Teammate. If Westrice with the ball on top of him had have got into the middle of those 4 players,
yep,
the shockwave would have been the fight right there. But a great play coming out will lead to a turret push in the bottom lane. This will go down, so trading a Dragon for a turret, overall the game's back to even.
Yep, almost exactly. Oh, but that's a really nice Acro Prison onto Dodo. The slice and dice comes through from Westrice. He wants to come in and pick up some of these kills. The double ADs trying to get the heck out, and they've turned it around. Team 8 now really want this fight. Oh, Calitroll is actually getting soloed out by Broly. Manages to get the ultimate, but he dies in the end. Broly's Orianna is so impressive.
What a play from the mid laner on Complexity. Leaves him to push this turret as well with the Clockwork wind-up. That's going to take so much damage.
Oh, there's a death sentence onto Westrice. They make the play. Team 8, although their health bars are low, do manage to get the work done. There's the ultimate. Nice Aqua Prison again from Barbados. Robert Exley, you're dead, mate. Oh, it waits a little bit just for a bit of the stangling his life. So in front of the Acathian surprise.
If we take recap, that's 1 for 2, but a turret going in the favor of Complexity after the turret was traded for the Dragon. So
yep,
still slightly in their favor as we see the solo out here. So Calitrolls just gets chunked a little bit low. Oh, goes for the teleport and gets Shockwave.
Oh, and Shockwaves him out of the headbutt as well.
And then the flash in to finish off with that ignite. Calitrolls throws a barrel at him in anger.
Well played by Broly. So far been playing a little bit of one-player League of Legends at this stage.
So his team at the moment is completely on his back. 2-0-0, 60 CS lead at 250 CS for his team. Looking to defend his mid turret, but that will fall down now, and death sentence just missing.
Very, very close. That has evened up the gold almost exactly. It's almost the outer ring of turrets, of course. 3 turrets now. Complexity. But look at that. There's the ultimate coming through from Calitrolls. Not really getting much out of this one. Inner turret is going to go down. There's the tidal wave coming through as well. Kez does land the kick, trying to get Robert Exley some safety as well. Westrice coming through. Dominus is there, but look at how much slow is available from that box. Westrice is getting kited around this fight. Calitrolls now walking up very far, but that's just going to be the inner turret, and nothing's going to come for it from Complexity.
Yeah, and wasting Westrice's ultimate once again. He's finding it difficult to get into the middle of this team because of the Thresh box, because of the flay, the body slam, as well as the ultimate. There's just so much kite potential coming out, and then he's just constantly being attacked by both AD carries. Broly, while we were talking about him, had a 2,000 gold advantage.
Oh my!
Over the mid lane. So even though it looks like it's an equal map with only about 700 gold the difference, the complete lineup of Team 8 is much richer, with the exception of Broly versus Slushie.
Yeah, of course, but Slushie almost has that infinity edge. That 2-item spike is going to be coming through fairly shortly, and that's going to be on the same. It's going to be the same for Maple Street as well. So both of these AD carries are going to be hitting that spike very soon. Do you think that could mean that the next team fight coming through from Team 8 could be, especially over a consistent amount of time, be in favor of Team 8?
Well, from what I've seen on Complexity, they're only going to fight if they get a good shockwave. Yeah, otherwise they're completely happy to disengage, give up objectives, they're not contesting dragons, so yeah, these 2 AD carries will continue to scale. They're both very close to their infinity edge.
Yep.
However, unless Complexity get the engage they want, I don't think that they're just going to head 5v5 fight them.
See whether that does work. They do want to be able to pick up as many of these turrets as possible, so they have to start getting these lanes pushing. Probably just going to back here. I think that lane was actually pushing in favor of Team 8. We shall see. It's actually going to clear out that wave. So Maple Street going to head back here. Oh, no.
So Maple Street being extremely careful, knowing that the mid laner is missing, and just fires one rocket.
He's just backing and not backing, and buddy, just make up your mind.
So wasting a lot of time in this bottom lane. He is level 16. He does have that level 3 shockwave now. So if there is a time for Complexity to look for a fight, I feel like now is that time.
Yeah, just going to be starting up the split push. He's now made sure that there's no Corkies in his lane. He's more than happy to come out of hiding in that brush. We do have the Blade of the Ruin King being finished up here by Robert Exley, so this Cogmore starting to scale fantastically into this game. With that Tyco's Blessing and all of those things, he's going to be a massive force to deal with, so you can think that a lot of the late game prowess is going to be resting on Prolly and Robert Exley.
Yeah, so the top laners will eventually start to peter out, although Cali is going for a fully aggressive build with the Lich Bane. He's going to build it into a Zhonya, so jump into the middle of the team, cause disruption, be able to Zhonya's and make himself invulnerable. So that's kind of their pseudo tank.
Yep.
However, Westrice is just so much beefier at this point in the game. He's going to be able to jump onto the backline, disrupt them. Now that he's finished the Randuins, maybe he can even get in to the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
However, there are still all the Buster shots, the rocket jump to get away from him as well. So he's going to find it continually difficult. And it looks like for once, Complexity are setting up to contest the dragon.
We'll see whether it does work out, of course. Rabadon's Death Cap was just completed by Prolly, so he has a big spike in damage here. That extra 30% ability power, plus, of course, the double penetration from the Haunting Guys and the Sorcerer's Shoes.
And the poke coming out of... Wow.
Oh, speaking of poke, Calitrolls takes half his health.
Yeah, but the poke coming out of Corki at this point in the game, as well as Porpoise Pops, who's 2-0-1, is just causing a lot of confusion and difficulty to engage. You see the slow coming across already. Robert using his ult to try and get vision, and they have started up the dragon.
Now, it's very tentative though. Ball middle of everyone, inching towards teammate. Complexity do drop aggro on the dragon, and this is the face-off. See who's going to make the first move here. Maple Street does have a few rockets charged.
And it looks like Westrice once again is heading around, looking for a potential flank, but the vision control out of teammate is very good for this fight. Able to clear out the wards, and they have complete vision of the left side of the Dragon Pit, and Kez might be a little bit caught here.
He's just going to safeguard up to that ward. Oh, nice barrel going to hit both Robert Exley and Kez.
And Calitroll's just back to pick up his Zhonyas. That means in this fight, if they dive on top of him, he can just go into stasis and be invulnerable, because that's what stasis is. However, it does look like they've started up the dragon, and once again, this will be completely uncontested.
Zoning box as well coming through from Dodo. And oh my goodness, the explosive guy's going to come through, but not going to do too much. Just going to disengage from this one, and so much zoning. Kez actually going aggressive here. Nice play. Not going to stop the safeguard. Oh, Robert Exley forces the flash. Oh my goodness, that burst from Maple Street. He has to try and get away from Westrice. He's flashed on top of his head. That's 80 carries traded, but Bubba going to go down as well. Calitrolls is up on this ledge. Buster shot on Westrice just to make sure that gigantic crocodile doesn't come straight onto his face.
And they're on the wrong side of the map, so Prolly's trying to corral them here. Dodo might be a little bit
low. Oh, that Sonic Wave, very close.
And now it looks like they have turned onto Westrice.
Yeah, Westrice has found his way up here. Dice is available, but it's getting very dangerous. Kez could get bursted down by Calitrolls almost instantly.
Yeah, they need to wait for Prolly to come here. And it is still a 4-on-3, but Prolly is just so healthy. It looks like they are looking to disengage.
Well, there's the dissonance damage. Calitrolls does want to try and get out of here, but of course the Dark Passage is on cooldown. He's just going to walk through. That Lich Bane extra movement speed is ridiculous.
And well fought once again to teammate. Pick up the dragon, win the kill trade as well. They're just playing team fights flawlessly.
It's ridiculously well done. Teammate now with over a 2,000 gold lead, 2.4k. And they're just finding these leads out of nowhere.
Ooh, Azslushi a little bit caught. Able to pick up his red buff. It will look like the bottom turret will finally fall on the side of Complexity. So able to pick up an objective back. And this game is still so equal at 32 minutes. Maybe 2,000 gold will separate the teams.
Exactly right, but of course these Infinity Edges being finished up. Pickaxe now going to be turned into a Last Whisper fairly soon, as we do have the replay from that last fight.
Okay, so they've just done the dragon, and Dodo used his ultimate to zone it, and over the wall, Robert's getting so many free hits, but he flashes into the hook.
Yet another mad life.
Yeah, but the important bit here is that both AD carries get tied up by that ultimate from Prolly. Otherwise, this team fight would have gone even worse. And now the teams are kind of on the wrong sides of the map, and you're seeing the problem with Renekton. He's just so easily kiteable.
Yep.
And from that, they're just able to walk out of the fight.
We'll see whether Complexity, rather, are going to be able to rally from this one. But 2,500 gold, teammate, when this is the stage of the game when they really excel. And that's exactly what we were seeing in the last matchup too.
Yeah, and now they do have their big items rolling through. Blade of the Ruined King has been picked up on the side of Robert. He's 0-3-0, however, has 260 farms, so slowly catching back up. Just not having the game that he would like to have on Cogmore because so much lies on him, because as we keep hitting on, double AD with the Infinity Edges, as soon as they pick up their last Whisper, they're going to start doing so much damage. And when you win a team fight with 2 AD carries, they just push structures so quickly.
Exactly right, especially considering the fact that both of these champions are fantastic at doing that as well. So Corki with the Sheen procs, and of course Tristana with that gigantic range. That's not going to be a lot that Complexity can do.
And there's a Lich Bane on the side of Calitrolls.
Yeah,
as he gets more AP, he's going to be able to deal with structures quite well. And it looks like they're setting up for another pick. Calitrolls kind of roaming forward.
Nice. Bit of poke coming through from Prolly. They're finding themselves a little bit split up here. Complexity might be in a bit of trouble. Prolly wants to try and get that ball in the right spot. We've got balls and barrels zoning everyone out of everything.
And it looks like vision control is being contested quite heavily around this Baron area, jostling for that. Both teams know that they can do Baron remarkably quickly. Of course, with the percentage damage coming out of Kha'Zix and the 2 AD carries, that's just going to fall extremely quickly.
Not to mention Calitrolls building a lot of damage as well in this top lane. Pops split pushing this top outer turret.
All right, and it looks like Complexity's completely sick of dancing around the area. They've just rushed down mid lane. They're hoping Robert's range can get them a turret. The wave clear is all on Maple Street here.
It's got a fair bit of it as well. Slushy is around. Tristana, no stranger to wave clear as well. And oh, there's the explosive cast breaking up the entirety of Complexity. They do manage to punch back up. The flash coming through from Calitrolls. There's a nice dark passage, and Aqua Prison not going to find his mark, but Westrice, he's found his way in there. The disengages come through as well. Calitrolls dodging everything, and Westrice now the focus. Is he going to go down? Of course, these AD carries trying to do the work. There's the Sonya's Hourglass. Oh, a 2-man Shockwave actually doing so much damage. Robert Exley finally getting in and getting the damage down that he needed to. Dodo cops a living artillery as well. Maple Street now in trouble. Complexity winning a team fight.
Yeah, 2 for 0. Oh no, Calitrolls, did he not fall there? How did he get out? Only 1 for 0, so a 1 team fight. But at the start of that fight with the flank from Calitrolls, Complexity looked so confused until Calitrolls actually presented a target in the middle of the fight to focus on. Once again, quite a well-fought team fight from Team 8, as you consider that they started the fight 4 versus 5 for the majority of that. But too much damage coming out of Prolly at this stage. As you can see, another great flank from Calitrolls. Gets the ultimate, tries to split up the team. However, the split focus that comes out of Complexity is what really hurts them. Kez gets chunked down low. Westrice is trying to zone. Prolly's trying to deal with Calitrolls. And it's until this point where Calitrolls thinks he has an opening onto Robert X. Lee. And now finally they all realize that they're grouped up. A nice 2-man Shockwave, and the dissonance that comes out afterwards just does so much damage. And Calitrolls survives on absolutely no health.
Yeah, a bit of a tussle. What's going on there? But Team 8 just going to be able to take this dragon yet again. They have had so much control.
This time it will be contested. They're coming in.
Yeah, trying to come through. Of course, actually it was just... It's going to be secured by Pops. There's the tidal wave coming through as well. Westrice now trying to get in amongst everything. Does have his Thornmail, so he's pretty tanky, but it's not going to be quite enough. That is going to be Dodo getting taken down on the other side. Pops now trying to get a little bit of kite through. Look at this T8 lineup just doing so much poke as Complexity try and get into this one. They have grouped up though. You have to say that Complexity really do need to try and prey on Team 8 when they have that Shockwave available and try and get them grouped.
And right now they actually think that they can win a team fight if Team 8 come to them, so they're looking to set up around this Baron. They have complete control. Still 15 seconds on the support player from Team 8, so if they want to go for this, they need to face check. Teleport is coming through.
Yeah, we do have Calitrolls in here. Let's have that ult available as well. Everyone trying to get the fight set up in their favor. It seems to me like Teammate do want to move up to the top side of this map, and look at the gigantic wave there in the top lane as well. So that inner turret is under fire. Oh, Kalitrols may have been caught out here. There's a nice resonating strike. The flash into the kick going to come through as well. There's the living artillery. Kalitrols does have that Zhonya's, but I think it's just going to wait a moment before he dies. The Dissonance is going to pick up that kill, and that is surely going to mean Complexity can take this Baron. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. That is only the top laner down, so they do still have a smite.
And they haven't swept out all the wards, so they can see exactly what the health is on Baron at this point. And the poke is starting to come through.
Poke. Bubba so incredibly low at this stage. Slushy picks up the kill. Is this a mistake here from Complexity? Poppers Pops does leap out of the way of this one. Maple Street forced to use that flash at the same time. Complexity turning right around, trying to get this one through. Maple Street so low on health, trying to kite. It's going to be probably picking up the kill, but he'll go down to Slushy. Slushy's got such high health. Westrice now trying to get onto his face, but the rocket jumps here. Kez is going to fall. Robert Exley, oh, that living artillery so close. Both members of Teammate that are alive, flashing red. Westrice as well. Robert wanting to try and get something done, but Teammate get them off the Baron.
Robert played that fight so passively in the end. Was nearly half health and just wasn't in a position to do as much damage as what Slushy was. As we see the replay, the crit that came through at the start got this all started. Nami went down without using any abilities. Probably, once again, you can see Robert Exley, sorry, he just goes up to the top after he gets chunked, and he doesn't want anything to do with this fight. Meanwhile, Slushy is just getting so much work done, even with the turnaround right here. Robert just can't get himself into a position where he feels he can do damage without getting blown up.
Yeah, in the meantime, top outer turret is going to go down in favor of Teammate, so evened out the turrets and created 4,000 gold lead side of Teammate. See whether they can bring this one through. Of course, 4 items now on Tristana, and that is very, very scary. Somehow, he's managed to catch up, and then some. Now 30 CS ahead of Prolly.
Wow, as Probert unloads on Dodo.
Yeah, well, there's the shockwave actually coming down only onto Slushy. He's at full health still, and there's the buster shot. Prolly does pick up Dodo.
Porpoise Pop still has the
Living artillery, there's the resonating strike. So much range on that one. Does manage to get the Mikhails in order to stop Kez from falling to any shenanigans. Complexity managed to get a pick. Not sure whether they'll be able to translate this one into anything. We'll see whether they do.
And this time the jungler is low, so once again they're looking towards that Baron area, sweeping it out, making sure that Teammate have to face check, but they're just streaming down mid lane. They want nothing to do with face checking that area.
Yeah, Complexity not really quite discovering what to do. Pops wants to back somewhere. Complexity now trying to collapse. 5 against 4 here, of course.
Massive wave in the bottom lane. They're looking to pick up another objective here, and they're just pulling Complexity around the map wherever they want them to go.
Yeah, Complexity not really knowing what to do. Westrice is trying to flank from the back. There's Tycall pressing. The flash actually being blown immediately from Kalitrols. Does manage to get the body slam. Kez goes down so low. Slushy now in the backline has so much range. Dodges out of the way of that Aqua Prison somehow. And he's going to be okay as well. My goodness. Now level 18 on this Tristana. It's so hard to lock her down.
And this is a full tank Renekton, and look how quickly he gets shredded by Slushy late game. Just so much damage coming out on the side of Teammate's mid laner now that he is this fed Tristana. 360 minion kills. The top in the game by a long way now. Actually, Westrice just behind him, but obviously Renekton not using that gold as efficiently to scale into the late game.
That's exactly right. And they both have those 4 items, of course. The 4 items on Slushy going to be doing a lot more damage. We did see when he does manage to stand still and just auto-attack people, it's ridiculous. And with that Bloodthirster shield, he doesn't seem to take any damage. He got caught by a shockwave before. Nothing happened.
And he's picked up a Negatron cloak as well, so going to be even less that Prolly can do in this fight. Protects him, of course, against the return damage of... Oh, wow, Kalitrols. That's only 2 shots. Robert is finally starting to ramp up as well. He's picked up a Phantom Dancer to just augment his movability around these team fights, as well as the damage he can do, of course. Cogmore doing so much miss damage with that W.
Yeah, that Last Whisper not as necessary on this Cogmore.
Yeah, I would expect him to just go Infinity Edge after he picks up what should be a QSS.
See if he does decide to go for that one.
The reason I say QSS over a Banshees in this game is he's only really in danger of getting caught by a hook.
Yep.
And of course, QSS just breaks the hook, makes it so he can't get engaged on, and that will keep him much safer as he is in the back of these team fights.
Speaking of hooks, Maple Street in a bit of trouble. There's a tidal wave coming through, actually. Not going to land onto anyone. That's a big cooldown lost here for Complexity.
Once again, the focus just seems to be completely split on the side of Complexity. Now being pincered around this Dragon Pit.
Robert Exley now wants to try and do some work on his own. Does have that command protect from Prolly. Scrying all going to be used.
Meanwhile, the Dragon has been started up, and
it's going to be taken. Just
right
jumping
under the nose of Complexity.
That's so cheeky. Slushy was, of course, just off to the side.
And look at the kite and the slows and the poke that comes out of Teammate. They're just playing completely in control of their composition.
It's very, very cheeky as well because they're staying out of engage range. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they can be engaged on and shockwaved into a good situation for Complexity. And man, they're just doing it so well. They know how to play as a team so effectively.
And without an amazing flank from West Rice, maybe from a teleport with those home guards, or a flash bubble, or maybe potentially Kez going in, but I doubt that because he's just going to get blown up straight away by the double ADs.
Yeah.
And kicking someone into the team, there's just no way that they can engage onto this team successfully.
Yeah, and it looks like Robert Exley actually going for a Guardian Angel here, potentially. Or double defensive items.
No, he'll be going for GA. Just wanting to give himself that second life. Maybe it gives him the comfort to play a little bit more aggressively in these team fights. We did see that he played the last one quite passively. And from here, it just looks like Complexity are a little bit confused. They can't get the fights they want. They've repetitively tried to set up around this Baron area. Although they do it extremely quickly, and they have started it up once more.
Yeah, Robert Exley with that Bio-Arcane Barrage and the Blade of the Ruined King. They have a lot of damage on it. Of course, no vision here for Teammate. Complexity trying to get it down. The lantern is going to show where at least Bubadov is.
This will go down before they can even get in there.
Yeah, that's going to be the Baron actually locked down here for Complexity. The box coming through, just going to cage that Crocodile for a little while. And Complexity with sneaky Baron.
So finally getting the control around the Baron Pit that they'd been aiming for about 15 minutes now. Able to pick that one up for themselves, but what can they do with it? We've already seen how well Teammate disengages. So I don't necessarily think Baron is the answer, because they just can't get into the team fights that they want. They wanted Teammate to face check the Baron so they could fight an advantageous fight. However, with the buff,
Calitrolls is picking a fight with Prolly very close to their base.
Yeah, he does have the support of his whole team there, as well as a massive wave about to crash into this turret. So even against the Baron buff, Teammate potentially going to be able to pick up a turret.
Yeah, very nicely played. Look at all of that poke. The explosive cast not actually going to land. Could mean something, but of course not very high cooldown on that particular ultimate. Void Staff now picked up from Calitrolls as well, so it's full AP. Gragas in that top lane. Has a blasting one. I could imagine that's probably going to go into either... Probably not an Abyssal Scepter. It's probably going to be a Resonance.
That will be a death tap. Oh, it's an Abyssal. You were correct.
Oh, wow. Wow. Got excited.
Or potentially maybe a defensive item, something like...
Yeah, it could be just going to Spectre's Cowl before
Spectre's Cowl.
Shove that item.
And they've left Slushy in this bottom lane to try and push. I actually think with the wave clear that comes out of Maple Street at the moment, as well as Calitrolls, they could afford to leave him there, although West Rice has recalled. He's gone back to buy. And the Guardian Angel was finished on Robert.
This could be a time when they could fight. Of course, having a Guardian Angel does mean that Robert is going to be able to play more aggressively, as you mentioned, and also it is a bit of a time where they've got an advantage. Slightly, 1 1/4 confidence.
And as we said, the wave clear is coming out so well from Maple Street on the Rafflecopter. Just able to sustain the poke out with those missiles. And the flank once again coming in from Calitrolls. Nice vision this time on both sides to make sure that they're not collapsed on without knowing.
Calitrolls just isn't scared of anything. He's going to do the Wolves just in full vision of Complexity. Hanging out, sees them move over, doesn't really mind.
And it looks like it will be a rotation into the bottom lane with the Baron buff to try and pick up the second last outer turret, although already Teammate are on that side of the map looking to cut them off.
Looks like to me that this isn't going to go down without a fight. Of course, West Rice hanging out, he is going to be able to get there. He's very tanky. Doesn't take very much damage from that phosphorus bomb at all. Oh, Calitroll's in a lot of trouble. There's a resonating strike. Does put down the explosive cast. Doesn't get Kess across the wall. He picks up the kill. Crowley secures that one, actually. So now it's a 4v5. It's all on here. Tidal Wave coming through. This is going to be the disengage. Dominus has been popped here. Complexity decide that it's going to be the mid lane that's going to be the focus. So their shot caller on the side of Team 8 is down. Are Complexity going to be able to make the moves in order to get the objectives they need? Will Slushing forced to use a defensive rocket jump. And half, 3/4 health on that inhibitor turret.
So they should be able to get this one next wave. Look for Westrice to go super aggressive. His ultimate is on cooldown, however. There he is.
Oh, slicing and dicing into that backline. The rocket jump comes through after the stun does land. It is going to mean this inhibitor turret does go down. And Robert Exley trying to get the damage through. We can say definitely is being a little bit more aggressive now that he has that defensive button. Porpoise
on the backside.
Yeah, in the back. Aqua Prison going to stop him from doing any funny business, and that's going to be an inhibitor for Complexity, showing signs of life still and utilizing that Baron buff to great effectiveness.
And Calitroll's on Gragas has been caught trying to flank, ends up getting blown up, and that's cost them the first inhibitor of the game, exactly what Complexity wanted. Now they can rotate around the top and bottom lanes, try and use the teleport from Westrice, and try and get back inside that base. 6 items will be coming out very soon for a lot of these champions. Already obtained on the side of Slushy. He has chosen to pick up that Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, and it's getting very, very scary because as close to this late game as you get, Complexity just somehow manages to find the answers. 6-item Renekton has finished off that Guardian Angel as well, so full tank Renekton. Triple armor item, well, quadra armor items, and the Spirit Visage, of course, with that Ninja Tabi as well. Doesn't have a lot of tenacity, so can I guess get locked down a little bit. Might want to get perhaps some Mercury Shreds a little bit later on. See what he does decide to do. Black Cleaver has been finished up by Porpoise Pops.
Yeah, there's not really that much hard CC on the side, so I do like the Ninja Tabi with 2 auto attackers on the other team. He's just going to be able to sustain through the damage that much easier. Baron buff is now down, although, as we said, positional advantage to Complexity now. With that mid wave going to push itself, it's so easy to split push on either side of the map with Westrice. Calitroll's isn't there. He's looking for another flank, so top turret may go down uncontested.
Yeah, these 280 carries on the side of Team 8. Oh, Robert Exley's been caught up, but that is not the target that you want. Brilliant Tidal Wave going to come through as well, though. Look at Proly's damage. There's the resonating strike. Kez getting taken for a ride. My goodness, the top lane in the turret is going to go down. Teleport coming through from Westrice. Maybe a little bit late, but Dodo just got destroyed in that fight.
Yeah, and Robert was able to stay alive, although the ultimate comes out trying to pop that Guardian's Angel. And the shockwave hitting 3 members, I believe, saved that fight as well as the tidal wave coming through from Bubba.
Yeah, looked like Robert had got himself in a situation he didn't want, but his team was there. They had his back. It's going to be A-okay. Of course, this inner turret is now going to be the focus. It's going to be the last inner turret of the game, of course. Super creeps are smacking on these Nexus turrets at the same time. Team 8 cannot afford to defend this. Complexity are going to be able to take the last ring of turrets and looking to try and come back into this one, of course, still with a gold deficit. That is going to be a Nexus turret down as well. Complexity almost have the gold lead back.
Yeah, and now 30 seconds until Baron. They're going to be able to set up vision control around this, send the members with low health back to buy once more. Probably picking himself up a blue buff, has that distortion enchantment, wants to make sure he can flash forward as many times to try and start and engage for his team. And they have complete control over the Baron pit.
This is so scary for Complexity though, because Team 8, they can destroy these structures so quickly that if they get an ace, that could almost mean the end of the game even from here.
At this point, if either team gets an ace with 2 members up, it will be the end.
Well, that's definitely the case on the side of Complexity. There's only 1 turret that stands between them and the Nexus. But we'll see whether Team 8 can rally themselves back into this one, of course. Bottom and top waves are pushing for Complexity.
And now we are into the super late game. Baron has been started. Complexity looking to contest.
It's very, very low on health though. Look at the amount of damage from Team 8. They are going to be able to take this one. Porpoise Pop secures it. Explosive Cast going to stop anything from Complexity from coming in. And there's the resonating strike right in the middle of the fight, but Kez, he just gets obliterated. Teammate securing the Baron and getting a kill is not what they wanted. Now with the gold lead definitely in their favor. Prolly, what are you doing, buddy? Does have a Guardian Angel as well. That's triple Guardian Angel on the side of Complexity. Bought themselves a few extra lives here. But that's going to mean that this inhibitor is going to respawn, and it's going to be Team 8 in the driving seat.
Yeah, and that's why it's so dangerous to engage like that onto the full team. The amount of damage that can come out of this Team 8 lineup at the moment, the burst potential of Calitrolls, as well as the consistent damage out of the two AD carries. One, you just can't dive in like that. Even if that was Westrice, he would have nearly got blown up just as quickly.
Yeah, Westrice showing his amazing amount of skill taking down big boards. Of course, doing a lot of auto attacks. Second W. Not bad. But now Complexity well back on the back foot. They do have a massive turret lead, but with this Baron buff swirling around Team 8 and their ability to create the team fights that they need, whether it's going to be enough distance. Still doing some work on the Pops. Leandri's Torment actually being finished. 6-item Oriana here. It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Doesn't have a Void Staff though, so that's a little bit frightening. Probably.
Yeah, not that much magic resistance coming out on the side of Team 8, so electing for flat penetration instead. Most people just sitting on one magic resistance item.
There is a Locket of the Iron Solari there for Dodo though. Slushy actually opting to tank out this inner turret in the top lane.
And with Baron buff and Bloodthirster, you can definitely do that on ADs nowadays. The changes to Bloodthirster have made it more of that defensive item. Able to build that shield up.
Calitrolls in the full split push mode as well. Gonna meet Westrice here in the bottom lane, but look at this inner turret, that's gonna go down. That is indefensible here from Complexity. Kez gets slowed down, of course. 50% slow on the evolution there. Oh, Porpoise Pop getting ripped apart by Robert X. Lee. You cannot get too close to that skeletal puppy dog. He will shoot you to death.
And you can see how tense this game is. Both teams realize that everyone's nearing the 6-item mark. Even the support's just leaving a space free for those wards. Now even Dodo's given that up. And they're just looking for the last team fight, the deciding team fight. Even though there's a nearly 7,000 gold advantage in the side of Team 8, once everyone's at 6 items,
doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
No, to be honest, at this point when it's 80 or so thousand gold, 5,000 means less and less. Team 8 though, they don't think so. They're going to take a dragon just for funsies.
Still looking to get Corki. His 6th item.
Yeah, is that going to be a last whisper, do you reckon, or something else? A lot of mixed damage on the side of Corki.
Yeah, so much mixed damage. I think he will get a last whisper just because of how tanky Westrice is, and they want to be able to burn through him as soon as possible. Nothing worse than shooting a Renekton and losing more health than you take off him, and yeah,
very demoralizing.
A lot of armor on Westrice.
That is definitely true. We do have more of Malmortius just being finished up here by Porpoise Pops. Calitrolls now clearing out this mid lane now. Inhibitors respawned, of course, side of Team 8. They used their Baron buff. It's still floating around, but it's dwindling, and they haven't really gained all that much. They took the inner turret in the top lane. That's about it. And of course a dragon, but not meaning so much.
And this game is now in familiar Complexity territory, pushing 60 minutes. Everyone up to full item builds, open inhib. They're looking to try and push down, but the flank is coming through once again, this time by Porpoise Pops. He's on the backside. And they're just looking for any positional advantage on the map. Now going to cut off the minion wave to ensure the push doesn't go through, and Westrice looking for his way in.
Yeah, nice slow from that barrel is going to mean that Westrice can't engage onto Porpoise Pops, who does of course have the lead, so he's going to be okay. Prolly, that Command Protect is soaking up so much damage now. It is ridiculous. Has sold, not entirely sure what, he sold his Leandri's Torment and actually picked up Void stuff, just for the extra damage there as well. Oh, Porpoise Pops.
Shots onto Porpoise Pops, and he's at half health.
Yeah, this is a 6-item Cogmore as well, so this puppy's doing a lot of damage. Not going to be able to get into this base. Death Sentence isn't going to land. Calitrolls now does actually engage back onto Westeros without that much magic resist, so he takes a lot of damage there. That Lichbane proc doing a lot of work, but oh, look at Robert starting to do so much. Oh my gosh. That was one extra auto attack and he would have been dead. Slushy as well. Westeros now just...
Oh, one hit on that inhibitor.
Oh, Robert can't manage to make his way through. Robert up trying to get that Aqua Prison Eye in.
And unfortunately, the disadvantage of fighting this close to a base is now that the teleports come through, they're all full health and then not the same.
The flash probably actually gets his Guardian Angel pop there as well. The health bars of Complexity are very low. Cares falls down. A Shockwave not going to land on anyone. That's the double kill for Maple Street. Robert Exley's been taken down to his death. That was his Guardian Angel, but he's going to die after that one. Team 8 with a fantastic team fight. Dodo, that box placement was fantastic. And Prolly, look at the Shockwave. Unfortunately, not on cooldown. He tried to get it out, but he died just before it went off. Calitrol's now picking a fight with Westeros, but look at the combo. Is going to be able to take that one. Slushy in here. Look at the amount of damage, and just Bubba alive. Team 8 look to be able to saunter into this base. We'll see whether they can tank this one out. Of course, massive death time is here at 58 minutes into the game. Looks to me the turtle shell being popped. Bubba going to go down. The ace for Slushy. And in the super late game, Complexity is taken down. Team 8 with a fantastic victory.
And once again, it was on the back of a teleport in from Calitrol.
Oh, yeah.
Able to get that flank on what was a low health target. Blow up Crowley, who was the most fed member of his team. The play coming out of Team 8 looks impressive.
Certainly does. And Complexity want to make it into this one. It's going to have to be that 3-0 comeback we've seen happen a couple of times now.
Yeah, we certainly have. And as we said at the start of this, every single game has been 3 games in a row. Every single series, sorry, has been 3 games in a row, meaning that if Team 8 wins this and get into the LCS, it will once again be a 0-3. And if Complexity is to come back, it'll be the 3-2.
So it has to be. It has to be.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well,
They
actually,
win one
no.
game and lose.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. So it doesn't have to be at all.
No.
You've ruined my dreams entirely.
Sorry, man.
Every time. Every time. And I like to think that Rage Blade's a good item. You never let me have that either.
It definitely is not. So in that game, we saw that they were able to team fight more successfully.
Yep.
They were able to pick up a Baron. They were able to push into the base.
And they used that Baron fantastically.
Yeah, able to push into the base. However, the team fight coordination that comes out of Team 8 in these late game and mid game team fights just make them so scary to go up against. You saw that they were split in their decision making. Should we try and attack the flank where Calitrol is coming from? Do we go for the double ADs and try and land a group shockwave? And in the end, the indecision just caught them out on the last team fight. They got blown up because it was so late into the game. We're just able to rush down mid.
And you saw them just tanking up these inhibitor turrets as well. There was just so much damage that as soon as one team fight was won, even though that was all the way back in Team 8's base, basically, that they just pushed all the way up, took an inhibitor turret, Nexus turrets, and the game.
But that's what happened when a game does go to the 60-minute mark, completely in Complexity's territory, but Team 8 able to pick up a win.
Yep, fantastically played by Team 8. But for a breakdown of that hard-fought Game 2 win, let's head over to the analysis desk and talk to Dash.
Thank you, Atlas and Spawn. A second win there for Team 8, but I'm going to go ahead and throw this word out there for both teams. Disorganization. I feel like the fights were full of them, and that's why it went back and forth and went so late into the game.
Yeah, I think a large part of that is the fact that they had this composition that didn't have a front line for Team 8. They're trying to play around that, but that's not exactly their style. Porpoise Pops was on more of a pokey, disengaged champ. And then on Complexity's side, I just think it was lack of vision control in some parts, and then they kept giving up dragons still. Like, the dragon control is absolutely abysmal.
Yeah, they were just constantly bleeding those dragons. They're like, oh, hey, and we just got Baron. Let's let them have dragon for free again. And then they were up 5k gold still, just like off dragons after like they got Baron and they got ahead in team fights. And the only time they made plays was when Calitrolls got caught out for like whatever reason. They weren't ever trying to push up. They weren't ever trying to press their advantage, get those deep boards, engage a fight, go for the inhibitor. They were just hoping that teammate made a mistake. And Calitrolls got caught out a couple times. Things got a little scary for teammate. And then Calitrolls wasn't really getting the good ultis off. He was missing a lot of them. But then at the end, when he got that flash body slam, finally what he needed to do won them the game. So he really turned it around at the end. And there is definitely a lot of sloppiness there.
I think it goes back to his TP usage and how I was praising him so highly for it. Because coming in from the right side where there wasn't any wards, they didn't see that coming, flash body slam into Prawley to just blow him up. Perfect execution there by Calitrolls in the final moments.
You definitely have to hand it to Calitrolls as the playmaker of Team 8. So I want to now go back and look at the picks because Complexity had the opportunity this time to counterpick into that Gragas. They chose Renekton, Zion. Is that what you go with against Gragas, or were there other options?
I think he definitely could have went for the Lulu pick. The thing with Gragas is ever since he got nerfed, he has huge mana issues. You saw Calitrolls, he was constantly at like 10%, 0 mana like the whole lane. And with Renekton, he was able to go up like 40 farm, and that was great, but he needed to press his advantage. You saw him going aggressively for the blue buff. He should have been getting into the jungle, getting those deep wards. He should have been pushing his advantage into mid. As that tanky Renekton, he went full tank items. You can easily dive that mid lane on that Tristana. You don't even have to dive her, just pressure the tower, because if you're Renekton, you fall off so hard late game. You saw him. He was just kind of like a meat shield, and you need to kind of just go mid, go bottom, like go for dragons. Look for the objectives with your early game advantage, and he didn't really do that as much as he could have.
There was definitely a struggle by both teams to engage. You already commented, Zyrene, on the fact that teammate, their only engagement came from either a good hook or by the Gragas ultimate, which he was throwing out pretty liberally there. And then on the side of Complexity, you have a Renekton who's trying desperately to flank, and there were whole minutes at a time where we're watching him try and chase down these slippery AD carries and such. And for that reason, we weren't able to see either team ever get a clean engage in the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, I really did like the fact that they had the Kha'Zix paired with the double AD carry, because he's just able to poke and set up the Black Cleaver stacks and throw out his W constantly so that people can't actually close that distance. And Renekton, he's just going to walk at you. He needs the slice to get the dice in that extra distance, but West wasn't getting it because they're keeping him far away.
You have the Gragas Qs on top of that as well. We do have to jump into the first replay because I feel like this first replay at 37 and a half minutes into the game around the Baron Pit very much illustrates the fact that both teams were making kind of sloppy decisions. The first sloppy decision is on the side of Complexity here to start the Baron. So Zion, I'll let you take this one away.
Yeah, so Complexity wasn't really like looking for that much this game, but as soon as they got the pick was when they finally decided to try to force something, and then this was a bad scenario because teammate was closing all around them. They had all that Tristana Corki poke going in. They land the shockwave, but it doesn't really end up mattering because they got the box down and they're kiting out around. Maple Street gets in a pretty good position, but then he just grabs the lantern at such a bad time, and then Ori is able to just get the ball on him, and then he ends up dying. But this is kind of how chaotic it gets.
Yeah, and Prawley actually flashed to help close that distance to get the ball right on top of it. And then at this point, Kez is just going too deep. This is one of the first times we saw him go too deep. We see it happen again later on.
Much later in the game, and that was catastrophic.
It's very uncharacteristic of Kez, too, because a lot of Complexity tributes a lot of their late game and their late game shot calling to Kez, because he's very level-headed, and it's very unlike him to go hard.
So it ends up being a 3-for-3 at the end of that. And I guess you can say, all right, fine, both teams break even. But again, the purpose in showing that replay was the fact that both teams, their gameplay in this game particularly was kind of riddled with chaos and minor mistakes here and there, but it ultimately resulted in a 60-minute game where it comes down to that one fight. And I don't think any team ever wants to leave it up to one fight.
Yeah, I definitely think that Complexity needs to go back to the thing that they were doing the most successfully in the set, which was split pushing. You saw Robert X. Lee on that Lucian. He got like 5 out of their 6 towers that game, just literally walking up a lane and split pushing it. And teammate didn't really have a good response to that. They were just forcing engages. And since they were far enough ahead and people were out of position, they got the towers, they got the picks. But if Complexity can get that split push started sooner and set up for it, I think they can work off that really well, because they're not doing the objective game well at all. They're bleeding dragons, they're bleeding vision control, they're bleeding barons. They need to look for split push or something that they can do more effectively.
So as Zion Spartan, the premier split push of the LCS, do you ever give any other advice other than split push all the time?
No, that's the only way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I want to nitpick on one little thing really quickly, is the fact that we saw a completed Leandries on Orianna. I entirely agreed with his decision to pick up the Haunting guys for early magic penetration because teammate at that point in the game, when he did pick it up, hadn't been building magic resist. So he was going to be chunking. But at the time he decided to build Leandries, we saw Banshee's Veils across the board. We saw a Locket on Thresh. At that point, I would have sold the Haunting guys and gone straight for a Void Staff. I think it would have been far more effective and possibly changed the outcome of a few of the fights.
Yeah, he eventually did do that. Probably also did fall behind in CS over Slushy, who he had a big lead over in the mid game, but they didn't push those types of advantages, which was a problem with the Renekton. It was a problem with the lead that they had because their bottom lane was getting shoved in, and that was completely in teammates' favor.
Yeah, the itemization was a little bit questionable there on both sides because with they built the Leandries on Orianna and they built the GA on Kog'Maw, and that was really defensive, which is not what they needed.
All right, I do want to jump into the final replay because, again, this will illustrate what you have said multiple times, is that Cali Trolls is a playmaker, and this was a fabulous TP decision here to engage and end the game. Zyrene, I'm going to let you handle this one.
All right, so Cali Trolls, he's always known for his TP positioning here, but these wards are always set up by his teammates. So he comes in from the side and... drop the beat! Okay,
there it is.
So he comes up here, uses his body slam flash to close distance, but we're going to... That plays so good.
Now we got to go back.
It's just too much to handle.
Yeah, that's...
Blew our mind, blew
that
our
Gragas
system.
play was ridiculous.
That doesn't mean we can't. Yeah, it doesn't mean we can't talk about it though.
Yeah,
he did have a fabulous flash body slam engage there, which basically, I mean, I guess like 60% to zeroed because they were all at about 60% health there. But it was that first pop of the GA which forced Complexity to defend at that point. They're like, oh no, one of our members went down. Now we have to fight this.
Yeah, and the fact that those AD carries are just pelting away at people while all of that is happening, when you're holding, like, you're trying to hold your ground against AD carries, it's extremely difficult. So you want to close on them or retreat, but they didn't want to give up those extra GA kills.
Quickly, Zion, because we need to move on to the next game. I want to get your thoughts on what Complexity does at this point, because as all the series well, exactly. I know split push, but I was going to talk more about in Champion Select because I do realize that they want to go for that split push. So what do they do in Champion Select to set that split push up exactly the way they want it? Because otherwise it spells the end of their LCS careers.
I think them having that better bottom lane was huge for them, especially in the first game when they had that Lucian lane and they were pressing their advantage hard. I think they need to go back to having a bully lane bottom because they were bullying Dodo and Maple Street. Go back to that. And then I think they just need to make sure they use that advantage to actually control Dragon because bot lane's on the bottom side of the map. Hey, there's an objective right there. We can control it this time because we got the advantage. And I think if they actually take advantage of the Dragon, they will have a good time, but they just need to realize that Dragon's an objective they can take, and when they start getting it, I think they're going to start winning.
All right, you heard it from the split push god himself. So we'll see if Complexity decides to employ that very same strategy. We are going to take a short break, but when we return, we'll see if Teammate can take this series in a clean sweep, or if Complexity can reset and come out ahead in Game 3. Stay tuned.
Not going to stop the safeguard. Oh, Robert X-Lee forces the flash. Oh my goodness, that burst from Maple Street. He has to try and get away from Westrise. He's flashed on top of his head. Maple Street so low on health, trying to cut. It's going to be probably picking up the kill, but he'll go down to Slushy. Slushy's got such high health. Westrise now trying to get onto his face, but the rocket jumps here. Kez is going to fall. Oh, full health, and then not there. The flash probably actually gets his Guardian Angel pop there as well. The health bars of Complexity are very low. Kez falls down. A shockwave not going to land on anyone. That's the double kill for Maple Street. Robert X-Lee's been taken down to his death. the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. A spot in the North American LCS is on the line, and in this best of 5 series between Complexity and Team 8. Team 8 is 1 victory away from the LCS and Maple Street. My goodness, he was playing so aggressively last game. That is not what we were expecting.
Yeah, we talked about how passive he can be and how he likes Kog'Maw, the late game carry, but bringing out the Corki, going huge in lane, was up 44 CS at 20 minutes, as you can see, and completely turned around the game 1 performance.
He certainly did. It was ridiculous seeing what was someone who just sits back, farms it out. It's all going to be fine. This time just throwing those phosphorus bombs into people's faces. And man, those teleport plays in the late game as well were just so strong.
Yeah, Cali Trolls was the other member that came up massive for his team. He's able to get around the fight and impact in so many ways.
Yeah.
We saw him play the tank the first game. The second game, of course, now he's on an AP burst champion. Gragas just building pure AP and able to get in there and destroy Prolly in that last team fight.
Yeah, and he was always able to get on top of Robert Exley, who looked a little bit uncomfortable on this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, definitely. And Robert, after having a fantastic game 1, struggled in the second game. We mentioned that he hadn't played Kog'Maw and then going 2-4-6, losing the early game and then playing extremely hesitant in these team fights until he picked up his GA. More of a defensive build, would have liked to see the QSS, and he just couldn't get in a position where he could carry his team.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily all on his back, though, because, of course, that last play coming through from Cali Trolls was really what turned it around, because it honestly could have been anyone's game at that stage. It was just having the stones to make such a play.
But it was hard on the side of Complexity. Picking a support without hard engage, as well as a top laner like Renekton that is so easy to kite, when there's a Tristana, as well as a Gragas on the other team, just means that you can't get on top of people. So without any flashes, without the ability to be able to dive in there and stun someone up, they just weren't able to start the fights they wanted, and you could really tell it was playing on their mindset. They couldn't just get in there and start brawling.
Yeah, but Complexity now are on the blue side. See whether they can use that to turn things around in their favor. Maokai is going to be taken off the board, and of course, Tristana, teammate, not going to let that one be first picked away. And Gragas is going to go back on the ban list this time.
Yeah, maybe just going to look to throw 3 bans at Cali Trolls.
Yep.
Get him onto something.
Look, I wouldn't put it. Actually, no, because to be honest, Cali Trolls plays everything.
He certainly does. Ziggs being taken off the board, probably Prolly's most comfortable champion.
Oh yeah, and that's what allows them to bring these games into such a late game stage as well, just because you can stall out, you can anti-siege so easily.
And Alistair being banned away from Complexity, so it is 3 top lane bans.
Yeah, and they don't want to play that Alistair as well. So not wanting to give that one another go now that Maokai isn't on the board.
So they like
not necessarily considered a counter to that Alistair.
They like the fact that Cali Trolls isn't on a hard engaged tank at this point. He's also not on the Gragas that he showed at the end of last game. Once it was to that point, just did far more damage than West Rice. Nidalee has been locked in. They will go to a split push strategy and look for West Rice to just sit in top lane all game.
Yeah, this is exactly what Zion Spartan said. He said, look, you should split push. I mean, we know that that's all he does. So, that, of course, he's going to recommend it, but it might work out here for Complexity, who need to mix it up. But that has given Slushy his Orianna and Porpoise Pops. He's back on the Kazakhs yet again. And he's been able to make the moves to bring them to victory, and his smite's been fantastic. His control of dragons, incredible.
Yeah, of course, in Game 1, picking 100% of those up. In Game 2, I think Complexity did manage to pick up 1 for the game, but the rest of them did go in favor of Team 8. And we see that Kez once again on Lee Sin, and I'm so happy that Robert is back on Lucian. Just a mid-game lane bully that he can get ahead on. This is exactly what the team needs.
We'll see what Maple Street answers with, and I wouldn't mind him playing that Corki again. Interesting hovers coming through. Of course, actually picking up that Thresh could be a very good idea. Dodo did land some fantastic hooks, but getting it off Bubbadub is another really good idea because he was fantastic on that champion.
Yeah, I think Bubbadub needs to play Braum in this game. If this is what we are going to see, they need some form of hard engage.
This is the first time that Dodo's had an opportunity to play Nami as well.
So
we shall see what all this hype is about.
That is definitely his most comfortable champ, favoring that above a lot of things. Not such great synergy with Corki, of course. Corki wants to use more of his burst to get things damage down in lane. However, late game, the utility that comes out from the speed up
Oh, yeah.
As well as the potential for tidal wave to allow disengage and turn team fights. Just such a all-round great champion at the moment, Nami.
Not to mention the fact that Maple Street can now bring, you know, what was fantastic momentum on Corky and Comfort into this next matchup as well. And this is the interesting about Team 8. The interesting thing, sorry, about Team 8 is the fact that they save their counter pick for their top lane. You often see that being in the mid lane, but of course, Slushy's just happy to play Orianna into anyone, and Complexity still thinking about their picks here.
So this will be the support and the mid laner coming out on the side of Complexity.
Oh, the Syndra's available. Oh my gosh! Bubadub, of course, a massive player of Morgana, but we've seen her fall out a lot recently.
Yeah, they're looking for the ability to be able to set up picks when someone is looking to rotate into the lane that Westrice is split pushing. So look for fantastic ward control to come out to be able to get vision over the Team 8 lineup and use the Syndra Morgana combo to lock someone down and pick them off before even going into a team fight.
And Calitroll is just trying to work out all the Malphite. The unstoppable shockwave is now available. And that is exactly the kind of shockwave that you want to be using.
So Malphite being taken into the top lane, it will be interesting to see how Calitroll builds Malphite.
Yeah, and especially up against a lane bully such as Nidalee as well. Do you think that maybe they're going to try and avoid having that lane play out?
Potentially, Malphite does fare quite well in the early game, at least in lane swaps. Can follow his jungler around, get some nice experience, of course. Starting Doran Shield doesn't hurt him at all. Complexity will be looking for a 2v2 lane, just because they do have confidence with Robert on Lucian. And I think that with the Nidalee, Westrice would be comfortable taking that into a Malphite matchup.
Well, of course. And I mean, Nidalee's just been fantastic throughout this particular patch, especially just because she's just such a lane bully, just able to get you hunted and then just pounce onto your face. And it's just ridiculous to deal with. But now the picks and bans are through. We want to know who you think will take this series. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag COLWin or hashtag T8win, and we'll display the results during this next game. Do you think it's going to be a 3-0 sweep? And it'll be the final one, and it's going to mean 3-0 sweeps the entire way through. It seemed pretty clean.
Yeah, well, it looks like it definitely could go that way if Team 8 are able to get their team fights once again. And with a Malphite, Callie's just going to be able to use his teleport, get in wherever he wants. And it's very hard to disengage off that, particularly if Slushy's playing his Orianna. We saw him in the first game. Just to remind you guys, he went 10-1 and 11. So he had an absolute beast game on that champion. And with it guaranteed to engage, it looks like Team 8 are in a position to pick this one up.
See whether they do, of course. Complexity do have a lot going for them as well. We haven't seen Nidalee do poorly ever. And Westrice more than happy to pick that one up. Sonic Wave going to hit Bubadub in the head. Resonating Strike not available here for Kez. He hasn't realized that you can't use that on your teammate just yet. But both of these mid laners with a lot of wave clear and of course gank potential as well. That dissonance slow is definitely handy.
Yeah, setting a Syndra is always easier to gank without hard CC on the side of Team 8. It is difficult to gank a Syndra just because of the amount of burst potential that comes out of her. So if Porpoise Pops gets too close, probably might be able to turn around and unload. So they need to be careful of that. Looks like it will be standard lanes. Everyone's setting up along the river, looking for their normal wards.
30 seconds until
Yeah,
minions
nothing
spawn.
much exciting happening. Just sort of the line defense. Please don't come into my side of the jungle.
And you have to think now, this could be the final game for Complexity. Everything is on the line.
Exactly. And
Nerve.
they have to do the CLG at this stage in order to get themselves back into the LCS.
Yeah,
and we know the teams can do it.
Yeah, nerves must be starting to take effect though.
Well, this is where they need to look at their veteran players like Westrice, who of course has been doing this since Season 1. And he definitely is hungry to hold on to his spot in the LCS. So we'll see whether they can rally together and keep their morale high, because that's what you really need to focus on when you're in this really dire situation. Don't let those last couple of games get to you.
And because they have seen exactly where Complexity's wards are, they are comfortable bringing Maple and Dodo into this top lane, although they have now been spotted, so maybe not great timing on that ward. Looking for a blue buff invade and a potential 3 buff start on the side of Team 8.
Yeah, Bob Swap's no leash. He's going to get spotted by Bubadub here, potentially.
This could really mess with Porpoise Pop's jungle.
There's the Ignite actually going down. Bubadub likes his chances on this one. He manages to secure the buff, though, and flash away. Porpoise Pops, that was a brilliant play.
Yeah, able to get away, but he didn't pick up level 2, which will hurt his jungle clear. Calitroll's able to pick up level 2 as well as a buffer. Porpoise Pop's got level 2 off one of the little wraiths, so he'll be fine now. So 3 buff start on the side of Team 8. And what a fantastic way to start this game with a great level 1 play.
That's exactly right, and that's what you have to do. You have to try and get your Malphite out of this potential horrible matchup into Nidalee. We are going to see Nidalee actually hanging around with Kez. Westeros, of course, just stealing away these wolves.
And in the top lane, Maple has elected to freeze, whereas in the bottom lane, it looks like Robert will be pushing it out. 3-man squad now around this lane. 4-man squad looking to get Prolly down early, and he is pushing up.
Yeah, tried to get that Dark Sphere, but is that going to mean that he's in range? No, that Void Spike just short. Prolly is going to be A-OK.
However, Kez is at their blue buff. He needs to be careful right now. He's with Westeros, and they are getting a little bit collapsed on.
4v3 potential here. Robert does come up through. Hackle Prison not going to land. This team's just testing the water yet again.
So a good ward placed on the side of Team 8 there, recognizing that they do have the 1-man less in the bottom lane, getting a ward in front of Dragon, making sure no funny stuff goes down early, and holding Dodo in this mid lane, ensuring that they're keeping Slushy topped off against a very aggressive Prolly.
Yeah, not necessarily ensuring it quite that well. Of course, that Dark Sphere Scout of the Week combination doing a fair bit of work. Calitrolls gets his passive popped.
However, he's going to be able to pick up the whole wave of experience, whereas in the top lane, Maple Street is still allowing that wave to push into him, so denying Westeros. And Corki will be able to fight Westeros because it's nearly level 4 versus a level 1, although Calitrolls looks to be getting dove, but 3 members now arrive in Team 8.
A couple of members coming through, of course. Porpoise Pops and Dodo are there. Nice Dark Binding's going to land onto him, but it's going to be A-OK. Of course, the heal bot of Nami has come around the corner.
Yeah, and he still has his teleport. Even if he goes a little bit lower, he'll be completely fine. Now they're looking to try and get the wave pushing in their favor by stacking it onto the 1 minion. However, it still looks like they're a little bit too low, so won't be able to pull it off quite effectively.
Not quite managing to make that one work. But gold is still even. Nothing really going on here at 5 minutes into this game. Piercing Light over the face of this Rock Man.
Yeah, gold maybe even, but experience definitely in favor of the Team 8 lineup now because of just how easily Calitrolls was able to approach that lane. He's looking to go back and teleport into the wave. Yeah. Now we have a Nidalee versus a Corki, and Nami helping Calitrolls in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this Nidalee-Corki matchup not going great for Westeros here. 34 CS, theoretically to 6.
Yeah, he did get to lane very, very late, of course, and now he's 2 levels disadvantage, calling in Kez for a potential gank, and maybe looking for mid lane, is able to get a stun down.
Stun by the Scout of the Week. Kez not quite there in time to land the Sonic Wave. Flash was still available, so probably no kills going to be going down, but getting that Summoner spell is very important. Probably picking up a friend and exchanging skill shots here. Our junglers. Ooh, Resonating Strike actually used here, but he's isolated, of course. Kez needs to watch out.
Yeah, however, with the mid laner there for support, feels very comfortable going into that duel, trying to protect the pink ward that is in that brush. And now heading to the north side of the map for what could be the first gank of the game.
Yeah, trying to get Westeros back into this one. Oh, going to walk out of the way. There's a brilliant pounce onto a hunted target. Resonating Strike coming through. There's the teleport from Calitrolls, though. Is he going to be able to get back? There's the flash. Westeros going down solo, baited by the heal. Maple Street getting first blood. Such calm, calculated play.
Maple Street, the last 2 games, has looked on point. I have not seen him play this well in a long time. Able to turn the gank with his heal, completely composed play, and they're just denying even more farm from Westeros.
Yep, does manage to use his teleport to get back and pick up the mechanic creep, so it is definitely good for him. Does get another Doran's Blade, but 17 CS to now 52. The Sheen being finished up. There's a Ruby Crystal as well for Maple Street. He's well on his way to that Trinity Force.
However, across the map, if you do compare mid laners, as there's a gank coming in from
Oh, there's
Kalitrol,
the ultimate coming through as well. Command Protect being used. There's the flash dart, but Sphere not going to land. But, oh, the last tick not going to be enough. Probably now trying to turn it around onto Kalitrolls, who's come in from the backside. Dark Sphere's going to land this time, but Sonic Wave isn't. And Porpoise Pops now going to come and try and turn it around. Stun lands onto 2 members, actually. Very sneaky scat of the week from Prolly. But, man, Slushy was so lucky.
Yeah, just able to escape that gank with a slither of health. Now the chain has been picked up by Maple Street. He's confident to go back down to this bottom lane. However, BF Sword on the side of Robert. So he's faring very well. Back to standard lanes. And now Westerice has the advantage.
He does. 32 to 33, actually. He's managed to pick up a lot of extra farm as Kalitrolls has been in the top and Maple Street moved down to the bottom lane. So not too bad by this Nidalee, managing to come back and be that bully that they want to be. And Kalitrolls still very, very low. Hadn't been back and, of course, used that teleport in the top lane.
Yeah, and if he does go back, Westerice will be able to get so much work done in this top turret, just opening the map up to himself already. So Kalitrolls needs to stave off this push, but with the range attacks of Nidalee going to be zoned off creeps and going to have to farm with abilities, so never good on Malphite's mana pool to do that. Just waiting for his teleport to come off cooldown, but it's still a long time away.
Yep. Thankfully, he does have that passive in order to build up a bit of a shield in order to stop a bit of that harass damage, but not going to be quite enough due to the potential of Westerice on this Nidalee. Probably now zoning Slushy away from this wave.
Yeah, and with both of the Summoner Flashes on cooldown, look how aggressive Prolly is willing to play. He's confident in his kite ability to be able to turn a 2v1 without that hard CC, and just looking to get up in Slushy's face.
Yep, Slushy going to be able to pick up this blue buff though. Probably will be picking that one up soon also. Well, there's the Hunter passive being applied. Kalitrolls actually using his flash to great effect, managing to get up to fairly high health. Landing these spears though, Westerice on point with these skill shots. Kalitrolls, a lot of respect for this Nidalee pick.
Yeah, just waiting for the wave to push into him as we have a bit of a gank coming into the bottom lane. Looks like they are out. However, Robert might be a little bit caught.
Yep. Ooh, Akka Prison almost going to land. There's the Dark Binding though. Dodo's very squishy. The Ignite's ticking down. Bubadub's going to be able to pick up that kill. Very nicely turned. And my gosh, Nami under-leveled and just so squishy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, fantastic play out of the support player for Cole there, landing that binding, allowing the full culling to go through, and they're not done, going aggressive on Maple Street as well.
Yeah, Robert Exley though has to watch out just a little bit because the burst coming out of Corki is not something you want to underestimate. Being said, still doing well in this matchup, does have his support member. It's good.
As well as being able to sustain with those potions. This tower will go down,
very,
up
very
a little bit caught.
Going to flash out of the way. Does get a point-blank Dark Binding. Not too difficult to hit.
And still looking for the engage. He has gone with that W evolve first once again, so looking for the slow.
Yeah,
I think we had W, E, then W.
I think it was E first last time.
E, W.
Yeah, E, W.
So mixing it up depending on the game. Just the versatility of Kha'Zix.
So strong. We've actually seen a Q evolve first just recently as well. Just because that dual potential is handy. That was not exactly as common. That ultimate evolve no longer happens.
And Westerice, with this lane bully, will be able to take down the first turret of the game. So Complexity building themselves an advantage. Kills are equal, but with just pure CS, 67 to 28. Westerice has taken commanding control of this lane.
Yeah, Kalitrolls may not be able to make quite as many plays, but of course, all you need on a Malphite is that ultimate in order to make the play. So we'll see whether this CS deficit is going to matter, whether he's going to be able to get the work done anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Malphite needs to be able to also split push against the Nidalee.
Yes.
Because if he cannot, that means they're going to have to send Maple Street to do it, and he doesn't have a teleport. And at this point in the game, it looks like Maple Street is the only person that is in any position to go anywhere near Westerice, who has now got that phage, is heading down for the first dragon of the game, and another dragon tower going across to Complexity and
Oh, Maple Street going down to half health there. Robert
Teleport's coming in from behind Robert.
Yeah, here's the unstoppable force potential. There's the tidal wave as well. Not going to hit onto Robert Exley, and look at the black shield there. brilliantly placed to stop Robert Exley from getting unstoppable forced. It's the only way to stop it, actually. Needs a rename, I think. Oh, goodness.
Or just a little bit of fine text underneath.
Yeah.
As we have a gank coming in on the mid lane, this will be the third outer turret, so complete control once again of the turret by Complexity. Not able to take that down.
Yeah, Westrice doing a bit of a drive-by there. Andy.
And probably quite low on mana, so just wanting to conserve that in case the dragon fight does start up.
And probably going for a lot of lane dominance, picking up those sorcerer shoes very early. Another Dark Binding landing onto Dodo.
And smart move here from Calitrolls. Recognizes that he can't be in that lane, looking to pick up an objective for his team. However, they just don't feel comfortable fighting this at this point in time. Of course, Robert has got quite a CS lead, up 10 CS, and in the mid lane, 20 CS on the side of Prolly. He's gone to back to buy. Bought up both components of his Athenes already.
Yeah, he's looking very scary, of course. Maybe could have picked up a needlessly large rod, but opting to go for mana regen, bit of extra magic resistance.
Cooldown reduction is never a bad thing on Syndra.
Super handy. You gotta make sure you can get those Dark Spheres out all the time. Calitrolls getting auto attacked in the face, and Westrice now with a 2-level advantage over Malphite.
And this is just from the one-on-one lane versus Malphite having to stay with Nami in the bottom lane. They built an advantage for Maple Street, but weren't able to convert that into any lane dominance once they went to a 2v2.
Yeah, Robert Exley so comfortable on this Lucian as well.
And so far, it seems to be working for them. 2,000 gold, nearly 3,000. It is a 3,000 gold lead.
Yep.
Maths was never my strong point.
We don't judge you. On your maths. The other stuff. A lot, yeah.
And it looks like Complexity have complete control of this map. However, ward vision from Team 8 is quite good around Dragon, so they're going to need to be able to sweep that out before anything can come through.
Yeah, then teleport half done here for Calitrolls. He's not going to be able to get in the flank round. Complexity are going to start this one up in full vision of Team 8.
Calitrolls is too far away. He's not going to be able to get there in time. That will be a Dragon for Complexity, and what a turnaround. Great start to this game.
Yeah, brilliant work. Complexity. Of course, the veterans here able to keep the morale high, keep smooth moves happening. But we have seen this happen before. Of course, Complexity have got early leads, but Team 8 just managed to turn it around. We'll see whether they manage to do it this time or whether Complexity can hold on to this lead. This mid lane outer turret is very, very low on the side of Team 8. Oh, there's the pounce coming through. Calitrolls taking a lot of damage.
However, he's built up some resistances in that Chalice as well as the Chain Vest, so not taking quite as much damage as you would expect from a Nidalee at this point in the game. Also, Westrice must be sitting on some gold. He hasn't been back to shop in a long time.
Yeah, it does. Has used a fair bit of that gold to buy some... Well, actually, no, he's only got 500.
He's only got 500.
So, you know, the Merc Tread's pretty good.
Has he got full Merc Tread now?
Yeah.
Sorry, missed that, guys.
That's alright. But Phage is picked up as well, so it's still going to be a problem.
Infinity Edge and Trinity Force now finished for our bottom lane duo.
Infinity versus Trinity.
Yeah, so the old Trinity Infinity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
As well as Athene's picked up on the side of Slushy versus the Sork boots coming out of Prolly. So he's looking to use some early Magic Pen to burst down a member on the side of Team 8.
In fact, finish them before any component said Athenes. But I think you can imagine that he's probably going to be able to afford that one relatively soon. And so far, not really a whole lot being done, apart from that dragon, which has put Complexity in the lead, and a couple of towers as well. They've got good control around this map, but Team 8 nowhere near out of this.
And Calitrolls is managing to farm in a very bully-heavy lane. Westrice, in fact, taking a little bit of damage, and with the jungler Porpoise Pops coming up, he needs to be a little bit careful of this unstoppable force.
Yeah, no mana left over here for Westrice as well, so can't really Primal Surge his way up to full health with that there, but not even going to go back. The standoff continues. 4,000 gold now the lead for Complexity. Is progressively getting larger. Team 8 can feel the pressure. You can see all of their warding is around their own side of the map.
But they just don't want to get picked off. They're quite happy to let this go to the late game where they feel they have a superior team fight comp.
Yeah, true.
Kelly Trolls will eventually be able to ignore some of Westeras's damage as they do get the final turret finally. So extending their lead to 4,000 gold in 17 minutes is a good lead. So they're definitely in the driver's seats. However, if this Malphite continues to farm, gets nice and tanky, and Orianna and Corki are slowly catching up.
Do you think it might be the next Dragon fight where teammate really try and make a move, or do you think that that's going to be too soon?
No, I think they definitely can. As soon as Kelly Trolls hits level 11, and of course Slushie already has that as well as Maple Street, their unstoppable force into the Orianna ult is very good. They also have the benefit of being able to poke around objectives. They just need to make sure that they do it slowly, get some good vision control out, and don't allow themselves to be picked off. Because what Complexity are looking to do is completely strangle map vision. Clear out as many areas as possible around these objectives, and then look for picks with the Morgana binding, with Proly Scatter the Weak.
See whether they do manage to do that. Of course, Kez, known for his ability to ward things, especially on this Lee Sin. Dodo has found his way into the mid lane. Tidecaller's Blessing is going to be used. Enough speed to get away from that Sonic Wave as well.
And we are seeing Robert XLE versus Maple Street in this bottom lane. Robert electing for, of course,
the Infinity Edge and the Zeal going into
the Zeal
static Shiv.
Yep, we'll be going into a static Shiv. Maple Street, on the other hand, picking up those Sorcerer's boots. Once again, looking for some early magic penetration to just augment the damage coming out of his Phosphorus bombs, as well as those missiles.
Yeah, Missile Barrage doing a lot of damage, especially when it's one of those big ones. And still, pretty stagnant game at the moment. Bubba able to clear out another pink ward. Vision control.
And now Sheen's picked up on Westeros. He has much more burst potential. They have started to get some control of this map, although Porpoise Pops running straight into a Dark Blinding, missing that W.
Whoa. Bubba picked the gap on that one very, very nicely. Really understand how that missed, to be perfectly honest, but 10 out of 10.
And Westeros trying to stack up a large wave here, make it hard for Kelly Trolls to be able to deal with it underneath the turret and just in full split push mode as is Italy.
Yep, I've been listening to Zion Spartan. Kelly Trolls managing to get a nice ground slam on the wave. And you're right, he's not doing too badly because it hasn't moved from this 40 CS deficit.
Well, he's going to be able to pick up that whole wave. And it's going to be even closer as we see a little bit of a blue buff contest coming through here. So maybe our first piece of action in a long time.
Oh my goodness, Maple Street with so much damage. He even still had the heal available. He's going to use it by the end there, and that's the 1v1. Fantastic work. That's going to be the blue buff stolen away. Just picked up and thrown. That's going to be fine, but Robert XLE, you cannot do that. Maple Street just with so much burst. And that just shows that this Trinity Force power spike is a lot stronger than just the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, not able to pick up any lucky crits in there. And Maple Street, just the upfront burst of his combo, was able to take him out. Wasn't in time to be able to use it to influence the dragon, and I guess they did get a blue buff for it. However, the important thing is now both of Robert's summoners are down, and they are looking to start the dragon up straight away, so maybe it will be in time. Complexity need to try and poke this one out.
Yeah, both of these teleports are available. Of course, Westeros cannot stop Kelly Trolls, but Kelly Trolls can. Oh my goodness, Dodo's taking so much damage. But Kez gets immediately taken down. Maple Street must have taken Smite somehow. There's the unstoppable force. Proly gets taken through as well. It's exactly what Kelly Trolls needed to do. And Complexity lose 2 members and a dragon.
And straight away, the gold leads back to only 2,000. Great team fight around Dragon. All stemming off Maple Street. He has risen to this occasion so strong.
I'm never calling that guy passive ever again. That was just, I'm embarrassed now.
The caster curse coming out. And wow, Kez just got absolutely blown up once again. And Kelly Trolls, no damage done to the top turret. He was able to teleport in, get his ultimate down, pick himself up a kill, wander back up to the top lane. Completely fine. They're going to be able to pick up the bottom turret if they want as well. And just objectives falling on the side of Team 8 as we take another look at this dragon. So a nice combination comes out to stun 2 people here from Proly. So they think they could potentially get the dragon. However, just so much burst damage coming through, and then the teleport on the bottom left-hand side of your screen just means that a flash unstoppable force, predicting Proly's flash also, cleaning up
Really
another
well
member. And that all stemmed off the fight that we saw 1v1 in the bottom lane, where Robert XLE got soloed out.
Yep, so Robert Exley unable to really get into that fight. I think we saw an edge of a culling. The hint of a culling in that fight, but not really. So, probably now able to clear out this wave. Still has that 25 CS lead. 26, 27. Still a CS lead in the bottom lane as well, but we saw that didn't bother Maple Street at all. That guy's still incredibly strong. Almost just a BF sword and a bit away from an Infinity Edge. Robert up taking a lot of damage from that evolved W. From Porpoise Pops.
And they've swapped Westrice into this bottom lane. Now that Dragon isn't an objective, they can start trying to set up around the Baron area. At this point, Static Shiv has been picked up now on Robert, so he's got a little bit more burst potential coming out of that Static Shiv.
Oh, and I really, really like this build coming through.
Oh, there's action in the top lane.
Oh my gosh, Maple Street gets ulted to death. Probably coming through from the side, and I think Robert was baiting him in for another 1v1, but not going to happen this time. Knew that he wouldn't be able to win that one, and Prolly was there. Unleash Power easily going to be able to secure that kill, and that might net them an inner turret as well, so Complexity, again, going to bring out this lead.
Yeah, back up to 3,000, and that was a champion they needed to kill. He was starting to really get rolling on Corky Maple Street.
Oh yeah.
But Prolly able to rotate up top, and just so much damage potential at this point. Little bit of a 1v1.
Oh, Hunt actually going on to Calitrolls here. Does have Unstoppable Force. He can get away. Resonating Strike coming through. Oh, there's the kick actually out, and the ebb and flow as well. Porpoise Pops in a lot of trouble. Unstoppable Force into the fight. Not sure whether Calitrolls really wanted to do that one. Aqua Prison not going to land it to Westrice either. But my gosh, that was ridiculous.
But all the while in the mid lane, Robert just split pushing. Wow, the damage coming out of Corky, however.
Yep.
Chunking him to the 3/4 health.
Giving him definitely some bad memories from that experience in the bottom lane. He's definitely going to get the heck out of there. Missile Barrage almost on top of Robert's face. And again, face-off begins once more.
So it looks like Complexity are back to their Game 1 playstyle. They're looking to rotate around the map, pick up objectives like turrets, open the map up. However, we've seen with that Unstoppable Force combo, it's very hard to get away from Calitrolls. Even on such low life, that last fight, he still wanted to go back in, set something up for his team. Unfortunately, not able to pick anything up, but no kills were traded whatsoever.
Yeah, and Calitrolls going for that Magic Penetration build as well. Going to go for Sorcerer Shoes. Probably going to be building that Haunting Guise next, and we've been seeing a lot of these Malphites building that Abyssal Scepter, so we'll see whether he does decide to go for that one. And if it is used in conjunction with the Shockwave, that Shockwave is going to do even more damage.
And this is a one-time I agree with Sunfire Cape on a top laner. Just because of the amount of Magic Pen you get actually allows it to do damage to some extent. Generally, if people pick up as another blue buff is stolen away, that's a really cute move by Complexity, and they've repeated it a couple of times this game, where they just pick the blue buff over the wall and just burst it down. But with the Magic Pen coming out, going to ensure that even if people build up some Magic Resist, it's going to be doing damage in the middle of the team fight.
Well, and it's certainly working out so far. That Unstoppable Force onto Prolly was pretty fantastic. But we'll see whether it's going to work out in the future. Of course, the team fight is what Team 8 are looking for. And do you think that Complexity are looking to double split push? Of course, Robert Exley has been hanging around this bottom lane a lot, and Calitrolls are looking for a 1v1. Not sure whether that's going to work.
He definitely has a lot of burst potential at this point in time, as well as some armor, although Robert's picked up another BF sword, so he's sitting quite comfortable at the moment.
Another thing that, another thing that Calitrolls does have with this Sunfire Cape is that he can answer a split push by having a little bit more wave split.
And the game's just completely reset. It actually looks like Slushy will be going for a Zonya's potentially second item.
Yeah, Pink Ward has been replaced here. A little brush.
And with only 15 seconds left, once again the vision battle continues. Both top laners with teleport up there, juking it out a little bit. This time, however, Calitrolls needs to be careful. If he leaves, this is a potential inhibitor turret that Westrice is pushing onto, and there's no way that an inhibitor for a dragon is worth it. And it looks like they've given up on dragon completely. They're looking to push mid lane.
Yeah, they've got an inner turret for a dragon trade in their minds at this stage. Slushy's here. They have taken the inner turret. Calitrolls now forced away from this minion wave. Westrice trading very, very well. Now that he has that Negatron Cloak and, of course, the Merc Treads on top of the Trinity Force, not a lot the Cali Trolls can do in that matchup just because that Magic Pen not being as useful.
And we see they're now setting up a pink in the top side of the jungle, trying to bait this Baron out, looking for a potential face check.
Robert Exley is very far up as far as that's concerned, but I guess everyone can pick each other out. Cali Trolls now moving around. Oh, the Dark Binding's going to land. They're going straight onto Cali Trolls. He's just going to immediately exit this fight, gets kicked into the team and destroyed. Very nicely picked up, and that's a lot of the playmaking gone here on the side of Complexity. Unstoppable Force wasn't used at all, and Complexity looked like they've rallied completely after their 2 losses.
Yeah, and now looking to push the minion waves. Westrise straight away back into that top lane. And that's the problem with going a little bit offensive on this Malphite. Of course, it'll end much more damage, but if you get caught like that, you're just going to be exploded. Deathcap now picked up on Prolly, as well as another blasting one.
Oh,
he has just hit a massive power curve.
Yeah, does have that Alacrity enchantment on his boots as well. Does like to upgrade his boots relatively early, does Prolly, but wanting a little bit of extra movement speed this time so that he can get out of the way of a lot of these skill shots. Probably won't be able to outrun an Unstoppable Force Malphite, but he's going to try. He's going to try really hard. Infinity Edge has been finished by Maple Street as well, so 2 item spike coming through from this Corki. It's going to be very scary, but 3 items now done for Robert Exley. Does have that Bloodthirster as well as the Infinity Edge and the Static Shiv. So hasn't even finished his boots yet, so doesn't really care, just wants to get as much damage as possible.
And the pure AD build is so important for split pushing. It means that if he gets the opportunity, he can tear through these structures. As we see Bubba protecting the wards on the side of Complexity around the Baron Pit because they want to be able to bait this area with their pick comp. We saw how effective it is. The Morgana Snare just lasts what seems like an eternity.
It really does. And Bubba, of course, loves Morgana. Played that more than any other support champion. Summer Split. Oh, nice Sonic Wave's going to land on a Porpoise Pops, so he's going to leap to safety. Of course, level 13 does have double evolutions. Multiple spikes as well as the leap. Being evolved.
And once again, vision control has been clearly established around the Baron Pit. Looked like that spear went through Cali Trolls. Must have been just over the top of him.
The White getting a little bit upset. Got pounced on. He was having a snooze. Kitty over the wall. It's never something you want to deal with.
Now Prolly on split push duty. Maybe swap him and Robert?
I don't know.
However, it looks like Team 8 are trying to push down that mid lane. Ooh, the face is dead.
Yeah, that is a decent. Oh my goodness, is he going to survive? Does get the heal as well. That's ridiculous. Something's out of Bubba going to be the focus. The heal comes through. Porpoise Pops managed to pick up that kill. The exhaust immediately onto Prolly, but Robert Exley, he's got so much damage. Dodo's getting ripped apart. Maple Street, watch out for this gigantic Lucian on your backside. He is going to pick up Prolly, but Robert Exley is so huge. Slushy now trying to do some work. Doesn't have another dissonance just yet.
The flank coming in from Westrise. He hasn't given up on this fight yet. He wants Slushy.
Slushy's in a lot of trouble. There is the Banshee's Veil finished by Westrise as well. There's the flash. He does manage to land the spear. There's the pounce and the takedown for the execute. Westrise, what a beast. Just eating that ignite. He doesn't mind at all. And Complexity turning around that fight so well.
That will mean a blue buff pickup as well as even more ward dominance around this map and the pick comp coming together. The Complexity as well as those split pushes. If we take another look, Slushy just face checks the brush, and I don't know how he lived the start of that.
It was a very confusing shockwave.
Able to get his Zonyas out, and this is where the fight looks like it's going to turn. Nice flash Unstoppable Force onto 2 members. Black Shield, however, on Robert, and he just kites back and does so much damage. At this point, Robert's just getting 3 hits on everyone and just completely takes the fight over. Maple flashes forward to pick up Prolly. However, it doesn't matter. Robert just hitting everyone from behind. Nidalee able to chase down Slushy in the end, and it was a 4-for-2 and Westrise now with that Banshee's Veil looking extremely confident on a split pushing champion.
Yeah, he's looking fantastic at this stage. Robert Exley, I love the fact that Kez just went into full peel mode. He was like, nah, okay, look, this Lucian is going to be the way that we're going to win anything, and I will stick with you. Help carry me, please, Robert. Send me around like your butler.
And he opted to pick up a Negatron Cloak, so scared of the damage that's coming out of Orianna as well as a Malphite at this point in the game. Looking to keep himself alive because he realized he is the consistent damage for his team. If he gets blown up, then all the damage goes out the window consistency-wise. Looking to get some vision around this Baron. Nice move.
That big one doing a lot of damage to Bubba.
And good ward setup from teammate. This buys them a couple of minutes. They're going to have to clear them all the way back out. There's some around the top of the red buff as well. So trying to get ward control back, although Dragon up in 28 seconds. So all the wards on the top side of the map currently completely useless when it comes to Dragon.
Yeah, there's a lot of static gold still sitting on the map here for teammate. 5 turrets have been taken of theirs, but they still haven't taken one. If they manage to get some sort of advantage, you could think that the global gold coming in there could be really, really strong. And they're only down about 6,000 gold.
But they're just continually, Complexity's continually looking for picks, trying to not allow them back into the fight. Maple Street once again trying to go aggressive onto Robert, but now that Prolly's level 16, his ultimate will just delete
a lot of
Maple
poke,
Street.
a lot of pick potential. There's a Dark Binding going to land. Got 3 sort of options for getting these big picks as well, and Westrice consistently keeping down Cali Trolls.
And he's chunked him to half health once again, and the Dragon looks like it will be picked up on the side of Complexity.
Yep, stretching it out
Much
to an
better
8,000 gold lead as
objective
well.
control on the side of Cole this time. 8,000 gold in the lead. Still have control completely over the Baron area, so can leave Westrice in this bottom lane, and now set up once again around the Baron pit, look for more picks.
Yeah, it's everything going Complexity's way at this stage. And I think the teammate just needs to change up their playstyle, figure out a different way to do this. Of course, we do have the Trinity of items completed on Prolly. Does have that Negatron cloak as well. Triple Negatrons now being picked up by the members of Complexity.
Yeah, so just recognizing that the danger in these fights are the Malphite with the Orianna ball.
Yep.
Of course, a lot of damage coming out of Maple Street at this point is still magic as well, with that phosphorus bomb, as well as the missile.
Yeah, but even Maple Street's decided to go for a defensive item third as well. This is often what he decides to do. Dissonance is going to pick up the big Wraith for Slucci. Kez popping a rocket to the head as well. And they are going to be able to clear out these wards. Or maybe, actually, no. Maple Street. Oh, not sure whether I would have picked that fight instead of Corky. Baron still doing a little bit more damage than that guy. But Cali Trolls coming through for the flank. Does have unstoppable force, of course, and has managed to push this wave down. This might be his opportunity.
They know he's there.
Oh, there are the spooky ghosts as well. They're onto it.
What a nice item pickup from Bubba to recognize when the flanks are coming through. If ever that Sixth Sense goes off, he can just let the spooky ghosts out, and they will spot Cali Trolls wherever he is. Really good game plan coming in from Complexity this time around.
Plus, they're just a really cool item. Give your movement speed as well. Not too bad. Teammate, though, managing to clear out some vision. Trying to consolidate. They really want to be able to win this particular game. Get them into that LCS. Everything's on the line, and it does seem to me like they're playing a little bit like they know it as well. Nerves might be riding, although, you know, they've got a couple of games that they can still have match point in.
Westrice has nearly finished off this turret down here. Kez has joined him, and the rest of the team is also on their way over, so looking to get the last remaining outer turret, although might just be picking themselves up a blue buff. That has, of course, respawned.
Yep, Prolly definitely likes stealing this one away.
So denying even more resources. It is a massive wave in the top lane, so that's not pushing to their favor at all, though.
Yep, Hunted Passive coming through on Cali Trolls. Corpus Pops is here. Robert Exley and Maple Street going for the fight. Valkyrie's still available. Pops the heal. He's actually going to flash out of this fight.
Team's turret has been
Oh, Cali Trolls actually found Robert Exley, tried to get the ultimate down, but not going to really work. Gets turned around on him, and the culling coming through, but gets flashed away from. So Cali Trolls is going to live another day. Oh, Porpoise Pops.
Attempted flank coming through from Cali Trolls, not paying off. 3 members of teammate down very low. This might spell the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. There's a lot of wards in here as well, though, but they're not perturbed. Sonic Wave is going to get Lee Sin into this one. See whether they can burst this one down. Of course, 2 members still very far away. Maple Street trying to get some poke damage in on top of it, but it's going down very, very low. Secured by Kez, and the spear and pounce over the wall. Slushy now in a lot of trouble. Westrice wants this fight. Nice shockwave, but that's not going to be enough. That Sonya's Hourglass also never going to be the one to save Spooky. Spooky goes for the slow. Robert Exley is very angry at these guys. Ooh, Dark Binding not quite going to find its mark. Kelly Trolls with his Iceborne Gauntlet finished. And do a little bit more, but not now that it's a 5v3. Oh, Westrice coming in. That takedown did so much damage. Dodo now is going to get culled. Robert Exley on a killing spree, but he is also just gigantic. The inhibitor going to go down as well. 11-6 now for Complexity. 12,000 gold lead. The biggest lead that they've had this whole series, and they are going to break the 3-game streak right here.
Definitely going for it. Kelly Trolls gets ulted up and taken off the map. Complexity looking to end game 3 in emphatic fashion, and it looks like they've come up with an answer.
They certainly have. We could have the counter. The 3-2 coming back for our LCS pros. Wow. Such a commanding game, and I just think that Nidalee, that ain't going to get through again.
No, Nidalee, that frustrating split push that just took them away from their team fight game. And the picks coming out. The Morgana, comfort pick for Bubba, so good on it. As well as the Syndra. Just a fantastic all-round played game, and it was from Vision that they got that win.
That's exactly right, and we say that when everything's on the line, you have to go back to comfort. And Westrice, been playing Nidalee in the top lane forever. Bubba, highest played champion was that Morgana. Of course, Lucian for Robert Exley, he loves playing that guy. Always defaulted back to it because, of course, that Tristana was banned 8 games and he'd always be picking that Lucian instead. So really, really good to see these guys picking up champions that they're comfortable on and then winning this game, and now hopefully can carry the momentum through and bring us to another 5-game series.
Wouldn't that be amazing? The shining light on Team 8 at the moment is Maple Street.
Exactly.
He's come up huge 2 games in a row, was able to solo out Robert and turn a dragon fight in their favor as well. He's looked on point on this Corki, and maybe not as passive as we originally thought.
Yep, no, definitely eating our words on that front. And if you're going to play Corki, you have to be aggressive because that Phosphorus Bomb, of course, Sheenproc combination is so much damage.
Yeah, and he's just able to transition that around the map. Unfortunately, this time around, there was just too much of an insurmountable lead. Slushy didn't have the best game on Orianna, and it just looked like they couldn't pull off their teamfight combo with so many split push options around the map. And great vision control coming out of Kez.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And we know Kez can do that vision control game very, very effectively. And they just had too many pick opportunities. With the fact that they had Dark Binding, Scatter the Weak plus Dark Sphere, and of course the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, and then the Hunted passive coming off the Spear from Nidalee. It's just ridiculous. There's just so many opportunities to get in and get someone out of a fight.
Yeah, and the itemization out of Bubba cannot be understated in that game.
Oh, yeah.
When we saw that there was a potential flash ultimate from Kelly Trolls over that Wraith Pit, he had it scouted straight away. The Sixth Sense went out, able to get those spooky goes, completely foil any attempt of a flank. And they just look like they're starting to understand how Team 8 want to play this game.
Exactly. It seems like they may have got them figured out. But for more on Complexity's win, let's go over to our experts at the analyst desk.
Thank you, guys. They listened. They went with the split push, and it worked out for them. Can they do it 2 more times without teammate finding an answer, though?
I don't know. This next game, what ended up happening in games 1 and 2 was that Complexity was banning out the Nidalee, and now that they're back on red side, I think they have to ban it out again on fear of Calitrolls first picking that for himself.
Yeah, Westrice actually did pretty well on that Nidalee. He ended up getting ahead, pretty far ahead, and he was constantly pressuring, and that allowed Complexity to move up, get that vision in, and when you have that Nidalee constantly pressuring the lane, it's so easy. It's so much easier to move around the map, and you saw Complexity actually grouping up, and it was Team 8 actually on the back foot for a lot of that game.
Yeah, and a big thing with that pressure was that it causes Calitrolls, with somebody who can't hold up against a split push, to TP into a team fight, and even if he wins it, they get a turret. But what ended up was Complexity kept avoiding the fight when the TP would come in, and then Calitrolls would get nothing. He'd blow his TP, Westrice would get a turret, and they kept doing that over and over again until they just had this gold lead that they kept turning into more dragons, and then they eventually got the base.
I also question the really early game, just kind of roaming squad with the Malphite. I understand that he wouldn't have had the best of times laning against a Nidalee, but if you take the Flask, you take the TP, you go into lane, you pick up as much farm as you can, blow all your Flask stacks, back, TP back in, you would have at least, at one point he had 24 CS to 60 something, right? I feel like you would have come away with at least a little bit more than that if you had played it that way.
Yeah, he's done it before. He's laned against an Italy. I think it was against Curse Academy in the top lane, so he was up against Chris. And he's done it before, and he's come out on top.
He's solo killed.
Gotten solo killed, yeah.
Yeah, they got that 3-buff start, but with that Malphite roam squad, you can't really get much done, and you saw that they weren't really able to get that far ahead early. He was down 20 to 60 CS on the Nidalee, and Nidalee was just getting farther and farther ahead of that Malphite.
As the guys at the desk, though, mentioned, Maple Street, really a shining light there for a teammate. We're seeing his more aggressive side come out, which I love to see, kind of the evolution of a player. I mean, a couple times it may have backfired. He got a little aggressive, but he did get that solo kill on Lucian, and it shows that he's willing to, to try and make plays if and when Cali Trolls isn't in the position to do so.
Yeah, but we're talking about Maple Street, and a couple things jumped into my head. The one where he solo kills Robert, great for them, but then there was a fight where he did almost nothing. He sat around in that Wraith pit, and I was sitting there counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He did nothing for 5 seconds, is 0 DPS, and he was walking around in circles. Like, he literally just dipped into the pit like, oh, no, probably flashed the red wall. I can't do anything, when Robert is pumping damage, and nobody was on Robert at that time.
Yeah, and for a lot of those teamfights, the engages, they seemed very, very forced. Like, Cali was like flashing, then like pausing, and then ulting. And those kind of engages are exactly what they didn't need. When you're Malphite, it's just like, you just snap of a finger, you ult in when they least expect it. And you go in, and everyone follows up immediately. What you saw that game was, oh, I'm gonna flash, wait a little bit, ult on these two. One of them gets black shielded, and then my team can't follow up. And there was a lot of botched engages on Malphite there, which is the one thing you don't want.
Yeah, tiny bit of hesitation there from Cali Trolls. He was feeling the pressure of that split push and forcing to make a play.
The Morgana pick. A very comfortable pick for Bubba I'm aware of. I wonder, though, if it was a prediction of the fact that Malphite was going to be picked. Because they threw 3 top lane bans, and then they chose the Nidalee. The only other time that we have seen Cali Trolls play Malphite was into that Nidalee, right? So if you pull that Black Shield out, was that just kind of a preemptive counter saying, go ahead, you can ult in, but you're not going to get all of our priority targets?
Don't know if it was preemptive, but it worked. I can't exactly speak to that, but it definitely worked out there for Bubba Dub.
I also do like the fact, though, that when you do look at Complexity's team composition, they chose, again, comfortable champions. And so you do have that Morgana and the Lucian. It's a very strong lane. If you do land a binding, there's a lot of follow-up damage there by Robert Exley. And it did give him that power spike that, yeah, he did get soloed by Corky in that one fight, but as soon as he picked up the Static Shiv along with the IE, it was pretty much over.
Oh, man, I thought you were going to talk. Now it's just dead air. I talked last time.
Well, but anyway. One thing I do want to comment, though, is the fact that Kez has landed on that Lee Sin 3 times. I feel like it might be time for him to switch that up. We go into this next game. I love his Elise. Elise has been up every game, and I feel like he can make plays on it. So it might be time to throw something different at teammate from a different lane, moving on to that red side.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Elise, especially throughout the season, has been his comfort pick. It's been what he's done really good on, and they definitely want to get back into it. Team 8, on the other hand, the Malphite pick, I don't really think that's that effective in a Nidalee, but hopefully they're on blue side this time. Hopefully they'll get the Nidalee pick this time, and Cali Trolls will be able to be the one who does the split pushing.
We also haven't seen the Fizz yet. There's a possibility of that coming up. But yeah, with blue side, as you mentioned, Zyrene, they're probably not going to be able to secure that Nidalee for Complexity. So then what's their answer there for Westrice? I mean, you try to counterpick on red side, but we've already kind of witnessed that it's very hard to do that against an Italy, and if teammate ends up with that in their hands, could spell the end of it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's been practicing lately, because the bans are coming out. There's Alistar, Aurelia's going to be taken off the table. Nidalee is still going to be a ban, most likely from Complexity this time, or first picked. So he needs something else in his arsenal. We saw him on the Renekton, was not convinced by that. Maybe the Mundo, but it's not a strong split pusher. So there aren't a lot of options left in the pool.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to go back to that Renekton again, but they do have the counter pick, so I'm pretty sure they'll leave the counter pick to Westrice so Cali Trolls can't go as Fizz, go something unexpected, like bust out a Poppy out of nowhere, and everyone's kind of not expecting it. And I don't think Westrice will be surprised by what Cali Trolls plays this game, but you never know with him.
Yeah, you definitely never know with him, especially when he has the counter pick. But luckily, they don't have it this game on teammate side.
All right, well, my final point will be one that the casters at the desk made already, which is that every series so far in this tournament has been decided either by a team 3-0ing off the start or a team 3-0ing off the back end. My question to you, is that trend going to hold up or is it going to be broken today? Predictions. Zion?
I think Teammate's going to be the one challenger team that breaks the curse. I think they're going to take this next game or the 5th game.
Okay.
One of these games.
Yeah, I'm definitely on board the Teammate hype train here. Like, I think they're fantastic. I think they have what it takes to just come back from here. They do mess up champion select every now and then. That is something that I've noticed about them. Like back at Lone Star Clash, they picked a Diana top, and then I talked to Cali Trolls afterwards, and he's like, yeah, it's just not a good champion. I don't know why I picked that. So they'll learn from this mistake and learn from that play style and be like, we have to change what we are doing because they changed something that was working for them originally.
All right, well, we will see. We will see if it is a second 3-game comeback in one day, or can Teammate close out the series. We'll find out in a moment as the Spring Promotion Tournament continues. Stay with us.
One more time, baby. We're excited, right, baby?
I am excited,
baby.
Resonating strike coming through. There's the teleport from Cali Trolls, though. Is he going to be able to get back? There's the flash. Westride's going down solo, baited by the heel. Morpheus Fox managed to pick up that kill. The exhaust immediately onto Broly, but Robert Exley, he's got so much damage. Dodo's getting ripped apart. Maple Street, watch out for this gigantic Lucian on your backside. Now that it's a 5v3. Oh, Westride's coming in. That takedown did so much damage. Dodo now is going to get culled. Robert Exley on a killing spree. Welcome back to the 2015 North American Spring Promotion Tournament. Complexity and Teammate are battling it out. In a hard-fought series for a spot in the 2015 NA LCS Spring Split. T8 leads 2-1 after Complexity's Game 3 victory. But is this gonna be the same as it has been? Is it gonna be the win 2 games and then drop the last 3? Or are we gonna finally see that be broken? Because, I mean, Unicorns Love got through, and man, Teammate are looking fantastic, but if Complexity keep the control that they had last game, if they keep that up, things are going to go really well for them.
Yeah, looked like they found some form of game plan in that last game where they just had West Rice continually split pushing on Nidalee, and God, did he look so much more comfortable. Just giving Cali Trolls a heck of a time in lane, making sure that he was always in his face, pushing down turrets, and just when Cali Trolls isn't with his team, and they got rid of some of the teleport engages, West Rice was just able to push down turrets, take objectives for his team, and then in the last fight, landing crucial spears, taking people down. If he plays like that again, they're in for a very good shot of the comeback.
Yeah, and I like how you used taking them down, because that was exactly the ability that he used to do so, especially over that Baron wall as well.
And they're not funny when you explain them. The other thing they did really good was control vision of the map. Complexity dropped 131 wards that game.
And they killed 45 as well.
Let's just let that sink in. They had wards everywhere, setting up the other 4 members of their team for that pick comp that they ran with the Morgana, with the Syndra. So they just look like, by denying vision, by keeping their wards up and leaving West Rice to do his own thing, harass Cali Trolls, they came up with a winning game plan, and it looked great.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think their idea of stopping Cali Trolls from ever being able to teleport effectively is exactly what they need to do to really get their edge in this series. And worked out last time, but I doubt they're going to be able to get Nidalee again.
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing. Is there a champion in West Rice's arsenal that can do the same job?
Akali.
I don't think so. Is there another split pushing champion he can go to? Has he learnt? Nah. We've seen that Tanky can split push quite effectively.
Not quite as strong. It hasn't had that hot fix, hasn't really had that little buff so that his boomerang does a bit of extra damage on the way back. But we will see. Big ban phase coming through. Syndra going to be taken off the board. Teammate think that that is something they don't want to see. Escaped the ban last time and not again. Gragas, though, off the board.
Yeah, Gragas being taken away from Cali Trolls. They obviously really didn't like that pickup.
No.
Game 2, he went absolutely berserk, one-shotting Prolly in the last team fight.
And just able to displace people so that he could make the plays that he wants to. And when you've got clear calls like that, you separate someone out and you can easily get your team to do exactly what you want. Zig's not going to be seen this entire series. Alistair going to be taken away as well. They don't want Cali Trolls on the big cow as well.
Now the decision comes through. Do they ban Maokai or do they ban Nidalee? They've left both of them up. We've seen that Cali Trolls can play a fantastic Maokai.
Yeah.
I think they might let the Nidalee go through.
So I mean, the Cali Trolls going to have to pick that one up. Or, man, there's just so many priority picks coming through here as well. Nidalee's going to be taken off the board. But now we've got Maokai, Tristana. Man, there's so many options here. Oriana's up as well. See what Team 8 really want to prioritize here, because there's just so many picks that they want.
Yeah, I think they have to get rid of the Tristana. We saw, even though Slushy had trouble in lane, late game he went absolutely berserk.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they can give it to Maple Street as well, who is fine on these long-range AD carries. And it's going to be Maokai the pickup, and Tristana going to be put in the hands of either Slushy or Maple Street. Kez now finally going to switch up the jungle picks, and it's going to be Robert X. Lee picking up the Corki.
Yeah, so obviously going away from the Lucian is the first point, but the dual potential that came out of Maple Street on that champion just led him to not want to go up against it one more time. He needs to be dominant in that lane, and with Corki, I believe he can do that.
The Nunu.
We can talk about Nunu. Let's not talk about Malzahar yet, but Nunu would be a fantastic pickup, of course. Goes into a Sightstone, so we'll be able to give his team more vision control this time.
Yep.
And can just run around the map. Obviously augments Tristana so well into the late game, as does Nami.
Do you think we're going to have a protect the Tristana comp potentially happening here?
Honestly, no. I don't think that Team 8 play that way. I think that they might throw these 3 champions at them. Potentially a mid laner in Oriana if it does get through, but I don't think that Cali Trolls will play the Lulu top lane, which is one of the key components to that composition that you're speaking about.
Well, Westrice does, of course, play that Lulu top as well. Was one of his top 3 most played. See whether they decide to take that away from Teammate, or whether they, like you, understand that probably not going to be a playmaking champion that Cali Trolls will want to play, but probably now has the opportunity to pick up the Orianna away from Teammate. Although, I mean, they don't really mind, do they? Because Slushie didn't have that much of a great game on it last time.
Yeah, and last time, however, it had a great game, early game against the Tristana. Wasn't able to force it into the late game. And wow, Rise is being picked up. So
interesting.
Could be mid, could be top.
And it
will
also
probably
be a Corky
top.
mid too. If you think about it. Might be a possibility. Keen did it.
Potentially.
Oh, he also did mid Hecarim, so I guess who knows.
And Morgana once again coming through on the side of Babadub.
Oh my goodness. Even if it's hovered, still get those flashbacks. Oh dear.
So waiting for the last 2 champions to come through. Ooh, here's Fizz.
Yeah, I think they're just sort of going through, like, look at how cool Cali Trolls is, guys. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a Katarina, but of course Orianna is going to be locked in, so they're going to have a lot of shields. Katarina? What? What?
So yeah, never doubt the man again.
No, I'm not going to.
That's the first thing, and it looks like it will be.
I get it. It's going to be Orianna jungle, Katarina in the top lane, and Nunu mid, right?
I don't think so. So it will be Maple Street on the Tristana this time around. And now waiting for the potential mid or top pick coming out on the side of Complexity. Of course, Rise does have a little bit more success in that top lane. However, against a Katarina, you may want to just counterpick it with something that has hard CC and a fantastic early in.
Yeah, we'll see. And in fact, Westrice could pick up the Renekton here. We could put Prolly on Rise.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but Garen is a good matchup in the Katarina. So feel free to lock that in for me, Westrice, if you do want to.
Oh my goodness. Of course, the last time that we saw Katarina played in the top lane, that was probably Voyboy, I believe.
Yeah, and that's when... Ooh!
Oh my goodness.
Zed
That's going to be the
coming
Zed
out.
picked up. But Prolly in the mid lane, so that is going to be a top lane Rise into Katarina. So, Rune Prison not going to be able to stop the Death Lotus, but we'll at least be able to walk away.
Yeah, and not that much hard CC on the side of Complexity to stop Katarina whatsoever. And of course, if Maple Street and Katarina start getting going, there's just resets all over the board.
Oh, that's true.
With the Blood Boil, they're going to be able to chase anyone down if a team fight swings in their favor.
Not to mention Dissonance and the passive coming out of Nami as well. Oh my goodness, this teammate lineup is so exciting. And I love watching Katarina, I'm not going to lie to you. She's one of my favorite champions. And she can snowball so effectively as well. I mean, you get a few early kills, and regardless of how much hard CC you've got, you're just going to die. And those resets on all of her abilities are just ridiculous.
Yeah, and they have quite a good level 6.
Yeah.
With the Orianna and the Katarina, of course, Nunu can add a lot of zone control with the ultimate as well. So a lot of AoE potential at level 6. However, the Zed late game with that split push is going to be so hard to stop. Like, you think about it, you got an Orianna, he's not going to stop a Zed 1v1.
No.
You got a Katarina. You've got the Tristana that late game may be able to do it, but the burst potential that comes out of Zed in that mid game, if they just throw him bottom lane, there's another split pusher for you right there. It doesn't necessarily have to be Westrice, and this could be the recipe once again for Cole to get the victory.
Plus, they've got a Rise as well, who is also fantastic in that late stage of the game. So I think if Complexity can get it to where they're comfortable, the super late portion of the game, it is where they might be able to make their mark on this one and possibly come back for that 3-2. But we are onto the Rift with Teammate on our blue side and Complexity on our red side. And, you know, blue considered to have a little bit of an advantage, so maybe Teammate are going to be able to utilize that one. But I'm very excited to see Cali Trolls picking up this Katarina and has decided to go with Boots 4-pot.
Yeah, so Boot start does allow a little bit of extra sustain. Of course, being that melee champion will get harassed quite heavily in lane. Will not be looking for a split push whatsoever. Sorry, split push, a lane swap whatsoever. And we see once again the guys just setting up along the river.
And when was the last time you think you saw a Rise versus Katarina matchup? I'm trying to think back. I'm like thinking maybe Peke in the mid lane against Alex Ich Season 2?
Yeah, potentially.
30 seconds.
I just haven't seen Katarina in such a long time. As Dodo gets hit by
Dark Binding. There's a nice boss respawn as well, of course. It does a lot of damage level 1. Getting a lot of auto attacks down here as well, but Dodo's going to be able to go back. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, gold advantage does go to Bubba though in that bottom lane.
Oh yeah.
Able to get all 3 of his stacks down.
Sweet auto attacks giving him that cash money.
And so many pings coming out at the earlier part of this game. They know exactly where Calitrolls is. From that ward. Spot him walking around.
Oh, Calitrolls gets a bouncing blade onto Prolly's head.
Swapping
yeah.
throwing weapons.
Exactly.
The shurikens and the knives.
Shurikens?
What are they? Are they shurikens?
Shurikens?
Shuriken?
I think they're shurikens, yeah. I think shuriken works better though. Let's be honest. Let's have stupid.
Man, stop bagging my Australian accent. Come on.
Okay, Kez and Westrise. Westrise going to give a little bit of a hand. Kez here.
Okay, so Kez has done. This has been done a couple of times, but electing to start Q on Kha'Zix, he does take a little bit more damage, but you clear the buff slightly quicker. And of course, with that W max, you stay extremely healthy at the moment within the jungle. Porpoise Pops, he's going to be fine with that consume as well as Smite. He can fly around the jungle extremely quickly. And the lane swap has come through. So Katarina, of course, not going to be great in a lane swap. Of course, Corki one-on-one is going to do a lot of damage, and it looks like they're looking to invade the buff of Porpoise Pops. This might be a 3-buff start on the side of Complexity.
We'll see, of course, Consume plus Smite is the highest amount of burst damage you can do as a jungle at level 2.
The collapse is coming through from Calitrolls, but...
Your own, I guess.
Ooh, Dodo's is hit.
Level
well.
1. Ooh, Dark Binding not going to find Dodo this time. 4 members of Complexity all grouped up. Probably still in that mid lane.
And Maple Street is not going to be mad at this whatsoever. He's had all the time to get to his level 2. He's pushing the wave up. Westrise now has to teleport down to that bottom lane. So Porpoise Pops will get his second buff. Calitrolls leeching some of that experience just to get to level 2. We'll be able to pick up that Shumbo and be completely fine underneath turret now.
Yes, of course, Shumbo giving you a little bit of damage reduction as well. You do fly onto anything around that map. Katarina, very, very slippery. Dark Binding going to hit a minion. Porpoise Pops just going to eat some stuff. Nice 2-man.
So they're trying to break the freeze right now. That's why they've brought so many people into this lane. They don't want them to be able to control the minion wave in front of the turret. However, it still looks like they are going for it. This will take a lot of damage because of how much hard the caster minions do hit at this point in the game. And it was, I think, successfully dragged into the turret. So maybe freeze broken, might be quite close still to the turret. No, it looks like it. There's a couple of extra. No, it's in the turret now. Completely broken.
Yeah, hanging around the edge there. One of those caster creeps might be out of the way. So.
In fact, it might actually push back quite hard now. There was 5 caster creeps up there, so that will be a nice pushing lane on the side of Calitrolls to get some farm into his Katarina early.
Yep, Kez wanting to come through for a gank here onto Slushy. See whether Prolly can offer his assistance on that one. Does come in with the shadow. Slushy immediately forced to flash, but are they going to be able to secure the kill? There's the flash from Prolly. First blood coming through. Ignite. Oh, there's the flash. Is the auto attack going to be there? The level up for the extra health, and Porpoise Pops forced to get the heck out of there. Prolly. Smooth moves on this Zed.
The damage potential out of that Zed early when they get into the execute range of his passive is so high. Couple that with a Kha'Zix early game. And I just don't think that Slushy expected that amount of burst damage to come out this early. He's picked up a tier in this, but there's already a brutalizer on the side of Prolly.
Yeah, and that is very, very scary. And a tier, of course, not going to give you any extra statistics as far as saving you or doing any extra damage as well. So, same situation. Westride's trying to give a little bit back to Maple Street here, as Dodo does come in with an ebb and flow. Sort of like the water boy, isn't he, Dodo? Coming around here, have a Gatorade. Fun.
Keeping his team members topped up. And it looks like Prolly will continue to be pushed back in. This is why I love Zed's kit, though. It is so easy to farm on the turret.
You feel like a boss, don't you? Like,
Yeah.
I can get all of this, but it's actually just really easy.
As a jungle player, I normally find that the hardest part of the game, because I don't have to do it very often, but Zed is quite easy. And we see, now we've gone to 1v1s with Robert soaking majority of experience for his team, looking to zone out the Katarina. And there is roughly a 10 CS discrepancy between Katarina and Ryze. However, nearly the same between Maple Street and Robert, just because of how that level 1 fancy business went around, level 2, sorry, around the blue buff on Team 8's side.
Yeah, Porpoise Pops is here, looking for a potential gank. They know the Kez is there, though, of course.
Yeah, and now he's level 6 to Slushy's level 5, so potential here to go very aggressive, try and blow. Both Summers are already down, so look for a kill. That's why Porpoise Pops is around still.
One thing that we haven't really mentioned is the fact that Ignite's been picked up here from Slushy, so not an exhaust to try and counteract his Zed.
Yeah, only Nami has an exhaust on this map, so they do have one for Zed. However, if Westrice gets big in these team fights, he could go absolutely nuts and require one as well. And it just looks so good. Equalizing CS now. If this does go to a split push, wow,
They've
nice
been walking into the Dark Binding. Ooh, Aqua Prison not going to matter because of that Dark Binding, that Black Shield. Bubadub, fantastic timing on that one as well.
Yeah, so the split push potential coming out of Zed now, if he can stay even but pick up some kills, at around the level 9 to 11 mark, once he has picked up that Blade of the Ruined King, if that's what he's going for, will become quite intimidating to deal with. And Porpoise Pops doing what Nunus do best, running around, buffing up AD carries, looking to push out waves.
Yep, and going off like that. Probably going to pick up his blue buff, of course. Very useful on Zed to have a little bit of extra energy regen as well as that cooldown reduction.
Yeah, he is very energy hungry when you continually try to push out your wave, and the wave probably would like to impact this map, get around and potentially even help out Robert in the top lane, although he looks like he needs no help whatsoever.
Yeah, Calitroll's just going to use that Shumpo onto his Trinket Ward. He's going to be A-OK. Of course, level advantage in favor of Robert Exley, and he's going to move back to a more passive style, but you know that as soon as that Valkyrie's up, he can just do the same thing again.
Okay, and for those wondering how Calitrolls is skilling his Katarina, he's got 3 points in his double, 1 point in every other one of his abilities.
Yep.
1 point.
Leveling Sin is to steal first, even though he has to farm from range. That's interesting. Interesting. See whether it works. Probably throwing out a bit of an intimidation shadow.
Probably has the timer on this blue buff roughly because of how hard they did contest it. So just looking to force a wave into the turret whilst he's over there. Picks up a 3 back. Slushy, because of the damage potential out of Zed at this stage, has to walk all the way back around and he loses half that minion wave.
Yeah, and Complexity just out of nowhere almost have a 1,000 gold lead based on the fact that they've been farming relatively well. Things around the map, of course. The ultimate being used out of Westrice here.
And he has his teleport back up, and because of the way the lanes are going, I assume he's going to walk back into the top lane. It's nearly 10 minutes. Time for that first dragon we've been seeing so consistently.
Yep.
And have his teleport available, as does Calitrolls.
Calitrolls has a needlessly large rod as well. So
wow.
A lot of extra ability there.
So he's definitely looking to impact this first team fight. As we see, has picked up his evolution of his W. First off.
Yep. Wanting to go for the poke and the slow. So it's the first time today that we've seen Kez's Kha'Zix. Of course, Porpoise Pops have been playing it the last 3 games. Slushy able to pick up that farm. Always so satisfying seeing Orianna farm a wave.
And quite even across the board, with the exception of the junglers. About a 15 CS in the favor of Kez.
Yeah, wow. It's just going to be used here onto Westrice, of course. Rune Prison not going to stop that one from coming through, and look at the amount of damage with that needlessly large rod on top of Westrice's face.
Yeah, and Westrice needs to wait for a level to come through here now. Of course, has a couple of potions, so he'll let them run. And actually calling the jungler onto the top side of the map. If they go for a gank here, the other team has a Nunu. Oh wow, as a binding lands. Nice little hop there from Maple Street. Of course, there is a wind up, so if you start that animation, it will continue even if you do get hit by the snare.
Unless you get hit by the snare after the animation, in which case he stops sort of mid-air and it's a bit sad. But nicely done by Maple Street. No, Kez just going to be doing his double golems.
Okay, that's Sorry. Kez, look, if there is an opening top lane because of how pushed up Katarina is, although that could lend itself, or as another
Dark Binding. Look at how much damage has come through here. There's a bubble. Not going to be doing too much. I think that was Maple Street actually using the Buster Shot in order to get Robert the heck out of there. So ultimate down, and Maple Street's very low. He's got to stop taking these Dark Bindings to the face.
It definitely would be beneficial if he stopped doing that.
All right. He probably understands that.
As we see, probably now putting a nice push in this mid lane, completely forcing Slushy out. Up in CS, but just having a little bit of a hard time against this assassin. And he's got that turret down very low. One more successful push, and this just puts the game in Complexity's hands. It means if Team 8 go for a dragon at any point with Nunu and they take Orianna there, that's just one minion wave between trading objectives. That's exactly how Complexity's been playing this series. And then it can just get probably into his split push lane even easier.
As another Dark Binding.
Another one.
The heals come through as well. There's the Soul Shackles, actually. The exhaust being put onto Maple Street. The flashes on both stop the stuns. I mean, the T8's bottom lane are going to survive, but very dangerous.
That was all 4 summoner spells coming out of the bottom lane there. The exhaust, the heal, and both flashes. So great work, only for an ultimate. And Porpoise Pops is getting flanked here. He could be... He's not.
No. Not in trouble just yet. And of course, Bubba still has his flash up as well, so if there is going to be a dragon fight, that's going to be very, very useful, of course. Flash and then Soul Shackles is very, very strong. But bottom lane of T8 is going to go back. Of course, Complexity's bottom lane has gone back as well. Sheen Phage being picked up by Robert Exley on this Corki.
However, CS being mirrored in the bottom lane, even though there is some aggression. Only 5 CS behind at the moment, Maple Street. So doing a decent job farming on Tristana. He, of course, will scale much harder into the late game. However, the spike coming out of Corki, we've seen when he picks up that Triforce is just so hard to duel against him.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. You have to wait, of course, until you've got that range advantage and try and put a minion wave in front of you so you don't get rocketed to the head, which is very, very difficult to do. Of course, Calitrolls now has a Fiendish Codex as well. So only about 600 and so gold. Where he does have that Deathfire Grasp.
Dodo taking so much damage there from just the Q.
Yeah, the double shuriken to the face.
But the itemization from Team 8 here just means that they want to blow one person up and get this party started. They want to be able to get all the resets out of their characters, be able to jump around, use the speed up from Porpoise Pops, as well as the ability to slow people with the ultimate with that snowball. So look for Calitrolls to take the ball in onto the squishier back line, get a shockwave and a nice Death Lotus, and then just from there try and shred through the rest of the team.
It really is like a ticking time bomb on both sides as well. Of course, there's a lot of... Ooh, Maple Street. A little bit late on the rocket jump, but is going to be A-OK. Perspective. Calitrolls looking to just help out Slushy with this. Oh, Dodo's going down solo. There's the Soul Shackles. That's going to pick up the kill. Not sure what he was doing there, of course. Ooh, Dark Binding narrowly missing Maple Street. Probably now looking for a kill. Porpoise Pops in a lot of trouble. There's the Death Mark coming through. Immediately forces the flash, and there's the Shadow as well. Not going to do anything. Actually, in the end, of course, that's only a rank 1 Death Mark, but that's the message you wanted sent. They want to be able to take this dragon.
They need to pick this up quickly and get out through the bottom. They do. Looking to get around and also defend this mid turret. So great objective control coming out of Complexity off that pick in the bottom lane. Looks like Westrice is pushing top, but this turret might be falling.
Yep, 4v4 though. This one does go down. Dark Binding does land on a Porpoise Pops. There's the Death Lotus that's coming onto Bubba. Calitrolls more than happy to bring out that cooldown whenever he can. It's exactly what you should do, because of course it doesn't have that much time before it's back up again.
Yeah, and once again, Complexity trading objectives.
Oh, the bubble from Dodo going for the 1v1 with Robert Exley. Nice little 360. Like that a lot.
And the collapse potentially coming down, but that's been spotted out by a ward. So Westrice able to pick up the top turret. 3,000 gold advantage on the side of Complexity. And game looking nice objective-wise.
Yeah, sort of slowly Complexity are trying to get this game working in their favor. Of course, mid lane out of time. Oh,
nice footwork coming out of Proly in the mid lane.
Fancy moves.
Baiting out that ultimate, and now it looks like the wraparound from Westrice looking to get this turret down.
Didn't even use a summoner spell. It's just very, very well played. Of course, that death mark is going to be up very, very soon. Now has hit level 11, so he does have 2 points in that one. Bubbadub looking to make a move here. Does land a Dark Binding onto Dodo.
The teleport and Proly in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Proly's coming through. He really wants to get to Maple Street. There's the death mark. That's going to be dead. Not even going to wait for that proc to go off. Dodo now is the target. Proly's on him.
From behind, though, the resets could come in.
We'll see whether Katarina can make this one work. Oh my goodness, that Deathload is only barely stopped. Forced to flash out of the way. Complexity. How did that even happen? Bubbadub. Calitroll's going to fall down. Westrice just throws a Q. If Bubbadub had died, that would have spelled death for the rest of his team.
Yeah, definitely the exhaust so clutch from Bubbadub, able to flash away. This will mean another turret falling on the side of Complexity, and 5-0 looking like they're getting off to the start they wanted.
Certainly, and with this late game scaling team comp as well that they have built for themselves with the Rise, of course the Kazakhs and the Zed as well. And Kez wasn't even there in that bottom lane. He's going to take the outer mid turret.
Yeah, mid lane falls, bottom lane falls. That's all tier 1s down. Blade of the Ruin King built up on Proly now in that mid lane.
Although bubble lands onto Westrice. Dodo trying to keep Westrice slowed here so Maple Street can get there, but look at how much damage comes through. The ultimate there, the exhaust onto Westrice as well. The flash forward, Maple Street wants this kill. He's so aggressive. Look at the slow from Tide Caller's blessing.
Blast coming down as well. This is a 3v3 now.
Yep, Bubbadub coming through, does try to land the abilities. Porpoise Pops has found Proly from the outside. Is this what they want though? Of course, Kez is around the back, but no, just managing to pick up Westrice. Robert Exley continuing the split push in the top lane.
Now that he's finished that Trinity Force, the Sheen proc chunking out those turrets quite nicely.
Oh yeah.
As we okay, so this is the first time round, so nice setup from Bubbadub here to delay the back, to flash in as well as his Zed ultimate just destroys Maple Street. Nice tidal wave hits 3 people, and this is where the teleport starts, and you're like, this could spell disaster on the side of Complexity. However, the exhaust and flash away just shut down the rest of Kelly's damage.
He almost died by caster creeps as well. It's very, very close.
So close, able to clean up the fight, of course. Go on to lose Westrice a little bit later, but the exhaust is just so crucial on these assassin champions.
That's exactly right, of course. Probably didn't get one. That's why he did so much damage earlier on in that fight. But
well, Proly and Westrice were there.
Yeah.
And Westrice at the moment has picked up his roller as well as his sword boots. He's a happy chappy in that top lane. Looking to scale nicely into the late game.
Yeah, carrying on from his fantastic performance on Nidalee last game. Morale must be high in the Complexity base. And so far, definitely doing well. 5,000 gold to lead at this point. Fairly even on turrets, of course, only one up. It is about the 20-minute mark, so by no means is this over. But looking good for Complexity at this stage. Probably feeling a bit sneaky, but standing on a ward.
There's a minute roughly on Dragon, so not much ward control by either side, actually. Looks like they will be answering Proly with Maple Street at this point. And we saw how much damage happened last time. Calitroll's coming down to try and help out. However, spotted by a ward.
Yeah, there's nice warding on the map by Complexity.
Luci's starting to build a little bit of a CS comeback here. He's actually up by 10 now, which is a little bit of a turnaround from what was happening in lane. Of course,
definitely
hard to deny this Orianna farm, particularly when they group. However, contesting this blue buff, and blue buff wants nothing to do with Porpoise Pops. He's like, I'm out, man.
I'm done here. This dude with rockets shot me in the head before and I was upset about it. Slushie does manage to pick it up though, so that's very, very good. And Proly continuing the split push. Maple Street now, of course, does have Buster Shot and Rocket Jump. Doesn't take too much damage from just one of those shurikens.
Sending 2 people into the bottom lane to deal with this split push, however, means that there are 3 strong in the mid if they want it. And 10 seconds on this Dragon. Teleport will be available for Westrice first, but just...
Dark Binding just misses onto Porpoise Pops. Command Protect is going to stop Kez and Bubbadub from doing some work. But 2 seconds down Dragon, as you mentioned. And we do have Complexity with a fantastic position around it.
Yeah, so looking to start this one up straight away, of course. Isolated damage coming out of Kha'Zix will be able to chunk it quite quickly. Calitroll's rotating down, however. Westrice looking to continue split pushing in the top lane. Teleport is available.
Yep, so Rise can get into this one, of course. He doesn't do all that much damage to turrets, but he's going to do the best he possibly can. That lightning. What it can, and now the face-off to come through. Calitroll's actually heading back towards the mid lane. Does have teleport available in a couple of seconds. Everyone trying to sweep. But they're on the clock, T8, because Westrice, he's here. Although Calitroll's also in the mid lane.
Yeah, so looking to trade 2 turrets for 1, potentially. As we see, Prolly's also in this bottom turret as well. Okay, so Zhonya Hourglass is finished for Slushy, so not a great target to ult. However, Bubba also in this lane now.
Blue team's turret has been
Yep,
destroyed.
Westrice does manage to take the first turret.
He's a little bit, maybe he wants to recall before he comes in.
Yep, Calitroll's as well now. Trying to come down from the back
And there's
side.
a nice ward near Wraith Camp. It was just pinged out, so if he's looking for a flank, that will be the one he goes to. He has his home guards.
Oh, Dragon's been started up again. Kez at about half health. Corpus Pop's also at about half health. A little bit more tankiness on this Nunu. But everything definitely hanging on a knife edge at this stage. In fact, Calitroll's opted to go back here, so he's going to be in the top lane.
Yeah, he's got his arm guard picked up now, as well as a pink ward. And it looks like Complexity will be able to bully their way into a dragon here, bringing up Prolly, and they've started it in earnest this time. It's getting chunked down super quickly. That'll be a dragon, and wow, the gold lead continues to grow. 7,000 now for Complexity.
Fantastic patient play from Complexity. They managed to get the dragon and the inner turret in the top lane. Keeping control. Of course, they didn't even lose that inner mid lane turret. So, see whether T8 can answer back, because they've been sitting on their hands just a little bit.
It's like the curse off this game. Like 0-8 on Corky versus the 3 game in a row winning streak in the playoffs. Like one of them has to end.
Something has to end. There has to be.
Well, technically it does it. It could go forever. War of attrition from Complexity.
Something like that. We'll see. Only 23 minutes into it so far. Another potential 50 minutes in this game. I'd say. I reckon 50 minutes, 83 minutes. That sounds like a Complexity game to me.
Probably once again going to pick up his blue buff. Wouldn't be surprised if he headed back to that bottom lane.
But Calitroll's going to try and clear that one out as best he can. Bouncing blade. And of course, Sinister Steel going to do a fair bit of work clearing that one up. Sweeper has to be used by Dodo.
And with the teleport still up, they are electing to keep Westrice in the top lane, just pushing that one out nicely. And they've got good control over the Baron area. They're going to be able to sweep this one out again. So the Assassin's in the bottom lane. Maple happy to farm up the top lane. He's got his 2-item power spike. He's got that static shiv on top of his Infinity Edge. Build out a Slushy as well.
Yep.
He's picked up
coming along. Definitely coming along.
Cooldown reduction. That tier is stacking along nicely. That can't be far away from being finished.
That's true. And do you think that Maple Street probably needs to purchase a QSS at some point fairly soon, just because Prolly is going to be a problem? Corpus Pop's actually getting caught up by a Dark Binding here. Man, it just looks like it lasts forever. Nice attack dissonance combo. Land on top of Robert just to deter him from staying any longer. Prolly still in this bottom lane, not wanting to actually press onto that inner turret, just wanting to continue his lead. Calitroll's now was trying to do the red buff, sorry. Decides not to.
And once again, they use this opportunity to grab control of the Baron area. Kez does that extremely quickly.
They've got their teleport with them as well, so probably not necessarily opting to go for the Baron, who has been pinged out by Complexity.
The blue buff being started up. There is a ward there, so Complexity knows this is going down.
Still very,
and now Team 8 know that they're not doing Baron. So at this point, both teams, rough idea where they are, but no actual vision on Complexity. And Prolly's been missing for a long time. Now he's not missing. Thanks, Prolly.
Finds his way back down into this bottom lane. Of course, half health. Oh, Slushy's been caught out here. There's the tidal wave. Zonya's hourglass has been popped, but it's not going to quite be enough. There's the flash. Is he going to die? Oh, yes, he does. Eventually. I think that might have been even a Lizard Elder.
I'm having flashbacks of the other game. Slushy once again
goodness.
nearly living on a slither. Sliver? Speech is evading me at the moment, and it looks like they are rotating down into this bottom lane, looking to pick up Calitrol.
There's the death mark onto Calitrolls there as well. Forced to use that flash. There's the ignite as well. Crowley straight back out of there. Death mark shadow. This turret's going to go down, but maybe they'll just pick up kills instead. There's a nice aqua prison onto Bubba and the ice blast as well. Wow, that crit plus the ice blast is going to be doing a lot of work. Complexity though, they do pick up the Katarina and a turret.
So nearly a 10,000 gold advantage at 26 minutes into the game. Definitely the most convincing so far on the side of Complexity. Enjoying the split pushes, it must be said. And
oh yeah.
Now it is all on Maple Street. This guy really needs to get going. Farm needs to be channeled into him, and he needs to become this scary late game Tristana. Slushy and Cali just not having the best games, although Slushy farming quite nicely still.
Yeah, and Calitrolls actually in the top lane was down by a lot, and has now managed to pick his way back up. Of course, had that little bit of extra time with that split push in the bottom lane, which has helped out against Westrice, who was hanging around with his team.
But as the game progresses, it just becomes so much harder to one-shot someone. They're about to pick up the Bloodthirster onto Robert. He'll have that shield at the start of the fight, so unless they coordinate their abilities extremely well, there's just a possibility that the exhaust goes off on Calitrolls, and they just blow him up every time he jumps in. Of course, going towards that Zonya's Hourglass will help that situation.
Yeah, but it means that T8 really needs to kill someone while he's in Zonya's stasis. Otherwise, won't be able to get out. He'll just die anyway. But it is a possibility. We'll see whether it does end up happening. Of course, almost 10,000 gold is the lead for Complexity at this stage. About exactly 9,000. Now, currently, Kez and Prolly have very similar item builds, which is a bit exciting. Always fun. Last Whisper going to be the next one to be picked up by Prolly. We will see. More of Mount Mortius might be picked up by Kez. Of course, that's a fantastic item on that Kha'Zix, but I can imagine probably wants to go for that last Whisper. Bob's going to throw out that Ice Blast there onto Kez. Dark Binding not going to land either. Teammates still happy to stay together. They want to get these fights.
But the whole while, Prolly in top lane, relentlessly split pushing with his build. They're pinging 2 people towards him, and Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. They need to have a decisive move here, teammate. Of course, the teleport still is up. Spooky Ghost once again.
Oh yeah. Love that item.
Coming out of Bubba.
Used to be his favorite build path. And Spooky Ghost. And Complexity now. Do have the option of just going for this Dragon. Dark Binding is going to land as well. Bubba just so good at Morgana, always landing these skill shots when they matter. Dragon has been started. We'll see whether teammate really want to try and contest this one. Porpoise Bobs, of course, with oh my goodness, that big one was huge.
Everyone.
Yep, teammate have to.
And probably rotating around to this mid turret. They look to collapse on him, and this will open up the Dragon.
Yeah, but teammate, they're back again. Everyone sort of cycling through here. Bit of cat and mouse. Another fantastic rocket barrage. Oh, there's a death mark actually onto Calitrolls. We'll see whether Prolly can make this one work. Oh, there it is, the death mark.
They might pick up Dragon as well as the inhibitor here. Fantastic play coming out of Prolly. 4-0 and 2 now, and that Zonya's Hourglass just got finished. 12,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. I think we're going to a game 5.
I think we're going to a game 5 as well. And Complexity just so good at forcing Team 8 into a lose-lose situation. They bait around the Dragon, and if they let them do that, then they'll get a Dragon. It's fine. Even if they collapse onto Prolly and successfully kill him, you take a Dragon over that, so it doesn't even matter. But they get the Dragon and the inhibitor turret. It's just everything is coming up Complexity in this particular game. Of course, 12,000 gold, now the lead.
And an exposed inhibitor in the top lane, meaning if they once again send Prolly to the bottom lane, or even Westrice with his teleport, the whole team can just sit top and wait for 2 people to go to them. Westrice is just as big as Prolly in this game on Rise, looking extremely good. And Baron looks to be one of the next objectives, all 5 members of Complexity in the top half of their jungle.
Yeah, the teammate are poised to try and do some sort of a catch. Not sure whether these 2 members are really going to be able to do it if it's the whole team of Complexity, but it's of no matter. Because, of course, Westeros is in the bottom lane and Kaz is in the top lane. Ooh. Oh, there's the Empire play. Robert Exley takes a lot of damage. The Tidal Wave not going to do anything, but there's the death mark on a Maple Street. Broly does so much damage. The exhaust, though, he trades 1 for 1. That's going to be Nami picking up a kill. There's the Death Lotus immediately flashed out of Calitrolls. Oh my gosh, Westeros does so much work. Amazing command protect from Solution to save his life. And Team 8 actually coming out ahead.
Yeah, 2 for 1, although Calitrolls lucky to live through that. Westeros flashed in with these, came in with his whole combo. Had to flash out.
That was immediately double flashes.
Definitely was. So looking to push their advantage now. Hoping to pick up the mid lane turret, which they will. So getting an objective back, still life within this Team 8 lineup, and a good team fight going in their favor.
This is ridiculous. 30 minutes into the game, they've got an 11,000 gold lead. Team 8 still find a way to win a fight. That's insane. You should think that like the amount of money that's sitting on Complexity alone is just enough. But Giant's Belt now being completed by Prolly. So he's going to be a lot tankier when he does come into this. And that exhaust from Dodo was fantastic. As we have,
so we see again the Nunu play coming out here, and as soon as you start slowing down, you're like, I'm in trouble. Robert tries to jump out, goes down anyway. Maple Street does get picked up here by Prolly, who tries to use some fancy footwork. Although this is the play right here. A little bit late on the exhaust, and both flashes have to come out. And look at this bounce come through, all the AoE. That is so close. But not able to be picked up. A nice command protect coming out. And wow, these teams are butting heads now. They want control over this Baron area. They don't want that to happen again.
They certainly don't. And I think that after that team fight, Team 8 know that there is some potential for them to really do some work here. And now that the Zhonya's is completed by Calitrolls, probably feels like he can potentially get in, but you can see 2 solo laners from Complexity still wanting to do some split pushing. Dark Binding, of course, always landing when Bubba throws them out. Calitrolls going to get slowed up by that one.
And 3 pink wards being cleared simultaneously on the side of Team 8, getting rid of all of Complexity's vision around that area.
Yeah, Calitrolls actually blew his teleport to get to that fight as well as Westeros, so no teleports are going to be available for the next little while. So that does change what's going on here, of course. With a couple of Zhonya's Hourglasses, it does render Zed a little bit less effective. But Maple Street doesn't have a QSS yet. He's going for that Blade of the Ruin King 3rd item. But Mikhail's is there, of course.
So now electing to send Westeros to the bottom lane as that split pusher. Once again, Complexity looking to gain control over the Baron area.
And Maple Street making his way up as well. Does have that Blade of the Ruin King.
That started it off without Westeros here. However, Calitrolls is in the bottom lane. No teleport. This is going down so fast.
It's ridiculous. It's going down so quickly. That's going to be taken. Kez secures that one. Scrying Orb, depressingly late. Watches Complexity wander away with a free Baron. And they just have so much control. Their objective play this game has been extraordinary.
Yeah, their vision control particularly has gotten better as the series went on. Last game it was good. This game they swept out all the wards. Once again, were just able to tear through that Baron. And 13,000 gold. If we take a look at the item, Orianna is in a nice place. If she picks up a Void Staff next item, she's actually going to be putting out a lot of damage. Calitrolls looks to be moving towards one himself to try and get those resets going. So in the ideal team fight, Team 8 can definitely pump out a lot of AoE damage. However, you look at the single...
Probably having a giggle. You look at the
single,
having a laugh.
The single item damage that comes out with a Rise, with of course a Zed. They're just going to one target, isolate them, and either force the Zhonya's straight away or blow them up if it doesn't get off in time.
Yeah, it's very scary. Very volatile, especially considering the fact that there's so much burst coming out of Complexity. Now they just can dictate the entire pace. Of course, they could be going to the top lane here, which is why, of course, Prolly is split pushing up there. There's a free inhibitor, and I think the teammate knows that there's no way that any of them can 1v1 Prolly.
Yeah, it's definitely to the point of the game where he is the biggest threat on the side of Team Complexity in a 1v1 situation, although now they look to group up as a team and force down this inhibitor by brute forcing it.
They will not
See whether it does work. Of course, there is still that wombo combo potential coming out of Team 8. This could be make or break at this stage.
Yeah, they need to start poking this down with the missiles, with the Void Spikes. And they've sent Prolly back mid lane to the mid turret, deeming that that will be an easier objective for him to pick up.
Probably not a fan of his teammates, just to make sure that he's never in the same lane as them.
Once again, they've sent 2 people to try and deal with him. And wow, he just does so much damage. That's just 2 abilities.
Yeah, it's 3.5 items for Prolly. 3.5 items Z, actually. Just doing ridiculous amounts of work. 5, 1, and 2 now. Gigantic amount of farm. Of course, Lucy with the same farm, just not quite the amount of kills Prolly has at this stage. You can see the minions now pressing up into this base, and the slow push in the bottom lane as well. So those creeps are eventually going to get to that bottom lane turret. Seems to me like Complexity have Team 8 on a bit of a timer at this stage.
Ooh, Prolly has been hit. They could go in on him here.
Yep. Oh, there's the death mark. We'll see whether Prolly can survive this one. It was a nice Death Lotus. Cali Trolls not going to take too much damage from that, but it was more of a defensive ultimate there, and that's going to be a very high priority ability down on the side of Complexity. Nicely played by Team 8.
And that means that they'll ride out the end of this Baron buff, only give up 1 more dragon for it, so... Turret and a dragon. Yep. Not horrible on the side of Team 8, although 15,000 gold, they need to put the stall on something fierce. And Magi is picked up by Kali.
Interesting item choice.
He knows if he's going to win this game, it's going to be through a lot of kills.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. We'll see whether that works out. Sinister still actually managing to pick up a lot of creeps right there, so that was very good. Picking it up to even farm with Westrice. So man, he's just banking on the most gigantic Death Lotus known to man, I believe. But I still believe it can happen. We've seen them with their coordinated team fights, how incredible Team 8 are. And Maple Street manages to find an outer turret.
Yeah, and Maple Street now with 3 items, of course, picking up that Blade of the Ruined King is getting to the point where he will be pumping out a lot of damage. However, with the lack of health,
yeah,
maybe not an ideal pickup there. Doesn't augment itself to any critical strike at all. And of course, now picking up a QSS for himself. So he's got the Mikhails, he's got the QSS, probably has his GA, however. So
the extra heal as well is a good reason why Blade of the Ruined King can be used. Slow down probably on his approach, maybe. Trying to work that out.
Tristana has enough self-heal with a rocket jump as well as a buster shot to be able to get out of many sticky situations. I don't think a speed up is going to help her in that regard.
Yeah,
I just think the shield from Bloodthirster would be better in this situation. However, he is a professional. I am not. So I will trust him on it.
That is true.
Ooh, as they go into Dodo.
Okay, now Kali Trolls. Might be a chance, buddy. Might be a chance to get some stacks. No, that's not this time. Alright. Oscar and the Cookie Monster managed to find their way back to the base with Wops Wops. Not sure whether it was worth it.
That bubble was so close coming out of Dodo there.
Nice Valkyrie out of the way by Robert Exley.
And once again, we see the assassins facing off against each other in this bottom lane. Probably not where Kali Troll would like to be. He wants to be near his team, although there are some wards that he can teleport to look for that flank that he's pulled off so successfully in these games so far.
Except the fact that Prolly could probably kill him before he's left using that teleport, which would be very, very frightening. But they managed to clear these out. Look at that. There's the Death Lotus coming through. Deathmark has come down. Oh my goodness! What?
Not elected to use the Zhonya's there. I think the last Q took him by surprise and he was managed to be taken down. And now with Slushy in the bottom lane, this could be the first inhibitor of the game for Complexity.
Yep, and oh, that Spooky Ghost got very confused. There's the flash into the Rune Prison as well. Dodo getting taken down solo. And Burst Inhibitor does go down. Solution now trying to take care of Prolly, whose Deathmark is half off cooldown. But as you can see, this inhibitor... Oh, there's Shockwave, but it's only going to land onto one. Black Shield is going to be used. Tidal Wave comes through, doesn't hit anyone. Teammate really on the back foot at this stage. And Complexity just look Looks like they've turned everything around.
Yeah, 10 seconds till Baron. So once again, typical Complexity fashion. We've seen this so many games in a row now. Retreating into that area, setting up their wards, ensuring if they do face check into it, they will get a pick. Otherwise, this is going to be another uncontested Baron.
Yep, and an even larger lead. There's the Scrying Orb going to be coming through, but they don't even care at this stage. It's going to be taken down. I think the Complexity going to have a fair bit of money in their back pockets as well. 4 of 4 Dragons, 2 of 2 Barons. That is just complete control of this map.
Going to be able to pick themselves up a blue buff as well. They have a 17,000 gold advantage at this stage. And wow, they're looking to pick on Kali once again.
Yeah, Kali still has that Magize, so still believes in the carry potential. But not going so
wow,
well.
3,000 gold.
Wow.
Sitting on Prolly at the moment. Actually, across the board, there is a lot of gold in the back pocket of Complexity.
That's a 5,000 gold lead for Prolly there in the mid lane, in comparison to his lane opponent. So that's yep, that's pretty good.
5,000 in the jungle as well, which shows how many neutral objectives he has controlled. Because he's got 100 CS advantage as well. Ignore what I just said.
120, not bad. Kazak's definitely been able to clear out. Oh, collecting up his cute little spooky ghost is Bubba.
Okay, so we'll use a bottom lane as a better example. So that's a 2,000 gold lead, which means the amount of neutral objectives picked up on the side of Complexity has given the support player Bubba roughly 2,000 gold more than Dodo at this point. Just showing how good their control of objectives around the map has been this game. Of course, 7 turrets to 4, being able to pick up a couple of Barons, the
4 dragons. Very, very strong. But they still have to close out the game, and of course Tristana, never going to be bad in the late game. Kali Trolls, if he manages to get 20... Oh, Pops gave it a little pat.
He wanted to
run
run into it to get the cooldown. However, wasn't able to because it had spotted him and then just didn't run into him.
He was frightened. That's okay, he's only a little ghosty. It's fine.
We see pings going down everywhere on the side of Complexity. Looks like Prolly wants the mid lane to himself, sending his team bottom lane once again. Confident in his 1v1 ability. I would agree with that.
I would definitely agree with that as well.
He's now finished his complete item build. That's rounded off by a Black Cleaver and a Maw of Malmortia. So he sold his Ghost Blade for a Black Cleaver.
That's interesting.
I like it. Late game, the stacks just mean so much more than the movement speed.
Definitely. Do have a lot of poke coming down onto Team 8. The slow, there's Void Spikes doing so much work, of course. There's a Warmox actually being picked up on the side of Kez. So that's an interesting one.
And Prolly's just showing his proficiency on this character. Champion, fancy footwork.
Yep.
Using his clones to get out of the way of that damage and then rolling a lot back.
Hitting Corpus Pops.
And super minions are now hitting the Nexus turret, so Kali's had to go back there.
The 1-2 punch onto Maple Street. Look at all this damage. The tidal wave coming down does hit onto Kez, but he ultimates away so that he isn't spotted out. Ice Blast is going to do next to nothing. Corpus Pop sort of running backwards and forwards, but he's confused. Kali Trolls, oh my, there's the Death Mark. He's a little bit early on that Zhonya's, and he's going to be probably picking up that kill. That was split second early.
Was that the Death Mark that killed him, or was it the Q that came out afterwards? Because it was very, very close either way. Just so much damage coming out of Prolly, and they're looking to pick up all 3 inhibitors, go on to win the next game. So
looks to be Complexity trying to do the same thing.
The dream
CLG did.
Alive.
The Unicorns of Love did. Oh my goodness, and Prolly has made this Zed look easy. There's a little bit of a hula hoop there in the middle lane. Slushy knows that this one's over. The last Nexus turret is going to go down. Porpoise Pops, there's the Empire, but he's going to fall down. Does clear away a lot of minions. Westrise flashing forward. Maple Street's going to die. Kez picks up that kill. Prolly now trying to do some work on this turret. Slushy's going, oh, not to die just yet. Not today, but he's, well, yesterday, right now, in fact. Going to be probably picking up that kill. The Nexus goes down. Teleport used immediately. We're going to a game 5.
And look at Complexity's coach Coop going nuts in the background, getting the crowd hyped. They're excited.
One more game, says Coop. He looks like he's about to kill someone. My goodness. But congratulations to Complexity. They are 1 game away from securing their place in the LCS once more. But Team 8 still one game away themselves, and we know they have it in them. But probably on this Zed was so impressive.
Yeah, so it's the team fight comp of Team 8 versus the split push of Complexity. Probably on Zed was just able to get into a solo lane after having a successful laning phase and bully whoever they sent against him. They tried Maple Street, that didn't work. They tried Cali Trolls, that didn't work.
I don't know what they're going to be able to do. And as well, Westrice in that game was a rock for his team. And so far, these last couple of games, Westrice has played fantastically well.
Yeah, so the general rule is when Westrice goes even or wins his lane, they look very good throughout the mid game. Late game, that was all about Prolly. However, in the mid game, he was able to get in there. He nearly killed Cali Trolls off the back of a really good flash over a wall and just dumping all of his AoE burst. However, across the board, just another successful game out of Complexity. They look like they've figured out the split push against this challenger team.
That's exactly right. And Kez managing to pick up this Kha'Zix now for the first time, taking it off Porpoise Pops. Porpoise Pops actually opting to go the other way on this Nunu, who was pretty non-factor throughout this match. And we've had Nunu banned away in a lot of these games, and this time didn't have the impact that he really wanted to have.
Yeah, the idea with Nunu was objective control and be able to control your opponent's jungle. However, with the lane swap into a Katarina, was able to bully him around a lot early game, and Robert just got too big on Corky. So every single time they were looking for these objective fights, it wasn't that Porpoise wasn't being effective, it was just that he wasn't in a position to be able to do what Nunus need to do. He was, of course, giving that attack speed buff to Maple Street. They had just fallen too far behind by that point and weren't able to crawl their way in. But you're right, in the very early game, maybe a jungler like Elise, Lee Sin, might have been able to add more map pressure and affect the map with some ganks.
That's exactly right. But let's set it over to Dash and Zion and Zyrene, of course, to take us through Complexity's commanding Game 4 win.
Thank you, Atlas. Commanding it was. And again, we end up in a 2-2 for the series. So, I mean, it's going to be a very, very interesting Game 3 to say the least. But I want to preface this whole conversation with the fact that I actually didn't dislike Team 8's composition here with the Katarina pick. As wild as it was, I felt that it was a pretty strong comp.
Yeah, I actually really like the Katarina pick. Back in like Season 3 when Voyboy used to play the Katarina top with Warmogs and it was really strong, that was like a prevalent pick. And I kind of was hoping I'd see something along those lines of Katarina coming out strong. But they just had a really bad start to the game when Ryze was, they didn't freeze bottom and Ryze was free farming while Katarina was laning like 2v1 or with Nunu and she wasn't getting the farm she needed.
Yeah, I need some help because I'm on the desk with a bunch of crazy people who think that was a good comp for them to run. Katarina top, are you guys serious?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Way. They had no way to actually start those fights off. Like their jungler, Nunu, he was objective focused and they were looking for the team fights, but it was very obvious that Complexity wanted to just split push around.
Yeah, I didn't really think the Katarina comp was that bad. I mean, you look at the four and it's like Nunu, Trist, Ori, and Nami. It's like, wow, that's a great fourth. What are they going to fill that out with? Like, what tank are they going to fill it out with? Oh, a Katarina. Whoa. Like, you would never look at those four champions and be like, Katarina would fill this comp greatly. But you know what? You can still pull it off. And I'm glad Cali Trolls has the gall to try to pull something off like that. And I think it could have worked, but they just, from the beginning, like, straight from the gates, they just had a really bad start.
Yeah, I do agree that, of course, it was out of left field, the Katarina pick. At first glance, you assume maybe a Lulu in the top lane to support that Tristana, you know, pretty classic protect the carry composition, something like that, or anything that has some kind of engage. But the thing about the Katarina, and I'm with Zion on the fact that they needed to get farm onto Katarina properly, and they also failed at keeping farm off of the Ryze. And those two things in combination with each other definitely hurt them later in the game. There are also a few other factors, some delayed teleports, not capitalizing on a couple fights that they could have taken, things like that to get some kills onto the right people.
Yeah, we're not moving on from this team comp point yet. I want to just nail this home really quickly. In the jungle, I really think Porpoise Pops should have gone on Nocturne. Nocturne slapped the ball on him. You have some way to engage these team fights because all Complexity had to do was disengage. Morgana, they had so many ways to keep them at an arm's distance so that they couldn't start the fight. Nunu's going to start the fight by just wobbling up to you guys, and then you see him coming. And then everybody else on that team just couldn't start the fight off 100%. They were relying on Nami to really start off. It's not the way to do it.
Yeah, in regards to the team comp, definitely, like, they needed some engage. Maybe if they're adamant on the Katarina pick, they could have ran the Nocturne. They just needed something to go in, and they didn't really have that with the Katarina. If maybe they had a Mundo top instead of a Katarina, they didn't have to force the issue because they'd have Tristana and Ori to siege, and they wouldn't need to engage so hard. They could just look for more sieges. But no, they picked the Katarina, so they were looking for that team fight. And Complexity had the split push, but they had no answer to it. Zed got a first blood on Ori, and that's just huge.
Yeah, it's not that there weren't other options in the top lane. I totally agree with the issue of no engage, but
you said you like the comp. I'm calling you out on this.
No, but I do because I still like
comp.
I still like the composition. I'll tell you why. Because Morgana is the only person on that team that can stop a Katarina ult. So again, it comes down to being in the position in the mid game to actually effectively use the Katarina ult, which he couldn't do because he was so underfarmed and so weak that he could be insta-gibbed by Zed, right? Things like that, so that he, Ryze could even burst him out at times. Corki was an issue. And so when you can't effectively use the Katarina, who hey, she was going to get a full channel ult off every single time unless Morgana ulted Katarina prior to the engage and had the proc go.
Yeah. Oh, fine. Fine.
Zion first, you next.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. The few windows she had, she completely, ruined it. And I think she had a good chance. The fight bottom and then all those 1v1s against Zed, she wasn't using her hourglass. She was hourglassing too early. Calitrolls wasn't playing at his best.
Let's go into that fight bottom that he just mentioned, and then I'll let you finish out your points, Irene. And I'll actually let you talk through this.
No,
we're gonna
give it to him.
To Zion. All right.
He wants it.
All right, 16 minutes into the game, we're going to the bot lane. This is a pretty big fight for Complexity in terms of gold infusion. I'm going to let you just take it away here.
All right, so right here it just starts out basically a 3v3 fight between Nami and Trista running away from the Morgana. And then, the teleport comes in. It's 3v3, Morgana, Ryze, Zed. And then everything, it's looking pretty grim. Maple Street looks like he's going to die instantly. Still no teleport from Katarina. Triple tidal wave. That's okay. That's every Katarina's dream. 3 low members that you can get the reset off of. She teleports too late, goes on the Morgana, gets exhausted, and then just dies to Ryze. If she had went on either of the carries, she would have been able to get the 2-man ulti off and possibly get the reset that could have changed the game.
Yeah. So my point earlier that I wanted to touch on was you were talking about how the Katarina, they lane swapped on him and denied him farm. If there's a Katarina playing top, that's what you do as a professional team, is that you lane swap on her. You're not going to allow her to get that free farm. It's pretty standard to do that. If somebody's going to pick, a really strange top laner, you want to lane swap on it because they have a bad 2-on-1.
Yeah, but that being said, first item back picked up a needlessly large rod.
Yeah.
It's not like Katarina was starved for damage. The issue that we're illustrating here is that they didn't execute the Katarina properly. That teleport down to the bot lane.
It should have been earlier.
If you were looking at the minimap during that replay, literally from the moment of the engage, she was actually below her blue buff on the minimap, and the minion wave was all the way up at the top of the lane. She was literally doing nothing. If she had that entire 10 seconds to teleport in, make something of the fight. And at that point, Nunu had already left the fight, so it actually would have been a 4v3, right? There's a lot of factors there. And that was, honestly, in my opinion, the point where the game swung.
Yeah.
Because now you've given power to Ryze, Zed. The split pushers, you split 1-3-1, you split 4-1, any way you want to chop it up. Then you have the issue of no engage, right? Yeah. Because even when you do find the fights where you say, this is our chance to get back into the game, you don't have a way to get into it. And so in that sense, I agree. Nocturne would have been a much better choice because they did find a couple occasions where they could pick someone off, but they didn't have a way to get into it.
Yeah, I completely agree that that's the point that it turned around, and also the fact that they misplayed the comp, but I also think it was a bad comp in general that's kind of gimmicky and has only one thing. It's very one-dimensional. We want to team fight you, and if you split push on it, it's very easily pulled apart.
I think there's one statistic that's very telling of this whole series. This game, Game 4, Complexity had 100% objective control. In the previous, every previous game, the first 2 games, 10 out of 11 objectives, Dragons and Barons, all gone to teammate. And finally, Complexity is starting to gain control of the objectives. They're grabbing the Dragons, they're grabbing the Barons, they're getting the early leads, they're having good early game plans, and teammate really needs to step back and say, hey, what made us win? And it was when Calitrolls was playing that Maokai, he had those engages. He could initiate and really force the team in good positions. And I think they really need to get Calitrolls back in an initiating position, because if he's the one making the shots, he looks really good when he's initiating. And looked a little shaky on Malphite, but when he was that tanky Maokai, he really got his team in a good position to win.
All right, do we feel that we've been on the topic of team comps this whole time, so I'm going to finish off this conversation on the topic of team comps. We've already discussed Calitrolls. He did perform better on those Engage champions. Is that enough to deal with this split push that Complexity seems to have landed on? They've had success. I have to imagine that they're going to go back towards something like that. Can a Maokai pick or some other kind of Engage top lane solve that problem?
Well, Complexity has been banning away Gragas, Alistar, Maokai from them, just all three top laners. And once again, we're going to see Team 8 on red side. And if they stick to their bans, which have been Syndra, Ziggs, and Italy, that's going to leave Tristana open for Robert as #1. And then Calitrolls is going to have to fall back on something. You know, there's Dr. Mundo kind of available. But I feel like the team comp here, they really want to save it for a last pick, counter pick here. But there's going to be a lot of bad things coming into this this champion select for Team 8.
All right, team comps hotly debated here on the analyst desk, but we'll see what the teams decide to come up with. Both teams are fighting for their careers, and it all comes down to a single game. When we come back, Team 8 and Complexity duke it out for a spot in the LCS. Don't go anywhere.
Time to get Penta, guys. Penta kid.
From behind, though, the resets could come in. We'll see whether Katarina can make this one work. Oh my goodness, that Deathload has only barely stopped. Oh, there's the Empire play. Robert actually takes a lot of damage. The Tidal Wave not going to do anything, but there's the Deathmark on a make straight. Broly does so much damage. The exhaust, though, he trades 1-for-1. That's going to be Nami picking up a kill. There's the Deathmark onto Calitrolls there as well. Forced to use that flash. There's the Ignite as well. Oh, there's the Deathmark actually onto Calitrolls to see whether Broly can make this one work. Oh, there it is. Managed to clear these out. Look at that. There's the Deathload is coming through. Deathmark has come down. Oh my goodness. One more. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. Complexity and Teammate have gone the distance, and this next game will determine who will earn a spot in the 2015 North American LCS Spring Split. It's all tied up at 2 games apiece, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Bubadub has been on Morgana the last 2 games.
Wow, hasn't he been impressive? He's coming up big, 1-0-7, nearly the perfect game. Landed some of the most clutch exhausts onto Katarina to completely shut her down in the early game. And he's been coming up huge for his team.
Yep, that moustache must hold some interesting powers in landing skill shots or something. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but he's definitely been doing the work. And of course, you have to mention Prolly Zed.
Yeah, so while Bubadub was holding down the team fights, Prolly was in his own lane, split pushing his Zed, and God, did he have a great game. He finished with 6.4 thousand gold over Slushy in that game. Just for a little bit of context, Slushy could have bought another 2 Zonya's hourglasses with the gold that he was missing. So maybe using that stasis to get away from the death mark, because he was just picking up kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, and on Calitrolls as well, especially, who was trying to match his split push, could not do it at any point. So I don't think we're going to see a Zed. Although, there are so many champions that need to be banned out here. There's a lot of things that have been proven to be problems for Teammate.
Yeah, and it's just, if you ban out the Zed, it can be replicated with other things at the moment. We've seen that Talon can be utilized in a similar situation, although he is better in the team fight, of course, having much more AoE. However, the Nidalee pick can be taken top lane. So I think that they'll just go back to something that they're comfortable can split push and then look to see if Teammate have come up with an answer yet. Because in the last 2 games, it seems like they're trying to go for team fight heavy comps, but by banning out the good, solid, engaged champions, it's just blocking that strategy completely.
Yeah, and it seems like the super tanks of the top lane are just not able to be picked here by Teammate just because they just keep getting banned out. And there's the Gragas going immediately from Complexity as we do get into Champion Select.
So yep, Gragas being taken off the board. I would expect the exact same bans to come out of Complexity, looking for a Maokai and an Alistair on their side.
Oh,
Tristana being taken off the board. Don't want to give that to Robert in his last game, of course. We've heard so many times, Game 5, everything on the line. People like to go back to the default champions.
That's exactly right. Nidalee going to be taken off the board as well, Teammate. Do not want to see that again. And Alistair, I believe, will be what's taken off the board. Complexity, going to get rid of that one.
Okay, so Zed or Ziggs? What do they take away?
Yeah, that's true. And
either
Ziggs
way,
banned all day.
They're giving up a good first pick, although Slushy plays Ziggs as well. So do you leave them both open? Try and counter that split push with some nice wave clear and the ability to turtle.
Or do you throw out just a completely crazy ban and give yourself a lot more of an array of picks up here? Potentially. Morgana is going to be taken off the board, so the Bubadub's Morgana was ban-worthy, but Kaz has decided that Kha'Zix is what was making the difference.
Yeah, and I expect Porpoise Pops right now to pick up the Nocturne. He didn't have the best early game on that Nunu, and it just fell behind and out of control from there. I also don't think the Calitrolls will be going back to a Katarina top lane. I don't actually think he was a problem. I think that if they had have got into a mid game where their combo could be used, it would have been beneficial. However, they just weren't able to get themselves there. So look for him to pick up more of a tanky role, I think his team needs. Lucian being hovered right now has been a contested pick all series.
He certainly has. We haven't seen Maple Street bring that out in the last few games. And Nami's available, but we've got Dodo opting to go for the Thresh instead, and I like this. Mixing it up, making sure they're trying something else. See whether the slightly more tanky, more CC bot of the support rather than the sustained version is going to work out. It's going to be the White Steel bot lane locked in for Teammate.
Okay, so the reason that Thresh is a good pickup here is because it has hard engage. It's a playmaking support. Where Nami's reactionary, Thresh is very proactive. And Zyrene called it out on the analyst desk. Part of their problem was that they weren't able to make picks and make plays to get Katarina ahead. So with Thresh, they're able to do that.
Maybe not necessarily for a Katarina, but we'll see what happens. Slushy Ziggs is available. He can go back to his Orianna as well. We have seen him play well on that champion, of course, going 10, 1, and 11 in the first game. But it's going to be Syndra being hovered over here. Of course, probably does have the option.
Let's talk about Complexity's 2 picks quickly. Going back to that Rise, they think that they have a nice top lane in that way. Yep. We saw the 2v1 turned into a 2v2, and he was able to get some farm under him, turned into that late game monster. More importantly, the curse is broken. Robert Exley has picked up a win.
Oh yeah, of course.
So he's picked that up again, looking to match mid-game power spikes with the Lucian. Long-range engage has been picked up in the form of Nocturne, as well as Syndra. They've got the making of a good pick comp.
And what happens now? Do we think that Bubadub might default back to a Braum pickup? And do we think Crowley's going to go for that potential Z pick again? That is the question.
Yeah, I don't see why you change it whatsoever. I think Braum Z is perfect, and they have locked it in. They've got a great 4-man team fight, and they've got a great 1-man split push.
Look at how chuffed Crowley is as well. Like, yep, let's do the same thing again, boys.
And it will be... I want to see Slushy change over to an Exhaust. The reason being, Ignite is very important on Syndra, but we just saw that without an Exhaust for the Rise and
well,
the
we
Z,
saw Pobelter manage to pull off the 1v2 with that Exhaust on the Z.
Yeah, exactly right. So with the Exhaust, he's going to be able to stop a lot of the burst damage. There's one for a Rise, one for a Z. If it does go to the ultra late game, we have one team fight. Let's make a deciding factor of this game. They can shut down both carries quite hard. And I just think the way the lane's been going, Slushy hasn't been in a position to pick up the solo kills much. And Malphite being locked in on the side of Cali Trolls.
Going for it again.
He has
and
faith
actually,
in
I
it.
was wrong. There was an Ignite in that 1v2. I just got a little bit ahead of myself. But so far it is going to be Ignite sat on as well. But do you think that it was the Nidalee that made this Malphite pickup not work? That's the question.
No, I think it was just the ability for a split pusher to draw him around the map. So I think that Zed will have the exact same effect, make it so he's trapped under turret all game, has to pick his moments to teleport, and when he does, he's just going to lose objectives for it. So unless they can find a way to match the mid-game split push out of Prolly, perhaps by getting Maple Street ahead, or by ganking him with the Malphite as well as the Nocturne, then they have the exact same problem that they've had for the last 2 games.
Yeah, and I really like the Corky Braum pickup as well, because it was actually called out on Twitter by Doublelift, I believe, saying that the Lucian Thresh lane, not actually that much of a big deal.
Yeah, he said they don't have great synergy together. Yeah. And I completely agree. The double shot, the Light Slinger passive that goes on with Braum makes Lucian much more of a threat in the lane.
Yeah.
However, you can't underestimate the individual characters and their ability to make plays in the mid game. So maybe look for a lane swap, get them into an area where it doesn't even matter whether they synergize well, 2v2, and then allow teammate to make plays and move in to the
exactly
late game.
But it all comes down to this 5th and final game. Who do you think will earn a spot in the North American LCS? Tweet #COLWin or #T8win to LOL Esports, and we'll tally your votes in just a bit. My good, again, another 5-game series, back-to-back today. If you're still watching, guys, thank you so much, because it's been such a long day, and we appreciate everyone for sticking around. Of course, Complexity now on the blue side. And Team 8 trying to find a win, trying to break the 3-game winner's curse. Or not necessarily a curse if it's good, because you're winning, but they're trying to break their curse this stage.
They're trying to win the 5th game, I think, is what we're trying to say, as we see the fan out along the river.
Welcome to Summer's Rift.
All right. Yep. First damage hasn't gone down yet. We'll see who manages to draw first blood. So far, very defensive. Oh, nailed it. Okay. Team 8, definitely in the lead at this stage. So, gonna break the curse. Not bad. Westerice moving down. As I used his Trinket Ward.
30 seconds
At the 1 minute mark. Porpoise Pops, the Dustbringer yet again. So, first time that we've seen Porpoise Pops' Nocturne. Very much a fan of it. He does love playing that champion. Does build on Feral Flare, if I remember correctly. Even now, in its current state.
Yeah, I think Feral Flare is still a great pickup on Nocturne. Allows him to go tanky after that and still be able to deal out some damage and put the map on farm quite well. It also just fits Nocturne's playstyle, because as a Nocturne, you want to be able to clear your camps, wait for your ultimate to be up, then gank every single time your ultimate's up.
Yep.
Because it's just such a good tool for denying vision and coming through lanes. So by picking up the Feral Flare, you allow yourself to have all this downtime to farm, whereas with the other jungle items, you have to clear 2 camps and then try and do something else. So it just fits the way that Nocturne is currently being played, and we're seeing the same invade strategy, and it has been spotted this time.
Yeah, do have, of course, the bottom lane from Complexity coming around here. This blue buff has been started up, but it'll reset. Teammate going to opt out of it at this stage. Pops over on his blue buff. Be able to secure that one, no worries at all. Bubba wasn't there this time. We've got the teleport into the bottom lane, which is in fact empty for Westeros. Cali Trolls can head down there as well. Look at that. Ha ha ha. Now we're in here. It's fine. The 1v1 has been established. Advantage Westeros though, managed to pick up 3 creeps. See whether that's going to work out for him. That slight little experience lead, meaning that he'll hit level 2 first.
And wow, Slushie going aggressive.
Level 2. Oh, Ducks here again. Slushie putting the pressure down. Teammate, the fire has not gone out, and now Complexity managing to pull it all the way back, 83%. And that vote has been swinging so much today.
It's because it's such a tight game. We've seen that both teams, if they play their style, look like they're just going to win from start to finish. However, now we have a slightly different team comp coming out on the side of Teammate, more pick orientated with the Thresh and the Syndra, able to ult in there as well.
And they can easily, far more easily, force engages with this team comp as well. They have sort of, especially 2 abilities that can really get things going from long distance away. Death Sentence does come down, Unbreakable from Bubba, going to make sure that they do fine in that trade. Absolutely fine, actually. That phosphorus bomb was brilliant. Oh, nice stun onto Prolly from Slushie, and he's having a much better time on this Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra, the lane bully, just able to put so much more pressure down onto the melee champion. Looking to push this lane completely in, and is the dive coming out here? Porpoise Pop's hanging around.
Yeah, Kez has gone up. He's hanging around, but going to run into one another.
Drive-by by Kez.
Yep, Kez going to win. Stage. Well, probably going to get stunned once more. Gets a ball thrown in his face as well. Level 4 has been hit by Slushie. He's running low on mana, but definitely controlling this wave and has that ignite ready. I mean, if he lands another stun combo, like, Prolly's dead.
Yeah, especially with the the way the lane's going, he's just bullying him around. As we see, Cali Troll's just slapping Westeros in the head at the moment. Yeah, those auto attacks starting to do some work.
Rune Prison probably available, except that he doesn't have any mana anymore now that he's thrown out that Q. Still not too worried. They're just sort of smacking each other around. It's fine.
Yeah, and Westeros, of course, as the Reign champion, always has that option of just backing away from the creep wave, letting it push into him, and picking it up under turret. So I don't think there's much kill potential in that lane. And the mid lane is where the CS discrepancy is. 14 in the lead of Slushie, so great start to the game.
Yeah, teammate really changing it around. Ooh, Phosphorus Bomb doing a lot of work on the Maple Street. And half health, forced to use that one potion that he does have. Of course, Robert X. Lee has already used his, so far a lot of skirmishing here in this top lane. Level 4 hit by Complexity. Now, teammate as well. So, very even across the board. 6.6k. Winter's Bite doesn't land. So, let's take stock. What's going to be the first point of contention on this map?
Well, by the way this series has been going, it will be the Dragon. That will be the first thing. Unless...
Oh my goodness, that was close.
A godly hook lands. Yeah, they're both looking to... The way these teams play, they like to control vision. They like to get their teleports in, try and flake the enemy, and then set up either a pick if you're Complexity, or a massive team fight if your teammate, and just brawl and pick up the Dragon.
Yep.
What Complexity's been aiming to do, and what they will probably continue to do, is avoid those situations, control the area with wards, and then look to split push with this set in the mid lane. However, the more he gets bullied, the longer they can slow that down, because obviously at this point in the game, his split push isn't going to be as effective as it would be if he had that Blade of the Ruined King, that Brutalizer built up into what he likes to turn initially into a Ghost Blade. So keeping Prolly down is key for making sure that their team fights and picks are successful.
He's going to land that stun combo, but Kez is now here. Does manage to land a couple of slows. Slushie going to use that flash in order to get to safety, but successful gank from Kez.
And in the perfect timing there, Slushie's just hit level 6 and Prolly's not that far behind him. Missed out on a wave and a half, I think, when he did have to back. And Porpoise Pops
Another
is
stun.
in the side here. Ooh, he's been spotted out.
Yeah, he's going to get the... Oh, my goodness. A very decent spell shield coming from Porpoise Pops. I think it stopped the leap damage. Bit cute. But does get out of there with his life. Of course, the slow is going to miss to the side. Oh, Westrice is actually teleported. I mean, just gone back to base. We're fine.
A little bit of a raised eyebrow from Calitrolls there. He thought he got the damage off in time on the play.
I thought he did too. That's why I thought it was a teleport. Very strange.
Nice piercing light coming through. And Calitrolls, he looks like he has a CS discrepancy, but look how big the wave is in his bottom lane. He just left and checked the dragon. A lot of that will go to waste now, but the wave is pushing in his favor. So he did have, whilst the CS discrepancy is there, he's able to pick up a lot of this farm whilst Westrice has gone back to base. Of course, he did already buy.
Yep. And probably now only 10 CS behind. Of course, did make it back to about 3 CS behind as he shoved that into the turret, but Slushy managed to get there. There's no worries at all.
And now that Prolly's level 6, Slushy cannot hang around in this lane. Needs to go back. Ooh, hook just missing onto Robert.
Very, very scary.
You just feel like the game at the moment is on a knife edge. As soon as you blink, like, one team's just going to go crazy.
It's exactly
We're all getting to the point where, like, level 6 is now picked up by Porpoise Pops as well.
Oh, and Kez. That
Kez got that in his red buff.
Equally as important,
Yeah, he
but
got
that
the
paranoia.
on his W, but the way that Porpoise plays the Nocturne, he's waiting for that, and wouldn't be surprised if he heads bottom lane and looks to get Calitrolls, the shot caller for his team, into the game with a nice Nocturne.
That's exactly right. And of course, Calitrolls having a much better time this time. You know, only 2 CS down. Does have that challenge, which is going to really help him against Westrice on this rise. So I believe that he can definitely be more of a force. And last game wasn't as impactful. See whether he's pulled it together and can really make those calls for his team, because they're relying on him.
Do you think he can become an unstoppable force?
I think that he can probably use an unstoppable force.
As we see, all the lanes just calmly farming out. Nocturne hasn't used his ultimate yet. He's going for a tanky build, so he's gone away from the Feral Flare. He's looking to pick up the extra reward from the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. Picked up that Quill Coat, I believe it's called.
That is called the Quill Coat, you are correct. Well played, sir. Of course, he's going to try and build up to that item as soon as possible. Fear Tether is going to not proc on Kez, just leaps out of the way. Dustbringer does mean that he has that trail of cloud behind him. Westrice does manage to get the cannon creep. Always satisfying to see. Cops a shard of rock into his behind, but that's okay. It's going to be more than okay. The level 8 hit first up here for Westrice in front of Calitrolls. As we can see, Prolly doing a lot better in this mid lane.
Yeah, now that he's got some extra points into that queue, able to clear the wave out. Blue buff, of course, helping that situation as well. Ooh, however, as we say that, he's
There's the paranoia.
Oh,
He does
he blocked
manage
it!
to get out of it, but there's the Fear Tether. Is the Ignite going to be enough? I don't think so. Prolly.
Those mechanics using his ultimate to block the complete Syndra ultimate. Getting back to his shadow before the fear goes off.
That was 16 HP.
Take a bow, sir. That was amazing.
And Witter's Bite not going to land here. Nice play to make the Bubba take a tower shot. Teammate still going to back away from this one. Of course, Robert Exley at full health on this Corki. And that is something that we've mentioned before, is the fact that when it's a Zed versus Syndra matchup, it's whoever ults first often has a bit of a trouble, because you can just dodge the entire Syndra ult if you are that Zed. I guess if you manage to do it quickly enough, you can do it while he's stunned, but I mean, that's your only option.
Yeah, but having the presence of mind to turn back into a gank, to ult to drop damage is just, it's pretty good play. As we see,
I'm not arguing. It was definitely a good play.
As we see top lane being pushed in, they will look for their first back at this point, look to swap their lanes back, because the teleports are up from the top laners, and Dragon is all important at this 11-minute mark, so potentially this will be the first big fight we will see out of these teams, and this could dictate the flow of the rest of the game.
Yep, Slushy is going to have his ultimate up before Prolly does, but of course Prolly only with a quarter of that cooldown remaining, and does have his Ignite. Of course, Slushy does not. Slushy's flash just about to come back up.
Prolly's elected away from the Brutalizer this game. Instead, he will be going for that Hex Drinker. Needs the extra shield he deals against the aggressive Syndra, and he's picked up his Cutlass, so we'll still stick to that Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, wants to make sure that he has a little bit of extra sustain and, of course, the burst damage on top of that death mark. But we do have teammate going for an early dragon.
Being spotted out by a ward.
Flexity do know that it's there. It's going down very, very low, though. Porpoise is right in there. Oh, my... Yes, he does manage to take it. Oh, there's the teleport coming in from Westeros, though. Is he going to be able to get here in time? The slow was on Dodo, but hasn't quite got there. There is the brilliant Dark Passage.
Oh, the slow onto 2 members and the teleport coming in slightly late from West. They had vision of it the whole time, just not able to get there.
Yeah, Kez not quite getting around there in time with the smite available. But Complexity just losing the dragon is going to only mean 1,000 gold difference. There is a chance for these guys still. Don't worry about that. 1 dragon, though. It's going to mean teammate.
And Kez has caught Porpoise top.
Does manage to block out the slow. There's the Dark Passage as well, but Robert X-Lee's here. Is he going to be able to get it? There's the flash. First blood going to Robert X-Lee, but he's not finished yet. Dodo goes down. That's the double kill. And Maple Street left alone under his turret, wondering where all his friends went.
And swinging around straight away to pick up this blue buff steal as well. That will go out onto Robert, giving him even more pressure in this lane with 2 components of his Triforce already finished up. With that double kill, you would think he is not far off grabbing what could be a 13-minute Trinity Force.
That is terrifying. Of course, the ultimate being popped by Westeros does get ground pounded just a little bit by Cali Trolls.
How do you get ground pounded a little bit?
I'm not entirely sure. I think you get on the edge of said ground pound. I don't know. It didn't do very much damage, so I assume it was a little bit.
And we see that once again, after some aggression, lane's completely reset, back to farming, and there's 200 gold advantage in the favor of Complexity, but 2 kills onto Robert with that Trinity Force now finished up against a BF and a pickaxe. He might be able to start bullying this Lucian around in lane.
Not to mention people around the map, of course. This is a massively early Trinity Force power spike, and if you can translate that into advantages, things will be fantastic here for Complexity.
However, it must be said, Malphite having a much better game in this top lane. Up 10 CS, of course, because of that teleport that went a little bit awry from Westeros. And mid lane, Slushy turning around 20 CS advantage over Prolly. And we've seen that he has been able to be aggressive in this lane.
Cali Trolls might be in a little bit of trouble, but of course that Unstoppable Force, fantastic if you're getting ganked under a turret.
And Paranoia is still available, and you just have to be so careful diving if there is a Nocturne on the map.
Oh, yeah.
The denial of vision is the first thing that it brings, but then also the long range engage, just being able to get out of the fog of water, help an ally out, just means that diving is not generally a great idea.
Not at all. Slushy now very low on mana, does not have the chalice yet, which is probably why they're low on mana. Probably hanging up pretty far up, knows that there's not many opportunities for Slushy to really get much down, but could imagine that that chalice is probably coming through relatively soon, unless he really wants to put the pressure down by getting a needlessly large rod and potentially going for an early Deathfire Grasp. He is going to do exactly that, so opting out of effective wave clear into massive burst.
Yeah, looking to be the answer to this Zed. However, we've already seen that Prolly can dodge out on a lot of the damage.
There's
We have
the Rune
tank in the
Prison as well.
top.
Kez pops his ultimate, but very low on mana at this stage. Doesn't have the Void Spikes. Really unfortunate. Going to back in this brush. Cali Trolls going to put a ward in there, just stop the back. Bit cheeky.
And look how calm Cali Trolls is when he's getting ganked. Knew he didn't have to flash, so he just walked away. Didn't pop his ultimate either. So completely level-headed in that his teleport's still available. He can go back after he pushes the next wave. Lose out on absolutely nothing. And there is a ward behind Complexity's bottom lane. So keep an eye on that one. If Cali Trolls pushes this out, goes back, there is a potential for a gank.
Yeah, it does of course have that giant spell. Maybe moving up to that Sunfire Cape yet again. Teammate wanting to make a bit of a play here, cleaning out a pink ward. Is Pops. And this is exactly where they want to put the pressure on as well, because Robert X-Lee has a whole massive chunk of Complexity's gold.
Okay, so he picks up his Sunfire Cape. He's going for the exact same build with the magic penetration into the Sunfire Cape.
Yep, and he's a lot tankier now as well. Not necessarily being able to mitigate Westeros as much, but he can clear out these waves a little bit quicker. Does a little bit more damage as well while he's in amongst everything. And Westeros just zapping this turret. Just a little bit.
And the lanes are so equal. Now it looks like Cali Trolls has jumped out to about a 12 CS advantage. However, the lead mid lane has been taken back down. Bottom lane is completely equalized, 151 to 154 across the map. Such an even game at 17 minutes. 100 gold separates the two teams in what is the deciding match of this best of 5.
Yeah, and the change is that Dragon going to Team 8, 2 kills going on to Robert X. Lee, and he has shown that he's definitely a carry for his team. So we'll see whether that makes the difference, or whether just getting the extra global gold for everyone is what's going to make it work, because this Trinity Force, as we can see, hasn't made all that much of an impact just yet.
Yeah, Robert taking some damage in the bottom lane. Dragon is about to spawn in half a minute, so both teams trying to get some positioning advantages. Kez able to clear that out. Death by Firegrass picked up on the side of Syndra. That is so huge, going to be able to erase someone in the potential Dragon fight coming up.
And that's 16 seconds. Probably is going to try and get to the Dragon as it does spawn, but he might be a little bit late. Of course, he finishes up a Blade of the Ruined King, so that's 2 big item spikes for both of these mid laners. They might just kill each other. It might just be a 4v4 in the end because they've just killed each other.
Yeah, I think it's more important at this point of the game to blow up Robert as they start the Dragon.
Yeah, Box. Starting this one off, of course. A bit of sustain, but he's taking a fair bit of damage. They're
This might be the second
around.
untested Dragon.
Just decisive play, and they pick up the objective. Complexity wanted to contest that, but they just weren't able to. Death Sentence lands onto Kez, and that's just to secure their own blue buff. Team 8, they weren't rattled by the fact that they're 2 wins down, and I think they might break the curse.
Yeah, they're definitely looking strong. They've picked up 2 Dragons at this point, taking the gold advantage back. However, that will be equalized if they manage to pick up this turret, which they don't. So good, successful turret defense. And once again, more pressure being put in this top lane, but Westeros now is looking on.
Doesn't have a lot of mana left. Of course, has a deceivingly large mana pool. So, you know, maybe we'll be able to throw out a couple more spells than you'd otherwise think. They're just going to wander around each other. Broly's now here in the top lane. Deathmark does come down onto Cali Trolls. See whether it's going to be enough. There's the flash coming in afterwards. Cali Trolls is going to die. Westeros picks up that kill and a little help from his friends. They are going to be able to get a lot of damage down to this turret as well. And look, Westeros had already pushed this one through.
Yeah, so they'll be able to take down the turret, equalize the gold. It will actually swing back in their favor now. Backping's coming out, playing this extremely safely. And great rotation from Broly, helping out his top laner. That gets Westeros a kill. And once again,
it gets him into it as well.
Across the whole board, the CS is so equal. This game is so close.
It's ridiculous. Now 2 dragons though, and Complexity focusing on killing their enemies. It seems to be working out though.
But more importantly, they turn those kills into damage on the turrets.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, the top turret did go down.
Yeah, and the mid turret is so close. It's on a slither of health. This bottom turret, not much healthier. So as soon as they get 1-1 team fight, they're going to be able to race around this whole map and clean up what could be potentially a lot of gold.
A lot of gold could be cleaned up. Not really sure what that means, but... And it's also going to open up that map, and we know that Complexity love to get deep vision. They love to be able to create these picks, and with a Rune Prison available, and of course Robert X. Lee with so much burst on top of Broly's burst as well. And they may as well just like chuck a couple of auto attacks on it. Westeros is going to tank up that turret, and that's going to be an easy second outer turret, and Complexity again creating the advantages for themselves.
However, Broly in this bottom lane against 2, looking to defend off the turret. Gank is coming down the river. However, has been spotted out.
Yeah, okay, it's going to come through. It's going to mean that Broly at least has safe time farming, despite the fact that they're not going to be able to get any kills. Westeros comes up, pops that ultimate, and easily clears out this wave as well. So he came down, helped pick up the mid lane turret, and then doesn't get punished for it. Broly once more hiding in a brush. This time hasn't been spotted. Oh, there's the shadow. Oh, Descent's going to land on the Broly here as well. Is he going to be able to make some work happen? He does have the death mark. That is so much damage. Switching to the other shadow as well. Is Maple Street going to go down? No! Outplayed. Maple Street manages to kite him around, and Broly was so close.
Yeah, nearly picking up the 2v1 kill. The exhaust out of Dodo was so imperative to that fight. As Bubba up, nice shield up, just in case the ultimate did come through from Slushy there. However, now the mid turret is in danger of being taken.
Yeah, nice big one. decent phosphorus bomb, and just the wave clear coming from Cork is just a bit silly.
Yeah, Malphite now looking for the flank over the side. Calitrol's looking to get involved.
Calitrol's actually pops the unstoppable force. Robert actually going down so low. There's the glacial fissure though, and a really nice splash over the thick part of the wall. He's going to get Robert Exley to safety. Calitrol's
Westrice is behind them now, looking to get involved.
Look at the amount of damage. Does get stunned up there a little bit, but it's going to be Slushy falling down. Westrice might answer as well. Calitrol's picks up that kill. Bump it up now solo. Death Sentence lands onto him. The fear tether's there, but no, he's not dead just yet. Robert Exley's back in. He's got barely any health. Oh my goodness, that play. Kaz gets the reset though. Porpoise Pops is so low. Maple Street on full health. Broly picks up the kill. What a shuriken from the backside. And Complexity playing with such little health bars. 1 for 3.
Able to turn that around, some over-aggression on the side of Team 8, just sticking around in the wrong side of the jungle for a little bit too long. Doesn't lead to any objectives on the map, but getting something like that turned around, and as we take another look, Calitrol's wanted this pink ward and thought with the Paranoia ultimate could burst down Robert, but a nice flash out just means that now they're stuck on the wrong side of the map. Great rotation down from Westrice, flashes over the wall, and the exhaust in this fight is key. There it is, just before the ultimate, mitigating some of the damage. And from here, it's just a battle of the low health bars. They're like, should we go, shouldn't we go? Another flash is burnt. The play that comes out right now is massive. However, the spike's still able to hit. Broly gets the last Q onto Porpoise Pops, able to pick up the 3-for-1 trade. And overall, just great awareness of how much damage was going to come out of the players on Team 8's side.
Incredibly well played from Complexity's side, but you have to admit that was on a knife edge. These team fights could go either way. Do have Glacial Shroud being finished up here by Calitrolls. Wants to maximize as much armor as he can, of course, instead here, but here's the team fight bringing out the box, comes down, Bob It Up gets taken down solo, but Kaz gets obliterated. Team 8 with an easy 2 kills. This is the pick potential of this team comp.
Yeah, and only 10 seconds till Dragon. They'll be able to pick up the middle turret, rotate down to Dragon, pick themselves up 2 objectives, and a handy lead.
Yep, they are answering Complexity's good play with another one, and actually getting further ahead on this. Because, of course, it was evened up almost exactly now. 500 gold ahead. Now, with the Dragon, even more. Dodo going to clear out this pink ward. Just going to man the fort while the team takes the Dragon. Probably in the bottom lane. That outer turret potentially getting taken down low, but Calitrolls is there. So, protection around the map. Team 8, 3 for 3 on Dragons. And that is how they won the first game, almost entirely.
Yeah, this is the team fight comp from Team 8 coming out. They overstayed the last team fight, but this time able to pick up some kills, and I think it's because Maple Street was there, Infinity Edge and Zeal. He's pumping out so much damage on Lucian, just key for his team. When they were playing well, he was going off.
He certainly was.
He needs to get back to that.
Being finished already is ridiculous. But 2-0-3 onto Robert. He didn't even die in that fight. He got taken down solo. So might still be able to make something happen. Entirely sure, but these AD carries are so close right now.
Redbuff is going over onto Maple Street, and they're looking to once again try and shut down Calitrolls even further. He's got some armor now. I don't know whether it will be such an easy kill. Flash and ultimate both up, and there's
Paranoia coming down in the mid lane. Robert Exley takes the culling. Nice dodge of the death sentence, and he's just sort of puttering out of the way quickly. Is he gonna? No, the Dustbringer is gonna come through. There's the scrying all coming down. Is the Fear Tether gonna proc? Yes, it is. Death sentence for the last hit as well. Dodo picks up that kill. Probably death marks Calitrolls, but that's not exactly the target he wants. Of course, so much armor now built up on this Malphite. This is a very, very different top laner than was in the last game that we saw a Malphite.
definitely is able to pick up another unanswered kill and pushing in on this middle lane. Not much wave clear around, and they'll be able to pick this one up, it looks like.
Yeah, this is Team 8 just saying, yes, we've got the better team fight now, let's just make the plays happen. And they're doing it, they're creating these leads. Look at this, it's almost 4,000 gold out of almost nowhere. That was a fantastic couple of picks, and they're so good at translating that into leads everywhere around the map. Probably now in a bit of trouble. Calitrolls gets jumped on, but is this exactly what he wants? Because T8's just around the corner.
Yeah, and they've pushed that wave into the turret. They'll be able to pick up another tower kill. Only the top lane outer left up. And that's even more gold for the whole lineup. Team 8 really rolling in the last game of this best of 5.
They certainly are. Turning it around, and that's so difficult. This is a challenger team, you know. They're not exactly the veterans that Complexity are, of course. We're talking about Westeros and things like that, playing since Season 1, and they haven't been playing together for as long, and they're coming back. The morale from these guys is amazing.
Yeah, they look like they're in complete control of this game. Now the Frozen Fist is picked up on Cali Trolls in the top lane. More tank items coming out from Porpoise Pop, so he's just looking to be that beefy frontliner for his team. And when you look down the line, you can see why. Wow, look at that gold differential by minute. It's just exploded.
Because it was so close. We can see that represented. Slight gold leads sort of dipping when dragons were taken, and then made up for by Complexity. This time, it hasn't happened. Team 8 seem to be really streaming ahead. But, you know, what we said was a 4,000 gold lead is now 3.5. We shall see. Of course, Westeros now getting a bit of damage down to Cali Trolls. Might be able to even up some turrets here by picking this one up in the bottom lane, but no.
And with the double armor items being finished on Cali's, Westeros is so much better at 1v1ing at this point in the game. Looking to put Crowley in the mid lane.
Up. Drake trying to protect this turret, but it's not going to work. Kez gonna have to pop that ultimate. Oh, here's the home guard teleport coming in. Unstoppable force onto 2 members. Kez and Bubba instantly get stunned as well. The combos are here, and so much CC available from Team 8. Easily being able to lock up these kills. And this is the Team 8 that we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, it's so decisive coming out of Cali Trolls. Sprinting into that fight.
Oh, but they might answer with 2 inner turrets here. Of course, Westeros and Crowley split pushing like crazy. But this inhibitor might go down. Look at these guys, 5 members strong.
They definitely will lose the inhibitor here. Even if the members do get back, well, at least the inhibitor turret. Westeros is now in there looking to get someone locked down.
Yeah, the box has been put down just to zone the members of Complexity away. Robert Exley probably doesn't want to be up that far, and Bubba now up again, but missing out on all 3 top lane turrets is probably not worth it when neither of those inners went down.
And now 6,000 gold lead, doubling their gold lead in one decisive move, and the base has been breached. At any point, if they lose a team fight, with the amount of damage coming out of Maple Street, with now picking up another BF sword, he's just going to crush through structures and be so hard to deal with.
Wow.
And the desperation of Baron coming out of Complexity.
Now, teammate are still around, of course. Slushi not that close.
They haven't pulled off.
Pops coming through here. Doesn't have Paranoia available. They're going to come around through, but Westeros immediately gets exhausted. Probably takes Maple Street out of this fight straight away. That's 2 kills already. Robin Exley takes down Dodo. Slushi now gets locked up. Cali Trolls and Poppers Pops, the only ones alive. The reset's coming through for Kaz. Winter's Bite not going to land, but that is only 2 members alive, and they'll happily trade the 3 for 2. This game's not over.
Porpoise Pop still extremely strong.
And there it is, the unstoppable force coming through. Kez freaking out, not quite making the leap. Westeros, though, trying to turn it around in his head. 1 available, evening out the trade, and these teams are so close.
Yeah, this is a crazy game, 4 for 4. Nothing coming from it in the end, but what a brawl. Complexity start up the Desperation Baron, and they look like they're not going to pull off it, but straight away Westeros, as soon as he sees Maple Street, goes over the wall. Deathmark comes through and destroys him. However, the ultimate onto Prolly means that he's not long for the world either, and Slushi, poor guy, now stuck by himself, flashes over the wall, picks up a kill, and from here we see that it's just a nice ability to kite from Cali Trolls until his cooldowns are back up. He runs around the wall, there's a ward in the brush,
just
straight back over, ultimate, picks up Bubba. Kez, unfortunately, as we see
Dodo getting deathmarked up here. Prolly does end up going back to his shadow, but not going to be able to pick up the kill just yet. Stun onto Westeros. This team's so keen on fighting each other. Of course, Kez coming up through the backside. Cali Trolls, the same story. A quarter of the cooldown is available. Bubba gets stunned up. There's the Dustbringer as well. The Fear Tether coming down. The Death Sentence as well. Bubba dies. Robert Exley gets ultimate. Look at that damage. Cali Trolls going to be able to pick that one. Oh no, Slushi secures the kill. Westeros, where are you going, mate? I don't know whether this is exactly the right direction. The stun, just the tip. Fantastic work. He's taking him on a wild goose chase. I'll give you that one. He tries to turn around to get the damage onto Maple, but not quite going to do it. And Cali Trolls clearing out this mid lane in the meantime. Prolly walking through here. That's a 3-0. Team 8 just picking up the kills.
Yeah, much more decisive fight coming out, and that was without Kelly Trolls' ultimate.
Yeah.
So able to get a 3-0, looking now to pick up a Baron, although we've seen this get stolen away before today, not even going for it. So Complexity ceding another objective. Don't want to throw the game here. This will be nearly a 10,000 gold lead with the Baron buff and a potential Dragon still on the board. Teammate is fantastic.
Yep. This could be the turnaround. 2-2-1 would ruin the entire pattern, to be honest. But Teammate so desperate to get into this LCS. And people were saying Teammate were the scariest team. They were expecting them to do this, but Complexity showed an amazing couple of games coming through here. I don't think they're out of the fight just yet, even though it's looking very dire.
Yeah, they're looking to just stall it out, get probably into that top lane now, pick up potentially a Dragon against the flow, just to secure some global gold for his team. And he will be able to pick it up. So still nice map movements coming out of the Complexity lineup. There's a Baron on their opposition. Now they need to stall.
They're going to try and do exactly that. Calitrolls has now finished off his Abyssal Scepter. He has so much extra magic penetration. It's ridiculous. Hasn't decided to go for the Haunting Guys yet, or those Sorcerer's Shoes. But he's definitely doing a lot of work. And if he Unstoppable forces into a team fight, and Slushy ultimates, that's so much extra damage because of that Abyssal Scepter aura being everywhere.
Yeah, and his home guards, sorry, he has home guards on his boots and he teleports back up, meaning that he can look for another flank, look for Dodo to get some deep wards into their, into near the entrances of the base. So if they do decide that they want to go, Cali Trolls can just teleport in and absolutely crush once again with his ultimate. But Slushy has turned his performance around after having a very rough game last game. As we said, 6.4 thousand gold behind. He's now come out with a 4-2-6 Syndra and looked fantastic as Prolly's been collapsed on.
Yeah, we do have the Fear Tether coming through as well. Prolly gets feared up. Not sure whether this is going to quite be enough, but the stress to teammate come round from behind. Deathmark's going to be used just for fun. He's going to get caught, and that's exactly what you do. You collapse onto the split pusher.
Yeah, and it looks like this might be the answer into the base because, of course, that inhibitor turret was destroyed earlier. So pushing through to pick up the first inhibitor of the game, and Westrice is being chased by Cali Trolls in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to mean that it's a 4v3 here at this inhibitor. Teammate are going to be able to easily secure that one. The teleport out here from Westrice. And that was after the Unstoppable force. So intelligent move by Westrice to save his life. Oh, there's the Death Sentence on to buff it up. The Unbreakable is actually breakable in this instance. Kez does get a nice W down, but it's a little bit after the fact. Robert X Lee gets stunned up, but Teammate do not want it.
And Slushy looks on point on this Syndra.
Oh, yeah.
Two-man stun into another stun. Maple Street picking up the kill, I believe. 5-1 and 8 now. They're just completely rolling, and we've said it before, once Teammate get in front, they play so decisively and so well that it's just nigh impossible to stop them, particularly when they have such a strong team fighting comp.
That's exactly right. Now 11,000 gold in the lead. This inner turret is going to go down in Super Creeps pouring into the base via that top wave. Of course, Prolly now trying to clear that one out. Cali Troll's more than happy to tank this turret for quite a while, actually. It's down to about 2/3 health, but stun's not going to land just yet, and Teammate keep up the siege. The Baron buff still on another minutes or so.
It's nearly expired. They're waiting for the super minions in the top lane to push into the base. Looking to see if they can get a second inhibitor turret. 12,000 gold, the lead.
Next wave of creeps comes through. There's Maple Street. Oh, there's the teleport actually onto the minion. Dude managed to secure that base. There's the Paranoia coming through. Westrice has been singled out, and he's going to get feared up. Maple Street's there for the damage. Not going to be able to make it to the land, but there it is coming straight in. There's the Unstoppable force. Robert X Lee and Kez getting locked up from that one straight away. That was insane. Takes the land into the... Robert X Lee gets caught. There's the death sentence. That was... Dodo is a beast. The second inhibitor is going to go down. And Teammate, what an amazing team fight.
Yeah, this will be the game here. 40 seconds death time is only Kazik and the Brahma up there crushing down these inhibitor turrets. Teammate are going into the LCS.
Teammate have broken the cycle. They're going to get into the LCS with some incredible team fight play. Look at them go. They are so excited. What a phenomenal 5-game series. This was ridiculous.
I can't find words. That last home guard into the middle of the fight. What a fitting way to end this series with the huge unstoppable force. You hear the crowd going nuts for the challenger team. I'm excited to watch them play. They're such a fun team.
Exactly right. Maple Street is going to be so happy to be back in the LCS as well. Was in for a split with Velocity, but now gets to come through, and I'm so excited to see Slushie play some more because he has shown so much hardened style. He got wrecked in the game. He did, but came back so strong on the Syndra and just put it to probably on the champion that he was just destroyed by. It was just fantastic to see someone with that much mental fortitude.
Yeah, and willing to let the Zed go back through and just trust in his ability to win it. You see how high the potential is out of this team.
Love you too, buddy.
It does raise the question about Cali Trolls, though.
Certainly does. Certainly does. We'll see whether he does head into the LCS or whether he goes back to school.
And of course, you have to give it up for Complexity, putting on a great 5-game show.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to see them. We're going to see them in a couple of weeks, so it'll be fine. That's not the last hope just yet. Expansion tournament, always a possibility. But my goodness, Teammate playing such a fantastic last game after 2 brilliant wins very early on. And unfortunately for Complexity, they weren't able to do the 3 games in a row. But man, that last game was so, so good.
And the thing I love about Teammate is they play it like a team sport. They don't treat it like, oh, there's weak links in our team. They're just happy when they pick team fighting comps, listen to their captain, and then follow him in as a 5-man group. They're at their best when they're as a team. And everyone chips in, from the wards to the picks coming through. They play it so well, and they definitely deserve to be in.
They certainly do. And Cali Trolls, I mean, picking up the Magi's very late in the last game when things weren't going so well. Thought that maybe wasn't feeling the best. And then coming back with this performance on Malphite. After Malphite not working out, knowing that they can make it work. And he played so, so well. His engages, those home guards, teleports into the backline, managing to get multiple people every time he used his ult. So, so well played by a Teammate. And man, I'm looking forward to seeing this team fight style in the LCS because it's just so much fun to watch all of these wombo combos going off all over the map and with such precise execution.
Yeah, and let's talk about the bottom lane for a little bit. We harped on it. It was our key matchup. And then out of, as you hear the chant in the background, we harped on it as a key matchup, the reactive style versus the aggression of Robert X. Lee and the evolution of Maple Street to be able to come through and be aggressive, to go toe-to-toe, and to win some key matchups on Corky, which we hadn't seen him pull out in a while, was just phenomenal. Such a good player.
Yeah, such a good player. And to be able to change up your playstyle as well to fit who you're playing against just shows how seasoned he is because he's been playing for such a long time as well.
Yeah, definitely. And then Porpoise Pops finally got onto the Nocturne.
Didn't build a Feral Flare though, I was a bit disappointed.
Yeah, went full tank, but the engages that came out, we criticized them for not having any hard engage. Malphite, Thresh, Nocturne. I think they turned it around in the last fight. And wow, you just see that when this team gets what they want to pick, they can run over the top of people with a good lead.
Yeah, they certainly can. And oh my goodness. I really just hope that Cali Trolls actually gets into the LCS. I hope, just don't go to school, man. Please don't go to pharmacy school. No, don't do that. Don't do that. LCS. It's going to be the best because that guy just makes such cool plays.
Yeah, and the last person we haven't talked about is probably Slushie, their support.
Yeah.
His Thresh plays, he had a great play in that game, stopping what would have been Dodo, stopping what would have been nearly a triple kill from the bouncing around Kha'Zix. He had a couple of great hooks at the end of the game.
That last death sentence was incredible.
Yeah. So
max range, just exactly what needed to happen. It was so impressive to watch.
And the wide champion pool that he picked up.
Yeah.
The Nami. He pulled out the Thresh a couple of times. He pulled out the Braum, I believe.
Yeah.
Did he have a Braum game?
I reckon he could probably play Brom.
Yeah,
I'll
so
give it to him.
he was across all of his champions, looked solid every single game, and yeah, a great support.
Yep, fantastically well played by Team 8. But now let's head over to Dash, who is with 2 of the new members of the NALCS.
Thank you, Atlas. I'm here with Porpoise Pops and Maple Street of a victorious Team 8. Congratulations on qualifying for the LCS. I'm going to start with you, Maple Street. It's got to feel good to get back in. Because you've tasted the LCS once before. And so it kind of, let me know how that feels going through the whole Challenger Series, getting back into the LCS.
Oh yeah, so in spring we had to go against LMQ, and that kind of knocked us out of playoffs. So like the entire team was very sad and everything, and we didn't know if we would stay together. And this was our very final chance because Kelly has to go back to pharmacy school, which he already has begun, so time was a bit limited. But Callie still played amazing, and we all played really amazing the last game. Slushy kept hitting tons of stuns, and Dodo just hooked everything. It was a really incredible ride.
And then Porpoise Pops, this is your first time into the LCS, so tell me how that feels. You're a newcomer. This it's gotta be great.
This is all I've been working for like two years. So it's so relieving, yet just amazing to actually make it. And I know so few people actually make it, and they put in so much work, and like I consider myself lucky.
And this was a long 5-game series, and I know you guys have played some long series before, but this one, when there's so much on the line, I mean, talk to me a little bit about how mentally and physically and emotionally exhausting it can be. I'll start with you, Porpoise Pops.
At the end there on the 5th game, we were 2-2. We just lost 2 in a row. We thought we had it just won from the first 2 games, and we were all Red Bulled up. We were all having those sugar crashes, and we just huddled up and we said, like, this is it, guys. Let's make it happen.
Maple Street, when it gets to that point in the game, how important is it that you guys had that amazing crowd out there? I mean, in that 5th game, they were going absolutely nuts, and I know you can hear them and feel the vibrations, and just how much does that, the noise and the energy there, help you get through it?
Yeah, a huge shout out to Slushy and all his friends. He brought like 20 people or so. They're all going absolutely crazy. And hearing the crowd is really, really awesome, especially when we're like winning and doing good plays. We like continue to make even more big plays. And yeah, the crowd was awesome.
I do want to look forward to 2015 and ask you guys, we are aware that Cali Trolls is going back to pharmacy school, so I will touch on that topic real quickly. Do we have plans for the team in terms of revamping and getting prepped for that season?
Cali Trolls is a big loss for our team. He's a great shot caller and great personality, good friend, and he's just a beast top lane. And finding a replacement for him is going to be really tough, but we'll try our best.
And Maple Street, even considering that you're going to have that loss to your team, how do you feel you guys are going to stack up against the rest of the LCS teams?
I feel like we're only going to get better as we get over our nerves. Like after the first 2 games, we kind of played more and more passive-ish, and we let them kind of bully us around. So I think if we get more and more comfortable, Slushy can easily be one of the best mid laners in North America, and I believe in myself to play better and better, so I hope to eventually make Worlds.
Oh, I like that. I like the ambition. Porpoise Pops, on a final note, I know that you are a brand new team to the LCS, but you still have plenty of fans out there who have been with you through the Challenger Series. I want to give you just a quick moment to go ahead and address them and say what you want to say.
It's actually amazing because I had on the client the other day like 12 tabs of people saying, like, go Team 8. And it was actually pretty moving to have that many people supporting you.
Yeah. I love the fact that there is so much support just in general around teams in the league community. But guys, I want to congratulate you on your win today. It was a hard-fought victory to say the least, and you definitely deserve your spot in the LCS. Thank you also for joining me here on the desk. We are going to send it back though to Atlas and Spawn to close out the tournament.
Thanks, Dash. After an exciting week of games, we now know which teams will definitely be returning for the 2015 LCS Spring Splits. In the EU LCS, Unicorns of Love joined as the 8th team to qualify with today's victory over Millennium.
And in the NALCS, Team 8, fittingly, is the 8th team we will definitely see next spring.
But the NA and EU LCS are expanding to 10 teams in 2015, so there will be 2 more spots up for grabs in the expansion tournament after Worlds.
And speaking of that, we've almost arrived at the biggest event in competitive League of Legends. The 2014 World Championships will begin next Thursday, September 18th, as Korea's Samsung Galaxy White takes on China's Edward Gaming. Then immediately following Team Solo Mid goes up against SK Gaming. It all gets started at 2 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 11 a.m. Central European Summer Time, and I think 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Potentially. And that does it for the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. I'd like to thank Zion Spartan for joining us on the analyst desk today. And now for myself, Spawn, Dash, Freak, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for joining us and good night.
We're going to get straight into our first match. Millennium take on Unicorns of Love. Respawn in him hook. Oh, double bubble. Fails. Double bubble going to knock down Hillsong pretty quick. In goes Kurt for Power of Evil. Shark gets Mizuchachi, and there's 2 kills already picked up.
Beautiful game. And that's our first game. Would you believe it?
That's not good for the bot lane, but suddenly Power of Evil dies. Creedon's actually safe. Kerp goes in for massive damage. Kerp did get the kill on Power of Evil, but by the way, Poppy is going to kill you, but they might trade back on the AD carry. Vardox, no, he stays alive. Creation for the Chachi. Again in the mix, and down he goes! No! Unicorns of Love pull it into game 4, and they keep their hopes of the LCS alive. But this is going to be an even bigger fight. Nice shockwave. Kerp has to... Oh, Hillsong!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Hillsong!
Doesn't get it.
Oh, Vardox has to flash away. Khan kicks him back, though. Out goes Vardox one more time, but that's the shutdown kill.
Stay with power, stay with power, stay with power.
No! Go! Welcome, Unicorns of Love, to the LCS!
Welcome to this all-important best-of-5 series between Complexity and Team 8. No, Broly picking up that kill. Nice 3-man shockwave. So much damage on Complexity, but the double kill coming through from Broly. Robert Exley takes a cog to the head. Maple Street so low on health, trying to kite. It's going to be Broly picking up the kill, but he'll go down to Slucci. Team 8 with a fantastic victory.
One more time, baby. We're excited, right, baby?
The exhaust immediately onto Broly, but Robert Exley, he's got so much damage. Dodo's getting ripped apart. Maple Street, watch out for this gigantic Lucian on your backside.
Time to get Penta, guys. Pentakill.
There's the death mark onto Calitrolls there as well. Forced to use that flash. There's the ignite as well. I didn't clear these out. Look at that. There's the death load is coming through. Deathmark has come down. Oh my goodness. We're going to a game 5.
One more. Let's go. Let's go.
We got the good vibes. You either win 3-0 or you live long enough to lose 3-2, baby. One more time. Let's go.
But there it is coming straight